This is the wrong time. We've done it wrong, Peter. Turn everything off. We're going back to bed. It's far too early for me. If you're in the UK, it's just approaching. It's just gone. 9 a.m. in the morning in the UK. If you are in the US, then for God's sake, go to bed. What are you doing? It's like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you for joining us, though.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, obviously. Anywhere else in the world for what is going to be 12 hours of awesome / insanity / two guys getting progressively more mental as the day wears on.
James, you know how we were talking the other day about, it's only going to hit us when, like 5 minutes before the stream. It's only just hit me that this is what's happening.
I know, I'm absolutely terrified. We've already got people here. Pavandeep and Rinshirika are already in the chat room. Good Lord. Yes, it's going to be a full 12 hours of us playing what we consider to be, and this is not just us, but by vote according to the Pocket Gamer and App Spy crew, the very best games on iOS in support of that lot over there. This is GameBlast15, a 24-hour thing that's going on for loads and loads of different people to support a charity called SpecialEffect. What it does is it allows people to play games even if they have things like disabilities and whatnot. So what it does is people who, for example, may have sustained injuries or are suffering from extremely bad situations like spinal injuries, muscular atrophy, that sort of thing. This charity steps in and creates kick-ass Doctor Who style electronics, right? Yeah. Which allows people to play games when otherwise they couldn't. So we're talking about like people who are maybe wheelchair bound. They Bluetooth the wheelchair control. So you know the thing that allows you to steer on a wheelchair. They turn that into a Bluetooth control that takes over from one of the thumbsticks from a PS3 controller. How badass is that?
I think what you're saying is that these people are tech wizards.
It's genuinely awesome.
Sort of heroes.
Yeah, it's great.
Let's go that far as well.
They're doing it not just because of the idea that, we want people to play games because games are good. The whole idea is it helps people rehabilitate if they've suffered from mental issues or if they've had a really bad accident. And everyone knows that you generally get better if you're feeling happier. That's what all this is about. It's a really, really quality charity. We are going to be taking donations for that charity. This is a fundraising stream, of course it is. So for the next 12 hours, we are going to stream. And during that entire 12 hours, there's going to be a big donate button right underneath the stream. You can see it right there. Hit that and give whatever you can. It doesn't matter what it is, big or small, we don't care, but we are trying to raise big money over the next 24 hours. We are not only doing this today, we are going to be up in London tomorrow participating on the Game Blast stream itself, but we are one of the units who are going to be playing games throughout the course of the next 24 hours or so. We're on it 12 hours straight. Oh God, I keep saying it.
The more we say it, the more I think that this is a silly idea, and that maybe we've bitten off more than we can chew. But that's fine. I'm sure we can deal with it. We'll become progressively more interesting. I'm sure. So if you want to donate, there is a button. There is a button at the bottom of this stream.
Yes,
it's right at the bottom. It says donate in a big, like a big yellow button, and you can give as much or as little as you would like to give. But if you do want to give, then it would make us feel incredibly warm and lovely. It'll make you feel incredibly warm and lovely as well. And like we say, this is all for a charity. It's all going through Just Giving and all that good stuff. We've got prizes to give away. We've got special guests to come on. All of your favourite App Spy streamers are going to be on, including maybe. And this is for the early crowd. We might be joined by Glen. First appearance.
Yes. That'll be awesome.
Be joined by Glen. So that might be very exciting. Danny's going to join us at some point. Harry's going to join us at some point. And somebody else is going to join us as well. If we can make it all work, then we'll do that as well. So
special guests aplenty. So I suppose we should get on with this thing. I'm just going to adjust my exposure slightly. And I don't mean that by putting on my pants. I mean, I'm going to change it so I'm not quite so bright in the window. There we are. That's a little bit better. Not burning out your retinas. I'm going to restore an old profile for this game because I think we have some old ones. We're going to kick things off. This is, let's drop the placeholder. We're going to restore. Oh my God, I can't believe it remembers. That's amazing. So, going way back to the beginning of the App Store, which seems as good a place as any to start, there was a game called Flight Control, Peter. A game which introduced a clever little line drawing mechanic in which you had to guide planes into an airport without them crossing over and crashing in mid-air, which is obviously what nobody wants.
No one wants that.
One of the sequels to that game was Flight Control Rocket. It's one of the ones we happen to have on the account, but it works in exactly the same way as the original Flight Control. If you haven't played these games, they're actually rather good. we were quite fond of them when they originally came out. So certainly the first one did. And it was one of the first games to really introduce the idea of, right, we've got a touchscreen, what can we do with it?
Yeah, it was the first, like, it was certainly the first game, and this was before I was covering mobile games. It was the first game that made me go, oh, hold on, these touchscreen devices can actually be used for video games in a really interesting, unique way that isn't just, let's put a D-pad on the screen.
Yes, I know what you mean.
which isn't the best way of dealing with things all of the time.
No. This one takes advantage of the fact that, hey, you've got a touchscreen, so let's use the ability to put your finger on a screen and then move it wherever you want, and actually factor that into the gameplay. And that's what this is. As you can see, if you've never played it before, I've got a whole bunch of these little spacecraft, and I have to direct them to a landing pad on this flying rocket ship here. Each one is color-coded, so you have to match up the green spaceships with the green circular pad, for example, and you do that by drawing lines. If you accidentally cross your lines and the things crash into each other, obviously that's a loss for you.
Don't cross the jet streams.
No, don't do any of that.
Don't cross the jet streams.
So the principle behind the whole thing is just try and organize it. You are flight control, basically, like the game would suggest, and it's up to you to make sure that everything doesn't crash to each other. You get big points for doing it, and hopefully doing it without losing any aircraft along the way. As the levels progress, things get much more complicated. They start throwing more and more and more ships at you, and you have to be really inventive in your little directions on your panels and the way in which you scribble. And good grief, it's actually really good fun. Like, did you play the original Flight Control when it came out?
Yeah, I played the original Flight Control. I thought that it was really, really neat. Obviously, this is a version of the game that kind of takes it into a slightly different kind of a space.
Literally.
Yeah, I really like how managerial it is, and it's a game in which you need to keep a lot of things juggling. It really reminded me at the time, actually, of the super early Nintendo Game & Watch ball, in which you have to juggle a ball and keep lots of balls in the air. And it
Right.
reminded me of that because it calls upon the same cognitive process in which you need to be thinking, right, if I draw this line around here, then this plane's going to go here and this plane's going to go here, and does that mean they crash? No, fine, good. And it's making those lots and lots of decisions really, really quickly that is totally the appeal of that kind of game, I would say.
No, I actually liked it. There have been a few driving games since which use a similar line. You can get a game called Draw Race, where you, rather than controlling the craft directly, like steering left and right, you physically draw where you want the car to go, and then you sit back and you watch it do it. And this is a similar principle in so much as you're just tracing the line of the craft and hooking it up. But it ends up being one of those ones where the principle is incredibly simple. Within 20 seconds of starting, nearly crashed. 20 seconds of starting the game, you draw a couple of lines and you go, oh yeah, I get this. It's obvious.
All right, yeah.
And so then you just expound upon that idea, and it gets more and more and more intense, and it really does get super intense. So now we've got another element, shooter. When on target, shooter ships send small docking crafts ahead of them. So this is something you have to pay attention to, because if they suddenly pop out, the little docking ones, and you've got another one coming in from another angle, they may collide, and you're in big trouble. So that's how it works. Unfortunately with these ones, well, not unfortunately, I start playing it and I kind of get a bit swept away. It's one of those ones where it's sort of high focus. Also, you have to pay attention to the fact that some of the craft move at different speeds. See?
And some are like different sizes, and some need to do different things.
Exactly. And as a result, what you wind up with is occasionally you think you've got it all planned out, and then suddenly this little squiddy-looking one rockets in out of nowhere. Head-on collision, and then no points for you, which is a shame.
No points for you. No.
So you have to learn which craft travel at which speed, avoid all the collisions wherever possible, and hopefully gain the biggest points. There are more levels, there are more docking craft, the backgrounds change accordingly. This is the most recent one, and this is actually free to play if you wanted to get hold of it. It was originally released as a premium game, but it went free to play after a little while, I think. I think the original one is still also available on the App Store, if I'm not completely mistaken.
I believe it is, yes.
Yeah, so you can get hold of that there, and it is a massive crash because I made the mistake of looking upwards. It gives you play on for 500 credits. Nah, I don't think it will. I'll just leave it. I'll do a different level. I'd already played this through a little bit before, and so I have actual progress.
What?
I know.
We're getting this stream off to an irregular start.
What, by me being semi-competent?
Having some progress involved in any of it.
How dare you! Yeah, no, it's kind of true. I always try and do that. Whenever it's like, do you want to restore your saves from the cloud? I'm always like, yes.
Yeah, thank God.
If it works, though. But so often I find that you try and do it and it goes and doesn't really work, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to go with a different mothership. Let's go Mothership Hawaii. So it's a big circular one here. You can also equip bots. These bots act as kind of like power-ups and will do things like, magnetically draw some ships in and be able to do slowdowns and stuff like that. You can also collect adrift astronauts, as it says. So here's a little astronaut. I think you fly the appropriate color ship over the top of the astronaut. There you go, like I'm doing now. So this red one's cruising around. Bam, he's picked up the astronaut and he's towing him behind him, like in that film Gravity. And yes, he's back to base now. Outstanding, that all worked.
Oh, that all worked quite nicely, didn't it? So, do you think that the game, I played the original Flight Control, which has a really colourful, breezy, it's almost like a sort of slightly cheesy 60s, 70s airline commercial to a lot of it. Hey, it's Honolulu.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's pretty much what it is.
Do you think that the change into space brings anything different to it, or is it just kind of like an aesthetic thing?
It's more snazzy background. It was quite a redesign actually. The first one, the original Flight Control, is a lot simpler. It's a much straighter kind of, like you say, a pastiche of the sort of 60s, 70s airline stuff where people, have those crazy uniforms, which some people still wear. I noticed.
Really?
I did some flights over Christmas, and the airline. There's one particular airline which actually prides itself on being a traditional airline, and as a result, all the hosts and hostesses are all dressed in the kind of very super full-on red with the big hats and everything. These big, almost like nurses' hats. They look like. And it's all part of the kind of aesthetic of the thing. We're, an old-fashioned company. And I was like, great, I hope your planes are new, though, because I don't want no bloody Wright Brothers biplane bullshit here, because I need to be able to get to home in one piece. But it looked good. It was a snazzy look. I approve. Chibi Marcus asking in the chat room if the whole stream will be available for video on demand later. Well, it won't be as one block, but technically, yeah, because everything gets archived automatically, so there'll be likely an hour and 2 hour blocks, but yeah, all the videos will still be available.
Do you know what? I think it would be really stupid and also brilliant for me to go ahead at some point in the weekend and see if I can download all of this stuff and splice it together into one 12-hour episode.
I don't think YouTube allows 12-hour uploads.
I don't think YouTube does allow it, but I'm going to fight them for it. No, but obviously you can watch them here on Twitch if you want to watch it all again. If you want to see us deteriorate as men,
then you're a crazy person.
Hours.
We've got Special Effect Game Blast, which is the channel which is kind of hosting the mother channel for the whole event, if you like, which is responsible for the Game Pass charity event for which we're doing this, and the live Special Effects charity, which it is supporting. They are hosting us over on their homepage. So hello to everyone who's watching us through that page. And of course, if you want to donate to the cause, the excellent cause, which you can see advertised everywhere around here, hit the donate button directly underneath our stream.
Underneath the
stream.
Go
to the links that are in the chat room that sort of Danny posted in. We're in under AppSpy. It's justgiving.com/AppSpy Game Blast. Give whatever you can and help people who otherwise can't play games get a controller in their hands or convert whatever equipment they have into a controller so they can play, help them rehabilitate. It's a really, really good thing you want to be doing.
Absolutely.
I'm going to get these green guys.
Go on, you get those green guys. And
up.
Hello, if you're joining us this morning, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We know that it is early. I have barely had my first coffee, and I haven't had breakfast. So at some point, I'll be drinking something that apparently is a breakfast.
Drinking a breakfast?
Yeah, I
think any remotely professional healthcare practitioner will appreciate that food isn't liquid. Liquid isn't food.
I'm not massively looking forward to trying it, but so we're going to do that. But there's all sorts of people in the chat. We've got Nat Alju, we've got Rin Sharika, we've got James Lee, who didn't know that we were doing a 12-hour stream, just turned up. Hello, James Lee.
I barely knew myself, James. Don't worry.
We got Chibi Marcus, we got Foxy Glenn who's in the chat as well. He's Glenn from AppSpy. We've got Twitek, Pavandeep. We've got all sorts of lovely people in there, and we've already had one or two donations coming in, starting to build the mass. Slow start, but we will get there eventually. Yes. Oh my word. So flight control then, not bad.
It's good. I'm legit enjoying it. It is a nice thing. Well, where are we? Yellow. Yeah, it's the original concept was very sound, and expanding upon it with the sequel was, inevitable. But by taking it out into space, it does add a splash of colour to the whole thing. And it really is quite a big redesign. They did go for something a little bit more kitsch and 70s sci-fi. They've got a lot of those kind of sci-fi sound effects in the music, that kind of... All those, little,
like a vibraphone or whatever it's called.
I always forget what it's called, a Monday's Aeronaut or something like that. But yeah, it's a really, really cool little instrument that you hear on the Ghostbusters soundtrack a lot. It goes boo. And that's well sci-fi. So it runs with the whole theme, and it's nicely done. You can play it for free if you want to. Download it from for iPhone and or iPad, and it's kind of fun. Play the original if you've never played the original one at all. But if you wanted a jumping off point, then jump in here and give it a go. Flight Control Rocket, this one is called. Okay, let's move on to something else. One game down. How was that? Only 50 more to go.
Right, okay, good. Okay, so obviously we're playing games that are fantastic. There's not a single stinker in here. These are games that we genuinely feel are the best that the App Store has to offer. Most interesting, best quality, just superest, funnest. So all of these things are going to be absolutely brilliant. So none of these things are going to be things that you go, I don't think that's very... No. Brilliant.
As evidenced by that beautiful image over there.
Yeah.
Kingdom Rush. Oh, yes, now we're talking.
This is ex-Pocket Gamer Biz writer's favourite video game. Keith Andrew loves Kingdom Rush.
It's one of my favourite video games. It really, it's absolutely brilliant. Tower defense, this is the pinnacle, essentially, as far as I'm concerned, of tower defense. There are obviously some, pretenders to the throne and whatnot, and certainly there's one particular franchise which we'll be dealing with very soon, which is very, very famous for it. But, this is just so good. It gets it absolutely perfect. The balance between... enemy types coming flying in. Look, I've already gone all cavalier and just immediately said, right, send in the enemies. I don't care. I'll take them out, which I shouldn't have done. But the upgrades, the art, the sense of humour, the tree upon which you can build all of your different crafts. So in this case, you've got towers which allow you to submit archers to get into the attack. You've got these kind of guys who are holding shields and work as a kind of military sort of thing. You've got wizards towers, obviously, because you can't not have wizards. And if you've never played something like this, they enter from one part of the screen. They follow a path towards your base. You need to keep them away from your path and your base. And by doing that, you just direct these towers and start, like my guys are doing right now, lobbing arrows at them. And the tactics comes into which towers do you build to defeat which enemies, and where do you place them, and which ones do you then upgrade? And it's again a transparently simple kind of mechanic where you drop a few towers and you go, I see how this works. Open that there, put a tower there, job done. But it gets tough, really, really, really tough later on. But I know at least two people who got completely consumed by this. As you say, Keith Andrew, who's a guy who used to be on the podcast on the Pocket Gamer Biz channel. He was the editor for that. He loved this game. It was one of the few things he would get genuinely excited about where gaming was concerned.
In life that he would get.
I know, but he actually absolutely loved it, and rightly so, because it is fantastic. And I've got a mate who just these games are his games on iOS. So there are three of them now. You've got Kingdom Rush Frontiers, and Kingdom Rush Origins. And he's just completed them all so many times, gone through them again and again and again on the harder difficulty modes. He takes it very, very seriously. For whatever reason, it just clicked. Have you ever done much of these ones, like the Kingdom Rush games?
The Kingdom Rush ones, no. I played a little bit of them simply because I was reviewing another tower defense game at the time, and Kingdom Rush is just the tower defense game, basically. So I played a little bit of it, and I really liked it. I really like it. Tower defense isn't my genre at all, but Kingdom Rush gets it right, and it introduces a whole bunch of really good mechanics, and it polishes the ones that were already there. Desktop tower defense was the big one, really, and that was kind of like a flash game, like a PC flash game that you could play in your browser. And then I think Kingdom Rush was the one that came along and went, right, this is how you do it on a touchscreen. And I think actually the genre lives on touchscreen. I think, having it on browser's okay and everything, but I think actually just being able to go, right, tap there, like, it makes the entire process of playing these kind of games much faster.
Exactly. It just absolutely fits the nature of the device, which is what all good games do. They're tailored to whatever device you're currently played on. And in this case, these just work fantastically well, because, like, say, you're physically dropping towers almost. You are going bam, tower, you power up, you there. And that just brings you right into the game. In the same way that using, obviously, a mouse cursor does as well. With the finger, it just cuts out that middleman, and you can just go, you there, you're literally pointing people around the battlefield. You might say, just so immersive.
You might say that it cuts out that middle mouse.
You might say that, but then you would be a dick.
Yeah, you'd be a horrible person, wouldn't you?
So
really,
don't say that
for saying something as horrible as that.
So a massive swarm approaching me. It all comes in waves. This should be the final wave of this level, and then we can move on to the next one. But I'll also say it right now: if you haven't played these games and are even remotely interested in tower defense, these are the ones to get. This for me is the best tower defense game on iOS, and one of the best tower defense games. Full stop. Any platform is fucking great.
Yep.
So get on it if you haven't already. That's it. Yes, complete. Nice. What a win. If you are tuning in early, we're going to be doing this, God, for the next 11 and a half hours non-stop.
It's all right. We're half an hour in. Well, we're 20 minutes in. We're 20 minutes in. That's fine. I feel top. I feel on top of the world.
Is this what this is? We've cleared the hump now. 20 minutes is the hump.
Yeah,
and then the next 11 hours and a half is just plain sailing.
Win now.
This is going to end badly for you, mate.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
I'm gonna fortify the reach of my spells by an upgrade. So you can upgrade your towers. There's a nice big healthy tower tree all the way through, so you can boost your stuff. There's also a shop if you want to go and get gems and bits and bobs. I am done with that though. Don't need those. To battle.
Yeah, absolutely. All sorts of lovely people in the chats. We've got Dirk Malta saying, I'm meaning to ask, are you guys going to be going to GDC? We, personally, are not going to be going, but the Pocket Gamer crew, are totally rocking up to GDC. We might grab some video footage from there, but we're not going to be doing any streaming from GDC or anything like that. I don't think we'll be doing any streaming from GDC. We did some from Pocket Gamer Connects, didn't we?
We did.
That went really, I would say, okay. It went really okay.
Yeah, well, as anyone knows who watches these things, streaming is only as good as the internet allows it to be. And so if you are on some kind of conference Wi-Fi or something like that, even though they promised they'd give you a hard line, but they actually gave you just some slightly dodgy Wi-Fi, streaming's not the best.
It's not the best, but that is that was fun. And it was great because I had a tablet in my lap, and James and Danny sort of squabbling over my crotch, which was a sort of fun thing to stream.
Standard Friday night, I think you'll find.
Yeah, it was a standard Friday night, really. Oh my word! I think with some genres, especially tower defense, when they are so oversubscribed, finding the right one is crucial. Like, you want to know what the best match 3 puzzler is, right? You want to know what the best tower defense game is. You want to know what the best card battler is. Because if you're into any of those genres, you don't really want to faff around with any of the others, because you soon go, it's not really my thing. And then you get burnt out on the genre, and you're like, that's really bad. But I would say that Kingdom Rush is definitely the one that if you've never played the genre and you're like, I think they're kind of for casual people and like it's not really my thing. This is like, it's like when you go into if you go into a restaurant and you want to order something, right? You should always order, if you're in a really fancy restaurant, the craziest thing on the menu, because
you want to order the duck heart.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to eat that thing anywhere, you eat it at the fancy restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Because you get the best experience. So I would say something like a Kingdom Rush. Kingdom Rush is probably the one that, if you're like, I've never really played tower defense, bam, that is the one that you go ahead and you grab.
It's also very accessible. It's not...
Yeah.
Whereas with strategy, this is kind of the strategy hour, should have mentioned. We're doing these according to a rough genre idea, so this is kind of strategy hour. They can be quite intimidating, some strategy games. We often get those hex-based World War II shooters and whatnot, which are all tank commander systems, and they are very kind of heavy going. You look at them and there's about an hour of tutorials, and there's no music. It's just like kind of move your hexes around like a kind of really stripped, pared down board game type thing, which is fantastic if you are into it, but if you are not familiar with that kind of genre, it can be very intimidating and a bit like, oh god, it's a bit of a headache, it feels like work.
Yeah.
This is not that. It leads you by the hand. It starts you off with just a very simple, this is how you upgrade your tower. And within 3 levels, you're like, I've got this completely sorted. I know exactly what I'm doing. After that, it gets bigger. The scale increases, the speed at which the enemies advance increase, and the power of your towers increases accordingly. So it's a really, really nice curve. It does get very challenging towards the end, but in a good way. And you feel like you are using the tools which you have been given and the skills which you have learned, and then putting them to effect as you go through, which is very rewarding. Some games do that thing, and I criticise a few games for it. Halo, weirdly, being one of them, which is you spend the entire game kind of honing your first-person shooter skills, and then the final level, the climax of the game, you're driving the crap buggy with the crap buggy controls.
Oh yeah, I forgot that happened.
You're like, that's what? That's your climax? It's like you turn it into a really, really shit Daytona game. You're like, what? It was so weird. Because that's not what you want. Like, the idea is just like, here's the final level. It's going to test your skills, all the skills you've honed over the past 12 hours. Go for it. And then it's like, no, drive the crap buggy down a straight corridor.
Drive the buggy. Now, I quite like driving the buggies around in that game, but like, I don't want that to be the final. I don't want that to be the final like bit, right? I don't want that.
That should not be the swan song. Right, I'm going to do some upgrades now. So if I tap on the towers that are already placed, I can hit a little arrow at the top that allows me to upgrade the tower, therefore increasing the potency and the effect of it. I've also got these little power-ups on the lower left-hand side. Things like those crossed swords you see. Oh, I'm doing this badly. A couple of crossed swords, which allow me to drop some troops onto the ground. I've also got a meteor, which is like a superpower meteor attack. Which literally rains fiery stones down from the sky, which is very, very satisfying, I must say. Let's check out some people. There we go. Magic. Just dropped another tower there. Quick. I've got to throw some people there before those little dog things come and get you. Oh, look at the huge pile. There we go. Flames from above. Wow.
Yeah. Take that, you jerks.
Never not satisfying. I've already upgraded my tower there. I can't upgrade him anymore. I'm going to go upgrade these guys. The little troops now, they've got little helmets on, you can see. They've got little hats. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And
I like that there are sort of different troop types that come at you, you know? That,
yeah.
It's not just the same
some of them,
standard thing that you have to deal with, but more. It's like, okay, now what happens if they're flying? Now what happens if they're running?
And some of them are more vulnerable to certain attacks than others, so you have to learn their weaknesses and then use them against each other. And it's great. I'm serious. Like the depth of this. I start playing this now. I could technically play this for 12 hours.
Right. Okay.
The whole stream could just be this because it's so enjoyable. Just they have got the balance of the input to the output, the rewards for you working tactically. The upgrades are really satisfying once you unlock them, and you really do feel like you've been empowered, which is so much of what those gaming arcs are about. It's like gradually your character becomes more powerful, and as a result, you feel more powerful. You kind of vicariously live their upgrade and go, yes, I feel like I've been given a massive sword now, and it gives you that sort of sense of awesome. And that's what a lot of games manage to kind of get wrong. Not in a nasty way, just they don't quite get the balance right. Because the trick is really, how can you make it feel like you are that person who's empowered, either by giving you too much too soon, which is what often happens, or never really giving you enough at all, or giving you the sense that you're progressing anyway. There's a lot of games that do weird kind of, they depower you. The same thing with Batman. Like, do you remember the Batman games, the Arkham City, Arkham Asylum? You play Arkham City and you start again, and it takes place after Asylum, and Batman's lost all his stuff, and you're like, and he gets it back very, very quickly. But it's this strange situation where you're like, I just played through Arkham Asylum, and I spent quite a long time unlocking all of this, and now it's you've forgotten how to do all of it?
Yeah.
It doesn't make really sense, really.
Yeah, it doesn't, does it? But and that kind of thing is very frustrating. It's like it's Samus syndrome, right? Like you lose all of your powers because really the game is about getting powers. And whenever you make a sequel to the game about getting powers, it doesn't really work out that way.
No, because you're sort of making a rod for your own back. You do get the Batman stuff back very, very quickly, to be fair. But it still just made me go, oh, really? Really, Batman? Short-term memory loss Batman, is it? Childhood trauma? You're supposed to know how to do this.
So, the chat.
Yes.
Have you been playing Kingdom Rush? Have you played Kingdom Rush? What do you think of it? I would like to know. Let us know your thoughts on the game in the chat. Danny's actually asking us, which Kingdom Rush is the best to start off with?
Well, go with the first one, because they are all very much of a similar ilk. Like the designers, the guys who made the game, never really expected Kingdom Rush to be as big as it was. So it kind of caught them by surprise when it was actually super popular because it was really, really good. So they went, oh, great, right, in that case, we had all these ideas we were going to put into Kingdom Rush, but we didn't. So we'll make Frontiers, which feels like a kind of Game Plus thing. And to be fair, Kingdom Rush Origins, it adds a lot more in terms of mechanics, but they are all of a very, very similar ilk. They're not like radically different from one another. You can play them, you can play the first one, and it totally makes sense. You can move on to the second one. You don't need any like extra tutorials or anything. But luckily, they are all of equal quality, so they don't iterate super differently every time.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's one of those ain't broke, don't fix it sort of things.
Yeah, agreed. Sinjin's saying that one of the most disconcerting things about those Samus Syndrome kind of games is where you get a prequel to the game and suddenly they've got more powers.
Oh yeah.
Like you end up with more powers and you're like, hold on a second, how did you forget how to... It's like in... Because Batman Origins takes place before
That's
Asylum,
right, it's a prequel.
And you sort of like, hold on, why did you forget how to do this thing entirely for the entire thing? Like that's, Batman. Batman.
I don't think people are paying that much attention, obviously, but if you're into this sort of thing, it kind of grinds your gears a little bit. You're like, really? Come on, guys.
Ludo narrative dissonance.
Exactly. That's all right.
So Kingdom Rush then. Pretty darn good.
I think it's fab. I'm gonna finish this level. Oh, well, maybe finish this level. I'm approaching the waves. The idea is we're going to be doing roughly about 4 games an hour. Is kind of the plan at this point. Some will maybe take longer than others, and some less because they're shorter games. But that's the idea, and we'll try and keep that up over the next 12.
And of course, what we're going to be doing, well, what we are doing right now. We're doing it right now. You can see us doing it right now.
Check me out.
Look at us do it. This is all for SpecialEffect and GameBlast, which is a fantastic charity that helps those less abled to enjoy video games. We have got a button to donate underneath this stream if you're watching it on a browser, and you can just click that donate button and then throw us like a couple of dollars or whatever it is that you can afford, because, you know, it will make you feel like all gooey inside. You'll go, oh.
It will.
It's so early in the morning, but already I feel amazing.
Done wonderful things.
You'll get your
now
day off to such a brilliant start.
Yeah, exactly. And we are doing it the same thing. This is officially as early as I've ever streamed. Usually, if you're regulars, you know we do this thing about 5 p.m. in the UK every day. We do it every day, which is brilliant, but we do it for about an hour, and it's at the end of it, once we've all woken up and had way too much caffeine and are probably sick of doing our various actual job-like things. Yeah. And so we can now go, oh yeah, we get to play games for an hour. Awesome. But this is a whole new thing for us. So 8 hours in, I'm curious to see how chipper I'm going to be.
Yeah, we're going to be ruined. Kinderlick asks, will there be any games that are sort of big mobile and or console adaptations on this stream? For example, stuff like San Andreas, Leo's Fortune, Limbo, Hitman Go, Real Racing, and so forth.
There will be those games, yes. You can not those ones necessarily, but there will be games that are console games that have come over to iOS and have been ported really, really well. Spoiler, probably not things like GTA, because even though they have been ported over and they've done kind of as good a job as they can, I do not feel that they are the best games you can get on mobile, because it doesn't. It's like got about 12 buttons, tiny little buttons on the screen, and on a touchseen. It doesn't work well.
Really. But some of those other games that you mentioned, maybe we will have some of them. But yeah, we're gonna keep it a surprise. At the moment, the theme, and we've sort of broken these out into themes roughly, haven't we? So we've already played Flight Control. We're playing Kingdom Rush at the moment. We're sort of and those last 2 games and the next 2 games are under the theme, the sort of grand theme of strategy. We're playing strategy this morning from 9 till 10 UK time. And we'll have different themes, we'll have lots of different stuff going on, all, as I say, in support of SpecialEffect's. So, I'm
nearly there. Wave 9 of 11. I'm just going to clear these pesky biters up.
This is the problem, I think, with Kingdom Rush.
What's that? Too compelling?
Exactly. The massive problem with Kingdom Rush is that it's definitely a game that may end up ruining a relationship you have. In that, like, when you start playing it, you're like, oh, I'll just quickly play 5 minutes of it before we have dinner. Like, I know I do this. Like, for example, my partner will be very kindly making dinner one evening, and I'll be like, oh, I'm just going to chill out and play something like this Kingdom Rush game for like 5 minutes, or whatever it is for like 5 minutes. And then, like, 20 minutes later, she's packing her bags, leaving the house, because I haven't stopped playing. And I think that's the biggest problem that Kingdom Rush has. That you just go, oh, I'll just play another wave. Oh, I'll just quickly play another stage.
It's dead moorish. And it does take up a certain amount of time. Like, as you can see, you're sort of signed on once you've started playing. It's like, well, I've got these 11 waves, I'm going to get through them. And if you didn't care about the game, you'd be like, oh, I'm bored now, stop. But you really do have that feeling like, no, I've got to finish it. Any minute now, I'm just going to finish it, because for some reason, it gets its claws into you, and it really, really works. So you're like, oh, I'm just going to play a little bit more.
I'm just going to do that.
Enjoy the hell out of it.
We've got a question, and I'll sort of answer this one now, actually, because it's a pretty decent question to ask. James Cam is asking, will you be taking donations for game suggestions? The answer is no. The reason is that A, we didn't really think of it, and B, B, I think the thing about this stream is that it is all about the games that AppSpy, Pocket Gamer, and also our cousins out in America at 148 Apps. They are all the games that we decided these are the best games on the platform, and to sort of take suggestions about other games, it's a little bit sort of like it'd be potentially a nice thing that we could do, but like this is all of these amazing video games. And also sometimes, what happens if somebody rocks up and goes, hey, play Clash of Clans for an hour? Like, we'll be like, we'll have spent all the money that they've donated. You know? like we could have just donated the money straight away and just not.
The other thing, and it's a boring practical reason, which is that we're going to be playing all these games, and Peter and I are going to be swapping between hosting, because we have 16 gig iPads that can only hold so much. So we've already preloaded for the course of the day, if you see what I mean. So downloading stuff randomly on the fly would be incredibly tricky, and we'll be ending up with like lots of sitting here for 5 minutes while something with just 3 gigabytes download, and it's not going to be great. So it's a great idea, but today we're sticking with just the best, or we consider to be the
We'll go with
best.
the Naughty Dog philosophy of game design, and we'll sort of attach that to our stream, which is next stream, maybe next charity stream if we ever do this silly thing again.
Oh no! I've left one dude. One dude's no. Stop! Yes! I held him up at the gate. Oh no! It wasn't enough. Oh, one dude got through. God damn. Oh well, never mind. That was a complete victory, apart from that one dude.
Except for that one dude who murdered everybody.
He broke everything and harshed my buzz. Oh well, I'm gonna just drop massive meteors on these guys because it's funny.
Go on, do it. Boom.
Done.
Yes, absolutely. Board game adaptations on the stream, Chibi Marcus?
I'm trying to think.
Maybe, I don't know.
But funny enough, we will be playing a game which has had a board game adaptation done to it, like posthumously. It's not dead, but after the fact. So it's a video game that's been turned into a board game. So that's it. Victory for me, victory for everyone there, because Kingdom Rush is a brilliant game, and you should all play it. If you have any interest in tower defense, it is the bomb. Trust me. Okay, right. Placeholder up. Moving on, let's go here. We're sticking with strategy. We're kind of sticking with tower defense as well. And there's kind of no way to mention tower defense without mentioning that. Plants vs. Zombies, the very original Plants vs. Zombies. This is the HD version you can get on the iPad. And it's in the game list because it's Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah.
That's about as clear as I can be about it, because... I know there's a point where everyone kind of goes, oh, well, yeah, obviously this game, and it's such a huge phenomenon, and it's very easy to get fatigue with this sort of stuff, isn't it? But
that's because it's so iconic.
Yeah, it's iconic. Some things are popular for a reason, you know? It's easy to kind of make fun of stuff, and we do, don't get us wrong. But some things are super popular, and they're everywhere because... It wasn't a big game to begin with. You know, it was a small little sort of almost flashy style game that was released. And the thing is, people kept playing it and playing it and playing it because they bloody loved it. And then that's what made it such a huge deal, a massive event. And so this is it. We're going to play it for a little bit because we all know how Plants vs. Zombies works, really, don't we? But it's interesting going back to these ones, because some games that came out like near the beginning of the App Store, for example, you go back and you see them. And let's drag and drop seed packets. Yay, there we go, click. You look back on them and they go, oh, they look a bit lo-fi and rubbish. You know what I mean? Like, the years haven't been kind, and all of a sudden everything looks a bit lo-fi and a bit, ooh. This still looks great. Plants vs Zombies, the art style has kind of endured, and the way the plants kind of bob from side to side has become really iconic, and it still sort of works. So you're like, oh, nice, well done.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Plants vs. Zombies. Congratulations.
Yeah. I'm assuming you've played it already, everybody. Peter, you've played this, certainly?
Oh, of course I've played Plants vs. Yeah, I've absolutely played Plants vs. Zombies. I completely get what you're talking about. That kind of, you go back to some games and you think, oh, I really loved that back in the day. And then you go back to it and you're like, oh, this doesn't look good at all. Like, for example, one of the most popular games on the App Store, when the App Store launched, and this is right at the start of the first iPhone, right? One of the most popular games, well, actually a couple of them, like Chopper and Kroll with a K.
Yeah.
Those two games were like absolutely massive, right? Huge things. And like, you know, did amazing numbers for the time, like pitiful in comparison to what people do now, but loads of people played them, loads of people enjoyed them. I went back recently and played them. Woof. They look like the kind of stuff that you would get on, you know, E-Bound's World in 2004. Like it really doesn't. They really don't look very good anymore. They play okay, some of them, and then some of them you go back and you're like, this doesn't play okay at all. So it's interesting, like to see the, you know, because iPhones don't have generations technically like a console generation. Like with consoles, you get 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And everyone goes, right, yeah, exactly, right? And it's like, this is the amount of tech that you've got, and this is what games are going to look like. And sure, you go from Perfect Dark 0 to, you know, Halo 4, right? And like the change is dramatic.
Yes.
But at the same time, you kind of know roughly what you're going to get within a generation. With iOS, the hardware just gets super fast. The further that you go through it. So when you go back and you look at something like Chopper, you're just like, how did people think that this was exciting? And then like you know, you're playing like modern video games. You look at a game like, I don't know, like a Modern Combat 5, for example. You look at how visually stunning that thing is, and you're like, flipping heck, this is a world apart, even from the original Modern Combat.
Exactly, we did that stream where I went through all of the Modern Combat games in before Modern Combat 5 came out, and yes, we know what it is, and Modern Combat is kind of obviously the iOS version, as done by GameLoft, of a Call of Duty, and that's basically what it is. But we went back to the first one just to see, like, even within that franchise, how things have changed. And comparing the first one to the fifth one, they're leagues apart. It's really surprising how much has improved.
It's like PS1 and PS3. It really is.
It's only in a much more compressed time frame. With the iOS stuff, it seems to have accelerated quicker, if you like. It seems to be a more obvious difference in a short space of time. I think back in the early days, people were just impressed they were playing games on a phone.
People were just impressed that light bulbs would switch on in their houses. I'm fairly confident that's how old the iPhone is. Pretty... Edison invented it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Edison came up with the iPhone, and I think William Wallace came up with the touch swipe keyboard.
Yeah, ooh... Well,
he was yelling. That's why he was gutted for it later. Yelling, keyboards! That's what happened. I've seen the film.
Now, Dirk Malta is saying we are all getting old. I guess that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Some things that are not getting old. These zombies, because they're already dead. Can you get older if you're a zombie? I don't think you can. Can you
get
musclier?
You can. I don't think you age per se. You just gradually decay more.
Right. Well,
that's what happens.
Yeah. I think that's
more bits of you fall off. That's how it works.
Yeah, again, yeah. So you're obviously we know how this game works. You put down plants, you put down seeds and plants, and zombies approach you. Zombie hordes approach you, and you need to put down the right towers to shoot out the right projectiles to destroy the approaching zombie things. Sometimes they put cones on their head, and they're more difficult to destroy. Sometimes they look like Elvis. For a brief window of about 2 weeks, one of them looked like Michael Jackson from Thriller, and then that got cut.
Really? I didn't know that. No, I don't remember that.
They added like a Thriller-esque zombie.
Oh.
And I can't remember what they called it. But it was called something like the Thriller zombie or something like that, or the like shocking zombie. And then like 2 weeks later, it got very quickly pulled. Like, oops. There was sort of like, oh, that's interesting.
Oh dear.
But
these ones are more vanilla zombies.
Yes, absolutely. But you say vanilla. Like, I think one of the things that defines Plants vs Zombies and puts it outside this, like we say, the tower defense is a super competitive genre. One of the things that puts it outside of that is that the plants have character.
Yeah. The plants themselves, they say the bobbing from side to side. The zombies are very iconic now. A good art design goes a long way, and that doesn't mean like HD visuals that are somehow photorealistic. It just means creating characters that endure and that look a certain way and people kind of engage with in a simple level. Cut the Rope and absolutely nailed this one with Omnom, the little green beastie. He's just like so cute and like phenomenally so. And he just sort of bobs from side to side and looks sort of awesome. And everyone has the big eyes. And every time he doesn't get a sweet and you go, yes. You feel bad. You actually go, oh no, I denied him the little sweet. Oh, I'm evil. And that really works. Like genuinely, you get a true sense of poor Omnom. And that's just purely through a tiny little animation. And you're like, yes, now I care. And that's a really neat trick. It's why art is so important in game design. Getting your characters right, getting their look and their emotions sorted goes a long way into bringing you into the experience, even in something as simple as like a basic tower defense game.
Indeed.
Right, I think we're done with this. We all know how to play Plants vs Zombies. But it would have been very bad if we hadn't mentioned it. So there you go, Plants vs Zombies. You can get it in various different forms, free to download, I think, or you can get premium versions as well. Plants vs Zombies 2 very famously went free to play, and people got a little bit upset about it and whatever. So here's a flashy starting thing for a 2K games and Firaxis and 2K China. So we mentioned, and the Unreal Engine 4. Now we're getting into serious console territory. We mentioned earlier that there is, rather than a board game itself, a game which has been turned into a board game. This is it. XCOM Enemy Unknown, boys and girls, which is a phenomenally good reworking of a 1990s, early 90s strategy game, which was originally available, I think, on PC, certainly on the Amiga and things like that. And it was absolutely brilliant. And they went on and did this reboot. And we were all a little bit like, ooh, you
haven't really done very good by the franchise so far.
Yeah, because there have been subsequent games that followed, and they sort of sucked a bit. And so we were all like, oh God, really? Please don't, because, ooh. And it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. They've done a phenomenal job of bringing, it's not 100% true to the original in terms of the mechanics, but it's very similar, but most importantly, it captures the feel of it.
It's close, and it captures the brutality and occasional, like, the unfairness of randomness occasionally as well, which is something that is key to the XCOM games. This idea that, hold on a second, I did not see this coming, and now I'm completely screwed.
Yeah, that happens.
And, I would say that one of the hardest challenges in gaming, in terms of strategy gaming, is to complete the game in Iron Man mode on hard.
Yeah, where basically you play through, and every character that you lose as part of your squad. You assemble basically a squad. It's a team versus team strategy game, which you take turns in trying to eliminate things. You control your group, your XCOM squad of military tactician types who have various different abilities, snipers and close quarters combat and all that stuff, and you're trying to search different areas. You get dropped into towns and cities and like zones, and you have to find aliens.
Indeed. Now, two things for you right now. Two little bits of housekeeping right now. After we've streamed this one, obviously we're going to have a tiny little break. Well, it's not a break for us. We're desperately scrambling together
to
reset everything so that we can play the games that are sat on my iPad. So that's going to happen. One of the other things is we'll also read out some of the donations that we've gotten and that sort of thing. So make sure that you hit that donate button and leave us a message and say hello and all that sort of stuff down on our Just Giving page. And third of all, as Danny has said in the chat, we have got prizes to give away for XCOM.
So many prizes. Yes, XCOM prizes, boys and girls. And we're going to be doing this throughout the course of the day. Over these games that we're going to be playing, we have got lots and lots and lots of prizes, usually tied to the games themselves. So if we're playing, for example, an XCOM, you might be able to get something a little bit XCOM related, which would be quite nice.
We have got some prizes to give away for this one. Now, what I think we might do is potentially, what we might do is ask people a question, maybe.
Okay. We'll have loads of prizes. Do a question for this one. You can do something XCOM flavoured, perhaps.
Okay. We'll do a question for this one. So let me go and find some XCOM trivia.
And do you know what the prizes are? What's the prize?
Oh, do you want to know what the prizes are? Let me tell you. So we have got, courtesy of 2K, we're going to be giving you 1, 2, 2, like 10, 14, 15, something like that. We've got a whole bunch of codes for XCOM Enemy Unknown, the Steam version. There are no iOS versions, but this will run on your personal computer. We've got all sorts of prizes across all sorts of platforms for this stream. So we've got some XCOM Enemy Unknown prizes. I'm going to find some trivia.
Just maybe doing a couple now and then save some up till later.
Yeah,
when
I think that's what we'll do. We'll do some questions now, and then we'll save them up for later.
Brilliant. Where do I need to go with you?
So what are you doing in the game? Explain to me the game.
Okay, so I take control of my little squad dudes. I can move around the screen, pinching to zoom, and just grabbing 2 fingers on the screen to actually direct my guys wherever I want them. Wherever I want the camera to go. These guys here, you can see him. He is my little guy. I can either choose to make him run. I can make him dash. Double tap there. If you dash, it means you don't have an extra kind of move that turn. Generally, you have 2 moves. You can do a bit of movement, and you can also fire your weapon if you've got it once you spotted an alien, or in this case, a fallen comrade. Pew pew pew. If you dash, you can get much further, but it means that you can't shoot or fire that round. If you don't want to move at all, you can do things like, or don't want to shoot, you can put your characters into Overwatch, which means if an alien suddenly pops up out of the blue and runs across your line of sight, you'll automatically fire some shots off them. Very, very useful if you've got guys who are pinned down and you need a defensive style maneuver. Really, really useful. This is just the first intro level, which will introduce you to the idea of moving and the aliens themselves. And then what happens is, this is the kind of playing part of the game, the actual strategy combat bit. Then there's this whole other bit of the game, which is going back to the base, going back to XCOM HQ, and then having to manage your finances, having to juggle the politics of, it's a worldwide agency. So you have to decide, like, so UFOs have landed in, I don't know, Madrid, and then they've also turned up somewhere in North America, and you have to say, right, I'm going to send some guys there and focus on that, or give them funding, or maybe take funding away from them and give it to them because they're in more need. And then the person you've removed funding from get all pissy, and they start breaking contact, and they stop your funding, and it becomes this whole, it's a political maneuvers. So there's so much to it, and it was a brilliant release when it came out on PC and consoles, and they ported it onto iOS with really surprisingly good results. Like, it works well for the touchscreen, but we honestly thought it would be like heavily balked or gimped or something, because we're like, oh god, you can't basically fit this onto a touchscreen. It works really well. They've done a really, really good job of it. Like,
I would argue this is one of the turn-based strategy games that like, if you're into that genre, is the one that you should have on your iPad, you know?
Yeah. It works so incredibly well. It's quite big, I warn you. It's about 2 or 3 gig once you've downloaded everything. So it ain't small, but it is also fabulous. So if you guys want to get hold of it,
it's like Harry.
What's short and fabulous?
Small, but definitely fabulous.
Nice. No, it's really, honestly, one of the best conversions for a console game that we've seen, and obviously it's kind of understandable because these type of games, touchscreen games, strategy stuff, do work well on iOS, because again, you're just taking a finger, you go there and you go over there, and I'll zoom in on this bit and blah 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 blah, and it just makes perfect sense. You feel like a bit like you're in Minority Report, directing things over.
And I really like the fact that they, like, their breathing thing is that they lift their shoulders up and they move up and down like that. They sort of go.
Well, they can get freaked out as well. As I remember.
Do they really? Do they get freaked out?
I think that, well, if you like lose your commander and stuff, then I think there's a will mechanic. Actually, I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure you can spook them. And same thing with the enemies. You can sort of freak them out if that happens. Right, I'm gonna charge up to here with this dude.
Okay, so we're gonna give away 5 Steam codes. We're gonna hold on to 10 of the Steam codes that we have.
Okay.
We'll give them out at some point later on in the show. We're gonna give away 5 Steam codes now, and it's gonna be based on a question. So all you have to do is pop the answer to this question into the chat. We'll give you about 30 seconds, and then we'll collate all the right answers, and we'll put them into our little spinning wheel thing that we have, and we'll pick out some random winners. Well, Danny will pick out some random winners. He is AppSpy in the Twitch chat.
Yes,
and we'll give you a Steam code for XCOM Enemy Unknown. So the question is, get ready for this. Get ready for this.
I'm ready.
So the first game was known as UFO Enemy Unknown, or XCOM UFO Defense in North America. But what I want to know is, what year did it first come out?
Oh, the first game, the very first XCOM.
The very first game.
Right on. Okay, so get the year, slam it into the chat room over there.
Slam it into that.
First 5 correct answers, first 5 people to get it right, get lovely codes.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, James Cam is asking, will Mrs. James or Mrs. Peter be making an appearance at any time in the stream? I don't think so. They're working. This is 9 o'clock. Well, what time is it now? It's like nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. They've got jobs to go to, and they've got to make sure that they earn enough money because we're games journalists. So it's not like
So we need to be carried through life.
Yeah.
Because we don't earn anything because we're playing games.
We got a few answers coming in right now, and remember, this is for a Steam code for this proper version, this proper full rebooted version of XCOM Enemy Unknown,
which costs about $6.99 on iOS. I don't know what it's available for currently on Steam, but usually around the £5 to £10 mark at the moment. It was a full price game originally, and rightly so, because it's bloody marvellous. And if you haven't played it on any platform, then you really, really need to, because it's well good.
Absolutely.
I'm pushing into this building now, as you can see. It's just kind of the training missions. It's showing you how to move your guys forward. But it runs really surprisingly well. It even works on iPhone. Like, they managed to, and they changed the interface to work on iPhone, and it works. It's not complete rubbish, which is, really kind of surprising. And that seems like bad,
I'm surprised. Like, how do you because I thought, maybe iPad you could get away with it. Maybe you'll have to clutter the entire screen with a massive UI or whatever.
Yeah.
There's no way is this coming to like a mobile device. And not only is it not cluttered, it's also available on iOS.
Yeah, and works well on a phone. You can play it like 2 thumbs, and it isn't crap. It helps if you've got a kind of beefy-ish iPhone. You wouldn't want to try and play this on an iPhone 4S, for example. It needs a little bit of horsepower. But provided you've got some clout behind your device, you've got an iPad, I'd say 3 or 4 or upwards. And here you go, here's an alien. First alien's appeared. You're going to probably end up leaving on a bit of a cliffhanger in a few minutes. Here's the alien. He's got a psychic control over my guy. And so he's going to start fighting on the alien's behalf. And now they've popped up. They're scuttling along, and they're going to start shooting at my dudes. Here we go. Combat. Combat's happening. Oh, my dude's taken 2 shots. I'm being killed! No! Actually, it's a tutorial, so it's one of those you have to die sort of things. My first squad is going to get a little bit wiped out over the course of this. But that's fine. Okay. So, what I need to do now is, Ricardo Flores, move there. Go on, grab it. So you can either tap the guy and then tap where you want to move, or you can put your finger on the dude and then drag. Obviously, you've got mouse control if you're playing the PC version, if you're getting one of those codes we're talking about. You can click and drag, or whatever you need to do. It works really well, obviously, on PC as well. And surprisingly, even on console, it's alright. Like, you have to use the dual sticks and everything. Even that, it's not bad.
Yeah,
not bad
absolutely.
For a strategy game.
Right, so I think what we'll do is we will draw a line underneath the competition. And so the answer to when was XCOM UFO Defense, or UFO Enemy Unknown, the very first game in the XCOM franchise. When was that released? It was released in 1994. Danny, who is AppSpy in chat, will be getting in touch with our winners and popping you over a lovely Steam code. Congratulations if you're a winner.
Oh, splendid.
And obviously, we've been playing 4 amazing strategy games as part of this charity stream for Game Blast and Special Effect, in which basically Special Effect is awesome. It's a charity that helps those less physically able to enjoy video games. And we've been playing Kingdom Rush, Plants vs. Zombies, Flight Control, and XCOM Enemy Unknown as part of all of it. So if you like what you've seen so far, then go and hit that donate button. It's just below this stream. Hit the donate button and be like, oh, there we go. Have some cash. Lovely charity.
Oh, I'm lobbing a frag grenade. It's going to be fun. Except, does 3 damage. Go on, lassie. Lob!
Lob it in.
Sorry, that was fun. I enjoyed that. It's really satisfying. And also, intense. XCOM's intense. And you wouldn't think that necessarily from a turn-based strategy game, because you feel like when you stop and wait, you can take a breather and think what to do next. But every decision has serious jeopardy attached to it. And when you're talking about the Iron Man mode you mentioned earlier, which is basically you go through, you have to keep playing. Everyone who dies, everyone you lose from your squad dies permanently. There's no getting them back. There's no resetting. And there's no restoring to previous saves in Iron Man modes as
which
well.
Is brutal.
it's like if you go out there and you die, and you can put yourself into an unwinnable situation like 8 hours into a game and go, I can't get out of this. I have to restart the whole game. Like that's how cold it is, but brilliant, like brilliantly brutal, and you've got to love it for that. I think it is honestly one of the best, and whatever platform you're playing it on, and genuinely you can say that with this one. Some games you'd say, or definitely play it on PC. Don't play the iOS version, or vice versa. With this one, any platform, it works. It really does. You might, I preference towards this even over the console versions because of the touchscreen and the ability to take it with you and play it on the sofa and whatnot. I have successfully blown up a whole bunch of aliens, Peter.
Oh, lovely stuff.
I've saved the world yet again. It's just
nicely done.
It's just what I do,
I know it's what you do.
Ain't nothing but a thing.
Right.
I think that's it then.
We've got, right, okay, so what we're going to do now, if you're viewing this right now, which obviously you are because I'm talking to you, we are going to stop the stream and then restart the stream, and then we'll be back with another 11 hours of video games.
Absolutely. One down, Peter. One down. More to go. All right, we'll stop streaming. We'll be back in about 60 seconds or so with a reset. Hello again.
Hello again. We're
back.
How
long did it? We promised we'd be back. We weren't fibbing.
We weren't fibbing.
We didn't just do an hour and then go, you know what, screw this.
Yeah.
It's all a bit too much. Don't like the idea.
We don't like this anymore.
We've returned.
Whatever. Let me move my camera up so that you can see my lovely hair. I've done it properly today.
Oh really?
So that
You've got
you
nice
can
hair.
see it, and it's all lovely. Let's give that a go. Now, is it streaming okay? Is everything fine? Yes, it looks like
everything
it
looks
is.
good. Everything looks grand.
Everything
We're in
looks fine and good and dandy. So then, what's this one? Okay, James, you'll have to help me out. What is the genre that we're playing for this hour?
This hour, we're going for the decidedly Western.
Decidedly Western.
Well, it's decidedly Western. It's kind of an RPG-ish sort of thing, basically.
Yeah.
It's those adventure games, stuff where you're a dude and you're off on a quest to save a world or sink a ship or find a person and bring them back to life. Not in the JRPG sense, but in the more kind of standard Western sort of thing. So we've got a bunch of, some of my favorites. Oh, I'm just looking at the list now and getting all excited.
So now, while the game is loading up, let me just very quickly go to our donations page, and we've already had. Let me fire it up. We have already had a total of $52 sent our way. What?
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. So there was only like 30 people watching the stream. That's an insane amount of fun.
So we've had Alex, who donated before the stream even started. Congratulations!
Wow.
On this one, and said that video games are something for everyone to enjoy. Best wishes. Best wishes to you, Alex. And a donation by James. From the people what make Atmos Pug, apparently. Thank you very much for your donation as well.
Thank you.
So there we are. That is, those are two very kind people already.
That's fantastic.
And
really appreciate that. That's awesome.
Yes, you can donate as well. You can have that lovely gooey feeling inside just by donating, which is underneath this. Now I'm going to remove the little placeholder. I can't do this as fast as James because I'm not as used to. Hello, there we go. So we're gonna wake up. This is Bastion.
Oh, Bastion. I should say
Bastion.
that's the right way to do it, isn't it?
Yes. So we tap anywhere to move to that point. And what we're doing is you can see that the world is gathering around it. It's like being formed up and spurting forth. Like a lovely fountain of concrete as I walk through it. Tap the little blue button to activate switches. I can activate my settings, I should say. And what I can do, I think, is change it to classic controls, which is totally my favourite. There we go, that's better. So, classic controls gives you a virtual stick, and I actually played this entire game in virtual stick mode. I played this for the first time. Boom, got my hammer. I played this for the first time when I went on my first big foreign trip for Pocket Gamer.
Oh, really?
I can evade. I went to where did I go? I think I went to Casual Connect in Kiev, in the Ukraine, about 6 months prior to the slight troubles in that area. I went. So I went there, and I had a flight in front of me. And I thought, it's quite a long flight. I'll play something good that people have been saying I should play. So I totally played Bastion, and Bastion, let me tell you, is superb.
Yeah, he is. It's absolutely marvellous. it was a kind of, I don't know if it was a surprise here, but it certainly came out of nowhere for me, because what they managed to do was take the isometric top-down exploratory RPG. It's kind of a dungeon crawler, really, isn't it? Even though there's no roof to your dungeon, but you are trouncing through this world that is kind of building itself as you advance, which is a really lovely effect. Certainly at the beginning you can see, and even you can see it right now, bits of the world kind of slotting into place as you push forward, which is an awesome looking effect.
It's really, really lovely. And the thing that I quite like about this iOS version in particular is that it kind of gives you some auto-aiming functionality, which is actually a bit of a godsend. I don't think that this would work quite as well without that sort of auto-targeting stuff. I'm going to go into the saloon. And basically it just means that you're walking through the game, you're kind of evading stuff. Your big task, I suppose, in Bastion is crowd control, and also to not fall in love with the beautiful narrator who talks over absolutely everything. Which was the kind of the secret star of the whole game, wasn't it? When that appeared, everyone was like, that voice of the guy, just every time you do something in the game, this narrator, this husky voice narrator, as you can probably hear, tells you all about it. It's very deep. Yeah. And it's bizarrely kind of atmospheric and really works. It gives the game so much character. You're just like, keep speaking, lovely man. Keep speaking, you lovely
voice
man.
of treacle.
Your lovely voice.
Yum.
I'm going to shoot against this. Okay, so I've got my shield, and I can run around here. How do I... there we are. Now I'm going to defend myself against this jerk, and defend against their bullets. Boom. So, it's kind of a dungeon runner, I suppose, but but with a lot more story to it. Like, it is definitely a big part of its appeal is its story, and the way that its story is told. Oh gosh, lots of baddies.
I ended up playing this for the very first time on my laptop. We've got a new laptop, and it was one of those ones where I was using it to test out.
Sure.
Do you remember, what's it called? What was the game streaming service?
Oh, OnLive.
OnLive, there you go. I knew it was Live, wasn't it? Yeah, OnLive. It was on OnLive, and I was like, all right, I'll test it out with this on my laptop, see if it works. And I was doing it to test out the technology. I was doing it to see whether OnLive worked.
Yeah.
But I actually just wound up playing the game on it for ages because it's like, Christ, I've never played Bastion before. This is brilliant.
Yeah.
It's got
And actually, Bastion's a good game for something like OnLive because it's not so intense, and the amount of timing on it is pretty important, but it's not, it's not fighting game important.
No, that's true. You don't mind a tiny little millisecond of lag isn't going to kill you in that game.
So I'm going to try and get out of the way of this dude. I'm using my pistols quite a lot. I do favour pistols, but I think I might have to switch over to the hammer now. Because it is hammer time. And,
it is hammer time. It rarely isn't hammer time.
It rarely isn't.
Always got the time.
Just smack this thing up. It just looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? It's just a really, really handsome looking video game.
We were saying about Plants vs. Zombies and the idea that if you get your art direction right, it doesn't have to be super flashy, it doesn't have to be photorealistic, it just has to have bags of character and fit within its own world. The universe has to adhere to itself and its own rules. And the Bastion universe is fantastic. It's fully formed. You can see everything fits with everything else. The art direction is just stunning. It's this beautiful kind of cartoon come to life plus thing. It's not cell shaded, but at the same time it's not classic kind of like hand drawn animation stuff. It's somewhere in between. It's its own unique beast. And so having that massive strong visual flavor combined with the auditory thing of a guy narrating the story as it goes, and it feels like he's talking about you.
Yeah.
The fact that as you progress into a new thing, he actually does Bastion walk forward. You go, I just did that. Huh. And it makes it feel like the guy's literally narrating you, your journey, your actions. And again, it just pulls you inside the screen. It makes you think, I'm there. I'm doing this. Yeah, and that's really, really exciting. And the iOS version was handled really well. I think Pocket Gamer reviewed it. We gave it an 8 or a 9. It was a very good transition. Obviously, you had to make a few approximations, like you said, a bit of an auto-aim added and things like that. But it works really well. So,
kudos.
Thumbs up there.
Kudos, Bastion.
Can't say fairer than that. See, now while you're doing this, I'm downloading games that we're going to be playing in the next hour. That's what we're doing, incidentally. We're flitting backwards and forwards with Peter and me, because we can't hold all the games on one iPad.
Not all of them.
So what we need to do is switch backwards and forwards, and he's hosting, he's got games, and then while he's playing, I'm downloading for the next hour. We'll be doing that over the course of the next 12. So I'm getting the peep into the future. And let me tell you, Peter, the future is bright.
Oh, I do like a bright future.
It's full of lovely, sexy games.
Who have we got in the chat at the moment? That's my question.
Oh, good question. Hang on, I've been looking at my face. You've got Pedron Burf, who was asking about how do you see Twitter messages? What do you mean Twitter message? Do you mean messages that we are posting on Twitter ourselves, or the messages that are appearing in the chat room? So you can see stuff there just by looking
boom.
to the right of the screen. There it is. And I don't know how it works if you're being hosted through the GameBlast channel. I'm not sure.
Hello, GameBlast people.
Hello if you're there. I'm not sure how that works in terms of the comments and things, but it does. Rin Shakira is obviously still here. Rob91 has turned up saying hi, guys. Hello, sir. Good to have you here. We're starting off nice and quiet for the early points of the days, but I imagine it's going to be pushed wide a little bit later. At some points during the day, we're going to be kicked onto the front page, so it should blow up at some point. So thank you for joining us during the quiet early morning relaxation period.
This is the time
we're just easing into the stream.
we just ease in. You know, you don't want a big busy morning, do you? You want a nice little intimate kind of gathering for a morning thing. Select a weapon slot. So what is it? Now this is where I can swap in and out my different kinds of items. So I've got my Kale Hammer, I've got my Breaker's Bow, and I've got my Whirlwind. What I'm going to do is I'm going to whip out the old Breaker's Bow and pop in dueling pistols instead. I do quite like Kale Hammer, so I think I'll keep that. And obviously I've got my little special move as well, which does a little, where does this? So where else are we going now? And of course there's the distillery, which it kind of gives you different buffs. So the game is all about sort of tailoring your own playstyle and playing a bit differently. So in the end, I think I ended up playing with pistols and I think maybe a sword or a knife or something along those lines when I played it for the first time. Yeah, like that was definitely the way that I preferred to play the game. But you know, equally, all the different playstyles are kind of valid. So you know, you might end up going, actually no, I want to get up close and brutal and into people's faces. You know, so you might end up going, right, well, I'm gonna you know, have a hammer at all times, plus maybe you know, a bow and arrow for the more sort of violent things that are further away that you really need to deal with from a distance. So yeah, there are lots of different play styles, and like I say, I really like that. Ooh, let's grab this stuff first. No, die. We don't like you. There we go. Step on the switch, and off we go.
It somehow manages to fit with the backgrounds as well, because with these, you do get platformers, especially these isometric style platformers, where you're wandering around lands and sometimes you're floating in mid-air. It looks like you're floating in space and there's nothing behind you. A good example actually is Anomaly Defenders, the third in the Anomaly series, which actually has you taking control of the aliens for a change. Instead of doing the tower offense, you go and do normal tower defense. But those planets are kind of, it looks like they're kind of platformers floating in mid-air, and you can see these huge like planetscapes beneath, and loads of stars and coronas and everything exploding in the distance, and it looks actually really good. It's not just empty space. And it does the same thing here. You can see this kind of valley beneath you with what looks like lava flowing through rivers and stuff underneath what is already a really, really nice and attractive surface, and it makes the whole thing super colourful and incredibly dynamic, especially with the enemies as well. Those big like fat things with the tails that are coming after you, like, which are annoying but also look brilliant. They're awesome.
Oh yeah, they look great.
They look
absolutely fantastic. I need to get rid of some of these. Here we go. Come on now, get out of my way. I also like the fact that when you roll into enemies, you do also damage them. So you can, you know, just dodge. Like the game really encourages you to dodge, basically. And I need to get rid of these bloody spawning things because they are absolutely buzzing my mellow. They really are.
harshing
it even. What's buzzing? Oh, I don't know. That's my better thinking. Right, let's shoot these things in the face. Good. And get rid of these. So obviously a lot of the game is getting into these kind of arena fights, which are all handled, you know, rather well. They're all really well balanced to the point that, you know, you can always get through them, but quite often you get through them by scraping by. And it's a lot of the fun of this game is figuring out how to better manage a crowd. So, yeah. Oh, and I love
It's actually true of things like those. We were going to call them something. I forget what it was. Like decorative shooters or kind of show-off shooters. I forget what the term was. I thought there was one. Things like Bayonetta and Devil May Cry.
Yeah.
Those games where it's like it's all about not only just the kill, but the volume of people and the mad moves you're doing makes it look like a kind of dance, a ballet, these kind of decorative, insane brawlers. And spectacular, if you like, sort of spectacle brawlers. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Absolutely.
And it's got kind of falls into the same camp where that's all about crowd control as well, where you're just being swarmed by tons and tons and tons of things and you have to quickly go switch between all directions and jump, take out the air ones down low. And this isn't obviously quite as mental as that, but it's the same principle of you're just being swarmed at times and you have to work out where to move, who to shoot, which one to take out first and whatnot. Especially if you get certain creatures which spawn other creatures, which a lot of games do. So it's all about taking out the witch mage that's launching all the undead at you.
That witch mage.
He's a Sparta. Turns up everywhere. All the games he features in.
Oh no, I fell off the thing. So the game is... so this game is Bastion. We absolutely love it. I'm going to pop up our placeholder and move on to the next game. But that is Bastion. It is rather fantastic.
I'll actually check the price on that because I'm curious to see what that costs at the moment on the App Store.
I think it's a couple of quid.
Yeah.
So we will move on to another game. Now, this is a game that I'm not particularly au fait with, but I know that a lot of people absolutely love. This is Monkey Island 2.
Oh, Monkey Island 2. Yeah, it's great.
This is Robert Hearn, the sort of editorial god of Pocket Gamer, 148 Apps, and App Spy. This is one of his favourite games ever. I think he gave it a 10.
Really? Really?
Yeah, I think so.
That never happens with Rob, incidentally. He's very particular about what he likes and doesn't like, which is a good thing, but he can argue that he's quite strict at times. Oh, look, the little LucasArts logo's doing a funny dance.
Oh, well.
That's as happy as the LucasArts logo's been in some time, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But no, it's classic. Obviously, if you grew up in the 80s or 90s, you know Monkey Island. You'll know it from the days of the PCs and the Amigas and other fabulous old consoles and home computers. And it is the story of one Guybrush Threepwood and his journeys through pirating, trying to be a pirate. He wants to be a pirate. He's got a chicken and he likes insulting people in order to win sword-based battles. That's how this game works. And it's notably particularly because it's the collaboration between Tim Schafer and Ron Gilbert. Tim Schafer being the guy who went on to found Double Fine Studios and has been responsible for the Kickstarter project that blew up Kickstarter, which was Double Fine Adventure, which was later turned into the name of the game that I can't remember. What was it called? That spacey one with two stories. Broken Age. There you go. Like a lot of the Double Fine stuff has wound up being really, really good.
Yes.
And Tim Schafer is obviously a luminary. People hark back to these games. Psychonauts, for crying out loud. Psychonauts, people.
Psychonauts.
Oh, good grief. Amazing games. Full of creativity and very notorious for the sense of humour. It's all about the kind of the comedy and the jokes. It was one of those instances where, like, oh, we've got a game and it's actually quite funny. And those two things don't usually go hand in hand. Games certainly try.
Video games aren't. They don't have timing.
Yeah, you don't have timing in a computer game. A lot of comedy is timing, as we all know. And when the player has to click the next thing to get the punchline, you're automatically meaning that you don't know when that joke's going to land. So it's very difficult to convey, but they actually managed to do it well. It's witty and it's fun and it's clever, and they turn the art of trading insults into a battle mechanic at one point. Like, that's just brilliant. It's inspired. Now, the versions that have been released on iPad, you're playing it here, you've got the nice trumped-up new visuals going on.
This is the lovely new visuals.
Which you can switch between. You can choose between that and the old-school-looking graphics at a click of a button.
Yes, you absolutely can.
Menu,
I will try and do that
old school.
Just a moment. Let me tap this button here. Oh god!
Check out your compass and see if it's in there. But I know you can do it, which is a nice option if you're very nostalgic for the old days, the good old days.
It's the good old days. I'm going to keep it on the nice visuals for the time being.
All right, fair enough.
So Monkey Island then.
Rub stuff against other stuff.
Rub stuff against other stuff. Oh, somebody's coming to talk to me. Where do you think you're going, fancy pants? Well, you ain't from these parts, are you? Oh, he's not happy. He's got a big chin and a big nose. This is a toll bridge. You've got to pay. Is this now? I've got different questions that I can ask. I can ask: is this some sort of bribe situation? Sure, take my money. I don't want any trouble. Who's going to make me? Shorty. And I don't pay for nothing. I'm a pirate. I think I'm going to be quite aggressive on this one. I don't pay for nothing. I'm a pirate.
I don't pay for nothing. I'm a
Tough
pirate.
guy, huh? And he's throwing me over the edge. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm immediately taken back to memories of being in school. He's hanging me over a thing and trying to get okay, so I'm going to say, okay, put me down now and I won't have to hurt you.
Okay, put me down now and I won't have to hurt you.
So that's a good one. Maybe I can kill you right now.
That's a good one.
So, point-and-click adventures.
Right now.
James.
Yes.
These
I like them.
I like them. Monkey Island is a series that I always really wanted to get into, but I've never given it the time that they deserve. I really like Broken Sword. Really love Broken Sword. And however, the Monkey Island games just kind of never quite clicked enough for me to go, oh yeah, now I'm going to put 20 or 30 hours into them.
Well, point-and-click adventures are very specific. You get people who are very enthusiastic about them. Our Pocket Gamers editor, Mark Brown, huge fan of them. Things like Broken Sword are his favourite games of all time. Something about the fact that it's, it's a bit cerebral. You have to work out puzzles. It's got an engaging story. Point-and-click adventures often driven by story, which is a really, really nice thing. And with these games, it just managed to marry, like I say, the humour with the old-school adventure of it. The thing is, if you're... It's kind of like cryptic crosswords and stuff like that. You have to get into the mindset of what the person creating the puzzle was thinking, right? So you get a lot of situations where, very famously in point-and-click adventures, it's like you have to rub a fish against a piece of wool, and then you tie that with some sellotape up, and you attach it to a fishing line, which you then fling around a chimney and lower down, and then it sets it on fire and cooks it, and then you use that fish to tempt a cat away from the pot of gold. It's like, what? Like, none of this, all the leaps you have to make to work out what bizarre solution the developer was thinking of at the time. Sometimes it's a bit obtuse, and it takes a bit of like trial and error. So very famously, you get like all those items in your inventory, and you just start kind of rubbing stuff against everything else, going, oh, maybe this will... No, that doesn't work. Put the toast against the shoes. No, that doesn't work either. And eventually something happens and it works. You know, oh, brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we're finding these items throughout the world, looking at different things. I get like a nice little description as to, what's going on, like what I'm looking at, and I can walk around. I can look at a person's, workbench and figure out where it is that I need to go next. Grab items, fill my pockets full of useless, or theoretically useless things. I'm going to go into here. Where are we now? Oh, hello. Oh, this person doesn't look well. Cartographer.
Hello. Excuse me.
But I think the main thing that's the appeal of these kinds of games is that they're just so well written.
Well, it mostly is. I mean, puzzles are one half, and the other half is story and characters. This is why these games appeal to a lot of people who are sort of enthusiastic about games and certainly game narrative, because with your average shooter, there's not a lot of story there. Certainly there wasn't back in the day. They've gone more cinematic now, but it was just basically you've got a gun, run forward, shoot everything that moves. That's your story. That's your motivation. Whereas adventures, they need to run on script. You actually have to write dialogue. The whole thing is propelled along by, right, I talked to this guy needs me to get this, we have to have a conversation about how that happens and why it needs to happen. So someone needs to write them, properly write them. And if you're into the idea of a game being more than just asteroids in terms of Twitch, clicky, sort of arcade action, which is brilliant, don't get me wrong, but if you want something like narrative and engaging from your games in terms of a plot or character, then point-and-click adventures were a really good template for that. That was the kind of genre you wanted to use, because it lends itself to it. And if you didn't mind the fact there was no voice acting back in the day, you just read stuff. Which might seem weird now.
These were the
the games in the genre that even back in the day, like when I started reading games magazines, I started reading I think it was PC Gamer, like really far back in the day, and I remember reading a review of a point-and-click adventure, and the reviewer saying these games feel too much like movies. Like,
Really?
and like it's funny, like more and more now we think of games like the David Cage games like Fahrenheit, like Heavy Rain, as more going towards the movie side of things, but I suppose in some ways they are the natural evolution of the point-and-click adventure.
Do you know anything about Big Whoop?
Yes, to some degree, and in terms of the David Cage thing, where you see games like, I don't know, Fahrenheit or Heavy Rain, like you say, that then leads on to things like the Telltale games. That brings you on to your Walking Deads and your Game of Thrones and stuff, because they are all narrative and plot driven, and then occasionally you make decisions when you have conversations with people to say, I'll side with them, I'll say something nice to this guy, I'll choose to help this one and not help the other, and that's how the game advances. You're not doing tests in terms of can I shoot this guy in the head enough times. It's all supposed to be pushed forward by what it is that decisions you've made, and then the consequences of that decision, and it has much more of an emotional effect on you rather than an instinctive kind of adrenaline rush from I'm shooting all the bad guys. It's much more you trying to get involved in what your character is doing and caring about the interactions your character has with the world. And to some degree, this is sort of the same thing. Your character is kind of like fun. He's a bit of an upstart, Guybrush, but the conversations you have with dudes are entertaining because they're full of personality. He has a personality. It's not just random military grown guy with brown hair and a beard. He's actually, he's a bit of he doesn't really belong. He's kind of like, I'm going to be a pirate, it's going to be great. But he doesn't really know much, and he's a bit of a daft character.
Yeah,
and people tell him so during the course of the game, which is brilliant. That's exactly what you're kind of looking for in these kind of games. People are put off by the fact that sometimes the puzzles can be a bit obtuse. Totally understand that. But they are really worth your time, and even if they are kind of relics of the past, which you could argue, they belong. They sort of deserve to be played nowadays by people. If you have any interest in,
and I always like to think of there's two types of people who play video games. I think there's people who play video games just because they enjoy playing video games, and again, I think that's a totally fun thing. And I think that then there's a much smaller demographic of people who play games who want to find out more about the medium, like who want to kind of play games in all different types of genres because they want to kind of understand how games work and stuff like that. And like I say, like both things are perfectly valid. And I think that if you're going to play a comedy adventure game, I think that the Monkey Island series is probably the one that you should go with, because it's really funny, like legitimately funny.
It's actually entertaining, and you need to do your due diligence with this stuff. If you haven't played Monkey Island, you sort of owe it to yourself to some degray, and owe it to the genre at large to do it.
Just games that are funny, like in general, because games before this weren't massively funny.
No, not so much. It's absolutely true. We should point out, everybody, that once again, quick reset, we are doing this for 12 hours. This is the App Spy and Pocket Gamer channel. We are supporting GameBlast's charity live stream event. Over the next 24 hours, there are going to be lots of people, including ourselves, playing games on Twitch to support SpecialEffect, which is a charity which helps people who are less physically abled play games in order to help them not only just enjoy life, but also recuperate and get back into the swing of things. A little bit of sunshine in an otherwise unpleasant circumstance, So it's not just a case of, they're going to play it and that's fun, we should all be able to play games. It genuinely helps people recover.
Do you know what? As well, right? I saw the work that SpecialEffect were doing. They've got this really cool eye tracking thing, right? And this was at a Eurogamer Expo, one of the first Eurogamer Expos I ever went to. And there's cool eye tracking technology, right? And basically, it allowed this person who had real sort of trouble moving to play a racing game with their eyes, right?
Yes.
Now, this guy was putting in better lap times than I was, right?
Yeah.
Now,
got them eye skills, boy.
Right, and I was just like, so I think at some point I'm gonna have to give all of that technology a go as well, because I would like to see whether or not I can put in a track time as good as this guy. Like, seriously, he was like whipping around like Daytona or something like that in minutes, and I was like, how are you this good? This is unfair.
I've tried the eye tracking tech, and it does actually work surprisingly. I played a game using it, and it's bizarre. And it's stuff like that people who maybe don't have the use of their arms for whatever reason, they find ways where you can still do it. People with muscular dystrophy, things like that, are able to MS. They can use the same way they control wheelchairs. You can attach it to like perhaps a chin or a jaw. You can use it by eye movements, like you say. There are so many different other physical things you can do with your body. And what the Special Effect charity does is it uses those and interprets that in ways that a computer game or a PlayStation or whatever might understand. So we're talking about hooking up controllers on wheelchairs via Bluetooth into games so that they can play from where they're sitting, picking up really light touch-sensitive pads on the end of people's fingers. It's really clever and sort of ingenious, but mainly it's just a fantastic thing, and it really does help people recover. You know, if you're watching this at all, if you're here watching, you probably like video games, and you know what a part of your life it is, and you know how much it can help you through, perhaps, if you're not feeling so good about stuff, or you've had a bad day, or you're feeling a little low. And so these people, more than anyone, need the help. So if you can donate anything, doesn't matter how big or how little, there's a donate button immediately below. We've got links all over the place. Just hit that, it takes you straight to the donation page. Whatever you can give, it's hugely appreciated. And we'll be doing this over the next 10.5 hours.
Absolutely.
The whole day, we're going to be taking your donations and showing you what we are, the best iOS games around.
Now, I think that we've played a fair amount of Monkey Island 2 here. Like I say, really great game, and it is superb. If you are into your adventure games, or if you just like funny games, Monkey Island 2, the special edition we were playing there, is absolutely fantastic. It's available on lots of different platforms. Yeah. Okay, so do you want something adventure-y or something a bit more RPG-y?
Let's go with I sort of know what you're talking about here. Let's do something adventure-y.
Adventure-y. Okay, yes. Let's go
with an EP at the end of it.
Let's go with this. So I will remove the placeholder. This is Superbrothers Swords and Sworcery EP.
Yes, and for stress on the W.
Swords and Sworcery.
This is brilliant. Like, I really loved this. Some people think it's a bit on the whimsical side. I'm totally down with that. The directors, Capybara Games, are a Canadian bunch, I believe. And this, if you want to talk about style and mood, this has got it in bags.
Yes, this is a lovely, lovely looking video
There's a
game.
possibility you may not have heard it. Peter's on the decks there, as you earlier saw, mixing up, scratching the vinyl. But it's got some really tremendous looking pixel art. And yeah, I know everyone's doing pixel art, but this was a little while back. This was a few years ago. And look at the characters. This is really amazing. The whole world is done in this wonderful sort of dusty, almost off-green grey, but not in a grimy Gears of War style of way, in a really beautiful sort of adventure-y, exploring the realms with swords and whatnot. It's so smart. Everything's been really, really considered. The art design is fantastic. The characters, again, bags of character, just even though there are a few blocks of pixels and whatnot. The world looks lovely. The creatures you come up against are really interesting, and the puzzles you have to solve are kind of a little bit odd, granted, like Monkey Island, but clever. And the soundtrack has been created by the producer James Guthrie, who's the guy who does a lot of the sound desk mixing and stuff for Pink Floyd in the later years. So he knows his way around a mixing desk, because if you know anything about the Floyd, certainly in the later years, they've got quite a lot going on their audio and visual shows. So it pays to sort of know what you're doing and what buttons to press. And Guthrie nails it. And the music to this is brilliant. You can get the soundtrack actually separately if you download it. And like Bastion, it's really, really strong. Really, really good. In fact, No Money Left Boy, who has just chimed in the chat room there saying that said the soundtrack. Yeah, absolutely. The soundtrack is king. This game's amazing. Yeah. The only down stuff I saw people going like not getting it. That was the thing, because it's a little bit whimsical and the story's a little bit like, it's not very clear. It's kind of enigmatic, I think is a good word for it. You can talk to sheep and whatnot. Yeah. And some people are like, really? I'd rather just, go and rescue a princess or something. So it can put people off in that regard, which is fine, absolutely fine. But this is something a little bit different, and I think it's kind of wonderful. The dialogue's genuinely interesting in this. Like, there are some weird comments are made by the guy.
And he refers to himself as we. The character refers to themselves as we, like we looked at the sheep.
First person plural, which is unusual.
So, like,
for a game.
Far from the war-ravaged steppes of Scythia, we met a dark-haired girl in a sunlit meadow. To the mountain folk of the Caucasus, she was known as Girl, and she seemed nice. Like, it is really odd. It is a very strange, really strange game. But it's it's about exploring and figuring out what this weird world actually is.
Okay.
And kind of looking at lovely things and listening to lovely music while you're doing it. So there's a dog, and the dog is really asking me to kind of follow it. So I'm just tapping on the screen, double tapping on the screen where I want to go, and touch and hold to move to the next screen. Oh my wordly word, where are we? This is absolutely beautiful. There's a rabbit. Hello, rabbit. Oh, sweet thing. And there's a little well. Can we go and tap the well? Let's tap the well.
I like adventure games like this. I like balmy stories and world building. It's beautiful world building.
Absolutely. And it is an adventure game, but it does have RPG elements. It has got moments in this of combat, for example, which is odd. Like, we talked briefly about, Monkey Island's combat and saying that it was all insult sword fighting, but this is actually proper, combat. In the RPG sense of the word.
Absolutely. Well, we should point out right now that we've only been on for just over an hour or so, and we will be on the front page of Twitch later. That's happening, but we're not pushing it live. We've already got donations from people. We've got $152 donations already from the handful of people who've watched, which is just phenomenal. We've got a donation. We mentioned people, the guys behind Hammer's Pug put a donation in, which was incredibly generous of them, and Alex has also generated as well before the stream. You got a donation from an Otto Ojala.
Yes, the maker of Soccer Physics.
Soccer Physics, which we've played before with the guys bouncing around from into thing, which may turn up later. Actually, I think it might turn up later. Who's themselves donated £100. £100.
Oh,
that's an incredibly generous donation, you guys. So thank you so much. It's all going to the charity, straight to the charity. It's not getting interfered or broken up or taken off anywhere. It's all going to Special Effect as part of the Game Blast charity. Help some people who can't otherwise play games, play some games and have some fun. Yeah. It's a lovely thing. Anything you can spare is just wonderful.
Now,
so thank you.
Here's a question for you, James. If you met a strange man in the woods with a dog, would you follow the strange man to the edge of a cliff?
I would probably follow the dog.
I'd follow the dog
some treats. That's what I would do.
There's a beastie. There's a beastie in the mountains.
There is.
Oh goodness me.
Watching you play this makes me want to play this. I think I'm going to get this a lot today, because we've dragged up a load of old games and new ones as well, but our favourite kind of 40 or 50 from over the course of the whole App Store. And so there's lots of lovely memories flooding back when you see stuff like this. It's so good.
So good.
Yeah. It stood out. It separated itself from the rest of the stuff, not just through the art style. And this, with Capybara doing this style, it wasn't quite so prevalent then. Now the pixel art thing, everyone's doing it with pixel art platformers and whatnot. Back then, it wasn't quite so prevalent. The resurgence of the 80s wasn't quite as big. And the design's amazing. And occasionally, like Pete's just done there, you have to switch orientation. This was a really unusual mechanic. So I can't know if it's on the iPhone version as well, but on the iPad version, whenever it goes into battle, you change the orientation of your iPad. You hold it in landscape normally, and then you switch to portrait, as you can see on the stream, and then you do your fighting, and then you switch back, and you carry on with the adventure, which was a kind of interesting way of waking you up.
Oh god. How am I meant to fight this guy? I've completely forgotten.
Swords and shields, so use your swordy attacks.
I've been doing it. Oh no, he's just wandered off. I guess I couldn't hurt it.
Get a shield in.
Hurt it in this combat thing. So now I'm going to switch back to into a landscape mode, and now the beastie is gone. Oh yeah, I don't think I could fight that thing.
He turns up. No, he turns up later. That creature.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He's going to be an old school nemesis. Alex Gull is chiming in. Hello, Alex Gull. Good to see you here. Joining us for a long day, no doubt. How much junk food have we stuffed for this?
Well, that's a good question. Now I've got my breakfast here. We're gonna be eating all sorts of rubbish throughout the stream, and now I will be having a. So we're not being sponsored by them because why would we be? But the people that make those little Weetabix biscuit things, they've decided to make a drink for breakfast, and then they've added bananas to it. And then I decided that this was a good idea to have for breakfast. So I'm gonna try it out, James.
Okay, no, I don't want to do that. See, no, I'm not. This is what I've got. I've got orange juice. I've got water. That's it. I've had my breakfast already, and I'm keeping it. I don't like eating lots while I'm streaming and stuff. There will be a lunch break later on, what we'll do is we'll get other guests onto the stream. There's going to be a guest in the next hour, in fact, a person who's never been on the stream before from our team. We're going to introduce him to you. And while that's happening, Peter can run off and refresh and do whatever he needs to do some press-ups.
Yes,
it's like
powder my nose.
the next hour.
I'm going to try this thing. Hold on. Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
Anything claiming to be like an entire breakfast in a can or whatever. Oh.
I'd quite like it if these Weetabix people took on maybe bacon, sausage, and baked beans or something like that, and then blended it up into a drink. That'd be nice.
It's a terrible idea. I think fruit
nice.
smoothies are fine, but this, gross. Not impressed. Alex from the Steel Media team from our group saying, Danny, tell him to get out of bed and get on the stream. He will be on the stream later, and he is actually he's in the chat room. He is AppSpy in the chat room, who's giving the thumbs up. He's putting the links into the chat room. If you want to donate anything, just hit on that Just Giving link that AppSpy's pasted in, or hit the donate button immediately below us right now. But he is involved. I mean, for all I know, he is doing it from his bed. I don't know. It has been known, because a lot of us work from home and work on our iPads and things, because it's an iPad-based medium, isn't it? Mobile gaming and that. That you can sort of do it from maybe your bed, maybe not wearing any trousers, that sort of thing. I have been known in those videos that I do for the AppSpy YouTube channel, where I'm doing news stuff. You can only see the top half of me.
Oh, yeah.
So occasionally there might be pajamas out of shot that perhaps don't look quite as professional as the top half. But, that's neither here nor there.
No, that is neither here nor there. So, we've shown a bit of combat in Superbrothers, Sword and Sworcery EP. Shown a bit of the adventuring. We saw a lovely rainbow. That was nice. A really good adventure with a little bit of combat mechanics onto it. The reason I'm going to swap over now, I'm going to pop the little placeholder up there. You'll see on the placeholder all the information that you need to donate.
Yes.
I'm going to swap over now because the final game of these 4 games that kind of come under this idea of decidedly Western RPG-esque adventure things, a very loose genre, I must admit. What we're going to do is we're going to play a slightly bigger game, slightly bigger. And slightly bigger. Let's see whether or not you.
It's bloody epic, son. Rin Shirika has just donated. Thank you, sir, for joining in. It's incredibly kind of anyone who wishes to donate. It's all going to a really good cause. So thank you. So this game, Peter, that's one of my favourites. Actually, legitimately one of my favourites.
Yeah.
And I now have to watch you play it instead of me playing it.
Yeah, because I'm no good at this game.
Have you played it before?
I've played it. I played the first 3 hours of it. And then I started Mass Effect, and I was like, ooh, I quite like Mass Effect. And then I sort of let it go, and I was like, oh, I really hated myself for not playing more of it.
Yes. Well, you should hate yourself, and I hate you slightly too.
Well, that's absolutely fine. This is Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, and it is BioWare's. Hey, we're going to make this, and then we're going to go on and do Mass Effect. And all of the ideas, in fact, I would say nearly all of the ideas from Mass Effect are found in Knights of the Old Republic. So let's choose a class. We're going to go with Male Scout, Male Scoundrel, Male Soldier, or Lady versions of those. Which one's the one I should go with? Scoundrel, Scout, or Soldier?
I mean, if you go Scoundrel, that's proper Han Solo territory, so you probably best go with a Scoundrel. Let's
go Scoundrel then, and we're gonna have a quick character, and quick character portraits. So I can change my little thing. Hello, he's got a nice scar over his face. Change his name to Korik Dral, or randomize it to Danis Polius. Yeah, let's go with that. And then I'm going to hit the play button. So you can go through and create a custom character and be all sort of epic and Jedi about the whole thing.
But it's probably just best to hammer on through. There's a cool little introduction scene. It starts off nicely with a wee leads you straight on into the adventure, which is good. They've got quite good now at trying to pare down tutorials and introductions so you dive straight into it. Because a lot of these RPGs, and I know a lot of people who get seriously put off by RPGs, because they're like, well, it takes me just like 2 hours to learn what I'm doing, and that nothing's even started, and you explain that to people and they're like, oh, for God's sake, really? Whereas for me, actually, that's a good thing. It helps you invest. You need to actually have to put some time into the characters, and by the time you get 10 hours into an RPG, you're like so involved in what your character's doing. You know what particular kind of weapon that they're wielding and what upgrades you've given them and what color their tunic is and whether it gives a +5 modifier to your armor defense. And you care. You give a toss. And then when stuff starts going wrong, you just say, no! You get that emotional engagement. If not just from the time spent, because obviously the more time you spend with something, you tend to build up a connection with it. Yeah. But also because once you're 10 hours into an RPG, chances are the plot has pushed forward, you've made a bunch of decisions, you've killed a bunch of things, you've acquired a bunch of stuff, and suddenly you care.
And suddenly you really care about mitochondrians. And
no, you never care about mitochondrians.
I love a bit of Jar Jar. Now, Alex Girl says, fun fact, reading all classes' infos in Baldur's Gate takes more time than completing the Order 1886. Oh, that is a sick burn. Hatmatic says, wait, since when was this intro sequence added? That wasn't in the initial release. I didn't know that.
It was the initial release.
Was it?
Yep. No, that is just the original game, I believe. I remember playing it first time out on PC. No, actually, I played on the Xbox. I played on the original Xbox.
You played on the Xbox?
Oh yeah, that's how I did it. It was class, utter class.
Really?
I did it with a it's brilliant on the Xbox, mate. With a massive controller. It works really, really well because basically, if you're not familiar with it, this is obviously done by BioWare, the guys who went on to do Mass Effect, and that's what they're most well known for now, Mass Effect and Dragon Age. And this serves as essentially a blueprint for the Mass Effect series. They used the Star Wars license, they made the game, and a lot of the mechanics in it are incredibly similar to those in Mass Effect. The difference was that they obviously, having done the Star Wars stuff, they moved the sequel over to Obsidian, I think, did it. They developed the sequel, and they obviously wanted to do their own sci-fi RPG and create their own universe. So if you play this game, you will go, hang on, this is well Mass Effect. And it is. It serves as the template that went on to be one of the most popular sci-fi RPGs of all time. This is still a phenomenal game. Like, I go back and play this now. I've got this. It's one of the games I've kind of refused to delete from my iPad. I think I just had to do it now, annoyingly, after backing it up. But it's just, the story still holds out. Like, this game, Knights of the Old Republic, the first one, is arguably the best Star Wars thing since the original movie.
Really?
In any media.
Whoa.
It's better than any of the books, and it's better than a lot of the Star Wars games, apart from X-Wing and TIE Fighter, which are amazing. This is essentially the best Star Wars thing that exists in the universe outside of the original trilogy. It's certainly leagues above the prequel trilogy in terms of its story and stuff, and it's just really it's engaging. You can already see it looks well Mass Effect. You're doing your conversational stuff and you're choosing your item and what to say to people, and then it gradually leads you into the combat. What I was concerned about with this game was how it was going to translate onto the iPhone and the iPad. I was worried that the touchscreen controls would really suck. The way you move it around is you put your finger on the screen. If you just swipe left, you move left and move right, the camera spins. You can't look up and down. It just moves left and right, kind of Doom style. And then you slide your finger up to move forward and move back. And I was like, right, is this going to work? And after 15 minutes, it's like, this is actually really good.
This is working.
For me.
Yeah.
Totally works. It's not fiddly, it's not unpleasant or anything. You don't go run into things you don't mean to. It totally works. And then when it comes to the combat, which is the same kind of combat that you use in Mass Effect, where it's real time, but there's also a turn-based thing kind of involved as well. So you're like choosing an attack and then, shoot this one first, this one second, almost in a World of Warcraft style, tapping the attacks and then waiting for them to recharge. But it's happening in real time, but you do have the option occasionally to pause and select who you want to attack and then unpause it, like you can in Mass Effect by bringing up the wheel where you're choosing which special powers and which biotics to use. So very, very similar in a lot of ways to that game, and all the better for it. Like, the reason Mass Effect is the way it is partially because of Knights of the Old Republic. And if you want to understand where Mass Effect came from, definitely play this. Plus, it's only I think it's about $6.99 when it was originally released. I don't know what it's going for now. I'll just double check. But this was a full price game when it was originally released, and it's got tens and tens and tens of hours of gameplay, a full-on story that lasts for absolutely ages. You will totally get your money's worth out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is I mean, it is big, isn't it? Oh, there we are. There's Karth Onasi. The Sith are threatening to overrun our position. Can't do it. He's very Han Solo, isn't he? Karth.
Yeah, of course he is, yeah.
He's very Han Solo.
So they're getting around it. So it was originally £6.99 before the price change on the App Store. You know how everything's gone up a little bit. It's £7.99, which equates to $9.99. As you can see from the App Store, we have 1,497 ratings, which gives the current version a 4.5-star rating. Everyone's loved it. It works on all sort of iPhone 6 Plus, everything from about an iPad 3 upwards or an iPhone 4S, iPhone 5 upwards. You'll be able to play this game, and it works really well. It's not a horrible GIMP port. If anything, it looks a little bit better than the original.
Oh yes, it's definitely
visuals a bit sharpened up
visually. Yeah.
And the story stands test of time.
Where are we going?
You're going to go grab whatever you need. Go out that door, down the corridor.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do that. I'm sort of wandering around. Okay.
Talk to the droid if you want, and then go and open the door at the end.
Which door is that? Where's this door?
It's at the end of the corridor, dude.
I can't see it. Am I in the same room again? Oh, for goodness sake, I'm in the same room.
What are you doing?
How am I this bad at this game?
I don't know, how are you? Go into the corridor, go to the door at the end and open it.
I know, I've got to swap over to this guy, and then I'm going to do the thing. And then, is he going to open the door? That door's locked, and I don't have the code, so you'll need to use your security skill if we're going to pass it. Okay.
That's alright, use it.
I'll do that then. Alright, I'll do that.
some security.
Okay, so, because I've got security, haven't I? So, it's locked, and now I'm unlocking it, and now, oh, he's going to die. He's a red shirt.
Also dead for the red shirt. So this is the wrong franchise, Peter.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
Wars, not Trek.
So, the game pauses when you sight an enemy and the selection reticle will show up in red. You can tap to select other hostile targets. This auto-pause option will be disabled on the options screen if you want. So I can just choose to... Okay, so I can just choose to attack these dudes. Tapping activates a selected combat feat. A character's available combat feats to target. Okay, yeah. And then, so I'm just going to go with that, and then that, and then that, and then... Clearing actions can only be used in combat. Tapping on the action queue will clear an action. If you have multiple actions queued up, tapping will clear the one. Okay.
It's just basically like, if you ever played a WoW, you just like hit the action attack, and they'll do it in order. You can queue up a whole bunch of different attacks, one after the other, and then just press play, and it will all play out for you. You can do it in real time as well if you want to, but at the beginning it pauses the game to allow you to queue up the attacks, just to kind of ease you into it, which is a nice way of showing you how to do things at first.
Yeah.
And then as you can see, attacks play out there, everyone starts shooting the blasters and whatnot. You're only playing as one character at the moment. Eventually you'll have up to 3 people in your group, so you'll be accompanied by things like R2 units and other mechs, other droids, Twi'leks, bounty hunters.
What's a Twi'lek?
What do you imagine? Twi'leks? You know from Return of the Jedi, you know Jabba's palace, and there's that dancing sort of slave who's chained up, and she has the kind of very large, like almost like tentacles or things coming from her head that go all the way down the back. That's the Twi'lek race.
Oh, is that Twi'lek? Oh.
Yeah. The more you know, Peter.
The more you know. I like the I like what are they called? The Gungans.
See now, I totally hate you sometimes. Basically, whenever we talk about film, Peter is game savvy but film ignorant. It is a truly painful discussion with the man who's like, "Oh yeah, I just watched Jurassic Park for the first time the other day."
Bobbins.
And the chat room just collectively.
And
he's like, yeah, it's not that good.
In a rare sort of turn of events for the Apps by channel, the chat completely turned towards me in a sort of, how have you existed this long without enjoying this thing?
Yes, there was a heartwarming amount of universal disgust at your revelation there, Peter, and entirely deserved, I think it is. Tapmatic is saying, never managed to get past the second planet in the playtime. So it's a game of something you need to sit down with headphones and actually experience. You're right, I agree. I mean, I played it through on the console originally, so yeah, it was a sit down and play, but it works brilliantly with headphones in this. I went through a period of waking up on the weekends when this game first came out and I was reviewing it and stuff. Waking up on the weekends and sort of spending that first 2 dopey hours when just after you wake up you're not really awake, sort of cup of tea and like either on the sofa or still in bed playing through this, and honestly, joy, pure joy. It was the best. Actually being able to take this one with you was a wonderful thing. Maybe not for playing perhaps on the bus or something, but like for sitting down when you have a lunch break or a half an hour, an hour or something, or if you're traveling for whatever reason, if you're on a long haul flight, it's just get stuck in. It works so well.
Oh god, I'm getting into. I like the fact that like as soon as I spot somebody, I'm into combat with them, and they're like, right, now you got to deal with this. Now you got to deal with it. I really like that. That's really cool.
And everything freezes initially, but you do have the option to turn it off if you want to. I tend to leave it on because it is a good way of doing combat. And the same thing will happen in Mass Effect, like I say, when you pull up the little info wheel, the bar, everything freezes, and then you can pan around and choose what you want to do, then let go. And I think that's a really neat system.
Yeah.
I'm sure some RPG purists maybe didn't like it because you shouldn't be able to freeze combat midway through. It makes things too easy, arguably.
Yeah.
But I loved it because it was a beautiful mixture of the strategy element of it, where you go, everybody stop, time out, and then you go, right, you go here, he's going over here, and then release, and it plays out, and then you can make adjustments on the fly. And it sat beautifully for me as a kind of, you know, balance between those two things. Obviously, Mass Effect went a bit more into the third-person shooter territory later on, and moved kind of away from the more RPG aspects.
I think that's why I quite like Mass Effect. I really like the first Mass Effect. The second one's great as well, but I really like the first one. But I like that there's a little bit more action to it. Like I'm definitely one of these people who, if I don't see an explosion every 5 minutes, I definitely get bored. Yeah, I mean, like, oh god, this person's really going for it. These Jedis are just having it. Oh, you died. Sucks for you. Oh, you died as well. So can we nick their lightsabers? No, we can't, can we?
Not yet. You start off with a laser sword. We start off with a standard sword at first, and everyone who played it originally, I've got a mate of mine who I was like, start playing this, and he's like, what? Sword? What's this? Where's my lightsaber? It's a Star Wars! And he got all uptight. But no, because obviously you're starting off as a generic dude at first, and then they discover that maybe perhaps there's a bit of the older Force lurking around in you, hovering around your little finger and just, you know, in your taint. And then you can take your Force powers and train them and hone them into Jedi-like structures. And then you have to, as part of being a Jedi, you get to build your own lightsaber. You go around and you find, because if you don't know about Star Wars lore, lightsabers, you machine the things yourselves. Often Jedis build their own lightsabers, which is awesome. But the color of their blade comes from crystals which are found, you know, lurking around certain planets. So the color of the blade comes from the color of the crystal. So you get to discover crystals, and you get like the standard ones you would know would be blue and red. Obviously, there's also green. There's also a yellow, a kind of amberish colored one, which is the one I always went with. And you assemble your own lightsaber. You choose your own color. And again, this is part of the thing that I love about personalization in RPGs, where you get your own sword which you build and it becomes a part of you, and it's like, oh, I love it, it's amazing.
Yeah, it is. This is neat. This is actually pretty neat. So this is Knights of the Old Republic, Star Wars, obviously, and it's rather good actually, and it's meaty, isn't it? It's long game.
It is. Oh no, there's plenty of times. This isn't some like balked little iOS add-on companion app. It's the full game, and it's a fantastic one. And if you like Mass Effect and you haven't played this is perfect. You will genuinely like it. I can't see how you wouldn't like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am just prepping now, because for the next hour or so we're going to have a guest. We're going to be joined by somebody else, provided he gets back to me in the windows. He should be here.
There he is.
We're going to have a member of our very own AppSpy team who's going to be joining us for the very first time. Is it actually this hour? Or
yes, it is this hour.
It is
indeed this hour. Hopefully, if otherwise he's fired again.
I think he thinks we're on at 12 because... actually, no. Hang on. Timing. What's the time?
10 to 11. Is 2 minutes to 11. 2 minutes to 11 in the morning,
and
AppSpy is streaming. We're here until 9 p.m. UK. We're here until... What are the other times that we're here until?
Don't ask me to do that kind of maths on the fly.
I'm going to try and do some maths in just a second. It is... we're here until 1 p.m. Pacific time and 4 p.m. Eastern time. We are streaming for 12 hours because for some reason we decided that this was a good idea, and it is a good idea, and you want to know why? Because we are helping a wonderful charity, GameBlast and SpecialEffect. SpecialEffect helps those people who are less able to play video games and enjoy video games, and you know what? AppSpy is all about everybody having fun, and so SpecialEffect is totally okay by our standards. Can I open this door? Yeah. So if you want to donate, just below here there is a donate button. Donate whatever you can. If you've got plenty of games already on that iOS device. If you want to give us 79 pence or £1.50 or something like that, we will love you forever, and it does make you feel fantastic in the morning. And it's the morning time. You want to start your day off good, and certainly doing that and helping out people will do that.
Started off with a bit of giving as well.
A little bit of giving. So I've just leveled up. Have you heard from that troublemaker?
I do. We're all on. It's all good.
All on. All right. Okay.
What we'll have to do is, as before, every hour on the hour we do a quick reset. A little advert will play, and then we're back. We'll be back with different guests every hour and different themes as well. But we will be here until 9 p.m. tonight. If
yes,
you're
we will.
Whole time.
And final thing, Rin Sharika has donated. Fantastic. We've got Alex who's donated, Otto Ochala who's donated, and James who's donated. We are doing really, really well at the moment. We are kicking it. But we do need more of your donations coming in, and you can do that on the button below. Right, well, okay, I'm going to love you and leave you for an hour. And I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Might just go and chill out. I don't know. You hang out with a lovely special guest. I'll be back at 1 o'clock with another special guest.
Ooh. I think you'll be back even sooner than that if you think. I'll have a quick word for you in a moment. You may be back sooner than you think.
Oh, yeah, all right then. Okay, we'll speak to you in a bit.
We're only gone for but a few seconds, which we have to do every hour or so to reset iPads and introduce new people. New people, like this person lurking just below me. This is Glen. Say hello, Glen.
Nice to meet you all.
Hey.
They're finally here.
Yes, you're finally here. He has been working on AppSpy and Pocket Gamer for a little while now, and this is the first time he is officially a stream virgin in the nicest and sexiest possible way. Are you stoked for hours of gameplay?
Absolutely. Let's get this done. What are we playing?
Firstly, I'll double check. Are you able to? Do you have headphones speakers on? Because I think I got a bit of an echo through there. If you don't worry.
I've just turned them off.
Nice, perfect.
It's a rookie error, but...
All right then, okay. So, this hour, we are talking platformers. We're going to start off with... Oh, what's a good one to start off with? We'll start off with this one. Okay, so, platformers are notoriously tricky on iOS, right? We have situations very often where people either try and port them over, or they try to work with... Oh, I'm not going to just disable the iSync. Try and take games that worked really well with a controller, and then just try and smush them onto an iPad or an iPhone, and you end up with really awful touch controls that frankly just don't work. This game overcomes it massively. So Mikey Hooks in this case. You've got Mikey Shorts as well, and Mikey Boots, all of which are kind of great. Have you played any of these games before?
I've played all of them apart from VVVVVV.
Oh, nice one. But have you played, for example, any of the Mikey games? So you've had a go with
I love the Mikey games. I haven't played Boots yet because I was formerly an Android nut, and Mikey Boots has only just arrived there. So
okay.
Yeah, I mean, but I absolutely love the Mikey games. Apart from Rayman, I'd say they're my second favourite platforming series on mobile.
Yeah, they absolutely nail the idea of using a really simple control system, but also, as I'm about to demonstrate, because I was just messing around earlier and doing really badly, flow. This game is all about trying to get kind of an unbroken run in which you never are held up for a second. So, simple controls like you can see. Whoops, I'm sliding off of things here. Just a left and right control to move Mikey left and right. You have a slide button, which is the blue button, and then you also have a hook button. So you can do hook shots, which means you jump in the air, and then if you press the red button again while you are in the air, you will fly through the sky, hook shot styley, like this. And it gives you a great sense of momentum. It's genuinely really fun. And when you start doing it right, when you get back into the flow of it, you can kind of just keep constantly moving forward, and you get this tremendous sense of momentum when you're playing through. They started off with the Boots one, so it was just literally the sliding and the running and the sliding and the running. And then the next iteration, was the hooks, which was, I might be my favourite, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not the Boots?
The Boots are good too. I'm all for Boots. But there's something about the hook shot that's really nice. What happens is, when you do the jump, it not only swings you across, it also draws you in slightly.
Okay.
Like in a very Batman sort of way, where he fires it up into the screen, and then it kind of propels him upwards and towards it. It winds in. It does the same thing, and it gives you this lovely sense that like you're being pulled up, and then when you release, it's like you kind of get an extra boost, an extra bounce when you go flying out of it. And I find that really satisfying for some reason.
Yeah, they absolutely nailed the feel. Like you said earlier, it feels so great. Like when you get an unbroken run, and like you hit cause sometimes it's like a split second between getting a. Like if you make a tiny mistake, you completely mess up your score. Yeah. And when you get it just spot on, it's one of the best feelings I've had, in platformers.
And
it's amazing.
they have a bad reputation because in order to do platformers well, often platformers can be quite twitchy and you have to have very, very reliable controls. You have to be able to, for example, not need to really look at the screen or look at your hands, what you're doing. You should be able just to feel the buttons, and on iOS you don't get that. You're stuck with a touchscreen. So when they've done things like, for example, porting the Sonic games over onto iOS, it works-ish, but it's not ideal. There's always that feeling that I'd rather be playing this with a controller. Yeah,
absolutely. Especially, I've not really enjoyed any of the Sonic games on iOS so far. I thought I was going to enjoy Sonic Dash, but I didn't.
No, well, they're okay. They're not like awful. They are far worse. No. But there's always that thing in the back of your head where it's like, I wish I just had a joypad in my hands. This would be so much more fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
This manages to bypass that. I don't feel, because of the simple nature of the controls, you don't really need to move your fingers very far. You don't need to look down at what you're doing, and you don't have a huge cavalcade of buttons like in a GTA port or something where you're dancing between 7 tiny micro buttons. Because of that, they keep it simple, and simple works, and then it just becomes an issue of timing. You're just trying to get your leaps right. And even just, I haven't played it for ages, and you immediately start playing and go, I've screwed this bit up. But then, as you progress through and you get a little bit further and get back into the feel of it, it just starts to feel good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've got a lot of time for these ones. They're kind of comparatively sort of small scale. It's not a big studio the guy's responsible for it or anything. Beaver Games, I think, is the name of the studio.
Yeah, that's the one,
correctly, and, it's not like a massive EA situation. It's a little indie. And people were kind of going, when they heard about it initially. But as soon as we played it, we were all really surprised in the offices. We went, you know what, this plays really nicely, and it's very satisfying. Fits the mobile form not just in terms of controls, but there are these very short speed-runny levels. As you can see, there's a timer up there in the top right-hand corner of the screen, which is, counting how... Oh, crap. I need to slide. I think I can smash through him with a slide.
Yeah, you can.
And
that's the spikes on the top, not the sides.
You have to be wary of those. The enemies do have lots of spikes in different places. So some of them you can do a kind of sliding tackle and smash them to oblivion, but occasionally spikes are sticking out from the side and you will just die horribly, which isn't great. 3 stars here. So as you can see, the levels are kind of about a minute long. But the idea is to do them as quickly as humanly possible, and they are very replayable. They're those games that you keep coming back to in order to try and beat your time from the levels beforehand. And you get little things, you get additional disguises that you can wear, so costumes and stuff that you're able to put on. It's not hats, although lots of games, economies seem to run around hats.
Yeah.
Is that exclusively because of Team Fortress 2, do you think, that kind of created the hat thing?
It definitely got it, probably. I mean, it got it started. I mean, I never really, that's when I sort of lost interest in Team Fortress 2. I used to play it back when it was a premium title, like ages ago, but as soon as it went free to play, I saw, I mean, they did it really well, I'm not denying that, but I just saw the sort of cynical direction it was going in a little bit, and that sort of put me off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I hear that they did some amazing things with the games after I left, so I'm a bit disappointed. So
for me, it's one of the few games that gets free to play right. It, along with things like Dota and the other MOBAs that thrive very well in a free to play environment without managing to be playable for those who just want to play it occasionally for free, but if you want to invest money into it, then you also get rewarded for that too. So it strikes the balance really neatly. Team Fortress 2, I think, does the same thing. You can just play it forever for free, but if you want to buy hats or a couple of cosmetic upgrades or something, you can do so, and that works out sort of well for everybody.
I mean, I used to just be generally against the whole idea behind free to play. Now it's mainly free to play games that let you pay to win, basically. I mean, I'm actually really into cosmetic items. Like I've spent a lot of money on cosmetic items in certain games. Yeah, I mean, I really like the idea of it. I mean, especially if they're competitive games, like League of Legends and stuff, because you get to... You don't get a competitive advantage of your opponent. You look a lot cooler than them when you're killing. That's what I'm into. I'm into that sort of thing.
And that's what matters. Plus, it's kind of a badge of honor in some ways, isn't it? Because the other players who play the game seriously, they will be familiar with the upgrades, so they'll know that you've obviously, you've bought that one. That's a particularly good one, and obviously you care about this game, or you're into that particular style of play or something. So it says something about you that those who are particularly into the game will sort of appreciate. So it's almost like an in-joke or something.
Exactly, and like new players as well won't recognise the characters because they won't have seen them before. They'll be like, "Ooh, how's he got that?" And you'll just instantly look like an amazing like player, even though you're probably not.
Yeah, this thing. Oh, I had to grind for hours to get this. You're like, no,
yeah.
You just paid £25, so screw it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it works out well.
So
there are a bunch of different environments in this game as well. You can see I started off in a kind of standard foresty environment. I'm now in this cloud land, whipping through the atmosphere, which is quite fun. And there are numerous levels over the course. I think it ends up being about 40 or 50 in total. I can't stress enough the sort of sense of flow that you get from playing it, when you're playing it right anyway. It's frustrating when you hit a wall for whatever reason. Mainly because of your own stupidity. It's never really the game's fault, which is, again, it's become quite a standard thing to say now, but it's true. When you die in a game and you go, that shouldn't have happened. That's the most frustrating thing in the world, when the game glitches out or you feel like the controls have let you down for some reason. But the best games, you die and it's your fault. There's no one else to blame. And you kind of admit it. You throw your hands in the anger, you know what, that was totally my fault. And that's a really good sign of a good game.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, another thing I really like about the Mikey games is they've got kind of a plot going on as well, which is unexpected for a platformer, really. But I found it quite engaging. Like the world's being taken over, and well, I mean, the first game was that you were rescuing humans that have been frozen by aliens.
That's right. It was kind of and similar things are happening here. It was kind of a Sonic rescuing all the animals situation, where there was a machine at the end and then you saved them all. Nicely, the third game adds a female player.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
That's kind of sweet as well. So she gets involved as well, and that's
Does she rescue Mikey? I can't remember. I mean, I remember there was a trailer for Mikey Boots at the end of Mikey Hooks. Yeah. And I think it was. Is it Miley?
Yeah, I think it's Miley. It's Miley.
Yeah,
it's Miley Boots.
She was coming to his rescue, which is great. I thought that was amazing. Like, I was like, finally, Mikey's got some support because he's been saving the world single-handedly so far. A difficult task,
which is nice.
A little bit, yeah.
And the third one is got a kind of jet-powered boots. So if you've seen, I don't know, Jupiter Ascending or something, which I hear is not great, unsurprisingly. Then Channing Tatum in his rocket boots, which looks particularly silly, but they've got actual rocket boots, so you can fly around and boost around in the air, and they control very much in the same way that you would control a tiny wings or something. So you just hold the screen and you ascend, and then you release and you descend. With boots, it's just with shorts, it's just sliding around. But I loved the hookshot mechanic. I think for me this was my favourite of the trilogy. Because I just enjoy the swinging through the air in a sort of Tarzan-ish way. I just think it was really fun.
It was really difficult to get used to at first, though. I remember because I played them like directly one after the other, and when I went to the Hooks game, I was like, this is really hard, because the first game was always difficult, but it was more just about timing and getting your jumps right. But when you threw the hook into it, I was like, what? I don't even know what to do. Like, I thought and then eventually I was just like, I couldn't play without the hook.
No, yeah,
you get it's a bit like in Assassin's Creed Revelations when you get the hook to go across. Did you ever play Assassin's Creed Revelations?
No, not Revelations. I stepped off after 3 because I was like, ugh.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Revelations had this sort of hook thing, which was you could use it to go on ropes between buildings and climb buildings faster as well. They didn't keep it in any of the other games, which is a shame. But it was when you first played it, you're like, "What is this? I don't need this." And then eventually you couldn't play without it. It was just so much fun. So
a permanent part of the arsenal, the toolkit. If you like.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, we should point out that Danny is currently giving away codes for this very game, I believe, into the stream. So if you look in there, you'll be able to find codes for Mikey Hooks. It's a first come, first serve sort of thing. So if you see a code in there, tap it into your phone. I think he's plastered a couple of them together. Annoyingly, on the Twitch chat stream, if you put codes in and then you hit enter and you try and make a little list and publish them at once, it turns them into one massive indecipherable string of codes, which is a shame. So you have to post them individually. But if you can pick apart the code, get them, and Daniel will be posting more. I think there's about 5 of them maybe going, so go and check the chat stream, have a look at the codes. If you can see one, try and input it, first come first serve, and you'll get yourself a free copy of the game. And while you're there, obviously click the donation link. We've got a link immediately below the stream itself, and there's also links posted into the chat room as well to give to Special Effect. We are doing this all for charity from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m, so we're only at the very beginning of what's going to be a very long but kind of fun and cool day. So if you have anything, it doesn't matter if it's $1 or more, it's all good. It's all going to a good charities to help people play games who otherwise couldn't, so get involved in that one. No Money Left Boy saying Revelations was great Assassin's Creed. Would you agree? Are you a fan of that one, Glenn?
It was my least favourite, and I played 3 as well. So, but
less favourite than 3?
Yeah, it just felt really scrappy. I mean, 3 did as well, but at least 3 added some new stuff to the game, like the Frontier, whereas Revelations was just a really scrappy Assassin's Creed 2 or Brotherhood. So it was dull and scrappy, which is not a great combination.
Have you done Unity yet? Have you gone near France?
I haven't gone anywhere near it, but it looks like Le Miserable, which I like. So that sounds kind of tempting.
People start singing just before every assassination, burst into song. That would be awesome.
Yeah, it would be.
I think Peter played through the whole thing. He completed it. I think he was a bit like on it. He likes, I think, the franchise more than I do, though. So I'm not a super fan.
I used to be a super fan back in the Brotherhood and number 2 days, but I've just lost interest. I played 3 last year, like a year too late. I mean, I did enjoy it. I think it did the American Revolution really well. I just didn't particularly like. What's it? Connor. That's his name. I didn't like.
Yeah. You weren't so keen on that guy. No, I understand that. And to be honest, I'm always more enticed by the idea of the game than the game itself. And I start playing it and go, oh yeah, it's this, isn't it? I remember this.
Yeah. It's just the same thing for too many hours.
More codes coming into the streams, people. AppSpy is posting them. It's AppSpy in the chat room. If you see a code go up, it's for Mikey Shorts, I think this time. Maybe not Mikey Boots. So if it's a code's there, they're on a big list. Grab them. Whoever gets them, welcome to them. It's all free stuff. We're going to be giving away even more over the course of the day, as well as accepting donations gladly from anyone who wants to give via the charity links below. Right, I think we're done for this. This is Mikey Hooks. You can play them all at the moment. The entire trilogy is available on iPhone or iPad. I'm just going to put this TV on so I can hear sounds. Right, we're going to move on to another platformer. This one, let's go here. The next 2 are going to be ports of games that previously existed on consoles for whatever reason. I'm going to remove your placeholder. So Limbo.
Limbo.
Yes,
nice.
Limbo was a lovely little thing. It came out on Xbox Live back in, I think, 2010, maybe 11.
It was quite a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, I was a super fan of it when it came out. It's a game that is a small indie platformer with a lot of care and attention lavished on the visuals. It appears to have completely remembered where I am, which is quite wonderful. I didn't expect that. So I've just activated a massive turning wheel over here. So you take control of a young boy who is, as you might guess from the titles, trapped in limbo. I think he's trying to get out of it. I think the idea is he was trying to rescue someone, but I don't think it ever really takes, to be honest with you. You control him by swiping left on the screen and to move left, right to move right. You swipe up, and that will cause your little character to jump. You also hold down the left side of the screen like I'm doing there to drag boxes. It's actually quite a simple and neat control system for the touch screen. It works fine. I played it through on control pad. I'll be honest, I think I slightly prefer the control pad system for this one. Yeah, in truth, I think so. Let me press a button and see what happens. Oh, that.
I was going to say, because I was tempted to replay this on iPad, but I've got the PC version. So is it worth it for me? Does it bring anything extra to the game, or?
It doesn't add anything extra. What it is actually a very, very good port. It doesn't. Okay. It takes no hit graphically. It looks exactly as it did on the original game, which is sort of no small feat. I know it's only a black and white thing, but it really is the best by quite a long way of these silhouette-style platforms.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sets the bar pretty high, to be quite honest with you. And I was just a massive fan of the game when it originally landed, because it's quite short. It's only about, you can play through it in about like 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, one sitting easily enough.
Yeah, and that's what I did. I downloaded it, and I knew I was going to enjoy it quite a lot, so I waited for quite a long time until I had the opportunity to really sit down and play through the whole thing, and I did exactly that. I did it in one sitting. I started about midnight on one night and just played through the whole thing, which was nice because it's very atmospheric, as you can see from the visuals. It's got this slightly hazy, out of focus thing going on. There's a lot of fog and vapor hanging in the air. The environment itself is quite sort of intimidating and a little bit disconcerting, you know, and it really adds to the whole atmosphere. The boy himself, visible as a silhouette with just those white eyes peering through, even that's a little bit on the sort of slightly creepy side. This is quite a way through the game, actually. I forgot that I'd played it up until now. I'm always surprised when my iPad remembers I've played games before. The iCloud thing permanently surprises me. But it starts off with you just being kind of wheeled in from the left of the screen on a boat, and you're suddenly in limbo, you don't know why, and you just start pushing forward. And there are kind of creatures that come in and start attacking you. You have these little, almost like, I don't know, I suppose they'd be sort of tribal characters who come in and start wanting to throw arrows and stuff at you, which is always obviously a bit alarming initially when it happens. And then famously and awesomely, massive spider There's a giant spider that recurs throughout the game.
Now, that scared me quite a lot.
They're brilliant. These spider encounters are phenomenal. It's so creepy. It never stops kind of being like, ooh, really, really unsettling.
You see a leg. That's what you see the first time. It's just a leg of a spider, and that is, wow.
It's one of the best like creature reveals. I'm going to dive onto this chain, do a bit of swinging, because there is, as you can see, electricity sparking on this thing, and if I land on a bit of electricity, I am done for. Let's see if I can make it go on. Oh, totally dead. That's the other thing this game is well known for. It's fairly brutal slayings. Your character dies quite a lot, and when he does die, he just, like, there's a lot of spikes. Oh dear, I didn't mean to fly off there. There are spikes, he gets horribly impaled. It's quite nasty. Even though it's a silhouette, it's pretty grim.
He's quite cute, isn't he, as well? And you don't really want to see him die in those horrific ways. That's what I thought.
No, he's an endearing looking kid.
Yeah.
And it is a bit harsh. I'm going to build up some serious momentum on this one. I'm going to swing backwards and forwards on my chair, because whenever you hand over your controller to, like, your parent or something and try and get them to play a game, that's what they do. They steer with their whole body.
Yeah,
which I like, and I think is kind of...
That's how it's done. That's how it's done for the new...
I'm supposed to be able to try and time this right. Can I go, fly, man, fly! Oh, no, instant death.
That was a good attempt, though. Getting closer.
So I don't know if I have to... I can't remember if I need to try and turn this off, or if I have to... Ah, there we go. Oh, it moves! Oh, get back here! Ah, no, I've sorted it now. Oh, crap, can I make that jump? Oh, that looks like I'm not going to be able to make that. Let me press this button again. So if I can press the button as I run past, and then just run and hopefully leap. So go, run, kid, run, jump. Oh, not even close. Damn. So how do I clear that puzzle? Maybe, it's been a while since I played this. Maybe if I get the thing swinging first, that might work. I don't know. I'm gonna swing on this a little bit. And then I'm going to jump off and see if I can keep that momentum going. That way the chain will swing back and forth. I'm going to jump off here. And that will allow me, hopefully, to hang on to one end of it like that. Oh no, he's gone away again. Go on, swing back, man. Swing! Yes! Nailed it! That's how we do.
Nice one. So it's one of the few games that's actually managed to put like puzzle elements into its platforming. Which is a nice little combination.
It's not super complex stuff. It's simple platforming bits, but they work really, really, really well. And
it's really satisfying. Massively
so. Right, I'm going to try and jump up here. I've got a little cog. I'm going to push it into this larger cog up here. Bam. Let's breathe that into life. And now... Oh, this is awesome. I forgot this. The whole screen is turning. The whole level is now tilting downwards. Oh, yeah. I honestly, it's been a long time since I played this. It's a really nice kind of, like, wow moment.
Yeah.
So,
and I always just want to talk about the ending when it comes to Limbo, but I can't, obviously, because for spoiler reasons. But
do you like it?
Did you not?
Well, for me, it ended a bit suddenly, and it snapping in the way it does. I thought it was slightly anticlimactic. I felt, and I really like this game, I felt it peaked soon.
Yeah.
So for me, this game, like the first stuff, the stuff at the beginning with the spider particularly, all those moments are kind of wonderful. And then over the course of the game, I felt like it never really reached that peak again.
I don't know. I thought that last puzzle, where you go through the glass, I thought that was my favourite in the entire game. It was really
the puzzle
impressive.
was very good. I'll agree with you there. I like the puzzle, but then the fact that after that point it just sort of stops and that's the ending, I was like, oh.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely has a sort of dip in the midpoint. I don't know, because the ending it's really thought provoking, and I mean, there are a lot of people who don't enjoy that sort of thing. They want an answer or just something satisfying. Whereas for me, I'm quite into just, I don't know, the thought provoking aspect. I quite like the. I mean, I don't know, like he is trapped in limbo. That was the.
Yeah.
Have I just given the spoiler away? I shouldn't. Really.
Well, no. I think it's clues in the title, and they followed through on their concept, which I like. So now we're into magnetism puzzles.
That was probably the scariest part of the entire game for me, was that right at the end.
The bit at the end.
Yeah. That would freak me out.
So here's a simple puzzle, or an idea behind it. It shows you what we're dealing with. I'm pushing this box up here. I'm going to run down, because I need that box to sit beneath the ladder. And I've got a little magnetism button, so when it reaches the sweet spot, which is about there, I hit the magnetism button, and it just stops there immediately and allows me to carry on. However, I also need to activate that button at the top, so that the door will be open when I get up. Because if I climb up here, then I can't get up there. So now it becomes an issue of timing everything just right. I like platform puzzling. I think it's fun. It's a sort of welcome change from the slightly, like, it can be a bit like over frenetic. Platform, good old fashioned just shooty bang bang puzzlers. Platforms are great. Don't get me wrong. But it's nice to have something where you do have to occasionally think about what you're doing.
Yeah, that's true. It wouldn't work for all games, but if that's your focus, that it's great. I mean, and this is one of the best, I'd say, for getting that spot on.
Yeah, I agree. Now,
cerebral platformer. Let's call it a cerebral platformer.
Yes, let's do it. That sounds pretentious and arty. I like that. That works for me. So I'm now slightly. I can't remember how to do this, which is good. It's weird starting in the middle of a game again. We haven't played it for ages ago. But
how long does the magnet hold for? Because it looks like
not very long.
No.
When you activate this, for example, you can see that the door goes up and it very quickly descends. So ideally, you want that box to be attached kind of midway through, so you can just run, jump, and jump. Problem is, the moment I've done that magnetizing thing, you can't really reach. Actually, maybe there's a sweet spot. That might be the puzzle. There might be a sweet spot in between that ladder and that wall where the kid can make the jump. I bet that's what it is.
That's a good idea.
I bet that's the solution. Right, let's charge down and see if I can get it in the right place. Stop! Right, magnet on. Let's see if I can jump
This is where we'll really see if these controls are good or not. Whether you can do all the precision, timing, platforming.
Hey, I think this might work, so go! Oh, shit. Okay, let's go back again. I'm trying to run past and tap it as I go. There we go. So jump. Oh, I jumped too far. I overjumped. Amazing. Right, let's do that again. The one adjustment I would have made on this game, personally, I would have quite liked it if the jump would have been just a button rather than a swipe, which is what it was.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit too close. I'm gonna make
when you said that. Oh, I see what you're doing, actually. That's a good idea. When I heard you said you swiped up, it just sounds a bit too fiddly, because I know there are bits in the game where you've got to really time that jumping, and
it still works. It doesn't. It's not like a completely broken thing, but it is like a tiny little bit more fiddly than it would be with the controller. I did enjoy this one particularly with the controller, but it works just as well on iPad. You're not really missing out or anything. It's not like a first-person shooter where you're. I feel very hamstrung by touchscreen controls because I don't think, I feel the whole time like, God, this would be good if I had a PS controller in my hand.
What did you think of Midnight Star, though? I thought that did quite a good job.
It was a nice compromise between the two systems. If you're not familiar with Midnight Star, it's developed by one of the ex-devs of Halo, and it's their attempt to kind of do a first-person, almost gallery shooter. Ugh, I messed it up again. Yeah, it was.
It was a bit like an on rails, but tailored for the iPad. I thought it was a good attempt. I mean, I expected not to like it. I just played it thinking, I'll see, the newest attempt at FPS on console, on iPad, sorry, but I really actually quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, everyone has a go. Everyone comes in with here's the control system, it's going to revolutionise the way we play touchscreens. It's never really does, let's be honest. Here we go.
Not really.
Yes, that's it. We got there in the end. Outstanding.
Yeah, fantastic.
Minchikara asking, is that your iPad gaming chair in the back? It looks well comfy. I think he's talking to you, Glenn.
Oh right, yeah.
That lazy boy style affair you got going on looks pretty badass.
Yeah. I've got a sofa. I've got a comfy chair. I've got everything in here. I could set up all of my gaming systems and nice and comfortable.
Oh God, look at what I've had to do now. So I've activated the control. The whole world once again. Oh, it's tilting and I've just been shredded completely by that saw blade. Ooh, nasty.
Yeah, that is horrific.
It looks cute and it looks nicey, but it's got teeth. It has got teeth. Now, Alex Gull suggesting that you're looking like an 80s Bond villain.
Yeah, I get that a lot, actually.
Because you've got, I think it's the chair. I think the chair looks particularly swish. It looks like you do have a cat in your lap, and it looks quite Bondian. I would take it as a compliment if I were you.
Yeah, it's a very comfortable chair. if you're interested.
The whole world is tilting around. I'm sure I'm supposed to grab onto that chain at the top because I don't think this box is going to slide. Oh no, it might do. Oh, but it's electrified, isn't it? If I jump down here, I'm going to get decapitated.
This looks hard. I'm not gonna lie.
This bit's tricky. I think I have to jump onto the swinging bit, the chain, and then it'll carry me over. But I have to time it right again. After Games asking who Glenn is. He obviously knows me from the stream, but Glenn is one of our writers on AppSpy and Pocket Gamer. You think you contribute to both, don't you?
Yeah, I have just started writing some features for Pocket Gamer reviews and stuff, yeah.
So you are a relative newcomer to the scene, but you've been with us for a little while now, because you did some stuff at first, like internally wise, and then you contributed for the actual site itself. Right, I've leapt onto the chain. I've climbed up it a little bit. As you can see, the whole world is spinning around me. I'm going to hang on this chain until the box slides down. And then because this whole area is electrified, I think I'm going to have to swing and land on the box as it floats beneath me. So now, bam, there we go. No, don't fall down. Oh, he climbed down off the end. That's not the way to do it. Oh, dear. Oh, well, not to worry. So, Limbo, there you go. One of the best platformers, puzzle platformers that's been released for about the past 5 years or so. It's a lovely little experience. It works really, really well on iOS, and equally it works brilliantly on the consoles too. If you want to download it, it's available now. I think it's about sort of maybe £3 or something, £4 to download, but you can go and grab it for both iPhone and iPad at this very moment if you wish. Right.
Would you say it's worth it?
I would say it's worth it, yeah.
I'd agree.
For either platform, it works a treat. I think it's cracking. Right, we're going to move on to something else, which has been ported over, not from a console this time, but from the 3DS, which is kind of a rarity. So, VVVVVV. This is a bitch, but in the best possible way. So, this has been done by, I forget which one it is, whether it's Jeff Minter or which of the extremely well-known lo-fi creators. But it is a platformer based around gravity. So you take control of your little guy, you can move him from left to right. The ship is exploding, you're being sucked into an alternative dimension. And as the controls are explaining right now, you just swipe and hold the left side of the screen to move in whichever direction you want to go. And then if you touch the right side of the screen, as it is about to explain, you will switch and invert gravity, which means you can flip from the floor to the ceiling at the touch of a button. And that is how the puzzle mechanics work. It's pretty fast-paced, incredibly cruel, like relentlessly cruel. You have to be so absolutely pixel perfect in your movements, to the point where we thought, like, right, this isn't going to work. Like we say, we have trouble with getting platformers right on iOS sometimes. This simply won't work. It handles really well. Genuinely. Yeah. Have you played this one on any platform?
It's on my list of games to play, but unfortunately I haven't played it yet. Okay. I'm actually a massive fan of platformers, so I'll have to get around to it.
Well, it's super lo-fi, and it's obviously harking back to those kind of Spectrum era games where it's like incredibly like proper 8-bit, 2 colours on screen at any one time. But it's incredibly focused in its controls. I still remember this from playing this first time, so I can kind of zoom through this bit pretty much okay. But very, very quickly it starts to become painfully hard, because
I can imagine.
It's a single screen platformer, so every time you move to the edge of the screen it reveals the next screen. It doesn't scroll as you follow, and when you're falling through the air, which often happens, you don't know what's coming next until the screen appears. And you have to make some very quick reactions, and after that you have to start memorizing. It's kind of a Metroidvania, as you can see from the screen here, where it's a giant map that's viewed from the side, and you're going through this whole ship trying to find the crew. So you explore it gradually over time. So, you'll be walking back through areas you previously explored, maybe. Oh, I just jumped onto that platform there. I'm falling down. Ah! See, this stuff reminds me very much of the Manic Miner kind of aesthetic. If you remember Spectrum era games and stuff like that.
Way before my time, unfortunately.
Way before your time. It's very Manic Miner. I can't remember. Yep. So really, really, really lo-fi graphics. Oh, this bit is an absolute beach. So let's see if I can get this right. You have to be proper Jedi, and oh no, I messed it up. Luckily though, it's very sort of generously checkpointed, which is important on a game like this, because it's all about timing, and death happens often and always. So it's about trying to... You can do this in a really slick run. Oh no, I screwed it up. If you're really good, you can kind of bounce as you do this, but I'm not really good at this, so I'm kind of having to just do it platform by platform. You don't even have to get this bit at the end. It's just a point of honor that I'm trying to get it. So I should be able to do it. You have to avoid the spikes. Ah! God damn it.
So does this game get really frustrating? Because I imagine it's one you can only play for a few minutes at a time before you're wanting to throw the iPad, or is it?
You can certainly play for longer, but yes, it can be very frustrating to play. But as with the other things, you genuinely probably only have yourself to blame if you mess it up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there we go. See, got it. Fantastic. You found a shiny trinket. And I've got one of them out of 20. What a result. Now I have to actually get back after doing that, and I've immediately died. But it doesn't matter, we're back to the other checkpoint. So I'm going to run into here. Oh! You have to time it perfectly, so you go, oh, nuts. That's not timing it perfectly. So let me go down, and then run, run, run. There we go. I'll run to here, and I will run off that, and didn't switch gravity quick enough. It really is. It does get quite testing, both of your skills and your patience. But It's in a good way. I don't mind the fact that I'm dying, because again, I would blame the controls and say like, oh, it didn't register my button tap in time. It's not. The controls are actually very responsive. It's totally my fault if I die. And like we always say, that's the sign of a good platform. If you can, screw it, messed it up. If you can die and understand that, nope, that was me, I deserved that, I suck. Come back, try again, improve, success. There we go, success. And that was me. I did that because of skills. And that makes me feel a lot better about what I'm doing, you know. So I'll move that there. Let's run to the screen. Oh, massive thing, massive Space Invader. Oh my god. So it's notorious, this game, for being incredibly difficult and punishing. But it caught a lot of attention in the press because people just were like, obviously, kind of enchanted by it. And it's one of the ones that plays to kind of game critics a little bit, because, you know, some of them will maybe be in their late 20s or early 30s or something like that, and they'll be old enough to remember games like this first time around. So you get that slightly rose-tinted spectacles, like, oh, it's amazing, we love this.
I'm quite into the visuals. Like, I quite like the simple. I mean, obviously, I don't remember the time period you're talking about, but I'm quite into bringing that sort of look and feel back into games.
Yeah.
Especially people who missed out, because I feel like I did miss out on quite a really cool, period in gaming, the 80s specifically.
Well, this is the next stage because I messed it up. This is the first really tricky bit. For the longest time, people have been trying to emulate sort of 8-bit and 16-bit art. This goes like before that. So this is we're talking Spectrum stuff here. So this is a whole nother level of old, but in a good way. Right.
I mean, it's got that bit of grainy blurriness going on as well. Would that be sort of how the TVs were at the time as well? I mean,
yeah, it doesn't do any CRT emulation or anything like that, but it is certainly very true to the aesthetic of the old classics, and I'm kind of all for it. I know people trade a lot on nostalgia, which I can find frustrating, because everyone's like, oh, I'll do some 8-bit pixel art, that'll do. It's a good game now. Everyone will love it because it looks like an old thing, and I don't think you should just trade on that, just that kitsch appeal. But this is legitimately brilliant. Like, just go and have a look at any information from people, like reviews and stuff. The reviews for this are through the roof. It's very, very playable. It's very, very immediate. The controls are very sort of responsive, and there's a lot of reward to exploring this ship. It's a big, big world in the end, and there's a lot to do on it. I've saved my game, got the teleport device. I can teleport now, and that's teleporting me to another area of the ship. And I found a person here. Captain, he says. There's a little plot line. I've completed the level there. You are supposed to rescue cute crew members as you go through, and you collect them all up as you go along. It gets very, very punishing, but that's not a bad thing, in the best possible way. It's absolutely awesome. Enough of games are saying that you have a cool living room that we appear to transmit from an empty closet, Peter and I. There is actually room here. I've deliberately, this is all blank because I'm supposed to be using it as a streaming thing. This is the office honed for a streaming platform. You are doing it from a kind of nice lush lounge with a conservatory in the background and stuff, so...
I didn't pay for any of it, so I'm not some sort of rich...
You can't compare with this one. Someone's asking if there are codes for this one. We don't have codes for this one, but there are loads more codes coming up through today. In fact, the next game we have, there are going to be codes for not the game we're playing, but another game in the publisher's canon going up. So throughout the entire 12 hours, we're going to be giving away like literally hundreds of pounds worth of stuff. We put out a call to people saying that, well, we're doing this charity stream, we're going to be playing these games, do you guys want to get involved? The response was really good, just like people donating. Incidentally, donate below, donate to the Game Blast charity. It's SpecialEffect's. We're letting people play games, helping them to play games who otherwise couldn't because of physical disabilities. It's a really, really good cause. Donate anything you can, doesn't matter what it is, just get involved. And so publishers have gone, yeah, all right, have some codes for this, have a bunch of stuff. And we've got loads and loads to be giving out, so keep tuned throughout the course of the day, keep checking back in, and there'll be stuff that you can win as well as things you can give. It's give and take round here. It's both ways. Absolutely. Very good. So I'm having a little chat with my person, and they're telling me to look for different areas to find other members of the crew. Everything will be all right. That's good to know. Here we are.
Is this quite a lengthy game then, or is it anything else?
There is a lot to it. Yeah, there is a lot of game here. It's not just a kind of like I'll pick it up and complete it in 30 minutes. No. There's a lot going on in this one, so it's well worth. I can activate terminals now. Use a terminal. And that gives me access to things like songs I can change. I can also access the map screens and stuff like that if I want to. Passion for exploring. Let's dive down here and see what's coming. It's certainly a game that rewards exploration and, in the end, your reaction. It's a proper... Look at this. Look, I'm plummeting through thin air. And now I don't know where I am anymore. It honestly is brilliantly done. I can't say enough nice things, because I honestly thought it would be a kind of novelty style game, and people go, oh, it's old, very clever, well done, you made a game that looks old. But no, the gameplay really is backed up. The aesthetic is, it's not just a pretty face, if you like. It really has got a lot going on in it. It's reasonably priced as well. I think it's only like a £1 or £2. It's not super expensive.
I had a check before the stream. It's not too bad.
And it's available, originally it was a 3DS game, and you could buy it from the eShop on the 3DS. And obviously it works brilliantly on the 3DS as well, if that's the way you want to play it. Fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
But it's totally worthwhile. And the gravity switching mechanic is just used so elegantly. Here we go now. It's suddenly gone into an almost endless runnery bit, and so you have to keep going up. I can't pause for a second, because if I do, I should have got that checkpoint. I get crushed by spikes at the bottom. Here we go again. I'm going to checkpoint there. Oh, no. I keep pressing the button like I'm going to jump, and I'm not going to jump. I'm just going to die. Oh, quick switch gravity there. Let's go up here. Back there, back there, back there. Oh, no, death. Okay. Luckily, it's quite generous with the checkpointing, so...
Yeah, I was just going to say that, actually. There's nice little few checkpoints everywhere. I was wondering what that C actually meant, but...
Yeah, it's
obvious
a checkpoint.
now.
Oh my god, I've come in from one side of the screen and emerged at the other. Oh my, this is tough. So you can't switch gravity in mid-air. That's the only thing. You have to make contact with another surface before you can change your gravity situation again, which becomes important later on. Oh, there's a checkpoint right there. I've got to get that. All right, here we go. But it's one of these games where, even though you die a lot, the restarts are instantaneous, so you don't really break the flow of the game, even though you're technically losing and having to retry sections again and again. Didn't quite make it. You're not punished by a loading screen, and then I find with games like that where you can find yourself, you hit a loading screen and then you're like, it's loading up, it's taking ages, you're like, you know what, screw it, I don't want to play this anymore, and you kind of quit out. When games have like an instant restart, you don't even get the chance to do that. You're just like immediately thrown back into the fray, and it feels like you never stopped, so you go, I'll just carry on then. I keep messing this bit up. Quick, faster, faster, faster. Yes, got it. Switch, checkpointed, nice. Okay, so now I have to fly through here. Oh, I need to switch gravity onto this bit, and then go down. What? It did work. I got the checkpoint. Amazing. Ooh, I jumped too fast then. Oh, that was good. All right, quick. I don't know where I'm going. That last checkpoint there, I can't see where I'm supposed to be falling. Wait. I see it. Right at the edge. He has to jump. Jump, man! Fly. Oh, crap. I have to wait until the last possible moment, then jump. Yes! Whew! Made it. Checkpoint. Oh, death. Checkpoint. Let's go over here. Come out the other side. Checkpoint. God, this is intense.
Yeah.
Switch gravity again, switch gravity. Oh, no, nuts. I need to go on the other side of that thing, don't I? Switch, 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 switch. Oh, crap. Sorry, usually I try and talk during this stuff, but actually, this is too intense.
Yeah.
It happens to all the good games. You notice when you're doing live streams, I've said it before, that, like, you notice it's a good game because you suddenly forget you're doing a live stream and you just stop talking, and it's just you sitting there going, playing a game. Which isn't great visuals or a particularly good show format, but it is a sign that your game is doing what it's supposed to do, which is kind of lovely. I don't know where to go from there. I think I might be travelling, backing myself into a corner. Luckily, I may have to leave it anyway, so I can fob off the fact that I can't complete it on the fact that we're running out of time. What a shame. I'll have to stop and play a new game. Naphtha Games is saying there aren't any codes for this one, but it is cheaper than beer. It's true, it is. It's a cheap game, and it's really worth your time if you're interested. Everything we play today, we have selected. We've gone back through both AppSpy and Pocket Gamer's list of reviews, and we have chosen from basically the best reviewed games available on the whole of iOS. So you have got literally the choice cuts. Anything we stream today should probably be of interest to you if you're a fan of that particular genre, you know. So in this case, we are just doing platforms and platform puzzlers. VVVVVV, this is really hard. I'm getting my ass kicked. It's really worth the money. Go and download it if you are a fan of that sort of thing. One more left to go for this particular hour. How have you enjoyed it so far, Glenn? This is going to be your platforming hour. It's all going well for you?
Good fun. Yeah, good choice, because I'm really into platformers.
Excellent.
So
what we can do is, obviously, you'll be coming on in future streams. We usually do this on a day-to-day basis, as you know, if you're a regular, that we do it from Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. every single evening in the UK. But this is a special one for the charity, for the Game Effect, Game Blast, and Special Effect charities, I should say. So, no platforming iOS top 10 would be complete. and I do mean top 10, even though we're playing more here. This should be in the top 10, really. It's Rayman. This is Rayman Fiesta Run, but we've also got Rayman Jungle Run as well. This is just sublime.
Yeah, I absolutely love Rayman. It was the first Rayman on PlayStation was actually the first game I ever played as well. So
really,
it's got a special place in my heart as well.
Oh, wow, I've actually got that game on the PSN. I've got it for the the original PS1 version, which feels very different now to how he turned out. And the Rayman Legends and the Rayman Origins games on the recent consoles, the PS3, they've just been superb, as you can see.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I've been playing Legends recently, actually. I got a Wii U, so I've been enjoying Legends. It's brilliant.
It's wicked.
I mean, I prefer Origins, but it's still a good game. Yeah.
Well, what they managed to do here was, and we're always talking about it, how do you port a console game successfully onto iOS? This is how you do it. This is the perfect example. So they've taken exactly the same graphics engine. I perfected it, nice. The same visual engine that is used. It's called the UbiArt engine. And it's exactly the same one that they use for the console game. So it looks absolutely identical. And it is, I'm just going to hit this button here. Phenomenal! So it's an auto runner, basically. You are constantly being pushed forward, but you have other controls such as the ability to jump. Later on, you unlock the ability to punch. Rayman gains the ability to fly via his little kind of hairdo, goes spinning around in a circle, which is quite cute. And auto runners, as a rule, at least as far as I'm concerned, I'm not a particular fan because auto runners are just everywhere on iOS, and every other game is an auto run. You're like, yeah, yawn. But this is so good because it kind of perfectly merges the ability to take advantage of the touchscreen, i.e. you only have a one-button control at the moment. I'm just pressing jump and that is it. But it blends that with platforming elements as well. So as you can see, you have to switch direction. You can jump off of walls, you can wall climb and switch direction like I'm doing just now. And then you hit little jump pads that push you into the foreground and the background of the environment. It never runs at anything less than perfectly smooth frame rate all the way through. It's dynamic, you're bouncing and jumping all over the shop. The levels are sort of short and very, very well suited to iOS. It has a very, very good replayability factor because you're collecting the little looms, those little kind of insectoid-looking creatures with wings, through the game, and you need to collect 100 of them if you want to completely max out the level. So the first time through, you generally won't get all of them because there are alternative routes, and you have to go back and try again. And you really do kind of want to, because if you do that, you unlock alternative versions of the levels. The levels might get reversed or switched upside down, or they go into a weird kind of silhouette mode at one point.
Yeah. It's surprisingly lengthy as well. It's almost as long as the actual console games, even though they're different
levels.
Of
game. Yeah. Especially in Fiesta Run. Fiesta Run's particularly long. Jungle Run, which is the first game, which is equally brilliant. It's really, really good. Here we go. Fiesta Run introduced some new mechanics. I'm being sucked through this little trumpet, which shrinks Rayman down to pocket-sized proportions. And now he gets to run through, later on there are kitchen levels where he has to run through all kitchens and a Mexican environment. So you're skipping across jalapeno peppers and diving into diving into chili sauces and stuff. And it's great. And now everything's massive. The looms are huge, as you can see. Woo. And the lemons send you catapulting through the air, or the limes in this case. Did you know? Right. I got confused. So my partner, my girlfriend, is Colombian. And in Colombia, if you ask for a lemon, you get a lime. And if you ask for a lime, you get a lemon. Because at one point I was doing some cooking and she was out, and I said, could you grab me some lemons? I need it for this sauce I'm doing. And she came back with limes, and I was like, oh well, never mind. And she was like, no, that's a lemon. And we had a full on no, one of those things where you're trying to argue with someone like the sky is blue, and they're going, no, it's green. And you're like looking at the blue sky, going, what are you? What? But we looked up a line. She was absolutely right. From their stance, all lemons in Colombia are green. So she was looking at me like I was mental. Deservedly so, as it turned out. That's completely right. So you can download these games. I think, they've always been, I believe they've always been premium. There are some in-app purchases you can make, but you really don't need to. There are sort of in this one, there are bonuses you can acquire if you want. Give yourselves a little boost at the beginning, but it's completely unnecessary, and I've never paid a penny more than asking price for any of the Rayman games. And they've all just been great, and I've enjoyed playing through all of them. Like you say, they're quite lengthy, and they reward repeat plays, and they're just a fun place to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's the music and everything is just so well done. The music is fantastic, isn't it? The songs they've made, and
It's kind of this mariachi theme to it all. And there's lots of little voices going, nya, 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 nya. And it's just like, again, loads and loads of character in it. Same thing we were saying with Mikey Hooks as well. Flow. It's got an astonishing sense of flow. So, like, you ideally, again, you can just speed run through the whole thing. So, I should probably point out, Daddy's mentioned it in the chat room. He is app spy in the chat room. We have UK iTunes vouchers to be giving away from Ubisoft. Ubisoft, who obviously make this game, have sponsored this a little bit, so they are going to be giving you UK iTunes gift voucher. So if you are in the UK, right, you can download this. Obviously, it won't work if you're in the US, so don't apply for the code because you won't be able to redeem it on your app store. But if you are based in the UK, you can download these vouchers. It's £15 each for these vouchers, okay? We'll be asking some Rayman questions that will be taking place throughout the course of the day. So we're giving you a bit of advance warning now. Obviously, I know you won't be able to watch the stream for the entire 12 hours, unless you really are not doing work at all, in which case, bravo. But over the course of the day, there will be questions that appear on the stream, and winners will receive actual cash iTunes voucher prizes, as given to us by Ubisoft, which is really good of them, because, like I said, we put a call out earlier to anyone who wanted to support the stream. Because it's a good cause, Special Effect, charity, donate if you can, donate button's right there, anything you can spare is great. A lot of developers got behind us, and so we're really gratified to see everyone pulling together for something that's genuinely good and nice. So hooray.
Yeah, it is nice.
So have you, do you actually get hold of these games yourself? I know you've been saying you've been playing the console ones. Did you play these iOS ones as well, or have you not been through them yet?
Yeah, I've played them both twice, I think. I'm really a big fan. Like, I kind of feel like Rayman works better as an auto runner. Like, I know obviously they couldn't put that into consoles, but
controversial.
Yeah, it is controversial, but I just think like when they take away like the movement and the exploration aspect and make it just pure about precision timing and you know finding the right path through each level, like that's what I enjoy about Rayman, particularly these newer ones that are a lot faster.
Well, I went to France and visited Ubisoft just before the game came out, so it was one of these little conventions and whatever. They're equipped, they're fine. Go. Where they show previews of games and things, and it was a full-on Ubisoft convention, right? So they had things like Call of Juarez, and they had a whole bunch of console games that they were pimping, and they had this, and it was a whole bunch of journos went over, so it was a big busload of us all turned up from all sides of the gaming press. So you had people from, you know, get mainstream gaming magazines, your IGNs, your GameSpots, that sort of stuff, as well as those from mobile press and every walk. And after the end of the day, everyone was just going, "You see Rayman Jungle Run? That was really good." Like, all the console gamers and all their games press were just like, it won the show, basically. This little auto-running mobile game, people were like, "That's brilliant. That really does make it utilizes..." I messed it up. That's annoying. It utilizes every kind of benefit of the touchscreen and all of the restrictions that you have. Because remember, obviously, there are restrictions to playing on mobile. The idea that you've got no buttons attached, you're probably only playing for short spells, 5 minutes, 10 minutes at a time, maybe. So you need to tailor your game to fit that format. It's the same with all games. Anything that's designed right with the format in mind, generally that's going to stands a chance of being a good game. And this is the prime example of that. And so everyone came away after that festival going, "Call of Juarez, did you see Rayman? That was awesome."
It is great.
Here's a kind of...
Are there any plans for a third one?
I don't know, actually. I couldn't tell you, but I hope so. I would really very much hope for a third one to turn up. Now I'm being chased by a swarm of fire-breathing lizardy things. Yikes. So now I'm really under pressure. Jump. Keep jumping, Rayman. So you've got to still... Oh, damn. First death. He's still got that really explodey cool death as well, where he kind of inflates and then goes kaboom, which is awesome. So, we have the first question. It's been put into the chat room there. For £15 iTunes gift voucher, I looked up at the screen and therefore couldn't. Which Rayman game... Which does Rayman... okay. What does Rayman not have that most video game characters do have?
That's an interesting question.
That's a cryptic question.
Yeah,
I like that. We've got a lot of different answers. A lot of them, sometimes questions are easy. That's quite tricky. I quite like that. So yeah, what does he have that most game characters don't have? Let's have a look. God damn it. See, I keep looking up the chat room to check it. You can't look away from this game for a moment or you're just instantly dead. So let me focus for a moment. Here we go. Fling! Because it's not just a case of trying to find the right path through the level to get through and not die. You also want to find the path that has the most lums in it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So it becomes kind of two-tiered. Whoa!
And that becomes an obsession the further in you get, just wanting to collect all those lums.
You really
it's
do.
also the most fun route through the level, usually the ones with all the lums. It's like the fastest and and that's all. It's just the speed. I love the speed of the Rayman games. You know, they've kind of done what Sonic. I mean, I enjoyed the earlier Sonic games, but there's something about it's a bit too fast, whereas Rayman gets it quite spot on with the speed, I reckon.
Absolutely. It's pacey without being impossible, and it's challenging without kind of being super frustrating. It strikes a lovely balance between the two. It's slightly different the way that this works. This is much more of an overworld for Fiesta Run, which is the second game. If you go into the first game, Rayman Jungle Run, it's kind of divided up into like a 10-level system, and then at the end of it, there's what they call the Night of the Living Dead episodes, which are super challenging and based entirely on time. And it's quite the thing. So now I'm in this kind of chilly Fiesta-styled level. I have got a punch command now, so you can see it's appeared on the right-hand side of the screen. If I punch, he does a little whapa and can smash through obstacles and enemies as well. There are some piñatas that turn up later on. I'm going to swing on these chilies, smash through some what looks like gelatine, I think. That's what it is. Here's a piñata, bam! And I collect little bubbly kind of fairy lums which appear, and I can then collect. Those pipes are assembling themselves. See, that was kind of rubbish in terms of me grabbing lums. So I already have that thing like, nah, I can do that better. I need to go back, and I can do it better.
And you'll want to. Definitely want to.
Yes, it gives you the impetus, the desire to go back through. Are there any games that you have played through like numerous times? I mean, apart from these, you mentioned you had done them. What's the game you kind of come back to the most?
It's a good question, because I'm starting to do that a lot less as I get older. Because I mean, when I was younger, I used to replay games because I couldn't afford to get new ones. So it's a good question in general. Like, is there a reason to replay games? But in terms of mobile games, I quite like some of the RPGs just for their plots and seeing like the different outcomes you can get. Like, have you played the Shadow Sun?
The Shadow Sun. Run. Oh, Shadow Sun. No, I haven't played those ones.
That's actually a really good mobile RPG. Similar to Rayman, it's brought like the Dragon Age experience to mobile, but really well, and it's made it a bit more action focused rather than the tactical, combat of the Dragon Age games. But I played that quite a few times because it's just really fun, and the storyline changes depending on the actions you take as well. So it's reason to. But I mean, in terms of that, I wish I did have the desire to play games the second time, because it
has to be something relatively special. Like, I was the same thing when I was a kid. I used to rewatch TV shows and films like loads and loads and loads and loads, because again, you had a limited selection, so you just you kind of caned those that you did have. And as I grow up now, you're the Netflix generation. There are a million films. It's like 12 movies come out in the UK box office each week, roughly. So you only revisit it if it's serious, because otherwise there's so many things you haven't seen. There's just so much on offer that you're like, I can't warrant going and revisiting everything all the time. But this one is worth it. If you haven't played either of them, definitely go to the App Store and check them out. I cannot say enough positive stuff about it. The flow is perfect. It is as gorgeous as a game can possibly be on either iPhone or iPad or console, frankly. It just looks amazing. So if you haven't played it, you owe it to yourself. Rayman Fiesta Run this is, and Rayman Jungle Run the first one if you want to start at the beginning. Alright, I think that's it. I think that's our up for platformers. How's it been? You been alright, Glenn? You stayed through?
Yeah, it's been great fun. I've managed to survive it.
Fantastic.
You've got a few more hours to go today, but I'm sure you'll get through it.
Alright, so what we'll do is we are going to do another reset. While that's going on, there'll be a little kind of 60-second, 2-minute pause. You'll probably see an advert. Danny will sort out the competition question that's in the room there, so stay in the chat for that £15 gift voucher and see who's won it. In the meantime, thank you, Glenn, for joining us. You will revisit us in future, I hope.
Yeah, definitely. I hope so.
Fantastic. All right, then. Well, we will be returning with more streaming action in just a moment or two. Back in a second. Bye-bye.
And now, oh my goodness, what an hour. What an hour
again,
I've had of, I had a kip. I fell asleep for 45 minutes. What else did I do?
Really? You've been slacking off?
I've been slacking off for a full hour, James. I've been doing absolutely nothing except no, obviously not. I've been checking out all of the amazing chat that's going on. I've been keeping an eye on all of the donations that are going on. Do make sure that you hit that donate button. It really does help us out. It really helps out our charity efforts, and it really is a great cause. So this stream, I'm So this is going to be a lovely little hodgepodge of games. They are, I think we can quite clearly call these AppSpy classics. They are games that we've talked about a fair amount, and they generate a lot of buzz. They get a lot of chat going on. They get people amped up, they get people excited, they get people talking. And there's some pretty good ones in here. I think you're going to be very excited, James. Now, what do I need to do? I need to press my placeholder thing. There we go. And I will show you that the first game that we are going to play is this thing. This is an AppSpy classic. We got a fair number of people who in the chat absolutely love this game, because we talked about this game a huge amount back in the day. We're really talking, when we're talking about Modern Combat 5, we're really talking about the Modern Combat series, aren't we? We're talking about
the whole series as a unit, I suppose.
We're talking about the fact that it absolutely is a game that is taking ideas out of other places. Modern Combat needs to download extra data while you're playing. All right, fine. And this will occur only once. Yes, but it is absolutely the example of a first-person shooter on mobile. I think that this is the game that gets that genre the most right. I still don't think it's quite there. The twin stick first-person shooter, I still don't think it's there just yet. There have been other people who've tried to do different things, who've tried to do first-person shooters in a slightly different way, most notably The Drowning, and stuff like Midnight... Ooh, what's it called? Midnight something?
Midnight Star?
Midnight Star. Games
we talked about that in the last hour, actually, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is... I don't think it's a genre that's quite there yet, but this is certainly the one that is coming closest. Now we're going through some water at the moment. We're playing the intro. I'm going to swipe to look around. Apparently, oh, this is nice.
I remember this so well. So I did the video review for this for AppSpy, which Danny might throw into the window at some point. In fact, I could probably do it, seeing as I'm a man with hands and fingers, and I'm not playing a game for once.
Yep,
we did the video review for AppSpy. I did, and so I played through it a bunch. I also did a bunch of graphics comparisons on this one,
right.
Which involved me having to play it on like an iPhone 5S and an iPod 5th generation, like an iPhone 4S, just trying out and seeing what difference it made depending on what system you're running. Surprising amount of difference, actually. I was really quite taken aback by how different the visuals really are from one another, depending on the device you're using. And you're right, I'm, as a rule, not a big fan of first-person shooters on touchpads and touchscreen devices. People will argue about this until the end of time, but I'm obviously right. And the fact of the matter is that it just doesn't feel right, and you need those sticks or a mouse and a keyboard. You need to feel where you're going. But that said, if you're going to do it, some games do it better than others.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you.
And in fairness, this one's all right.
This is the one that if you're after an explosive first-person shooter, as in things explode a lot, then this is probably the one that you would go for. And I think that I can change the controls and do all that sort. I don't want to do any of that.
It's just tutorial garb.
It's all tutorial garb, isn't it? So reach the evac zone. This is our evac zone. So did we just come in to shoot 2 people? Is that it? 2 goons?
No, get up them stairs. Don't worry. It's all going to kick off when you jump out the window.
All right. All right.
Most things do.
Things always do. Things significantly ramp up in the action stakes as soon as you do jump out of a window. Venice looks nice. Hello, Venice. Drag to jump cover. Do we want to do that? Yeah, let's do that. Out we jump and we reach the evac zone. Okay then. So I'm going to go over here, get into cover. Like I say, I think that companies that do try to, take console game experiences and port them onto mobile devices, I think they do get a lot of flack, and rightly so, because it's a real art to take a game. Oh my word! To take a game type and a game genre that works on console and doesn't necessarily work on mobile phones. It's a real skill to actually do that effectively and do it in a way that actually makes sense. And but I think that this is. Oh, do I get to? Yeah, I can. Okay, I'm going to tap to throw a grenade. Boom! Get in there. Does that explode? Yeah. Take that.
Shooty bangs.
Shooty bangs. But I would say that Asphalt are, between Asphalt and Modern Combat, I would say that GameLoft are kind of the company that's just about getting there in terms of actually doing this kind of stuff. Oh, he fell off his boat. Never mind.
They're very renowned. They have a sort of mixed reputation, GameLoft, because rightly people make fun of them for the fact that they're doing the same sort of thing all the time. They are taking
They're the
console
Activision
games
of mobile, aren't
franchise.
they?
Yeah, they're taking a popular franchise on console and then going, right, we're going to do the mobile version of that. So this is essentially Call of Duty on mobile, and Asphalt is essentially like Burnout or Need for Speed on mobile, which is a little bit like, it seems a bit cynical or whatever, and yada yada yada. That said, they are actually a talented bunch. They're an offshoot of Ubisoft.
Yeah.
They have like the genetic links to that publisher, so they are actually a very talented bunch of guys, and the stuff is very slick when it's done right. And again, Asphalt I had no hopes for, because I was like, yeah, it's sub Burnout clone whatever, and then played Asphalt 8. It's really good fun.
Really
Asphalt
good
8, really good fun. Like, so for a mobile racer, it's cracking. It's one of the better ones out there.
Oh,
and this,
tower's
as you
coming
can
down.
see, yeah, look at all this,
Whoa,
chopper
water.
madness.
Loads of water everywhere.
This is full-blown, Call of Duty cutscene style carnage.
This is one step away from, press B to pay respects. It really is. I'm going to destroy this helicopter now. I think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm just going to keep firing at this thing. I'm sure it's going to be fine. This is... it is pretty, though, isn't it? Look at this thing. Oh, look how pretty it is. Go away, helicopter. No one likes you. There we go. Now he's dead. Well, he's not dead, he's a helicopter. Oh, he's driven off in the wrong direction. Off he goes. Whoa! That's what I quite like about these games. Between, Modern Combat and Call of Duty, and I actually quite like the reboot of Medal of Honor, although I realise I am pretty much alone in that.
War fighter, gun holder.
Gun holder. I actually quite like those, and the reason I quite like them is because they are exciting. Like, there is something very exciting about squeezing a trigger and watching something explode. It's not a particularly mature or intelligent kind of a thrill, but it is a thrill nonetheless. And it's the reason that games like Just Cause are so exciting, because you think to yourself, how big an explosion can I make with all of these barrels?
True.
I think it is true. I'm looking around this thing. Oh, look at all the lens flare and all that.
And look at all the flashy JJ lens flare. We've got Jacob Wag there saying, once you finish this mission, can you try playing some multiplayer? We can't do it today because we've got a very strict schedule.
Yeah.
We need to get all of these games in before the day is out, so we won't be doing that today. But there's a good chance that on our multiplayer Fridays, normally Fridays reserved for multiplayer sessions, we will bust it out at some point and give it a go.
We will.
And Broken John 91 has just donated £5 to the stream. Also, I think he won a voucher as well. So it's a give and take, as we said before.
A lovely
That's
little
fantastic.
bit of
Thank you.
give and
That's
take.
really, really generous of you. All the money donated goes to the Special Effect charity, allowing people with disabilities to play games and help as part of their recuperation. So it's a very, very good thing to do. So if you can, there's links in the chat room. Hit the donate button immediately below this window or to the side if you're watching it in a weird way, and give whatever you can. It's all good. We don't mind what it is. It's all grand.
Absolutely. So Modern Combat 5 Blackout.
Yes.
What's the blackout mean? Is it like a drinking thing? Like, does one of them get drunk at some point? Or...
So always, the whole game is just like a black screen, and then at the end of it, you just like wake up looking a bit bleary and blurry. Oh, what did I do last night? Oh god. No, I've got no idea. It's just military terminology of military bunk.
Maybe it's to do with poor electricity consumption.
Quite possibly.
So let's go to The Lie. Suppress the terrorist attack, kill the terrorist leader, destroy the helicopter. I love destroying helicopters. Let me tell you, there is nothing more satisfying to me than destroying a helicopter. If I was taught anything by 50 Cent Blood on the Sand, it is that destroying helicopters are evil, and they are always to be terminated with extreme prejudice.
Yes. Of course.
So, The Lie, we're in Venice. I've got nice yellow gamer sort of glasses on that help you have quick reactions. Clearly a Call of Duty player, this guy. He's got his little yellow glasses on. Alright, fine. Yep, we're in, yep. So, why are we doing this again? Why am I doing this again?
Well, are you repeating a mission?
Am I doing this again? It said to do The Lie again. Why am I doing this again?
Maybe you suck?
Maybe I do suck. Right, let's exit this.
I don't know.
We're not doing that mission again, Modern Combat 5 Blackout. We've already seen the helicopter bit at the end. Yeah, we've already done it. Excellent.
Go to the next mission. There's another mission. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. So now it says that this thing. No, okay. So now we've got new supplies. Now we've got our loadout. This is your equipment. Loadout consists of class primary. Okay. And we can change from recon, I guess. We can change to a heavy. Oh, cool. Switch to assault. All right, wicked.
Yeah, you can bust out the big guns.
These are there's some very. I would hope that there were some very big guns in this. And I'm upgrading.
It is gun shooter 4. Shoot the guns.
Now, obviously, we should be censoring all of these images of guns, because guns don't exist on the App Store anymore.
We probably should,
as Jeff has told us before. But kill the messenger.
Yeah.
Can we go into this? Yeah, let's go into this. All right, let's sign me up. I'm going to do rangeless kill. Event active. Let's go. Load it up.
I've forgotten about that gun thing. It's so daft.
It is. Some would argue ridiculous.
It's not daft in itself, like I say, but the inconsistencies are daft. That's what annoys me about it.
It's making me play the same level again. Oh, I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to do that. Anyway, Modern Combat 5 Blackout is a very, very good first-person shooter for a mobile device. There is definitely that caveat, but we have to cover... we do have to, say about one of the biggest genres in the world right now. So we're going to pop up a placeholder right there.
Yeah,
Modern Combat 5, doing the work that others should be doing, trying to make the first-person shooter a thing that actually works. Now let's try something a little bit more sensible, shall we? Now this is going to make you roll over and giggle, I think, James.
Really? Don't tell me. Do I already know what this is?
No, of course not. Of course you don't know what this one is.
Oh God.
So,
You realise this is the best games on iOS and iPhone. You're not about to do what I think you're about to do,
and
right?
this is one of the best games on iPhone. I've entered
thank
into the
God.
service
Amazing.
of a new gentleman. It would seem he's a gambling man.
Phenomenal. All right, yeah, I'll let you off the hook then. I thought this was going to be something else, but you've come through for me, Peter, at the last minute. Well done, sir.
So this is 80 Days, and it is I think it's a little bit unfair to call it a game book, but it definitely takes a lot from game books.
Yeah, it's sort of a game book plus.
So, James, talk to me about 80 Days. Why you have a huge man crush on this thing?
We all do. Myself, Harry, and anyone who's played it, frankly, and Hideo Kojima and people like that all love it. It's gone shot to the top of everybody's list. It is kind of game book plus, as I suggested. So it's picking up on the story of Phileas Fogg traveling around the world in 80 days with his accompaniment guy, Passepartout, as his name is. They're all a bit French. Based on the novel by Jules Verne, as the titles have just shown. And what you have to do is try and make your way around the world in as short a time as possible, certainly within the 80 days. It plays out as a text adventure, so it has been written for the game. It's not like the book, it's just been dumped pages from the book in and that's it. It's kind of reimagined as a slightly steampunk sort of thing. So it's set in the past, it's in 1886, but there's lots of steam technology around. There are trains that go underwater, for example. But it's been really, really, really well written. Like, genuinely, the dialogue and the description, the conversation in the game is fantastic. And what you do is you meet up with your man, your Phileas Fogg, and the idea is you talk to each other and you go, right, we're going to do it. We're going around the world, and then it's up to you how you do it. So you're presented with this huge world map, as you can occasionally see it pans out and shows you the world. And then at every kind of place you visit, every little waypoint, you can determine, now, how am I going to go to the next place and which place am I going to go to? So, for example, it might present you the option like, you're in the middle of Europe, you're in France, you could go to Munich, that's the next stop, or you could go to Czechoslovakia. Do you want to do it via plane? Do you want to do it via train? Do you want to walk? Probably don't walk. Depending on which mode of transportation you use, that depends on things like how much gear you can carry with you. For example, if you're in a car, you might be able to hold more stuff than if you're traveling on a train, for example, because there's not much space. And those items may come in handy further down the line. So there is a lot to be worked out. And once you kind of get into the feel of what you're doing, it is phenomenally exciting because every city you visit,
There's a whole amount of text that appears, characters you meet, things that you can choose to do, places you can visit or not visit, because once you're at the place, sometimes there'll be things you might want to visit, but it's going to take a day to do it. And if you spend that day visiting, you're not traveling. And obviously you need to do this within 80 days. So there's the thing of like, do I stop and do I visit and do I go and find stuff? Maybe it will yield some rewards. Maybe I'll find an item that will be really useful later on, but maybe I won't. And maybe I've just wasted like 2 days like touristing around Paris. And I should have been hiking my ass over to Oslo or something. So it's really, really involved. Plus the fact that the presentation is phenomenal. As you can see, it is a game book, but there's a lot of animation, there's a lot of transition. You can see that world map, like as you travel from place to place, it pans and it swoops and it zooms, and like steam billows across the bottom of the screen. It's so nicely presented. Every kind of aspect of this just works. It's done by the guys who are Inkle, who are the guys responsible for Sworcery, who also dealt with those Steve Jackson books. So they're very experienced in making these game books, but the Sworcery ones were pretty strong. This is on another level, I think.
Absolutely. Now, we've obviously been making lots of choices along the way. There are different dialogue options that you can go with, or not even necessarily dialogue, just how does the game play out options. Yeah. One of these things is that we're on the London to Paris Amphitrite Express, and this apparently is a submersible train. And so obviously you can see that there's a little bit of the steampunk involved in all of this good stuff.
When I described that to someone, I mentioned it in the video. I was like, they've got a submersible train, and I got someone in the comments jumping in going, it's called the Eurostar, actually. You're like, yeah, no. We're in 1886 and it's a steampunk world. You're very confused. But thanks for chipping in.
Come on now.
I do know what the Channel Tunnel is.
I saw I looked at because they built the Channel Tunnel in Dover, and one of the manufacturing areas was relatively close to where I lived, and I actually looked at the big device that bored through the earth, that sort of went down, then started churning and stuff like that. It looks like a really big aeroplane blade.
That's intimidating.
It was really intimidating. I saw it, I was like, whoa. And I thought, wow, like my young mind, like, I would never want to walk through that when it was like working and stuff. And I did start to think to myself, like, were there any accidents and stuff? And did they get, did those accidents get covered up? And I thought,
you're thinking, what, like it's getting all conspiracy like?
Maybe maybe the Eurotunnel is a big conspiracy. But then I thought, and then I got above the age of 12 and thought, no, probably not. So now, this is a good question. Which is fastest? Which is safest? These are questions that I'm asking. So if I ask which is fastest, let's go with that. I believe
it speaks to your character. You see, there are lovely little questions like this. This is smart. So instead of it going like Walking Dead, where you're talking to someone directly, right? And if you say, "Hey, you're a dick," then obviously that person won't like you anymore. And if you give them a big hug and some marshmallows, they'll probably like you.
You're probably like.
This kind of speaks to your character. So when you say, like, here are your 2 question options, which is fastest, which is safest? Now, it's not saying click one or the other to get a speedy route or whatever, or like click one to show that you're cautious or something, because they're both reasonable questions. But like, if you say which one is fastest, it's sort of setting you up as this kind of impetuous character who's like, I just want to get there quickly. And your companion, like Phileas Fogg, might remark upon that and be like, huh. And that's how you like it is. You're just going to be one of these people who wants to fire off and shoot off in all directions at any given moment, and that will affect things later. Equally, if you say which one's safest, you might find a safe route, and you might turn around and go, well, come on, man up, for God's sake.
Come on now.
Get on it. And pull your finger out. So actually, the questions are kind of more subtle and nuanced than you might think. And again, it adds a whole other element of like, ooh, what should I say? Ooh. It's really sort of, it's just engaging all the way through. Harry from the Pocket Gamer podcast, whom you'll be familiar with if you're a regular viewer, is a huge fan of this one, proponent of it, as am I.
Yeah, and
most of us, really.
I think that the thing that really distinguishes this game from the others is that, or other game books, I would say, is that this is just written beautifully. This is written amazingly well.
And it's not like, in, oh, it's written well for a game. It's all right. It's just written really well. You would read it as a story.
Yeah, you would, yeah.
And there is about, from what I understand, I'm not making this up, there's at least 50,000 words in this game, and it might even be 500. It's one of those figures.
Oof, that's
There's an astonishing amount of dialogue in this game, because obviously they've written script, they've written dialogue for every single place all around the world. You know, all the potential places you can visit. And then once you've done it, once you've completed your journey, you've made it all the way across, it gives you scores, it shows you where you are, it even shows where you are in relation to other people. I've seen infographics which show your journeys compared to the routes other people took and how long it took them. And you go straight back to the beginning and you can start again. And there are so many branches, there are so many different alternative routes that you can go through. It just opens up a cavalcade of options.
So obviously we're whipping through time and money in this one. So how important are those things? Like, can you fail at the game?
Well, I haven't failed at it yet. I don't know actually if it is possible to. I presume actually, yeah, if you just hang around for the full 80 days in I don't know, Paris eating croissants, then yeah, I imagine you'll fail.
Be a nice time though.
But you can certainly do it badly. You can certainly do it in a way where you're taking far too long, and therefore you don't get into any scoreboards, and you are just don't even make the 80 days. So what you have to do is manage. Things like money will allow you to, for example, buy passage on trains, and the train might be faster, or indeed a plane. And perhaps if you haven't collected any money or haven't sold any items or goods, you won't have the money to take that plane, so you'll have to take a car or a cheaper mode of transportation, which might cost you a few days of travel. So there are right and wrong things you can do if you want to get as quick a time of travel as possible, but there are so many different decisions to make, and some of it's a gamble. It'll give you options, like you can visit the bank, maybe get a bank loan in one place, but the bank can only do it over a 24-hour period. You have to apply for the loan one day, and then they'll give you the loan the next, which means you have to stay in that city for 24 hours. And you can leave at any time, so it's like, oh, do I stay and potentially get some benefit, or do I just screw it and I'll wing it and I'll set off traveling immediately and hope that the money lasts for the journey? So there's a lot to factor in with every decision that you make. And it does it brilliantly.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really beautifully written. I love this look to it as well. It just looks, I don't know, what is this look? It's not cartoony. It's like, I don't know, it looks like 1930s advertisements.
It's almost poster art. Because you've got this block colour, a lot of silhouette-style block colours with very sort of high contrast. But then it's got the more sort of neutrally pastel shades in the background of it. And then it's kind of these lovely little 2D planes that are moving across one another, which looks lovely. But then when it cuts to the world map, you pan out, and it's this glorious, full 3D swiveling thing which charts your journey, tracks it across the way, which is really, really satisfying to watch. Believe me, once you've seen it, and you can see the whole line, the trail of your journey going off behind you. It really gives you a sense of like, Christ, I've seen many things. Ah, what a trip! What a day.
I love that. Passport 2 is this guy who's doing all the work, and Fog is just like, oh, I was having a nice dinner. Did you do anything nice while we were out? Did you have fun?
He's not pulling his weight, frankly. I think it's outrageous.
Disgraceful.
Although I can't think of this game or the original thing, the Round the World in 80 Days. My mind, and I know yours does as well, immediately goes to that cartoon.
I know.
That
with the
that
cats
cartoon
and the...
Yeah, where he's a lion, I think, isn't he? Round the World in 80 Days.
Is he a lion?
cat.
Is that right?
I think he's a lion.
Oh, okay.
And I think there's a cat female in it, and Passport 2 is a little helper dude. And I think it was a French animation that was later dubbed over in English, and I used to watch it when I was a kid, because I'm old. Too old. Pasol Vivassos is chiming in saying the story is awesome, went through France, down to Italy, all the way through the Middle East, down to Brisbane and across to South America, up to Central America. He's literally got his entire journey. And he's going to do it more times because there are 168 cities to visit. Like, that is the scale that we are talking about here. The replayability is absolutely massive. And I know that people might be put off by going, oh, it's a text adventure, I don't want to read a game, I'm bored, I just want to shoot a thing. I understand. I sympathise with that perspective, but this is really worth it.
Yeah.
If you're even like halfway interested in a good story. And people, I think, are more open to this now because things like the Walking Dead, the Telltale adventure games have become so popular. People are more used to the idea of I'm kind of playing an interactive story, and I occasionally make some decisions that change the way the outcome is affected. So this very much fits into that category. Like it's done differently, and it's got a lot more text in it. You're reading rather than listening, but it's arguably better written.
I think the other thing I really like about this is that it is a really interesting mix of this sort of steampunk-ish, but it's also written as if everything that we kind of take for granted is new and exciting. Like he talks about, we must have travelled 40, maybe 50 miles an hour.
Yeah,
and he's amazed, like that. Passport 2 is like, this is incredible.
I got that when I read The Great Gatsby recently. It's one of the things that really dates books when people turn around and say, we were going at over 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, 50 miles an hour.
I recently read, I think it's Arthur C. Clarke book. I read Rendezvous with Rama, which is a really very, very classic sci-fi book. And it actually, because it's from about the, I think, 50s, 60s maybe, and it translates really well. Actually, it's very timeless. The sci-fi concepts carry over well. There's stuff that doesn't really date it, apart from the fact that they start talking about the pricing structure. And they're going like, this mission we have to go on, which cost £1 million to do a whole space mission. And you're like, right, okay. That's like a crap lottery win.
Yeah.
£1 million nowadays.
Go to space if you won the lottery. And I don't think I would. I don't think I like that idea. I'd like to travel around the world, definitely. But
you wouldn't go to Mars? You wouldn't do this? You wouldn't be one of the intrepid crew who are applying to this, go and actually live and die on Mars?
That would be incredible, but at the same time I'd be like, nah, don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. Right, okay, so this was 80 days, and it's rather good. Even if, like me, you're not a huge fan of reading, which is A, a terrible thing to admit, and B, a fact, a sad fact.
Awful. It appeared in lots of people's top games of the year list, like people from even normal magazines, Variety and Time Out and stuff like that. All noticed this. It's a genuinely great experience. It's really, really worth downloading, so go and have a look. 80 days.
Next game.
Yes, bring it on.
This is a game that I love. This is one of my favourite games.
Oh, really?
On the App Store, and I'll whip down that placeholder. It is from Illusion Labs.
Okay.
It is Touchgrind Skate 2. And
yes, no, this legitimately is good.
This is one of the best uses of the touchscreen interface that I've ever had the pleasure of playing, basically. So let's go into the backyard, trying that again. We're going in for the competition, and the game is you place 2 fingers onto the screen.
Yep. And
you treat the board as if it were a one of those finger deck things that they used to have. You're basically using your fingers on the screen as your feet on the board, which is kind of impressive, really.
It's a very sensible system because you literally just place them down, bam, your fingertips act like feet, and then you're swiping, tilting, moving, and controlling the board like you would a real one.
Indeed. So I'm placing my 2 little fingers onto the thing here, and it's really neat. I was talking the other day actually about how I really, really like extreme sports games, like a little bit too much, let's say. This one does it for me, big style actually. So I've got 1 finger on the board now, and I'm just kind of twisting the thing around. It's like I've got my feet, 1 foot right on the back of the board, and like no weight on the front of the board. And I'm a little bit rusty at this one, unfortunately. I don't think I reviewed it, but when I got into it, I was super into it.
You posted a bunch of videos that even the developer was like, "Oh, that's quite good."
Yeah, that's actually quite good. I was well into the game, unfortunately, it's definitely one of those games that if you don't spend time with it, your skills begin to deteriorate. It's a little bit more realistic, I would say, than, let's say, something like a True Skate, which is still pretty realistic, but it's even more so than that. Oh, okay, we got a high score, we got a bronze, fantastic.
Nice.
On backyard. So I think now we can go into the car park. We've just got a few more exciting little challenges.
It's also got a bit of a kind of steep curve on the way in, isn't it? Would you agree? Like it's quite challenging if you're not familiar with it.
Like the first time that you get this. So if you haven't played this, like I 100% recommend it. Obviously, like the rest of the games that we're playing on this stream for GameBlast15 for Special Effect, a fantastic little charity. But yes, all of these games are fantastic, and but you will have to put in a significant amount of time for a mobile game just to begin with. You will get massively frustrated to begin with, especially if you haven't played extreme sports games in a while. Like if you haven't played Skate, or which is on PS3 and 360, and I think there's a Wii version as well. If you haven't played one of those, this is not Tony Hawk. Like it is not, a fast-paced action platformer. It is a full-on representation of what skateboarding is like. There is another. This is kind of its own little subgenre, really, on the App Store. There's True Skate, as I mentioned earlier. It's a little bit more approachable, and there's also Skater, which I don't know. I thought it was quite good, but it didn't quite gel with me in the exact same way as Touchgrind did. Touchgrind is amazing. Yeah, Skater was a little bit too. I don't know. It was a little bit too confined. It was a bit. It didn't give you as many options as you wanted to, and which is a bit of a shame. But it had some really cool social elements, which this one's kind of lacking. I have heard through the grapevine that the developer is currently working on Touchgrind BMX2.
Oh, right.
I saw a tweet by them the other day, or maybe a couple of weeks ago now, actually, yeah, so that is potentially quite exciting. I don't think the BMX series is quite as good as the skateboarding games, but yeah, this is just phenomenal. Did you manage to play this at all when it came out?
I did. I played it. I found it challenging.
Yeah.
Because obviously it kind of is, and I'm not an extreme sports type person. I did play Skate a bit.
Yeah.
When it came out on the consoles, which I enjoyed because of the two analog stick flip system, which was unique. And I actually played a bunch of one of the Tony Hawks. I forget which one it was, but I got quite into it for a bit.
Yeah.
Which is much more like combos.
Yeah, it's much more arcadey, isn't it?
Picking the right time and then going square, square, circle, square, triangle, 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 and doing like that sort of thing. Whereas Skate felt much more like trying to emulate the flips and the I guess the momentum and the force that you would use with an actual, with your feet.
Yeah.
And again, this is kind of a really clever use of the touchscreen to do as close as you can get to a real analog, apart from that god-awful Tony Hawk's Ride fake board.
Oh,
controller,
don't. I'm yet to try that. Even I was like,
I tried it. It was absolutely laughable.
Really?
Yeah.
They should have just made a hoverboard sim.
It just flat out didn't work.
Oh.
Like, you try to do something and it just doesn't work. And it was so much of that, and you just end up picking up and just beating it over the edge of a sofa or something.
Yeah.
Screw it. But no, this is actually smart because it uses in a way that you couldn't do with a controller, by putting the two fingers like there and then doing the flips and the same kind of heel back and kick motions and lean to, and it registers all of it like it's real feet. And
like it's real feet.
It's a great one-to-one, and you feel like you're reaching through the screen and directly controlling the board.
Isn't that a great review? It feels like it's real feet.
Yeah,
I think that's probably
7 out of 10.
The best. Yeah, 7 out of 10. The best thing that we can. Yeah, I think that's actually, funnily enough, like one of the best things that you can say about this. It actually does feel a bit like skateboarding. It might not quite get across the culture of skateboarding, which I definitely think Skater does. Skater does that a lot better. But it's certainly
the kind of the oh-so-rad culture.
No, not the oh-so-radness. More of the sort of, here's a set of stairs, spend 45 minutes there.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of thing, which is, admirable, because that is what skateboarding is like. I dabbled in skateboarding and blading and BMXing when I was a younger man, not thinking of, while I wasn't thinking about the Channel Tunnel. And, it was definitely a really fun activity, but at the same time I did realise, we're hanging out at this set of 4 stairs for quite a long time. I can see why people might think that we're dealing drugs or something.
Yeah, it does look a little bit sinister when you've got a bunch of kids just loitering around.
Loitering.
With intent.
Yeah. Well, we loiter with so much intent you wouldn't even. I can customise my deck if I want to. I've got these little wheels. I've got my deck here. I can change out different things. I've got grip tape. I can put stickers on. I'm going to put this one of a fishbone. I'm going to do that. Come on, put it on there. There we go. Put there. That's nice. We can change out the wheels, as we were saying. We'll go to the wheels, make them a nice colour. Ooh, snow leopard ones. Yes, please.
Now,
That
did you
looks
do actual skating? For all your love of skateboarding games, were you an actual boardist?
Yeah, I did. I was a boardist. I did. I was better at rollerblading, much better at rollerblading than skateboarding. I never understood I never understood like how to ollie effectively and regularly. So I liked bombing it down hills, and I liked causing trouble for the establishment. But I didn't like obviously. But I didn't didn't ever quite get that skill down. And once if you can't really do that, you're sort of screwed, really. BMXing I was much better at, and really enjoyed like street BMXing, which is basically just riding around and jumping off of stairs and stuff like that. And rollerblading I was probably the best at, really, out of all of those things, I would say, actually.
Okay.
I actually pretty good at rollerblading, to the point of like, I was like, oh, this is really fun.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah, even if I say so myself. But yeah, I was all right at that stuff, rather than skateboarding. But the day that I don't know if I've told the story in the stream, but I will now anyway. The day that I realised that I shouldn't do rollerblading anymore was the day that I went onto a vert ramp and had loads of fun on it. I'd never done vert ramp stuff before.
Okay.
Because I was, like I say, I was more of a sort of like skating around the streets and frightening old ladies kind of a thing. But we went to the skate park and we were sort of like rollerblading around, and I was at the top of this vert ramp, and I don't know if you know about if you're a skateboarder or a blader, you'll know this kind of thing. But when you're at the top of a vert ramp, what you're meant to do is you're meant to drop very sort of confidently down, and then you sort of do like a sort of curved motion. I just dropped, and I nearly broke my arm. Basically, I couldn't move my arm for a week, and I was like really worried that I'd done something seriously bad to it. And since then, whenever I get up in the morning, my shoulder goes like it's really bad. I really did some damage to it. And that was the day that I just went, do you know what? I don't think I'm ever going to make any money out of this. So
you're not going to be the next Tony Hawk.
I'm not going to be the next Tony Hawk. Rollerblading just doesn't have the cachet that skateboarding does. I'm rubbish at skateboarding, so I think what I'm going to do is give all of this up and become a video games journalist. And that worked out really well.
Skaters Lost was our
yes,
game,
exactly. I nearly did an impossible then, but I managed to miss out. The one thing that Touchgrind Skate 2 doesn't have, obviously, is grabs and stuff like that. It doesn't have you can't do like forward rolls or anything like that. But what you can do is you can do really neat stuff. If I was actually paying a lot of attention to this game, then I'd be ripping it up. You can do some really cool stuff like dark slides, which is where you grind on the actual grippy tape of a skateboard.
Yeah.
You can do impossibles, and you can do wall rides of a kind. They are really tough, but you can do them of a sort. And all sorts of stuff. But this is personally one of my favourite games. I must have put, no word of a lie, 20 to 30 hours into this thing.
Wasn't this one of the games you had to physically remove from your device to save your life?
I actually had to stop playing it because it was that good. I knew I wasn't really playing anything else. Oh, you've just advanced to amateur. Heck yeah, I have. So that, ladies and gentlemen, that is Touchgrind Skate 2. Probably the best skateboarding game, in my opinion, on iOS. Now, let's find...
It's a good one.
Let's find the last game for this hour that we are tentatively calling Mashup.
That's the biggest cop-out I've ever heard.
It's a bit of a cop-out.
It's called something.
It's a bit of a cop-out.
It's called games, lol.
So this I would say that this is a favourite of Mr. Danny Russell, who's in the chat at the moment, and with good reason as well. So let's say no to the touch notifications or whatever it's called. Data. Okay, all right. Blah, 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 blah. Give me 2 seconds, and I will get this
Right.
going.
Oh, yeah, I like this one. While you're doing that, incidentally, those of you who are watching and have been with us since 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
We're over 3 hours in, nearly 4 hours in. Whoa, actually, time is kind of flying a bit. It's going faster than I thought. Okay, so we are doing a whole 12-hour stream here. It's painfully obvious for those of you who've been here so far. And we're doing it in aid of the Game Blast charity Special Effect, which is getting games into the hands of people who otherwise wouldn't necessarily be able to play them, to help with recuperation, rejuvenation, and just make their lives a little bit better for people who are differently abled and are able to play them and hold controllers necessarily as easy as you or I. It's a cracking charity. Everything goes straight to them. There's no bits being shaved off and given to anybody else. It's just purely straight to them. It's a cracking charity. You can hit a donate button immediately below this stream. Hit that button, give whatever you can. No donation is too small or too much. It doesn't matter. Whatever you can spare will be fantastic and help some people out so they can play games when they're feeling a bit low as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this, ladies and gents, and specifically Danny in the chat, is doing a fantastic job. This is Groove Coaster Zero, and
This is banging.
it is banging, James. That is absolutely the term
I love
for
this
Groove
game.
Coaster Zero. Now, Groove Coaster is a paid game. Groove Coaster Zero is a free-to-play game. It is generally, and it's kind of overlooked quite a lot actually, it's generally accepted that Groove Coaster Zero is the one that you want to play. Which normally
Seems
we
weird.
kind of go the other way. Like if you get the full game for a set price, that's a great thing. But this is different. It is marvelous, and it is constantly being updated with really cool new tracks. Now, what I'm doing is I'm tapping on the screen. I'm tapping whenever there's a white little circle and my little ball of light goes over it. And there's a yellow. Sometimes I'll get a yellow line, and that is a tap and a hold. There are other things in there as well. See, tap and hold. Told you. There's other lines in here as well. Other things that you need to do. Tap and swipe, for example, which will be you tap on the screen and then you swipe just at the end. This is obviously made infinitely more difficult because I can't hear the actual audio coming out of here, but I'm sure you're having a lovely time listening to it. You'll hear that it is marvellous.
I've done this on the stream before, and I have my audio going through a different TV. It is tricky to do it visually.
It is tricky.
But
So
the tracks are great. It's a lot of sort of J-pop, J-dancey stuff, isn't it? And a lot of them are quite catchy and awesome.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily stuff you're familiar with. It's not Armin van Helden or anything like. But it is, the tracks are really well chosen, and it's got a brilliant psychedelic thing going on with the way the camera pans around over the course of the line that you're tracing, and it manages to be, despite simple inputs, like super engaging. One of the better rhythm action games.
Yeah, definitely. And it's fun because it is simple. Like you can immediately put somebody in front of this and go, just tap when you need to, and people go, oh right, yeah, and they get it. Like they understand it. They understand that. Oh yeah, this is how you play the game. But at the same time, you get into some of the harder tracks and you put it on some of the more challenging difficulty levels, and the game is just ridiculously tough. There are all sorts of button inputs that you need to do and combinations that you need to get involved with. But the other thing I would say is that the game is constantly trying to give you like an awesome viewpoint on the track, right? And it's trying to make things as visually exciting and spectacular for you as possible. And that's great, except for it totally gets in the way sometimes of the actual beat. But that's part of the gameplay. It's part of getting into the groove and understanding that sometimes you just shouldn't really be looking at the screen. Sometimes you should just kind of play it by ear and understand how it all works. Which I actually understand in Japanese rhythm action games in the arcades is an option for a lot of arcade games. Apparently there are some games that basically just take away all of the like rhythm bars. So like whenever something comes along, like guitar, I think Beatmania definitely did it, because I had a copy of Beatmania on PlayStation, where if you played on hard, the game just didn't show you when you needed to press the buttons.
You just had to remember and hear the music.
It just assumed that you would know how to do all of this. And it was like, well, all right then, Beatmania, you have got a lot of faith in my ability to play this. But yeah,
you clearly don't know me.
You clearly don't know me.
My level of incompetence.
Yes, absolutely. Now, what's going on over here? Can we go back to here? No, we don't want to go back to here. Now, are there any more tracks that we can get hold of? So, if I press the play button, no, don't want to do that. We can go to the shop. Let me quickly bust the shop open, and you'll see in here Yes, so there's a present. I can get Sakura Mankai because Groove Coaster Zero has joined forces with Pitter Pat Beat. You know Pitter Pat Beat. You know Pitter Pat Beat,
no.
don't you, James?
What?
Oh, Pitter Pat Beat, of course, everyone's favourite. But I would say that, you know, all of these things are... Where is it? Level up present. Okay, yeah, get... Alright, fine. No, I don't want to do any of this. Go away. There it is. Right, so the game's down... this extra song is downloaded. It's also possible to ad-lib on tracks. Sometimes touching the screen, even when there are no targets or beats are present, plays a hidden sound. This process is called ad-lib. The visible item gives you ad-lib points. Here's a free visible item. Let's check it out. Let's not check it out for the time being. Let's continue on. So it's going to very quickly pull down some information from those internets.
And you get new tracks. So as Danny's pointed out in the chat room, actually, it comes with dozens of tracks that you unlock for free.
Yes.
It's a free-to-play game. I think you can later pay for other tracks if you want to.
Yes.
There are loads and loads of ones you can unlock organically, or you can just pay up front and get the premium version. But this one is good.
This is a really good... This is the way to do free-to-play. Like, it is a really smart, generous... Yeah, nice game with some cool songs, and it totally plays to... It also totally knows what its market is. Like, it knows that in the West, it's probably going to be played by people like Danny. Which, you know, like, Danny's into cool, you know, interesting, obscure Japanese games, and I think that people who like to play this game often are as well. So the soundtrack is kind of works in that favour as well. But it's also just good, cheesy, electronic music. So I mean, some of it's not cheesy at all. Some of it's just full-on awesome electronica. But yeah, like some of the tracks are like, you know, twee and stuff, but they're quite fun. Look at this thing going all over.
Yeah, the visuals are awesome. I also, you mentioned the freestyle thing. That became a part of other games as well. I think Blitz in the Rock Band games, Guitar Heroes, where you had a slider bar where you're encouraged to kind of do some mad whammy or something to add a little bit of flourish to it.
Mad whammies,
which is a nice little touch.
Yeah. So as you can see, I've got a chain going on as well, and obviously the higher the chain in these games, the better you're doing, and the higher the score that you end up getting. This is actually full on.
The grid section's amazing. It switches from that weird, like, kind of grid linear blocks to twirling loops of sound.
Boom.
And it's well cool.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed well cool, James. Like, it is really, really good. Points are awarded for successful ad-libbing. Anyway, touching the screen at various points during the track is the best way to find ad-lib opportunities. So there is a bit of that freestyle thing, like you were touching on with the whammy. There is the opportunity for that as well here in Groove Coaster Zero. Skin Basic has been acquired. That's cool. That's neat. So how is everybody in the chat? That's my question. That's my big question to you all. How are we getting on with these games? Obviously, we're only playing amazing video games today.
Yes, very specifically sticking with ones that are well good. But that is part of the whole thing. As you will know if you've been watching from the beginning, it's a whole 12-hour thing. We just basically went around and quizzed everyone in the company, really. So we both Peter and myself and Danny from doing mainly with App Spy stuff, but also everyone from Pocket Game. And we're like, what are the best games? What are the games you love to play? And we wound up with this list, which we had to cut down because it was so massive and filled with awesome stuff. Which is super duper exciting. Petra Beef's okay. James Rooney's saying he's good. And it's got asking if we've tried Tone Sphere. I'm not familiar with that one. I don't think I have. There is a very good music game that was released, which is I think we did a review of it. I did a video review, and it was pretty much unknown. And then it kind of blew up.
Oh, do you mean D? Starts with D.
Is that what it is? I forget what it's called, but it's a Japanese theme, and it's like you're almost like playing piano at the bottom of it or something. And it's really good.
It's really good.
The art's beautiful, and the music is very, very sound. And again, it's kind of a Japanese influence sort of thing. But I'm now curious. It's a weird word, like D2 or something unusual. I'm gonna try and spin back and find the damn thing now. I was really keen on the game when it went live, and it's another one that hung around on my iPad for a little bit longer, you know. But we have iPads obviously doing reviews of games all the time, and we're constantly downloading new stuff, so you have to quite quickly start deleting old things so you can make space for the new. And you know a game's really made an impression when you're like, I'm deleting everything, but I'm going to try and leave this one on.
Keep this one on my iPad.
Yeah, I quite like it. Yeah. So, and that's when you know you're on to a winner.
That's when, yeah, absolutely. Like,
and this hang around because I really liked a couple of the songs that were on it.
Was it called? Was it called? I've just remembered. Is it called
Demo?
Demo?
It's something like that. I'm scrolling back. I'm gonna find it. God damn it. It's around here somewhere.
Oh, look at this whipping around like a little halo effect. That's quite nice. So yeah, while you're trying to find that, I will say that if you're just joining us, then or you've joined us right at the start and you've kept with us for some reason from 9 o'clock this morning, then hello, this is AppsFine Pocket Gamer, and what we do is we stream mobile games. Today we are doing a special stream, a 12-hour stream, all in aid of SpecialEffect's and GameBlast. Sorry, my brain got completely spun round there when just looking at all of the flashing visuals that were going on.
It's a bit like they should have one of those epilepsy warnings on the front of it. It's quite full on.
It is full on. But like I say, so yes, we're doing this, and we're doing 12 hours for SpecialEffect and GameBlast, and this is all for charity. There is a button on the page, what you are viewing this on, that will take you straight to our Just Giving page that allows you to donate directly to SpecialEffect. And it's a brilliant charity. They help people who are less able to enjoy video games. And at AppsSpy, we honestly believe that everyone should love video games, and everybody should be happy that everybody likes video games and can enjoy their own video games in their own way. So absolutely, SpecialEffect is an awesome thing, and we really would love it if you got involved and threw whatever money you could possibly afford in the direction of our Just Giving account. Now, I'm going to go on to easy for this one, for the party has just begun, apparently.
Aha! I found it. B, I was actually right. It was called Demo.
It was called Demo.
DEEMO. I'm going to post the video review in the link, and it's one of we can post videos from time to time of unknown games, and it'll get a couple hundred views or maybe a couple of thousand. It's got 20,000 views.
Jeez.
Like quite quickly, just because I don't think anyone else had reviewed it or something, but it's actually really very good. So I just popped it into the chat room there. If you want to have a look at the video, it's a YouTube video, which has got the review for Demo. Really nice art. Really nice songs. And with the rhythm games, you have to work out a way to visualize something that is inherently an audio thing.
Yes.
So with the case of Groove Coaster Zero, as you can see, it goes with lots of incredibly trippy geometric style flashes and arrangements with crazy spinning backgrounds and lots of bright colors and like whomping special effects and flashes, and basically it's like being trapped inside a head of someone who's taken a bit too much acid.
Yes.
Whereas Demo goes the other way, where it's a very kind of slow and gentle and I guess classy might be the word. I don't know.
It's a different kind of, like, this is quality, whereas Demo is classy, if you know what I mean. Like, this is still really, well put together, but yeah, Demo is a lot more, I don't know, you're more likely to see stuff that is kind of orchestral and piano based and that kind of stuff on Demo rather than I mean, if there's a piano in this, then it's got the backing of a 200 beats a minute drum machine, exactly. Now, James, where are we at with the donations? That's what I need to know right now.
I should probably check. We've had a few. Let's have a look. We're not being put on the front page yet. We're still waiting for that to happen. It is supposed to happen at some point. We're being pushed and promoted by Twitch, but for whatever reason, it hasn't occurred yet. We're looking into it.
So we're hanging out with the hardcore.
It's a small group of people who, some of which we've already given, so we're not asking anyone to give twice or anything.
No.
Let me just refresh and see where we're at. I was surprised by how much we did have already. £159. Crikey. From only a few of you watching. That's very generous. So we've got people, Yellow Toss has donated, giving some money from there, saying he doesn't have much, but like, here's a little something. Fantastic. We do not care how much you have, or it's not a problem. Like, whatever you can afford to give is great. It all goes to a
spirit of
really
giving.
genuinely good cause. Absolutely. We've got Broken John, he donated. Thank you, sir. James from Pargan Otto Ojan, we've already mentioned. Incredibly generous, £100 from Otto Ojala, which is astonishing. Didn't expect that at all. No Money Left Boy threw some cash to the kitty. Alex has done as well. Rin Sharika. Bunch of people. All donations.
All
gratefully
stars.
received. Well, thank you ever so much for that. And I know that the people will be grateful at the other end as well.
Absolutely. Now, that is all 4 games from that little genre of stuff, what we have been playing today. What were we calling it? Like mashup or something?
Your little mashups, greatest hits thing.
Mashups, greatest hits. Now,
do we now have to prep for something special?
we have to prep for something special. I've put my little Game Blast thing up on there. That's got all the details of how you can donate to the cause. We have got a special guest coming on in a couple of moments, and it should be really good fun. I think you'll know who they are, but they're not an App Spy person, but they are definitely a friend of the show, so we'll probably bring them on in a little bit. We've still got more prizes to give away. We've still got more money to raise. We've still got more hours to kick butt through.
Many more hours.
I've still got some terrible snacks to test out, and I've still got the power of speech, which is already, to be perfectly honest with you.
Don't get attached to that.
No.
I can already feel my throat going. It's good.
By the end of it, I can totally see that Danny will have to take over, and or we can just do sign language stuff.
All right.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. So I would say that the next 4 games that we're going to be playing, James, massive.
Yes,
Games.
I have seen the list, and I completely concur.
I think that they are.
So I will step away and leave you to it. I'll be back in an hour or so
All
after
right.
it all.
Well, we'll stop the stream now, and
Yep.
we'll be back in 60 seconds.
Awesome. Deal.
All right, see you in a bit.
See you later, guys.
So we are live, and we're back. We're back, Lonnie. We're back. We're back live as part of our 12 hours. Can you believe that we're doing 12 hours of this?
I cannot.
This is
good luck with
this-
all of that.
Yes, thank you very much. You're doing an hour now. Lonnie, I don't really need to introduce you, but I'm going to anyway. Lonnie is probably the most foremost YouTuber for mobile games out there on those internets. General vagabond of the internet. Teenage crush of many a lady, and maybe yes, absolutely. Yes, you know a thing or two about video games, so we thought we'd get you on board for an hour and see how everything's going. So, first question for you is: are you having a nice day today? And also, what's the time over in America? I have to always ask this question to people when they're in a different country. What is the time where you are?
Right now, it is 8 a.m., so the earliest I've been awake in a while. And I'd say it's been a pretty good day so far.
Yeah, good. Okay, so you're rocking coffee at the moment and keeping yourself caffeinated?
Actually, not yet. I just got the water with a nice Dave & Buster's logo on there.
Ooh, very nice, very nice. Okay, so a reminder, if you're just joining us now, then this is Pocket Gamer and App Spy. We are doing a GameBlast15 charity stream in association with SpecialEffect. Brilliant charity, helps those less able play video games. We're joined by Lonnie, YouTuber extraordinaire, and we're going to play some video games. Now, let's play, I think the title for this genre that we're sort of going through at the moment, I think the title for this is Biggies.
Okay.
Biggies.
The biggins.
And let's go with this one, because this is quite a biggie as it is. So let's remove the placeholder. Now, Lonnie, tell me everything you know about Hearthstone.
I played it like at least twice.
You've played it at least twice. Well, that is
At least.
That's more than enough. Now, currently, the doors are closed. The bar is never closed at Hearthstone HQ. Oh, no, it is. Now it's fine. It's fine. So it's a card game. It's a little bit like, what should we say? It's a little bit like Magic the Gathering. Is that right? Do you think?
And not at all not even sort of similar to Go Fish.
No, not at all. Nothing like Go Fish. Nothing like Snap either. I was very disappointed when I first played it. I was looking for sort of Snap meets Goblins, but that didn't happen in the end.
Unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. Now, while I am waiting for this thing to actually boot up, because obviously it's decided to have just a funny 5 minutes. What would you say are your favourite kind of digital card games, or do you play digital card games at all?
This one is probably the one I've played the most, which is not much. So,
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
it was pretty fun from what I played with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think it does this genre of. I think it does this genre of sort of competition, competitive card building, like card deck building and that kind of thing. I think it does it quite well. I think it's certainly does a lot better than something like Magic the Gathering, which unfortunately kind of had a slightly, I don't know, sort of slightly lackluster, I would say, digital release. A couple of lackluster digital releases. Let's go over to our basic decks. I am by no means a Hearthstone expert, and Lonnie, I'm getting the feeling from you that you're not a Hearthstone expert either.
Probably fair.
This is probably fair. So do you play World of Warcraft, or do you play StarCraft, or do you play any of those other kind of games?
Not at all.
Not at all. So okay, so what does one of the number one YouTubers for mobile games, what do you play in your pastimes?
Like, one of my favorite games is probably Dumb Ways to Die, Pizza vs. Skeletons.
It's Pizza vs. Skeletons.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that. So what? Okay, so Dumb Ways to Die. I think we streamed that a while ago. So what do you like about games like that? Because it's quite a WarioWare-esque collection of mini games, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very fast-paced and pretty difficult if you're trying to get like the high scores, which makes it good for videos, I guess. It's easy to react to and commentate over.
Yeah, absolutely. So what was that? It was something to do with like it was like a national safety campaign kind of thing.
Yeah, it was for Metro Trains.
Metro Trains, my word. Yeah, like I quite liked that it had this kind of. Oh, I was disconnected. What on earth? Hearthstone, don't fail me now. Yeah, I was quite sort of into that whole. Hey, we're trying to do nice things to help people not get run over by trains. Kind of
it's a worthy cause.
It is a worthy cause, though. Yeah, like honestly, isn't it? Like, you know, you wouldn't want to get run over by a train. I wouldn't want you to get run over by a train. I wouldn't want to get run over by a train. Yeah, I think that it is definitely one of those worthy causes. We are glaring at the innkeeper, according to these amazing load screens that we keep getting at the moment, which is a thing to do. Glare at the barkeeper. So, here we are. Right, I'm Garrosh Hellscream. You know him, Lonnie. You know Garrosh. Come on. And we're going first. We can choose between any of these cards that we've got here. We can keep hold of them and get rid of some of them. We can do whatever we want with them. We're going to hit confirm, and we're going to hold on to those ones, I think. And we're going up against this Meiji lady. And here we go. So I'm going to pop in my little card, my Murloc Raider, and that brings in like another card with me, I believe. Or does it? No, I don't get another one. Oh, what? That sucks. I thought I'd get another one. Yeah, okay, so for those people who are kind of unaware of what you do, Lonnie, like, explain who you are. Explain what you're all about, what your bag is.
Alright, so I do iOS gameplay videos on YouTube.
And
it's kind of like the
made by
Apple
Apple?
YouTube channel, but less professional.
Okay. Well, you've seen the stream so far. I wouldn't say less professional. When did you start? When did you start doing? When did you start your YouTube channel?
My YouTube channel was probably I started my first YouTube channel when I was like 14.
Really?
Yeah, so like
fantastic.
6 years ago.
Okay. And what was that sort of filled with at the time?
Vlogs, skits, typical kid YouTube stuff, I guess. And then eventually, like, Blondie Dose was my channel for just daily whatever throwaway videos, and then eventually I did gaming videos on it, and now it's kind of my main channel.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Cool. And
now I have a username that makes no sense.
So how have you found like people have reacted to it? Like, do people on YouTube particularly like find mobile stuff good? Because obviously AppSpy's been around for years and years and years and years and years, and we've kind of always had this thing of, you know, trying to make sure that people have fun with games and like try and keep things civil, trying to keep things pleasant. Like, do you find that people on YouTube are interested in mobile games, or is it a very small minority, or are people more interested in console stuff?
I think a lot of people are interested in it, and more people are starting to play it, like on the creator side, but before it was kind of like nobody was really doing it kind of thing, at least not in like the standard let's play kind of way, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's funny, isn't it? Because you always think, when you think of like YouTubers and when you think of like, we often, so for example, here on AppSpy, every once in a while on Twitch we'll get somebody coming on who says, who'll say something like, oh yeah, you guys should play like Call of Duty. It's like, well dude, like, I don't know if that's going to be, I don't really know if that's in our wheelhouse. Like, there's a kind of like an assumption, I would say, that people think that if you're on the internet and you're talking about video games, that you're talking about big console games or big PC games, that you're playing Smite, that you're playing Dota or something like that. I don't know if that's like still a big thing, or if it's a big, I don't know. Is that still a stigma?
I mean, maybe. It seems like it on Twitch, judging by, I don't know, I check out the streams once in a while, and sometimes you guys get those
fun people.
Yeah,
those people are fun, but that's the beauty of them. They sort of, once in a while we'll get somebody coming along and go, oh, what is this? This is like mobile games. I don't get it. And then by the end they're like, oh, actually, this is all right. Like, which is always fun, you know. Like, it's always fun to have somebody who comes along and goes, oh, actually, this is actually quite decent. So I'm gonna, at the moment, being a quality Hearthstone player that I am, what I'm gonna do is, because I've got rid of the guarding character, I can now attack my opponent directly, so I'm going to do that now. Boom. And I'm just going to kind of avoid these front two facing character cards, because that way I can attack my opponent directly. And I think I'm basically in a pretty good position right now, unless this person has got basically a bit of a beastly set of cards to destroy me. I think I'm in a pretty good space right now. Yeah, it's. I think one of the other things I quite like about Hearthstone, and I don't know if you find this quite exciting, Lonnie, but I certainly do. You can poke little bits of the environment, and things will happen. Things will happen in it. So
I don't know if I tried that.
Oh, you've got to try it, right? So in the top left-hand corner, there's a person with like a little head statue with like a little diamond in it. If you just keep tapping it, the diamond falls out, and to me, that gets me every single time. I think to myself, that is brilliant, because I'm the sort of person that when I played Duke Nukem 3D back in the day, I went round flicking every light switch on and off, and that was the first game where you could turn light switches off in the first-person shooter. Right? and I distinctly remember thinking to myself, this is pretty cool. This is pretty awesome that I can turn lights on and off in a first-person shooter. Obviously, we're victorious. I think you brought us some good luck with this one, because usually I'm not very good at this. I was using a warrior class there, so that is Hearthstone. I believe we've potentially got some competition stuff going on in the chat at the moment, but we'll play a little bit more of this one, I think, and we'll take on the warrior with our paladin or something along those lines. So, oh my word. I think the one thing I don't like about this too much is that we've got slightly long load times here, and like, I don't. So for you, what is the make of a really good? What are some of the things that you look for when you see a good video game? What are some of the sort of key telltale things that you go, oh, actually, yeah, this is really good?
I don't know, man. I just try to have as much fun with it as possible, I guess.
I think, I think that's perfectly...
because, for my purposes, I could make fun of a game for 10 minutes, and, that could be fun. So that's all I play of it. I enjoyed my time with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, you're in quite a unique situation in that basically you can do whatever you want, right? Like, you can sort of go. You don't have to kind of I don't know. You don't have to think about. You don't have to think about. I don't know. Like, there's no you're not a journalist, are you? You know.
Yeah. Not.
Which is
not.
probably quite a good thing because honestly, I don't think anybody would want to be a journalist these days. It's pretty low down on the spectrum of things that you might want to do. Yeah. So I think that like finding fun games is like it's really challenging. Like, how do you go about finding games that you think are fun?
Well, I look at all of the big iPhone blogs, so only AppSpy and Pocket Gamer. Those
Obviously,
are the only two.
yeah, there are obviously no other competitors.
Exactly, and I mean, I don't know. I just look around. Plus, there's a lot of games that I haven't played because I only started doing this since like 2013, and there was a lot of games released before then. So, big backlog to dig through.
Do you ever go back to older games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have like 10 pages of games on my phone right now. It's getting pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, like what? So, what are your personal like favorite genres? Would you say?
I don't know. I guess that's a good question.
This is it. This is the difference, right? So you're a YouTuber, I'm a journalist. I have to ask the tough questions.
Tough, hard-hitting questions.
Yes, exactly. So let's bring in our gnomish inventor. Let's do that. So I think we have played Hearthstone a fair amount now, and I'm worried they're in quite a good position, and I think I'm going to lose. So I think the best thing to do here is to throw up our placeholder and quietly have me stop playing
away.
Hearthstone. So we'll move on to another game now. Just a reminder, if you're joining us at the moment, then this is AppSpy and Pocket Gamer. We're joined by Lonnie, the wonderful Lonnie, him off of YouTube, and we are playing 4 games that we think are biggies. And they are pretty big name games. We've just played Hearthstone, and this is all for charity. This is for Special Effects. We've got a donate button. Hit that button if you want to give us, hey, I don't know, $2, $3, even more dollars than that. It will make you feel warm and gooey. So, what should we go with? Let's go with this little beauty. And we're going to drop the placeholder right now. So this is Slamjet Stadium. And it is a... how to describe it? It is from Alistair Atkinson, and Alistair Atkinson is a person who makes sort of multiplayer single-screen games that usually have a solo component as well, that are super exciting and get people gathered around a tablet or a really big touchscreen in some way. And Slamjet Stadium is one of the cooler ones, I think. So have you played this one? I know you've played thousands of games. I
have not played this one.
Well, let me explain exactly how all of this works. There is a ball in the middle of the stadium, and what I need to do is I need to ping these jetpack rocket things at the ball, a little bit like, let's say, like, what's it called? Like air hockey? Is that
air hockey, yeah.
Yeah. When you sort of fling these things about, there's a little ball in the middle, and you knock into them, and then you score. Basically, you score. And so that's all very simple and lovely and wonderful. Except for the difference between this and air hockey is that you can take your characters into the other side, and you can actually affect the way that other people the way that other people play. So basically, you know, you can smack into your opponents with your little jetpack-powered team members. Oh goodness, I didn't do a very good job of that. And get them out of the way. In multiplayer mode, you can go even more evil than that, and you can actually, because you're playing on the same screen with the same thing, you can just like get your mate to sort of ping it out of the way. By accident. You can actually ping your opponent's pieces. Ping your opponent's pieces. There we go. Put that on the App Store description, Alistair Atkinson. Ping your opponent's pieces. So, Yeah, it's kind of like that, really. It's like it's kind of like an air hockey-esque game, set in space, obviously, with jetpacks, and I think that's a pretty good description of a video game, right?
Yeah, pretty good combination of things.
Pretty good combination of things. Now, if we were to design, a dream video game, what things would that dream video game have? Clearly,
Match 3, Endless Runner,
Right.
Flappy Bird.
what else? Match 3, Endless Runner. Now, where's it set?
Probably, maybe in like a mushroom kingdom. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, we can be in a mushroom kingdom. That's fine. Obviously, we would have to be extremely careful about. Oh Jesus, we got smacked in by dust. Obviously, we would have to be extremely careful about. I don't know, plumbers getting annoyed with us. But I reckon you could totally have a mushroom kingdom that didn't have any plumbers in it. And actually, here's a question for you. Why are there plumbers in a mushroom kingdom? How much plumbing do mushrooms need?
Well, I mean, have you seen those big pipes? They're everywhere.
Yeah, but why? Lonnie, this is a question
Reasons.
that has plagued the ages. Why is there so much plumbing in the mushroom kingdom?
It's a little gross, but probably to like move the sewage as pipes do.
Yeah, but like these are Goombas. They're not pooping left, right, and centre. They're like.
Have
little-
you ever met a Goomba?
Well, no, I've never met a Goomba. I must say, but I can't imagine a Goomba pooping.
I don't want to.
Well, fine. But I'm just saying. I feel like there's too much plumbing. It's almost like the reason that you're trying to rescue the Mushroom Kingdom is that Bowser, or King Koopa really, has ordered basically has spent too much money on city ordnance, and just overdone it with the plumbing. I would say. Boom. Oh my word. But yeah, Mushroom Kingdom, Match 3, Auto Runner, Puzzler thing. Oh, we've got multiple balls on the field now, so this is going to be difficult. What else? Set in the Mushroom Kingdom, like you say. Who's the main character? That's the question.
Peter Willington.
Me?
Why not?
Well, I don't know.
You're the mastermind behind this thing. I'm just helping.
Well, this is the thing, right? I don't know. I mean, I think it's kind of like Sid Meier puts his name on games, right? And I think, oh, that's kind of cool because you came up with the idea for all the games and stuff like that. But this is like a joint production, so I don't know. Maybe what we could do is we could be a bit like Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong in Donkey Kong Country, right? I could be like the Diddy Kong to your Donkey Kong, and
okay.
You could just find me in barrels lying around, and sort of do that. That'd be a big part of the sort of thing. And you'd have to there we go. Well, we've already done it, right? Basically, you run along. It's an auto runner until you get to a barrel. At which point you've got to play a match 3 puzzler, and then you can that's the way that you unlock the barrel to get me out, and then you've got an extra life. That kind of thing.
It sounds good.
It sounds good. It sounds like you're not convinced about this.
No,
I'll be honest.
I'm definitely convinced. I think we need to think about how much IAP is going to be in it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're definitely going free to play because that would be brilliant.
Of course. I think we should actually pay people to play it. We need to be less than free to play.
So we're going to pay people. Hold on, what's that? Pay to play? No.
Sort of, but not in the way that you might think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to pay people to play a game. I don't think this is going to work out. I'll be honest. But after this 12-hour stream for SpecialEffect, I think what I'm going to do is mark down all of these informations and go to some angel investors or something like that. See if we can get this done.
All right.
See if we can get this sorted out. Oh my word. So, yeah, like I say, we're sort of playing Slamjet Stadium. Well, we are playing Slamjet Stadium. We're not sort of playing Slamjet Stadium. We're playing Slamjet Stadium. It is from Alistair Atkinson, and it is an air hockey game in which basically the whole idea is that it is single-screen, competitive multiplayer extraordinaire. That's what Mr. Atkinson does, and Slamjet Stadium is a fantastic representation of that. I'm playing the single player, sadly, because I'm all alone at the moment within my own home. Streaming it. Obviously, I'm joined by you, Lonnie, but I don't think there's any online multiplayer for this. Otherwise, we'd get totally involved in it and crack on with it. But oh my word, there's a magnet. Things just go absolutely ape all over this stuff.
Yeah, I can tell. It looks pretty crazy.
Too much. It's too much. Well, it's not too much. We've got some prizes to give away, I believe. I think they'll probably end up in the chat for Slamjet Stadium. We'll give away some prizes Danny will do that. He's in the chat, modding the chat, saying hello to everybody, and making sure that oh my word, making sure that everyone's having a lovely time. This is really, really intense, and I'm really super focused in on this right now. But I think it is time to move on to our next game. What do you say? Should we do that?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, so we're going to ping out of that. Now, the next game is a game which I've just got into recently a fair bit. I've been playing the PC version of this. My hands are starting to get all sweaty. One of the things we didn't think about, Lonnie, when we were deciding, shall we do a 12-hour stream? One of the things we didn't decide is we didn't bring any like moist towelettes so that we could keep ourselves...
You didn't accommodate for hand sweat.
No, we didn't accommodate for it, which is... I don't know. Is that...
Keep that in mind for next time.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to. Yeah, next time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, we'll definitely do that. So what we'll do is start a new thingy on this, and then we'll hit that button, and then we'll remove this placeholder, and boom. Now, Minecraft Pocket Edition.
What is that?
Have you heard of Minecraft?
No, what is weird.
Minecraft. So, how much Minecraft have you played?
A pretty good amount.
Pretty good amount.
Enough.
Okay. So, do you want to explain to the fine folks who are watching as part of our stream what Minecraft? Oh, I've got a little yellow flower. Yeah. Do you want to explain what Minecraft is?
Well, basically, you're born into this world with one hand. I guess you can't prove that you have any more. So that's, all you need to. And then you punch wood. That's always what you do first.
Oh, my mind's actually blown now.
Yeah. So you get wood, and then you build stuff, build a house, and then probably get bored.
Okay. So you build stuff, potentially get bored.
Survive as long as possible. I
like playing this in survival mode simply because I think the creative mode... I'm not a very creative person. I don't... It's true. It's true. Like, I'm not a very, like... When I played Little Big Planet, I played all of the single-player levels, and I was like, oh, this is really good. And then I went on to the multiplayer stuff, and I was like, oh, I'll play a bunch of really cool multiplayer levels that have been made by other people. And I was like, oh, this is really good. And then the game was like, oh, yeah, you should totally make your own. And I was like, get away from me, Little Big Planet. I paid you like 40 quid so that I don't have to think. And I feel like that really is the problem with the creative mode, in that I'm not very... talented in that way. Oh god.
Yeah.
But the survival mode kind of gives you this reason to exist, I suppose, to keep playing, and I kind of like that actually. I think it's quite neat. I've been playing the PC version a lot with some pals, and like it's got to the point now where we've come up against things called guardians.
Interesting.
They're like fish with lasers on their head.
Very interesting.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
Interest is rising.
Yeah, definitely. Oh god, I've just built there. That's not good. I think it's, I think as soon as you start adding, we were talking about, the Mushroom Kingdom and so forth, like adding certain things to your game and what do you do and all that sort of thing. I think as soon as you start adding fish with lasers on their head, like you're onto a bit of a winner.
You're done.
But yeah, like a Guardian thing, and it was not happy with the fact that I'd been sort of like running around this little temple area that was underneath the water. I found Atlantis. It was pretty good. It was pretty good, man.
That sounds pretty good.
It was pretty good. And so the game kind of gets more complicated as you go through. Obviously, at the moment, what I'm doing is I'm digging dirt.
Of course.
Because that's really quite key to surviving in this thing. You have to have a little house so that you can survive the night. And sort of get away from any baddies that might be around. Now, get in. There we are. Oh, nice. Okay, so we've got a nice little thing going on right here. This is a lovely little thing going on right here. I'm building in my little walls, and hopefully what this will mean is that I think they're called creepers or something like that, and zombies and stuff. I'll put a little flower there. That's nice. They are, they're not happy that you're around, basically. For some reason, you've really pissed them off. and they will just try their absolute utmost to kill you at every opportunity. So you played a few hours of this. What did you do? Did you do the survival stuff, or did you make stuff?
Yeah, I did the survival stuff.
Yeah. How
And
did you
the
find it?
non-surviving, the dying stuff, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, how did you find surviving and stuff? Like, I know that sometimes it's a little bit complicated. Like, the game's not particularly interested in telling you how to play it.
Yeah, I actually, despite my joke that I made seconds ago, I didn't die a lot, which is kind of why it got boring, I guess. Because I guess I just play it very safe, and then I sit in my house the whole time.
Right. So you sort of took the whole survival thing quite literally. Like,
Yeah.
just survive forever, and you'll be all right. I quite like that idea. Like, just like, and I win, because I'm never going to die.
Game over.
Yeah, there was talk actually when the game was kind of, it first been released on PC. There was talk that Notch was going to add, Notch obviously isn't on the project anymore, but there was talk that he was going to add stuff like quests, like really big, important, meaningful quests with like dialogue and all sorts of stuff like that, and that never really arrived. I always thought I don't know. It always felt a little bit strange that sort of stuff never turned up.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that would be. I don't know if is that interesting. Like, would you want like a story in Minecraft?
Maybe. If only something like that was coming out soon.
Woo! So yeah. Oh God, what have I made? Oh, okay, I need to make a crafting table. Okay, I'll pop that over there. And then go over here, tap on the crafting table again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a door, right? So the door is, I've realised, the zombie's bane. Doors and zombies do not mix, simply because they just don't understand how they work. So now I'm basically safe. And if we were playing this like you, Lonnie, we could just stay here forever.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think that would be fine. I think that'd be fine. I don't think anybody would criticise us for doing that. But I'm going to go on an adventure. Oh, I've got an apple. Hello. And there's a cow. Oh.
Do you get hungry in the Pocket Edition?
I don't think you do. No, I think the PC version you do, but I don't think.
So the apple is just for fun.
I think it's fun apple, apple funsies.
Yeah.
There's what I quite like is going and having an explore and looking at all the lovely little wildlife. I'm looking at a cow and her. Well, I'm assuming it's her calf at the moment. And oh, get out of the way! No, out your way! Oh, things are on fire. Okay, things are on fire already. Already we've gone wrong because
the stream is a little delayed, so I'm wondering how that happened. So
well,
fast.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. There is a little bit of a delay, as you say, and what we find on AppSpy is that makes things all the more interesting, because when things do set on fire, there is a big pool of lava. But when things do set on fire, as they regularly do, that is a thing that one has to react to. How do you react when someone says fire, fire, and you're sort of like blissfully unaware of anything that's going on?
Like ignore them.
Exactly. So I've going for a little bit of an explore at the moment. I love these little yellow flowers. I think they are delightful. Don't like this big pool of lava that's sitting next to us. That is a health and safety hazard if ever I saw one. I think I might have managed to have lost our home that we've made. Oh, a little chicken. Hello. Hello. Oh. Now, but I would say Minecraft again. Like talking, you're somebody who's on YouTube and doing cool YouTubey stuff. Have you ever been tempted to go down the Minecraft route? Because I know that's a really big thing for YouTubers.
Kind of. I mean, I never decided against it. I've done a few Minecraft videos, but it's just, I don't know, there's not that much to talk about that many times, I guess.
Yeah. It's an odd one, isn't it? Like you kind of.
It's interesting though, because like you can basically talk about anything, and I don't know, you can just talk because there's nothing really going on in the game unless you make it.
Yes, absolutely. I think really that's the art, right? So like we do hands-on videos at AppSpy and we do reviews and that sort of thing. So the hands-on videos that I do, those are things that I have to kind of do in one take. They're all done in one take. So basically you have to just think on your feet and do lots of stuff, and that's totally how your videos are full of smash cuts and jumps from point to point and stuff like that. And you know, it all goes in one fluid kind of emotion, you know, like, and actually doing that is a little bit tough. Like, sometimes we get people who are kind of like, oh, I'd really like to get into this, like, YouTubing stuff, like, how do I do it? And you're like, well, yeah, like, do it, because it's fun, right? Like, I have fun, like, and I'm sure you do as well, because otherwise I'm sure you probably wouldn't do it. But, like, oh god, I always find putting the roof on really tough. I reckon I'm going to get into a fight in a minute, and that's not going to be a good thing. Oh god, I might have to brick myself in. Watch out for spiders. Yeah, like, oh god, it's so dark as well. Oh, right, sod this. We're going on an adventure. Lonnie, we're going on an adventure. Hold my hand. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
We're going out into an adventure. What is that with red eyes? I don't know if I want to know, but I was a spider. Let's leave. So yes, you know, talking over these games and like actually coming up with something to say is it's tough. I don't know. Or do you find it easy?
Sometimes. I mean, it's tougher than you might think. It's definitely... Well, I mean, it can be you just turning on a camera and talking for 10 minutes and uploading it, but I mean, that's not how you necessarily make a good video.
Yeah.
You kind of have to put more thought into it than people who don't do that would think.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, I've done it for a while, so it definitely comes more naturally now. But if you watch like my first gaming videos, it's definitely super awkward.
Well, like, but that's the thing, isn't it? And like anything, you know, you improve a craft and you figure out how to make things better and do different things. I think we're at the same cows again. Oh god, I'm sorry, cow. It's actually, these flowers are actually quite creepy in the night. They look like I don't know. They look like they're sort of like children hiding amongst the corn or something like that, you know. Oh, I'm eating an apple. Apparently that's my main priority right now, eating an apple. Oh my word, it's dark and horrible, and we're going to get totally murked by something in a moment, I can tell. But yeah, no, there is kind of like a skill to everything, and it's really easy to. I think the beauty of YouTubing is that anybody can do it, but like it takes a bit of skill to actually do it well, you know, like it's
definitely
it is actually a bit more challenging than people kind of give it credit for, which is fine. Oh my word, what is this? What is going on here? All right, okay, I'm sick of creative in survival. I'm not having this anymore. I'm going to quit to the title, and I'm going to go into the creative mode. I'm going to try and force myself into making something awesome. Let's make a new mode and make it in creative. What should we make, Lonnie?
I mean, the possibilities are endless.
Well, this is true, yeah.
I honestly have no idea.
Okay, let's find a flat spot of land.
My houses in Minecraft are literally always square houses. I'm also not a very creative in this game.
You see, that's the thing though, isn't it, right? Like, it's so difficult. Like, as soon as somebody says, you need to make this, this, and this within this boundary, I just think, okay, yeah, I can do that, right? Like, I'm like, yeah, sure, all right, brilliant, I'll do that, yep, on it. I'm creative in that way, but when somebody goes, here's a blank piece of paper, do something with it, I'm like,
yeah,
but I could do anything with it, so I'll do nothing with it, which probably isn't helpful.
I've played this on a server with a few friends of mine, and they're all like making sinks and like refrigerators that don't work in the game, but like make stuff look like that. And I'm like, it's a square house.
Yeah, I'm making my square house. It's made of mud, and I'm not getting any better than that. And to be perfectly honest, why would you need to? You don't need to.
Exactly.
It's now, can I fly? I'm sure I can fly. I'm pretty sure I can fly in this. Let me see if I can do that. I am in creative mode, aren't I? Yes, I can. Right, let's go flying. This is nice. Whee! Oh man, this is good. I like flying. Right, up we go. Whoa. Okay, so we found a nice little plane. We're looking at a plane. There's some sheep down there. You're in for it later, but don't worry about that. Oh, and there's like a nice little village. Oh, let's go and do some sightseeing. Do you know what? We can't create anything, but we can go and do some nice sightseeing. That'd be quite nice. Whee! Down we go. One of the other things I quite like about it is that you do find villagers every once in a while, and that you find stuff that's like, hold on a second, you know, how does this exist? Oh my god, is that lava? Is there lava in your village? That is irresponsible.
That's a horrible placement.
Terrible. So if you had to create a village, what kind of society would you make? What would you be based around? Would it be an agricultural society? Would it be a tech-based futuristic society where everybody eats other human beings, but they don't know that it's actually human beings and that it's actually Soylent Green? What else would you do? Like steampunk world?
Probably square house.
Square houses, and I think square houses are classic. Really,
That's what we'll call them.
yeah, the square. That's what.
Retro.
Yeah, square. Oh, have you been to Square House Village? Yeah. Oh, what's in there? Well, have a guess. We'll make a little square house. I think out of rectangular, more rectangular. I'm sort of trying to be a bit Bauhaus about the whole thing. So, oh my word. Let's whip round here and pop this down. Now, if you are just joining us at the moment, then we have to say this every about 10-15 minutes, really, because sometimes new people join us. Okay. Yes, hello. This is AppSpy, Pocket Gamer, and we're joined by Lonnie Randall, who is a prominent YouTuber on those internets. There we go. We are in Minecraft Pocket Edition. We're building square houses because that's the only kind of house that exists. Yes, it is. We are raising money for SpecialEffect through GameBlast15. It's a fantastic charity. Effectively, what it is helping people who are sort of less abled, who have disabilities and that kind of thing, physical disabilities, to play video games. And video games are for everyone. So, it's a really cool charity to support, and we wanted to get involved and hopefully raise some money. And talking about raising some money, there is a donate button. Hit that donate button. Give whatever you can afford. It really is a lovely thing to do to help spread video games to other people. Video games are one of the best things that you can do. I gave my nephew the other day, who is a lovely kid. I gave him a DS game, a Nintendo DS game the other day, and he's just getting into video games at the moment, and the smile on his face was just it was like I had given him the elixir of life. Video games are amazing, and they make people really happy. So I think that it's a great cause to support. So do give whatever you can. Now, our square house, it's looking pretty good right now. It's more rectangular. Sorry about that, Lonnie. I'm failing us already, but
Take a pass.
It's fine. I could have used bricks. I decided not to. That would have probably
It's a stylistic choice.
It is a stylistic choice, and some people are like, "Oh, you didn't use bricks. You could have done that. You could have had bricks and stuff." Yes, I could have had bricks. I could have, but I just thought, that's what people think I'm going to go for. So to sort of go against convention again, I'm using bricks as a roof.
That'll show them.
Yeah, that's right. The haters said I could never do it, but I've proven them wrong, haven't I? Oh my word, let's pop these down. So your friends in Minecraft, they're building incredible structures. They're doing amazing things. Do you play the Pocket Edition of that, or do you play the PC version, or?
I've tried a little of both.
Yeah. It's have you ever tried to get the multiplayer for Minecraft Pocket Edition working?
No, I've tried some of the minigame apps, and it seems very complicated, but maybe I'm just bad at it.
It's super complicated. It is super over the top. We're planning on putting out a little story at some point on actually how to do it, but it is so tough. Tough. Now, what? Flooring is important. What should we go with? Should we go with a nice white carpet?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Let's go with that. No, that's snow, which I suppose is sort of a white carpet. That's a white carpet. Let's go with white carpet. Goodness me. Right, so let's pop that down. This is quite nice. The problem with white carpets, of course, as somebody who owns, as somebody who rents a property that has white carpets in it, the problem is that as soon as you spill anything on it, it's ruined forever. And
everyone will know.
And everyone knows how terrible you are at living, basically.
Carrying beverages.
Yeah, and also beverage holding. People know how bad it is, and you just think, I don't need this in my life. There we are. Let's jump up on there. I don't need this in my life. I don't need people criticising the way that I hold my beverage.
For real.
Pop down a door, I think. Our house is nearly ready. Which is... I think we're doing a lot better in this than we did in the survival mode. Simply because... well, I'm useless at this game. Let's not, you know... Let's not split hairs. I'm pretty bad at this game, as anybody who's played with me will know. So there we are. That's our house. Let's have a quick look at it. It's followed your sort of design influence a little bit. Nice little. It's quite rectangular. It's quite nice. Should hold off the zombie hordes because it's got a door.
That's all you need.
And that's really all you need. Okay, fantastic. So that is Minecraft Pocket Edition. It's if you haven't played it, then are you new to games? I don't know. Like, it's been out for a while, but it is very good. If you've not played it, it is absolutely worth the £4.99 that you will pay for it on your tablet or iPhone. We've got one more game. Are you good to play one more game with us, Lonnie?
I am so good.
Excellent, excellent. Let's do this. Let us play another biggie. I will boot this up and make sure that I'm logged in before anything else happens. People who have played with us before, who are AppSpy hardcore, will absolutely know the music that is going on in the background. Let's pop my name in. I think I remember my login details, and I'm hoping that I've got the. Yes, I have. Good. I've got the placeholder up. That's good. Probably shouldn't be putting in my password live on the internet. So let's hit return, see if that works. Connect. Can I connect? Please let me connect to this thing. No, that didn't work out. Okay, just 2 seconds while I do this. This is a perfect time for you to go ahead and donate to SpecialEffect to donate to SpecialEffect. You can tell that we've been doing this for 4 and a bit hours now, coming up on 4 or 5 hours now. You can tell that because I'm starting to slur over all of my speech, which is pretty impressive, I must say, that we're already this amount of time in, and we're doing that. But yes, do donate. There's a button at the bottom of this stream, and you'll be able to go there and be like, oh yeah, I'd like to feel warm and fuzzy, and then you do, and you give us some money, and then some lovely people play some brilliant games, and you feel great about it. If I can't log into this now, then I'm going to have to create a new profile. But I didn't. I remembered a password, Lonnie. I remembered a password. I'm not past it now. Thank goodness. I'm still a valid human being. Right. Distribute crew experience. I don't want to do any of that. Go away. Leave me alone. What's happening? The game has changed since I last played it. Oh my goodness me, let's drop the placeholder. This is World of Tanks, Blitz. And it is rather good. It is rather good. Now, is this a game that you've played?
I have not, but I've heard you guys say good things about it.
We have said good things about it regularly. You're quite correct in that assumption. We are going into a battle now. Sadly, I don't think they've yet figured out a way of getting lots and lots of players into the same platoon. I can't wait until they actually do, because that would be amazing. Right, the battle starts in 3, 2, 1. So, let me explain to you how this game works. So, I'm tapping and holding on the screen, and I'm zooming about, and you can see that I can see in different spaces. I'm kind of turning my cannon, and to drive, it's kind of like a virtual stick, and it's mostly used for sort of pushing forward, but you can turn a little bit as well. But most of your kind of turning is based on sort of where you're looking. Now, I'm going to fire at these dudes because they're jerks. So I'm going to tap on the binoculars, and I can see that they're just over there. I'm zooming in on them. They're a little bit out of sight. Can I shoot this thing? Yes, I can. And I'm getting some hits in. Whoa. You don't... Oh, fantastic. Teamwork there from our crew. I'm zipping about in this small little... I don't know. I wouldn't even call this a tank. I would call this... It's like a tin can on wheels. There's not a lot to it, is there, really?
I mean, what really is a tank?
This is a good philosophical question that has plagued mankind for many years. What is a tank? What is a tank? I don't think this is. I must say, I don't think that this is a tank. I don't think this class is a tank. Obviously, I wouldn't want to meet this, you know, in a dark alley, in a rough neighbourhood. But at the same time, yeah, it's not exactly the most threatening thing.
If your quote-unquote tank can fit into a dark alley, it's probably not big enough to be a tank.
Exactly. But okay, so let's go and we're going to try and do some base capturing now, because that might be the only thing that I'm actually good at. I just drove over a car and it didn't crumple. That shows you how rubbish this tank is, I think.
It should be ashamed.
It should be ashamed. It should be. I think it should have its tank license revoked. Do you get tank licenses?
I would hope so.
I think you should probably get tank licenses. If you don't, then no. Right, now this jerk seems to think that he can sneak up on me. He is incorrect. So I'm going to shoot him in the face. Boom. And I'll try and boom again in just a moment. Ah, you swine! He's hidden behind a. God, he's hidden behind a house. Isn't that always the way? Right, let's. So we're nearly ready with the base capturing. We're nearly there. Oh, this person's turned up and destroyed me in one shot.
Wow.
That's how rubbish that tank is, ladies and gents. That is how rubbish that tank is. I'm not happy about this. Now I could exit to the garage, or I could watch my compatriots fight on. I think I'm going to exit the battle and see what happens next. And we've got some lovely people in the chat. Tank is Flappy Bird, says James Rooney. Tank is Flappy Bird. I don't really understand what that is, but
I agree.
Yeah, I think we have to agree with you on that one. I'm going to take my Panzer IV Hydra. Well, all right. I'm going to take that into a battle now, I think, because it looks impressive and domineering and much better than that last tank that I was using. So we've got about 10 more minutes of this lovely look at what we're kind of calling biggies here at Apps by Pocket Gamer. We're joined, of course, by internet sensation. The sort of praise is just getting bigger and bigger as we have you on for the hour, Lonnie.
We're joined by the president.
Joined by the President of the United States of America, Lonnie, who, of course, is a YouTuber. You'll have probably seen his stuff on YouTube, and well, you definitely have seen his stuff on YouTube. You might have even seen it on a couple of other websites at the moment, and it's all very good stuff. And so I guess in the final 5-10 minutes of this, I'm going to ask you some more questions, Lonnie. I need some. These are hard-hitting questions. We were talking about journalism and the difference between sort of entertainment and journalism earlier. It was all a little bit over the top, wasn't it? But these are going to be some hard questions for you to answer right now. So, obviously you've talked about dumb ways to die. What are the 3 games that you could not do without on your phone? 3. I need 3 from you.
Well, lately I've been playing a lot of Crossy Road, so I guess that could be on there. I've been playing this game called Hungry Shark Evolution, which is fun for some reason. It's about eating fish.
Okay.
And I guess I'll go with the classic Temple Run 2 as my 3rd.
Oh, that is a good game. That Temple Run gets a lot of stick, but it is a really good game. Like, it is really good.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Oh, I'm stuck in the snow. So, what are you liking about the shark? What's it called? Shark Eats Humans or something?
Hungry Shark Evolution.
Hungry Shark Evolution. So, what do you like about that? Like,
I don't know.
Do you have this kind of
really,
insatiable...
honestly, like, you have to. It's more of a job than a game. You have to play it for so long because the coins that you have to collect to unlock new stuff is just, the amounts are ridiculous. But I don't know. I've been playing a lot of it for some reason.
Okay. So you, I don't know. Do you want a kind of second job, maybe as a shark? Do you feel like an affinity with sharks in some way?
Honestly, that might be cool because sharks are terrifying. I've had many a nightmare about them. So being one myself and just having people fear me be interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a fine thing to want. You know, like. You think, yeah, like a bit of respect. People join the mafia, people join the Yakuza for respect. You know, you would have thought, well, don't go and join a shady organisation where you have to sling drugs at people. Go and become a shark.
Yeah, it's probably safer. Maybe.
Possibly, I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, if I mean, you're in the water with other sharks, but if they think you're a shark, then they probably don't deal with you because they're like, well, that's a shark. Like, I don't want to deal with that. So, are sharks scared of other sharks? I don't know.
And if we're talking about this game, then probably.
Probably. Yeah.
I've been eaten by many an other shark.
So you eat other sharks?
Yep. And there is no sympathy for anything under the water. You eat everything.
This seems like a game that should be banned for under. It sounds absolutely terrible. No, it sounds pretty cool. Okay, brilliant. So we asked you that, and are there any? Oh my word! Are there any big games that are coming out that you're super interested in? It doesn't have to be mobile necessarily. Like any games that are on your radar that you're like, ooh, interested, excited for that.
Well, earlier I mentioned Pizza vs. Skeletons, which the creators of that, Riverman Media, are coming out with a new game early this year, I think. So, looking forward to that. It's called The Executive. Ooh. I think it's about werewolves and businessmen.
Okay, werewolves and businessmen. That sounds kind of interesting. What kind of a game is it?
I think it's a fighting game. Yeah.
Excellent. Good. Good. I'm ploughing shell after shell into this tank, and unfortunately, I've just realised that the tank is well, it's already gone. So that was kind of pointless. I'm just wasting ammo now. We have been giving out prizes and so forth in the chat. We've been giving away all sorts of lovely stuff, actually, and. If you're one of our winners and you're like, oh, I got a lovely thing, I got some iTunes credit, or I got a nice t-shirt, or I got some gold for this cool game that I like, then if that is something that you're like, oh, this was really cool, then feel free to go ahead and chuck us a couple of dollars, or whatever it is that you can afford, into our Just Giving link, which is obviously just below that. Oh god, I'm getting into a fight with a tank and I can't turn around. Yes, go ahead and go to our Just Giving page. He's going to blow me up. And donate whatever you can. The link to which is just below this stream, or just next to this stream, or something to do with this stream. I can't quite see it myself, but it does appear differently on different devices. This guy is in for it. No, oh, I shot above him. Oh, it's like a little ballet dance of death, and now I'm dead. Oh, the XX Slappy XX was not happy, and he blew me up. I was a bit of a thorn in XX Slappy XX. A bit of a thorn in his side, but there we are. We'll exit out of that battle. I think we've got just a few moments to walk through this and kind of walk you through some of the other bits of World of Tanks Blitz. Basically, you've seen the actiony bits. You drive around and you shoot things in the face, well, in their tank faces. Hold on, quick question, Lonnie. Tanks, are they scared of sharks?
I guess it depends on the size of the tank and possibly the size of the shark.
Right, yep, okay, no, sensible as always. So you have seen the actiony stuff, you drive around, you shoot things, and then this is the tech tree, and you can upgrade all of the vehicles that you have. You can give them new weapons, you can then purchase new tanks. Here's a really cool thing in here. There's a cool thing where I can just upgrade this thing, and I can research this product, and then you add to it, and I research the extra bit of tank, and then later on I'll be able to come back and get it. And so you feel a bit of an affinity towards some of these tanks. I'm going to purchase this tank for a ridiculous amount of money. I've got no slots available. Oh goodness. But I can purchase tanks. I can purchase these little upgrades. Look, I've got cannons and engines and tanks and tank treads and all that good stuff. That's kind of the other part of it. It is a free-to-play game, but it is good. It is that good free-to-play. It is that, hey, keep playing. Just keep playing. We want you to keep playing. Are you playing? Keep playing. That is rather good about free-to-play games. That is World of Tanks Blitz. And Lonnie, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Where can people find you on YouTube and Twitter and all that good stuff?
Well, Twitter is right here at Lonnie, and my YouTube that is relevant is Lonnie Dose. So that with a Spanish 2 at the end.
Very nice. Very nice. Good stuff. Okay, brilliant. Fantastic stuff. We will be back in a couple of moments. Well, James will be back. I think I'm going to go and have some lunch now, Lonnie. But James will be back in just a moment with somebody lovely as well to play even more incredible video games. Like I say, Lonnie, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll hopefully you can come back again soon sometime.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Cool. All right. Well, speak to you in a bit. Bye.
Both Peter and Donnie, which I imagine for a lot of people, Lonnie, sorry, not Donnie, Lonnie, which I imagine for a lot of people is the longest they've ever heard him speak, because those videos he does, incredibly popular that they are, they're quite short. It's very kind of like quick cut reactions, bam, 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 bam. And you had a whole hour there of like relaxed conversation without the kind of the super hyper stuff. But as you can see, a newcomer below me, it's Danny!
Hello.
Danny, who's App Spy in the chat room and who's joined us on numerous streams at this point. All regulars will know who he is. If you're joining us again for the first time on the front page, and hello, it's App Spy and Pocket Gamer. We are doing a full 12-hour charity stream today on behalf of the GameBlast15 charity, which is in support of SpecialEffect, a charity which allows people who are differently abled or suffering from injuries to play games and help them with their recuperation and rejuvenation. It's a really, really good cause. Imagine, if you like, imagine that you couldn't play games anymore for some reason, if you had an accident or lost the ability to use your arms or something like that, how distraught you would be. This is a charity that gets around that builds contraptions for people to actually still play games even if they don't have, even if they suffer from specific physical disability. So it's a really, really good cause. There's a big donate button at the bottom there. Doesn't matter how big or small the donation, we don't care. If you've got a little bit of spare change rattling around, this can be the nice thing that you do today. Please give generously or however much you can. Doesn't matter to us, it all goes straight to the charity. We've just had a big hour full of quite heavy games, I should think. So we had Worlds of Tanks stuff there going on, and we had what was the thing we were playing first? Hearthstone, which is excellent. It's heavy if you're not used to card games or if you're not familiar with them, perhaps. And this has got a little bit more of an international flavour, I would like to say, which is why Danny's here, our resident expert from the East.
Distinctly Japanese flavour, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yes, so of course you've called me in.
I've called you in for assistance in what is essentially going to be our Eastern Hour. And we're starting off with something that we've been playing for just an astonishing amount of time online. It's Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, boys and girls.
Way!
That game that we played for about 6 months.
I can actually play this with you.
Well, I was going to say that, having had to delete it from my iPad, right, in order to put a lot...
You've lost everything.
I've lost everything. I've lost... I
God,
went to
really?
refresh it. I went to get it back from the cloud, and the cloud was like, yeah, no.
Oh dear.
Well, and
That's a shame.
that's literally 6 months worth of play that I've lost. My character's
How
now
did it
vanished.
log off into the cloud?
I've got no idea. I back it up regularly, and it just went, no. It's fine. It's fine. I wasn't.
It's
gonna...
still a really good-looking game, and a lot of the
Oh, yes.
community, like here at Outspy, have still continued playing it despite us stopping. They said, well, we're just going to play it anyway. Even when we were streaming for you last week, you know, we had rooms being set up.
Yeah.
Just despite us, but we love it all the same.
No, I think that's brilliant, and it's
it's,
a testament to the community.
It's a hell of a game, and there's just so much to do in it.
Yeah.
And it is a really nice remastering of the old PSP title.
Absolutely.
It's just a shame that the internet isn't, you know, the connectivity isn't 100% there all the time. But 2/3 of the time, it's good enough for some people. So if you're one of those people, then yeah, it is worth giving a shot. You won't find another game, like RPG or otherwise, I think, on iOS that you're going to invest this much time into.
No, it's absolutely right. And I know there's been a lot of hype around Monster Hunter lately, with the release of Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, I think it's called, on the 3DS, and that's been reviewed fantastically. Everyone's gone like, just when I thought I was going to get sick of Monster Hunter, they pull me back in. It's a fantastic game, and we reviewed it very strongly. You specifically reviewed it, and gave it a nice, healthy 9, and said it was arguably one of the best games for newcomers, didn't you?
Well, yeah, it is the best Monster Hunter. It's the best entry point for the series.
Yeah.
Like if you've never played it before. This version is a remastered version of probably the most popular Monster Hunter title ever, which is Freedom Unite.
Yeah.
When I say ever, I mean specifically in Japan, it sold through the roof over there, this version.
It basically single-handedly resurrected the PSP, didn't it?
Yes,
Like, that was it. 'Cause it was a
completely.
PSP game, and in Japan, as often happens with the kind of the Sony products and the console titles, which generally have a more Western focus, they're kind of like, they don't really go for it because they're too busy playing their DSs. But in this case, it came out on PSP. 2008 was the release date, and that just basically saved the console in Japan because everyone bought it and everybody played it, which was just kind of phenomenal. I'm now going around and talking to a bunch of people because I need to at least get into one fight before I go.
Ideally, yes.
So who is it I have to talk to first to to get rid of it?
There's someone by the Spitfire to the right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I've gone and talked to them.
And then you need to go into the tutorial area for a short while, or just talk to them and say
There we
no
go.
or something like that.
There we go. Yeah, that's right.
And then I'll do it.
I remember this because we skipped past the tutorial when we first started playing, and then spent the first hours.
We wondered why. Hey, this game's really hard to understand. How come we don't know what we're doing? And it's because we skipped the tutorials.
Exactly.
That is something that is fixed in the new 3DS version, though.
Yeah.
You have very, very few tutorials, and you just get weapon tutorials, and you're just dropped in a battle with the weapon. They say, this is what you can do. Now just defeat this monster, and we'll just throw you right into it.
Absolutely.
And it just works so much better.
It's streamlined the whole thing, right? The gathering hall, has it opened yet? No, goddammit, let me in. Oh, the doors are open, but it won't let me in. Who do I have to talk to now? I went to the training school.
Talk to the fire person by the fire to the right.
Yeah, let's go. Fire person, here we go. Hello, fire person.
Yes, fire person.
There we
That's
go.
the official name.
You want to go to the training school? Oh yeah, fantastic. Well, there'll be no training. We're just going to go straight for multiplayer if we can. I don't know if I can. Do I have to do a training mission before multiplayer? Because I'm hoping that I can get you in on this or someone.
Oh Christ! Well, I don't know that I've done the training mission. If you've lost the save, then I might have as well.
I tell you what.
But we have Monster Hunters in the chat, though.
We do,
I know
exactly.
There's people who are raring to go.
So okay, in that case, I'm going to the online gathering hall. You have to accept the fact that I have no weapon or armor, but who cares?
Carrying. Well, everyone was always carrying us in this. So
okay,
it's very much different.
So I have created a room. It is 09900. Importantly, don't enter the room yet until you see me in the gathering hall. Then anyone who's got a copy of Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, come in, dive into this hall. That way I can follow you guys around while you kill things. I just want to show it off on the stream for a couple of minutes, and that's much better if we've got some people who are actually capable of doing some fighting. No gathering hall, no to create one. Yes, indeed. I think the number I went for was 0990. Yeah, no, it's 9900. That's the gathering hall number. If you have got it, if you're ready to go in the stream, and I know there are people there, 9900. Dive on into this hall. We'll pick a mission and we'll get off there and slay some stuff, just to show people how it works. Although, arguably, this is the most streamed thing on this channel.
Yes.
We've spent the entire time, years and years of, like months and months rather, from last year, we were playing this non-stop pretty much.
So,
Alex Goals here. classic adventuring. Outstanding. Hello, sir.
Oh, he's
How
made
you
it
doing?
through. Good
yes,
stuff.
he's made it through already. This is phenomenal. Anyone else wants to turn up, get on in. I've got, unfortunately, no armor and I've lost my character.
I tell you what,
really sad.
anyone, as a special treat, anyone who joins us in the stream will get a special prize.
Oh, that's
How about that? So
that's
everyone
incentive.
who joins us in this stream very quickly will get, I don't know if you can see, one of these, which is a box of 6 figures from the new Monster Hunter, straight from Japan, right off the boat. You can only get these in Japan, or if you've got secret connections.
Your secret connections.
So
Figures which look a little bit like this, boys and girls. Yes, we were up there doing a Monster Hunter event yesterday, and I can show you. Look at him. Look at him. Isn't he awesome? That's what I'm talking about. And perhaps you like the look of this fella here. He's got a crazy mouth that looks a bit upside down. He's not bad, is he? These and more can be winging their way to you if you get involved. So Alex Goals already snagged himself one, which is fantastic. I'm going to go and find a massive monster that I couldn't possibly defeat wearing no armor and no clothes. But I'm sure someone else can. Yan Kutku, let's go for him. Tick.
Well, you got. I'm just seeing on the camera now. You got the freakiest looking monsters.
It's well weird. No, the dragon one's fine, but that other one, that big bloated thing, it looks well strange. I got to be honest. So I'm going to recruit up to 4 hunters. I don't know who we've got with me. It's just Alex Goal on the stream so far. If not, we'll just take off the 2 of us. We just want to see what it looks like. Oh, I think your camera's gone and frozen.
Frozen.
He is. You're on freeze frame now. Outstanding.
Maybe I'm just keeping really still.
That's all right. Okay, we're just going to dive off. With 2 of us, Alex Goal, if you're up for it, we're going to go. He is speaking with his mind, as someone's. But no, your camera's fine. Don't worry. It's not that. It's the Skype thing. So I'm just going to try. I'll turn you off and on and see if that works. That occasionally fixes
Easy
things,
now,
doesn't it?
Easy, Tiger.
Well, yeah. All right. I'm going to start playing. Do you like to embark? Yes. Just everyone in the stream who's a regular knows what this game looks like. We've been playing it literally forever. But just in case you haven't, then this is what it's going to look like. That's just reduced you to a black dot. That's a shame. Right, we'll try and...
It's an improvement.
So I will fix it in between this and the next game. So here we go. We're in a slightly rainy place. I'm going to grab a couple. I'm going to grab a map. I'm going to grab some health for all the good it's going to do me, because I have nothing.
People are asking in the stream, what is this game? It's Monster Hunter Freedom Unite.
Of course.
Monster Hunter for your iPhone or iPad or what have you. You can play over Wi-Fi multiplayer.
And it's absolutely cracking.
And it controls really well.
Yeah, really well. Better
Even
than
without an MFI controller.
arguably better than the PSP version, right? So, which I know is. Everyone gets very cross when I say it, but it's totally true. Like the PSP version, you had to do that crazy claw position, which is well known and well known in Japan, and you end up kind of deforming your hand as a result, having
Just
to
a
do
little
this just to try and be able to turn the camera around.
Then you can never write again.
No, exactly.
That's my excuse.
And someone's going, wait, Monster Hunter for iOS? Yes, for iOS.
Indeed.
It came out last year, guys, and it's utterly great. Pleasingly, the actual the room there was quite stabilised. I was able to find Alex Gold very, very quickly. And look, here he is. Here's the massive monster we're going to fight today. I say we. Of course, it's going to be Alex Gold who's going to fight him. I'm going to float around the edge and basically.
You're just out there in your pants.
I'm out there in my pants, and I'm not going to be able to do a thing. So I'm going to float around and basically film Alex Gold fighting this thing. But look,
Right.
giant creatures like these. This mad henpecky psycho over here.
Oh, I think I've fought him. He's poisonous, isn't he?
Yeah, he spits like fireball stuff over here. Alex Gold's hanging over the other side there. Come on, son, get stuck in. I'm afraid I can't do anything.
He's boosted your attack.
Oh, nice.
What good that'll do? I don't know.
None at all. I'm not going to be able to get a single touch on the guy. But
Oh, come on.
oh, hang on, let me attack his back legs.
Come on.
Ha! Oh, he's jumped. Grab.
Are you
run
still
away.
alive?
Thing is, if I get hit once, I'm going to get taken down. I've got no armor, so it's going to be embarrassing. Oh, he's down on the floor. Quick, get stuck in.
James Rooney has found the room, apparently.
Oh, awesome.
don't know if he'll-
Sorry about the time there. We're only playing this for a very short period of time because we've got to push on with the
We'll
list.
have some other chances later for winning bits and bobs, maybe.
We'll be back in just a second.
Remember.
Once this is done, we'll do a reset so we can get Danny's camera up and running again. 'Cause
Yes.
Unfortunately, it froze, which doesn't look great. So you're being
Can't
represented.
handle my face.
You're being represented by the eternal void. So, yeah, nice. Fair representation, I would say. So if you're not familiar with the game at all, like the person in the chat room who's surprised it was on iOS, yeah, you basically equip your little hunter dude, you go out and you grab at least, up to 4 people at any one time, and you go and fight monsters, a huge selection of increasingly more massive and colourful creatures, whom you must destroy and then carve for your own personal benefit. It's an RPG, but there's no levelling system in the traditional sense. Your character never changes. What you do is you increase the sort of quality of your weaponry and your loadout. So what you find is that you have to... Hang on, let me go down here. It's gone back into Zone 4. You have to increase your weapons, you have to increase your armor rating. You can do that by carving the stuff from the creature. So whenever you kill a beastie, you might take its tooth or take its claws or something like that. That will then allow you, once you've collected a certain number, to build maybe a new shield or put together a new helmet or something like that. And that will improve your overall loadout, making you more powerful and able to defeat even bigger beasties.
And it does get incredibly addictive.
Oh, yes.
It's just carving and capturing monsters, and you end up fighting them again and again and again just to complete that set.
Yeah.
And you're not guaranteed any particular items. It's kind of randomized, the prizes that you get. So in the 3DS version, I was fighting the same monster. It was actually 2 of the same monsters.
Oh, really?
And I fought them more than a dozen times trying to get a particular item.
Which sounds
And-
grindy when you say it like that, and it can sound boring. And I was initially put off, not just by the... I got a shot in! I actually got a shot in! My weapon is so underpowered that I can't pierce the creature's armor, you see. But there's one tiny bit underneath, like, on its belly where I can get it, and I just got a shot in. I'm delighted. Oh, and he just kicked me, bollocks. Run away! So at the moment, I'm just Alex Goals doing all the work here. Because I lost my character. But people have a kind of a love or hate relationship with the game. Some people will find that it is grindy and repetitive and they don't like it, but other people, it's a game you pour hundreds of hours into, like hundreds and hundreds. It is an insanely addictive thing, and we kind of grew to love it over about 6 months last year. We play it every Friday, and awesome flash bomb there from Alex Gold, nice work. Apologies to Alex Gold if you are listening. I'm just kind of floating around the edge, not doing anything. I'm filming you basically. I'm getting your best angles for Twitch. Because I can't make a dent in this creature because my character is just useless and underpowered. But once you get kind of quite a way into the game and you've powered up your character a bit and you've got that armor set you really like, which was made from that particular creature, you get really attached to your character. You get really sort of sucked in and drawn into the game itself. And it is a wonderful thing. James Rooney saying he's only played it for 14 hours. That's a sentence that makes sense in the context of Monster Hunter. People are talking about the Order 1887 or whatever, it's 1886 being released and it's got 5 hours of gameplay to complete the game. This is a game where 14 hours in, you're like, I'm just starting to get the basics.
Only scraping the surface.
Yeah, because
really.
hundreds and hundreds of hours and still going with this game, honestly. And frankly, the iOS version is brilliant. We had some stability issues later on in the year, which is why we stopped playing it for quite so long on iOS, because we couldn't get people in the lobbies starting to hang from time to time. Oh, I'm getting pecked to death.
We've had plenty of people saying that they don't mind, dropping out now and then, and they really do enjoy the hunt at the end of the day. Also, there are people who seem to play through single player on their own. I mean,
yes,
it's not recommended. But it is very tough indeed. It's certainly a challenge, and if you're up for a challenge, then yeah, it's still a great game to play through on your own.
And someone's asking. Someone's asking what happens when you die. What happens when you die is you get kicked back to the beginning, like I just have. I've got no armor, so I've got my ass kicked. If you die too many times, your quest will fail. Every time you die, you lose a certain amount of money from the reward you'll gain if you complete the quest. If everyone in your party dies like once or maybe twice, that's it. Hunt over. You have to start again. So there are consequences.
Worst case scenario, you're just not going to get any money. But you will lose any items that you used during that match.
Yeah,
so like if you were healing
potions,
yourself,
exactly.
But it's stuff that you can replace quite easily. You don't lose a lot. You don't lose experience or anything like that, or lose anything you're wearing. So you can always live to fight another day.
So we would highly, highly recommend this one. If you want to go and check it out, we've got a whole YouTube series where we were just playing this. You can see us right at the very beginning when we literally have no idea how to play the game. Later when we're fighting Tigrexes and things like that. So it's a nice little evolution. But we're going to leave it there. Alex Gull, I'm going to leave you fighting away. Apologies, I'm going to leave him hanging. But I've got to move on to another game. But Monster Hunter Freedom Unite for iOS. It works on both iPhone and iPad? Is it just iPad?
It's iPhone and iPad.
It is iPhone and iPad, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a little expensive, but you get your money's worth.
It's a proper game. All right then, I'm going to leave that there, and I'm going to abandon Alex Gull.
Bring me back to life.
Exactly. So once again, I'm going to hang up very briefly, and I'm going to be back in literally 30 seconds, hopefully with Danny's face. Back in a second. Okay, we complete with Danny's face in full motion video. How about that?
Ooh.
It's like an early 90s CD-ROM interactive adventure game. So, this is the kind of Eastern hour where we're picking on games that originated from the East and are, pretty damn impressive, especially when they've been ported over to mobile. All as part of the GameBlast15 charity stream. If you have any kind of loose change rattling around, or indeed a few extra digits or zeros kicking around on your credit card, then just hit the link below, says donate on it. All the money goes to SpecialEffect, a charity which is giving the people who've suffered injuries or been born with illnesses or conditions, which means they can't really play games, the ability to play, and it helps with their rejuvenation and recuperation. It's a great charity. Donate, give whatever you can, or if you just want to do it by phone, like he has here, text GBSE99 followed by the pound amount you want to donate. There's no minimum or maximum. You don't have to do £5 or anything. Do what you like. Could be £1, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's all going to a good cause, so get involved. Thank you so much. Right. Placeholder down. Dragon Quest 8.
Hey.
Danny knows things about this, don't you?
Yes, I know all sorts of things. I played this a lot on the PS2, and recently I picked up an iPad, so I've been playing it a little bit on that just for a couple of hours. Yeah.
I want to see if I can get my cloud save back.
I was not able to do that.
No,
give it a shot by all means. Give it a shot.
I had the same problem before, but yes.
If you haven't played this before, then that's probably a good place to start. If you have played this on the PS2, there might be a few little niggles that annoy you in it. So, for example, you'll notice right from the start there is no voice track.
Yeah.
So one thing that a lot of people who played the original enjoyed about it was this kind of very oldie worldy medieval or English accents, British accents all over the shop. There's none of that anymore. Also, the orchestral score has been taken out, so some cutscenes won't have majestic sounding orchestral music.
I got you. Because originally it was a PS2 game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was originally a PS2 game. It's not been released on any other systems apart from iOS. I don't think Android got it. I might be wrong. Did they?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, there are a few noticeable tweaks for this one. Like you say, you lose the voice track, which is one thing. The character art, the visuals have been actually sharpened up quite a lot.
Yeah, it's been... they've just increased the resolution as far as I can see. I don't think they've actually improved, put higher res assets in or anything like that. I think it's just that they've kind of upscaled it. So it looks kind of like it would if you were playing it on an emulator, for example, on a PS2 emulator.
I see.
It's not I don't know. It's not like a full fancy remastering like Monster Hunter that we saw, just now.
Everything got touched.
And you can see as well that rather than being landscape like it would be on TV if you're playing 69, it is completely portrait,
which is unusual, right?
Yeah, but I think that this was made specifically in mind for Japanese players who are using their iPhones. Not really for iPad players. So are you playing this on your iPad or your iPad?
I'm playing it on an iPad. So the way that it works is the movement control, when you see it, the joystick kind of appears in the center of the lower portion of the screen.
Yeah.
You can sort of do it as a one-handed thumb thing if you're on your phone, which actually works very well. You can also move it to either side. Here we go. Here's the thumb pad here, and I can just get up and move about. I stood anyway, so I can there you go. That's how it works. So I've got my thumb, which is slightly more awkward when you're using the thumb control, but you can do that, or do that, and move it to the side, which is what I'm going to do for the sake of this.
Wait, you can move it to the side?
Oh, yeah, I've just done it. Yeah, it's well handy.
I need to find out how to do that, because I couldn't do that at all. I was about to complain, saying it's really awkward to control the game on an iPad, because I was having to hold it with my left hand.
No, it's all good.
I'm going to have to follow all this guide later, because I couldn't figure out for the life of me. That's what that icon's for.
Yes, there you go. See, now, while this franchise isn't quite so well known in the West, we're more familiar with a thing like a Final Fantasy, which is what we would consider Square Enix's super big RPG series. Out in the East, it's all about Dragon Quest, isn't it?
Dragon Quest has always been more popular than Final Fantasy in Japan. You wouldn't think so, especially if you live in Europe, because 8 was the first one, main series game that we really got over here. America had the Dragon Warrior series, which is Dragon Quest, for quite some time. We had Dragon Warrior Monsters on the Game Boy Color,
right?
Which were kind of spin-off games. And then they were kind of like Pokemon before Pokemon, or around the same time as Pokemon, where you'd collect monsters and things like that. But yeah, 8, when it came on PS2, that was the first big Dragon Quest game, and it was actually pretty popular, because it wasn't just Enix, it was Square Enix, and also Level 5, who are well known for making really gorgeous RPGs that have lots of depth. So the Dark Cloud series, Rogue Legacy. Is that right? Rogue Legacy?
I'm not sure. I think so, maybe. Yeah.
Rogue Legacy. And some other ones as well, but I can't remember at all now. I'm
now attacking what is possibly one of the most iconic bad guys in RPG history.
Yes, the slime.
Yeah, the little teardrop slimes, which I thought was it's just a kind of funny little novelty thing, but these are huge. I mean, obviously this is Dragon Quest 8 rather, and we've gone back and we've played the original Dragon Quest, and up to about 3 or 4, because they've been releasing them gradually on iOS over the past year or so. This one is, it's probably, I think it's Peter's favourite. Is this more your favourite, more your thing, Danny, or do you like the early ones?
Out of the Dragon Quests, 8 is, I say it's by far the best. Quantitatively, it's not even like a qualitative choice. It is the best one. Everyone must agree. Maybe
it is objectively.
Objectively, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
objectively the best.
Nice.
Some people like 9. I didn't like some of the experience systems in 9 that was for the DS. But yeah, if you're playing the PS2 version of this, I'd say it's the best Dragon Quest out there. I should say that we have the lovely folks at Square Enix have given us some codes.
Ooh.
But unfortunately not for this or for the next secret game that we're playing. Instead, we have codes for maybe something even a bit more fancy, which is Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2 on the PS Vita.
Wow.
So if you have a PS Vita, I recommend that you get it ready. These are European codes, because we have been in touch with Square Enix Europe, and it's completely different codes for different parts of the world. So for Japan, for America, so we can't get them for every place in the world. But yeah, if you have a European PlayStation account, either load it up on your PC now and get ready to redeem a code, or go to the redeem codes area in your PS Vita. That's if you go into the PlayStation Store, you go into the bottom right corner and you can choose redeem codes. So get ready for that, because we're going to paste a few
into
the
the
chat room.
And we'll be
in a
doing this,
short
and
while.
we've already been doing this for the past few hours we've been streaming. We're going to be doing this all the way up until 9 p.m. UK time this evening. We're here for a full 12 hours. We've got loads of codes.
We've got some codes left over from earlier games today, because we weren't on the front page back then, and we wanted to maximize our audience to give more people a shot at winning.
Absolutely.
So if you're watching us, do come in. You know, we're going to give some Vita codes away just momentarily.
Yeah, and give us a follow. We can contact you via Twitch if necessary for sort of backup stuff. Some of the questions might require us contacting you privately, but for these codes and things, we'll throw them into the chat room, and first come, first served. If you redeem it, it is yours, provided you've got a European PS Vita. That's the only system upon which it'll work, all right? Just for warnings, this one's good stuff. Right, so it's all a bit cutscene-y, unfortunately.
The first half hour is predominantly cutscenes. It does take a while to get into the back.
And also, it's quite tough. Like, when you first leave this little sort of village area, you play through, you talk to a few people, accept a few missions and whatnot, and you strike out into the world. And it's a good idea, if you're striking out towards this kind of mountain with a cave in it. And it's a good idea if you run around and grind a bit before you even enter that first cave, because you can very, very easily just wander in, and you get halfway through the cave and you just get your ass handed to you, and you get kicked out to the beginning of the cave again. So it's quite wise if you actually sort of just grind for an hour or two.
Yeah.
Which seems like a dull thing to say, but it requires a little bit of work on your part. Having said that, it's a very, very big and expansive game. There's an awful lot going on in it, and it's a very nice sort of fully 3D, I'd like to point out, Eastern RPG, because very often, certainly for the ones back in the day, they were still running with the early Final Fantasies. It wasn't until 7. Oh, I've lost my signal there. It wasn't until 7 that you got the fully 3D Final Fantasy action going on. Oh, it's coming back. Come on. See, this is how hard this game is. You try and play it, and it just cancels. It says, no, I'm sorry, I'm ever so busy.
Enough of that.
Yes, I know, right, hang on. I'm going to go for a quick plug-in to make sure we get it back.
Right, in the meantime, I'm going to give away some Vita codes.
Ooh, get down with your bad self.
I hope that someone has a Vita. There's like 700 people in the chat room. Surely one of you has a European Vita.
Oh, of course they do.
So,
anyone on the front page, hello, @SpideyPocketGamer, have you got a Vita? Do you live in Europe? Get involved, say something to us in the chat room, and you could be walking away with codes for Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
Yeah.
That is badass.
Final Fantasy X too. Final Fantasy X I really enjoyed, actually. I haven't played the remastered version at all just yet.
No.
I didn't really play 10 too much, but it has its followers.
It does indeed.
First in is a Final Fantasy, I'll type it in, Final Fantasy X Vita code for European PlayStation Store accounts.
Outstanding. Right, I'm just going to wander in just to show you what this place looks like. Check out the courtyard. So this is running on my iPad. It is an iPad 4, as someone has pointed out in the chat room there. And yeah, the whole thing controls vertically. You're wandering around the world. Simple one-thumb control for directing your character about. If you want to interact with people, it's just a case of tapping on them when a little speech bubble appears. So this gentleman here with the scary imposing, he must get hot in that thing if he's in here all day in the weapon store with his mask, making it very difficult to hear what he's saying. So I could go for buy. Let's have a look and see what he's got. Cypress stick, oaken stick. I've got some cash as well. I'm going to get a giant mallet. Buy a giant mallet. Why not? Well, mallets are great.
I think that your main character he's slightly underpowered compared to Yangus to begin with. So I normally upgrade him a little bit.
Yeah, probably. Come again, he says. I doubt he has that voice.
I've seen people in Japan cosplay as this weapon store clerk owner,
really?
And it's quite scary.
He looks well Borderlands, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. I never
He's
thought
got that vibe. He looks like one of the crazies from Borderlands. But it's definitely a investment game, kind of like Monster Hunter in so much as you can't just fly through it in the space of 5 seconds. You can spend a lot of time in this game. It is a great, big, massive affair. And if you didn't play it on the PlayStation first time around and you are into the JRPG sort of thing, especially when they broke the third dimension and went all lovely and polyagonal, this is definitely worth looking at. We've got a bunch of playthroughs. I think we've got some hands-on stuff up on AppSpy as well. It's not the cheapest. I think it's hovering around that
£8?
Yeah,
£7, £8?
£7 or £8, but it's a Square Enix game, and you find with their games they often are a little bit more pricey. That's kind of how they work.
But like Monster Hunter, you're going to have a lot of hours in here. the other week was saying that they've been playing this for only 60 hours so far.
Exactly. Oh, it's like
Only
Monster
60
Hunter.
hours.
Only 60. We're only just starting. So yeah, it's I can't remember what it's called. Dragons. This is what happens when you do it for 5 hours straight. My goodness. So it's Dragon Quest 8. It's available on iPhone and iPad at this very moment if you want to give it a go. Okay, let's move on to another game. Now, this one, I'm going to do this one next. I have no experience with this. I've never played it.
Really?
Yeah, this is fun, right? So, I mean, you've probably seen the list, so you know which one I'm talking about.
I'm going to go and check.
No, okay. Well, it's all right.
Okay,
I can move it
I
now.
know this one.
So-
I bought this one good.
Did you? You bought it good and proper. Now then, so Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective.
Yes.
Which is, from what I understand, it's one of these things that's on my list of shame because a lot of people I respect say it's really good, and I just haven't gotten around to playing it yet. The idea behind it, as I understand, is you are a guy who has to go back in time, kind of. He's a ghost, and he is able to reverse time and try and stop people from dying. Is that the idea? You come to the crime scene and then
Something quite like that, yes. But as you can see already, it is beautifully animated. It is just ridiculous because this was originally a DS game.
Yeah.
And the iOS version has just been souped up to look even more beautiful. It's like you would think it's actually completely animated, but these are all in-game graphics.
Oh, nice. Really?
Yeah.
Outstanding. So I'm just going to start the first level. This is quite fun for me because I don't necessarily, unless it's the Eye on the App Store show, which we do every Wednesday. Follow us, by the way, if you're on the App Store. We cover mobile games. This is obviously an iOS-only stream at the moment, but we do everything from 3DS, Vita, iPhone, iPad, Android, the whole lot. And we do it every day from 5 p.m. in the UK, 9 a.m. Pacific time in the US, and 12 midday Eastern time in the US. Tune in to us for daily streams of a mobile nature. We've got to get a show on Wednesday called Eye on the App Store where we show you all the games that are coming out on the App Store in the next 24 hours. We get them first, we show them to you. That's how we work. Now, this guy, I'm getting some plot. He's not the kind of guy who can just stand back and watch a poor woman get shot. He's got to do stuff about it. I'm already dead myself. Oh.
Would people do that? Just stand back and watch people get shot? Surely most people aren't really.
I'd like to think not. That seems a bit cold. James Rooney saying, hello, anime. Wobblelog saying this is a nice looking game. It is a nice looking game.
It's fantastic. And the first chapter is free, so it's kind of DLC based adventure. Like the original 3DS, the original DS version, I should say, obviously was just, the whole game in one. This is divided up into chapters. Occasionally it does go on sale, so I snapped it up when it went on sale. Like all the chapters were something ridiculous like 99p or something like that, so I just got it that. But I think normally they're like each chapter might be the minimum price of like 79p, something like that now.
So I am taking control of this character who is already dead. He's got mad hair and some crazy glasses, and I've got a voice in my head telling me to save the girl, and this is kind of, I assume, an instructional sort of thing. Do you see that blue flame? It says that's your soul, and that bright white spot nearby, that's a core, which apparently looks like a railway crossing gate. Best way to understand it is just try it. Touch the soul, and then with your finger, slide it over to the core. And my game will crash. Outstanding. Actually, that's probably because we've been playing games constantly for the past hour or so. I've got lots and lots of other apps open at the same time. So let me erase a few and try that again.
James.
So just to summarize where we got from, like what you have to do is take a glowing core, which is your soul, and you slide it onto the core of like items that are floating around nearby. So what does that achieve? If you've played this game, I assume, or if you just downloaded it.
What was your question?
The actual gameplay mechanic. You take your
so
soul.
You're guiding a little ghost around all these sort of backdrops, and going through them to affect reality. I'm using my hand.
You're using bunny ears or reality. Woo.
Yes, it's all a bit vague. To be honest, I've only played the TGS demo of this when it came out on the DS.
Oh, really?
So sorry if it's a bit foggy, but it's been about 7 years. So I picked it up the moment I saw on sale on iPad because I've been meaning to play through the whole thing because everyone, like you say, goes on about it.
Yeah.
But I haven't sat down and done that yet.
Okay. I do like the way this guy's like his dying position, right? It's not the most flattering position in which to die.
No, it is a bit focused.
He's
on
got
a certain.
He's got a bit of a bike rack thing going on, I
Yes.
think. It's not the most... But whatever, he's going to soon leap up and help. As the
It's
guy
all
himself
good.
says, it's no time to be lolling around dead. So I'm going to go and try and fix things. Let's hopefully it doesn't crash the moment you try and attach your soul to something. Perhaps we're meddling in the dark forces here. Perhaps the dark arts are not to be trifled with. And the iPad is trying to save me from damnation. Unlikely, but possible. Anything could happen. Right, I'm going to try this. Here's the matey's popped up again. And I've got my weird ghost helper in my head. Yep. Let's see if I can make it. Take a look at your corpse. That's a creepy sentence if ever I heard one. That's the core. Yep. Last time it not only killed you, it killed me and my iPad as well. Let's see if we can... Oh no, it actually crashed. Amazing. All right then. So Ghost Trick, apparently too terrifying for this stream. You'll have to rely on the fact that it is actually a good game to play. I've only had that happen to me once before with
What I'd say is just
Super Hexagon.
The main app is free, so download that, give it a go.
Yeah.
It will probably work for you.
Yes, exactly. Don't worry about
The
that.
trouble is with iOS being updated constantly, you never know which version is going to be the best.
And occasionally, when you're doing what we're doing, which is like playing 50 games in a row,
Yeah,
the iPad can get a
well.
bit choked up. I've been already deleting games that are active and stuff, but it can get a little bit. So don't worry, I'm sure it works fine. But no, without further ado, people, come on! This is how you end an Eastern stream. Final Fantasy VI. I don't even want to hit start because I love looking at that logo so much. It's so beautiful. Actually, I could have gone and tried the iCloud then. I bet it wouldn't work though. I don't know, screw it. We'll start at the beginning again because it's bloody Final Fantasy and I just never get bored of seeing this. Someone saying, is this 6? Absolutely it's 6. It is the remastered version of Final Fantasy 6 that became available on the App Store early last year, I think it was.
You've played quite a bit of this, haven't you?
Me, yeah. Well, I've played it in... I've played it through once ages ago, and I've played the first, several hours of it numerous times on different platforms in different ways. I had an emulator that I'd play it through on Android. I got this version, an official version on this. If you can play it on a SNES, then awesome. That's also brilliant, of course. But it is... This is slightly more subjective than the one we were talking about earlier, arguably, but people do say that this is their favourite, not 7. Final Fantasy 7 gets cited as extremely influential and kind of epoch-making, and it was the game that everyone went, holy crap, especially in the West. It was a huge thing for PS1.
I think it's down to your age and what you were exposed to first, as to whether... When I'm talking to people, it's mainly split 50-50 between Final Fantasy 6 and Final Fantasy 7. And then you got all the weird people who say any other Final Fantasy.
Some people say 9 and 10, which is weird.
I mean, I like different aspects of different Final Fantasies, mainly of the PlayStation era. So I like the I think my favorite Final Fantasy is actually probably Final Fantasy 8, except I think that the drawing and magic system is kind of atrocious, but also really interesting.
8, really? What, Squall?
Yeah.
Is it Squall who's 8?
Yeah, but also the
gun
story
sword.
goes a bit expletive, insane towards the end, where they end up in space and stuff. And you just wonder how much gets lost in translation, because I had no idea what was going on at all.
Yeah, it was a bit weird to follow. Plus, they tried to go a little bit more realistic with the character models. So Final Fantasy VII was obviously very big and kind of cartoony, and it was all sort of very early day polyagonal. It looked a bit sort of shaky with those pre-rendered backgrounds. They tried to make it look a little bit more normal human proportions for 8, which I don't know was more or less charming.
I thought it worked really well, and also 8 introduced the card game Triple Triad, which is about in both 8 and 9, and I like both versions of it. And I often in both 8 and 9 end up playing the card game for much longer than the actual game.
Pray silence, boys and girls, for one of the best soundtracks.
The first version I played of 6 was on the PS1, which might be slightly sacrilegious.
That is sacrilege. That's terrible. Yeah, I'd skip past, but I could listen to that. That soundtrack is amazing.
Oh yeah,
it's one of the very, very best. So I'm taking control of this young, apparently nameless lady right here. We're going to charge through this city. She's wearing a big old mech suit, which she probably won't be having for much longer.
Speaking of the ladies, I have a code for a Final Fantasy game with all the ladies.
Oh, which one does that be?
Final Fantasy X-2. So if you have a European PlayStation account, you can redeem this code on there.
Then you too could be playing with Riku.
This is for the Vita version, though. It's not cross-platform, so you won't be able to play it on your PS3 as well if you've got one. It's just for European Vitas. Okay. So I'm going to paste it right into the chat room right now.
Right now, everyone, European Vitas, if you have one, check out our chat room, look at that code, go and try and redeem it. First come, first served. If you can get it, it is yours. Free games all day here on the Apps by Team, because we are supported and supporting the Game Blast charity, which is responsible for helping people play games who otherwise wouldn't be able to, and help them to rehabilitate them if they've suffered from bad accidents or if they are born with specific conditions. It's a really, really good thing. Imagine, if you will, that you suddenly were, because of an accident or some unfortunate circumstance, unable to ever play games, and how much that would suck. So this is a charity that tries to fix that and brings a little joy into people's lives who are having a hard time. So any money, however big, however small, we do not mind. Hit the donate button underneath this. Go to your do it via text message, which you can do by doing, I should double check this now. It's GBSE99, text that, and then put the number, the amount of cash you would like to donate. Whether it's £1 or 100, it doesn't matter to us. Every little bit helps, so thank you. Right, I'm lobbing fire beams at these things. This is interesting, right? So you'll have noticed, if you're really, really familiar with the game in the first place, like perhaps the original version, that things have changed a little this time out. So the graphics have been sort of up-resed a little bit. Everything has been redone, so it's got slightly smoother edges. It's not completely redone in a super HD, like they're all 3D characters and it looks like Final Fantasy VII, but they have sort of softened the edges in the same way that if you ever play an emulator, which you probably shouldn't, but if you do ever play an emulator, then they'll often have options to kind of soften the edges and smooth things out and remove scan lines so it looks a bit better on your monitor.
Are you for this or against this?
Well, see, I'm not so keen on this particular version of it. I would kind of rather play the original visuals because they were really cool and charming. There's also a new menu system, which you probably noticed here. Instead of there being a box at the bottom of the screen and you're just moving around left and right style with a controller selecting your attacks, there are these 3 little columns, one for each of your compatriots. And as they rise up the screen, that's the timer, because once you execute an attack, you have to wait a little bit for
the ATB.
Yeah, and usually it would be just a bar that would fill left to right, a white bar. In the case of the iOS versions, they've turned them into the whole menu just kind of blinking up a little bit until it hits the top of the screen. Then you know you're fully charged and ready to go. Which sort of works for the system. To be honest, it's a bit weird for traditionalists if you're not used to it. It's like, what is this? This is weird. But it does totally work, and it's quite efficient because what it means is it keeps the screen free when a character isn't in use. So that's quite a nice idea. So rather than having it occupying a chunk of the screen, it just disappears, and then gradually, and then once it's taking up screen, it's ready to use. So, it's different, but it works. It's kind of a cool system. And these are like minor differences and niggles in a game that is otherwise perfectly realised.
Would you rather have it as it is right now, or just a straight, not even port, but like pretty much just a shelled emulation going across with like a virtual D-pad? Would you prefer this or the virtual D-pad option? So like Chrono Trigger, for example, that's out on iOS, but it is that. It's just running through an emulator and it's just got a virtual D-pad, lobbed in front of it.
I'm not so keen on the emulated skin, I'll be honest with you. I would quite like, for me, the perfect compromise would be maybe try this menu system that is okay, this scrolling menu system, but keep the original art. I think that would be my preference.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it does seem odd because it's surely it was more work to completely redo all this art.
Yeah, but
rather than just...
And perhaps some people like it. The backgrounds have been smartened up. They look much more hand-drawn than previously, where it looked a lot more like pixel art and everything, but I don't know. It's a matter of preference. It is still, regardless of which version you play, it's still Final Fantasy VI. Nothing's changed in that sense, and it's still brilliant, and it's still one of the most important RPGs probably around in terms of cultural impact. Anyway, it is just you cannot ignore the success and the popularity of these games, and rightly so, because they're sort of the building blocks upon which RPGs are based. It's funny if you go back to Dragon Quest 1, the very first one which we played, which feels very bare bones. There's only one character. There's none of this where you have 2 line-outs of here are your heroes, here are the enemies, fight, 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 which is what has become standard. This is the accepted way you fight in a turn-based RPG now. People there, fight.
the first one, it's just literally a picture of the character. It's a picture of one of those little teardrop things, and you just press attack, and it kind of flashes, and that's it. So after a while, the Dragon Quests, you've got to see the two sides lining out, and obviously that became what was Final Fantasy as well. And this is good, not just because of it contains a lot of the tropes that we now see as familiar, as standard and cliche in RPGs, but it also has a really good story. It has one of the most interesting and affecting stories, I think, of all the Final Fantasy games. Having the female center role, that's quite novel. Yeah. Certainly for the time, it's female lead, man. She's super powerful here and kind of under control, but then there's a whole amnesia thing later on, and she starts to regain her power. But the story is genuinely interesting, and the female character is actually useful and powerful. She just doesn't fall unconscious in the first 15 minutes, and then some dude bro has to go and save her. It's the story is powered and driven by her, which is really interesting, and you get a lot of fun characters along the way. The king characters are highly entertaining. The king's out in the desert, and all their familial problems that they're having.
Wobelong in the chat, if that's how you pronounce it, is saying, I'm ashamed to say this, but I've never played any Final Fantasy games. Whoa. Are they all like this? Turn-based combat. I've never. I love those games like South Park Stick of Truth. That's interesting if your first RPG experience is Stick of Truth, which is aping RPGs.
That's wow. Okay, so obviously there are going to be people here who are perhaps younger and haven't grown up with this stuff. This is totally to be expected. So what Stick of Truth is doing, if you've only played that and you've perhaps never played another one of these RPGs, is it's kind of making fun of and adopting and embracing old RPG tropes. So Stick of Truth is it kind of copying off of Final Fantasy, if you see what I mean. Obviously not the other way around. So yeah, if you liked Stick of Truth, it's very much pulls from classic RPGs like this one. So you will probably like this too.
Would you say that 6 is the best place to start on iOS?
On iOS, maybe.
Because 1 through 6 are available now on iOS.
I think, to be honest with you, if you've not experienced the thing before, you might have to work harder at the earlier ones, and then perhaps you'd have to work up to it. So I'd rather say start with this.
Yeah. Is it 3 and 5 are remastered? Are the DS remastered ones on iOS?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. A bunch of them are. There are lots available, and some of them have been redone in like 3D and stuff, but I prefer this version. So I come across my first beastie, this snail with spiky horns, whom you can only attack at certain times. Don't be fooled, you can't just attack him when he disappears into a shell. You best hold off or bad things will happen to you. Someone was asking if we're doing an iOS-only stream. This is an iOS-only channel, technically. We only do mobile games here, AppSpy and Pocket Gamer. We stream every single day, and we cover things from iOS, iPhone, iPad, Android. We also do 3DS games and Vita games as well from time to time, because we have the technology to do so why not? But it's only mobile stuff that we do here. We are the mobile channel, if you like to follow. And because we all know full well that you've got a mobile device. If you're listening to this, I know you've got a phone right in your pocket. I can see it, for God's sake. So this applies to you. This isn't one of these exclusive things where only if you've got a PS4 can you pay attention. No, if you've got a phone, this stream is relevant. And all these games could probably be played by you. So we try to bring you the best of what's available. We show you what's new and out and available on the App Store. And we do that every Wednesday. A show called Eye on the App Store, which we do. And the other days we just play lots of stuff. In the meantime, this guy, he's hidden inside a shell. Oops, that was a bad move. I wasn't paying attention. Now I've just been zapped by the snaily creature because I hit him when he was in the shell. You shouldn't do that. However, let me use my healing force to heal some people. Biggs, heal yourself up. Lassie, you heal yourself up.
Biggs and Wedge are characters that reappear in pretty much every Final Fantasy.
They do, and of course you know where they're originally from, don't you?
Do I?
Really? Really?
Maybe I don't.
They're characters from Star Wars, dude.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Biggs and Wedge
I'm not,
are part
I'm not
of
really
the
into Star Wars.
Red Squadron. Oh, you disgust me. Yeah, so yes, exactly right. So yeah, Biggs and Wedge is kind of that was a translation thing. I think in translation they made it Biggs and Wedge for large. I don't know what they're called in Japanese. You have to tell me. But I think it was they were coming up with names, Western names, and they did Biggs and Wedge as a joke because the people who translated it were fans of Star Wars.
Oh, I see.
And they have stuck in it through the entire series. They always turn up somewhere.
So I guess in the Japanese version they wouldn't be that at all.
No, there'd be something completely different, I would imagine. Unfortunately, my lead girl has died, so I'm just healing my other two dudes at the moment. But
Someone saying, can't play Final Fantasy on that. A flip phone? Maybe not. It's available on Android, though, right? Is it?
I think so, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's available on Android.
Yeah.
It's not just an iOS-only thing. And, of course, it's available on 3DSs if you've got those, and I'm sure you can find it on Steam somewhere, too, no doubt.
And Game Boy Advance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's true. That's going back a bit, but yes, absolutely, Game Boy Advance, why not?
So we're being asked by Official Llama, the most official of all the llamas out there, is asking how long has the stream been going on for. So we've been going since 9 a.m.
9 a.m. UK time.
So we're coming up to 6 hours.
Yes, 6 hours.
Or not.
And
we've got. Doesn't feel like 6 hours, but I haven't been talking as much as you have.
Well, I just had a break. I had some lunch, which is great, and Peter's just gone off to, I presume, grab some food now as well, so he can come back fully energized. I've got my honey and lemon and stuff water because we're basically talking for 9 hours straight, and yeah, it's going to be quite something. So yes, we are reaching the halfway mark in this stream. Please do give to the cause for which we are streaming. It is the Special Effect Charity Blast. We've already had loads of donations from people, which has just been fantastic, so we really, really appreciate that. We are up to a grand total of, let's have a look, we've only been on the front page for a little bit, but £237 we're up to. My God, we've had some lovely donations from people, some anonymous donors, a lot of anonymous donors actually, that's really good of you. No Man Left Boy, Alex, Rin Shakira, they've all given, we've got a huge list. Just hit the link below if you can, if you're interested. We don't care what you give, it's all going to a really good cause to help people play games who otherwise couldn't. And we all love games here. You wouldn't be watching this if you didn't. So just think for a moment if you couldn't play any games anymore ever. And then maybe see if you find $1 or something you can fling towards some people to help make sure they get it. We don't mind.
It all counts.
It's all good. Yeah, so I'm just going to keep healing my dudes. Once this guy has been taken out, then we get the kind of Deus Ex Machina happens and the plot begins, which is when we'll probably stop it. But we're only showing you little glimpses of what we consider to be our favourite games. This is what we're doing these whole 9 hours. We had a little whip around the office and we talked to everybody we could, and it's like, what do you think are the best games available on iOS?
I was very pleased that last hour, an hour ago, or was it more than an hour ago, maybe a couple of hours ago, that Peter brought out my favourite game, because we were being asked earlier, what are our favourite games for iOS, and mine probably is Groove Coaster Zero.
Really? Your favourite game? It's pretty badass. And it's funny because none of us ever really mentioned it, and then it got raised at one point, and we kind of all went, oh yeah, that's brilliant. And you suddenly realised...
It was just generally accepted, but everyone had gone around it.
You suddenly, everyone just goes, it's not one you really talk about, but everyone went, oh, that's really good, that one. And it really is. If you want to play a free game and a really good, visually inventive and sonically interesting touchscreen game, Groove Coaster Zero, people, is cracking. I like this thing, it's called Ymir, and whenever it reappears, it goes, whack.
Oh.
They have the really bad, because it just goes like an onomatopoeia of the sound that it's making, and it goes whack.
Would you dare say your favourite iOS game, James?
Oh God, well, I won't say it because one of them is going to turn up on the stream. Okay. And we haven't played it yet.
So you will say later?
Yeah, we will say later. Actually, I don't know if I think I'm on it at that point, so yeah, we will say later. It is just... and the thing that makes the game's good, it's not about them being complex, it's not about them being a particular length or anything like that. It's about tailoring your game... Oops, don't do that. It's about tailoring your game to the platform upon which you're playing it. And that's what I've always said from the beginning. So you'll have games that are built from the ground up for touchscreen, which use the unique possibilities of the fact that you have a touch-sensitive screen. Sure. Those are the games that work the best. The worst games are the games which try and... Here's a crappy port of a console game, which you can't play with a controller, so here, just mash your fingers against the screen and hope for the best. They are rubbish, and that is unfortunately why people give mobile gaming a hard time, a lot of it. So,
but there are some really good adaptations. So, for example, an hour ago we were playing World of Tanks briefly, and that actually plays really well compared to the PC counterpart, and it plays like it is designed for the iOS devices, iPad or iPhone.
Absolutely, it is surprisingly
It's just a shame that they haven't sorted out the online. The online is actually really, really stable. It's just that you can only play with one other teammate.
Yeah, platoons of a maximum of 2 people only.
And 2 people is not a platoon.
No.
Maybe it's a platoon after everyone else has died, but you don't start with 2 people in a platoon. I mean, come on.
I'm doing my dance. I'm doing my victory music dance. Ba 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 ba. Never gets old. Never stops being cool.
I've been listening to a lot of... I've never completed Final Fantasy VI. I got to... well, I got about 5 or 6 hours in before stopping on the PS1, but I have listened to all of the music over and over and over again.
Oh, really?
Especially now, even more so because of Theatre Rhythm Final Fantasy, the 3DS Final Fantasy music game.
Oh, really?
Which has been adding music for other games now, like other Square Enix titles. It's a bit weird. Whoa. And they're going to be releasing a Dragon Quest one as well. I'm
awesome.
highly addicted to it, even though I'm terrible at it. I went to a 3DS meetup that they have in London, and I met a couple of people there, and I lost by quite a margin. Yeah.
Not to worry, that's fine.
Yeah, so it's fine when I'm playing on my own, but when I'm playing against other people, I'm pretty bad.
Okay, fair enough. Alex Gold's already throwing in possibilities of what my favourite game could be. You're not a million miles off with that suggestion there. It is one of my favourites. But there's actually another one that I kind of put up there as just a prime example of this is how you do touchscreen gaming, and it's a unique to iOS game originally, so it just works beautifully. That's pretty much going to wrap it up for this hour, guys. So we have just reached the Frozen Esper. Perfect time. This is where the game proper begins. If you've never played Final Fantasy VI, you probably should. If you're into RPGs, this is one of the templates from which modern RPGs were formed. So I would strongly recommend giving it a go, whether it's on a DS or a 3DS or on your PC or on your iOS device like we're playing here. I would seriously suggest getting involved with it. Right. Danny, thank you ever so much for joining me for this hour.
No problem. More codes to come, and we'll give out some that we've left behind later on. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to switch this off. We're going to do a brand new hour. We'll be back in about 60 seconds with Peter in tow. So we will see you in just a moment or two, all right?
Bye.
Back in a sec.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. I've had lunch.
Hey. Are you recharged? Are you full of foods?
Oh, I'm so full of foods. You wouldn't even believe it. Now, you know, I obviously, because I'm a video games journalist, I eat the richest of foods, the foods that cost the most money. I always shop at the most expensive supermarket. I don't even shop at supermarkets. I send my butler there. So obviously I had, what's a rich food? I had
pate.
Pate. I had
goose liver pate.
Yeah, goose liver pate. I just had eaten mess all over my face all the time for most of the dessert. All sorts of rich foods and lovely stuff. Certainly wasn't a sort of sad-looking sandwich. So, James,
seems insincere, but go on.
We're streaming, aren't we, for GameBlast15? This is for
nothing you can do about it.
This is all for Special Effect. And do you want to know something, James? Do you want to know a little bit of? Go on, well, I'll tell you. First of all, if you're watching this. And you've been watching it for an hour or so, and you're like, oh, these guys are all right. A couple of brilliant things that you can do. The most important thing that you can do, is hit that donate button and go on over to Special Effect. There's a little Just Giving page basically that we link through to. You can give as much or as little as money as as you can actually afford, and really it will make you feel amazing. You're helping people with disabilities play brilliant video games and help overcome sort of some pretty crummy things and play video games instead. The other thing that you can do, obviously, if you like all this sort of stuff, is you can hit that follow button. If you like what Outside Pocket Gamer is doing on Twitch, we do this every Monday through to Friday, 5 p.m. UK, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern. And the other bit of information, James, I think that you'll love, I think that you'll really get a lot out of, is that we are 6 hours into our stream.
Halfway point, boys and girls. You've hit halfway. Wow. That's interesting. It's been a fun afternoon so far.
Yeah.
We've picked up a lot. Actually, put up a lot of followers. My God, look at that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So apologies. Incidentally, some of our followers, I imagine, will be surprised because we keep starting and stopping on the hour roughly, and so they might get email notifications and be like, "What's that all about?" It's because we're trying to play 50 games. Some of them are massive, and we have to keep switching iPads. So Peter's loads up a bunch of games, then I load up a bunch of games, and we swap backwards and forwards like that. And while they're playing, we're loading. So that, just to explain the stop-start situation, we couldn't unfortunately do 50 games off one iPad for 6 hours,
which is a shame,
9 hours.
Because we would have loved to have, obviously.
Absolutely. So we're doing, and as Danny's pointing out in the stream, people are asking about codes and things. Yes, we are giving out codes for loads of different games all the way through the day. We've already done stuff for Ubisoft. We've done stuff for Final Fantasy X codes for Vitas, things for iOS, things for Steam. We've got a whole bunch. A lot of people have reached into their pockets or their spreadsheets, I suppose, and pulled out a whole bunch of codes to give away to you guys over the course of the next 6 hours. We've already done some. We're going to do a bunch more. So stick with us. And if you like what you see and you
think this is a worthwhile cause, like Peter said, hit the donate button, just send a little bit of money, whatever you can afford, to the charity for us. So,
Indeed.
What's the theme this hour then, sir?
The theme this hour for the next. Well, I'm basically on this for 2 hours. We don't have to reset for 2 hours. So
nice.
That's quite good.
Awesome.
So a full 2 hours of me playing. This is we've called this kind of iOS only classics. These are games that started on iOS or really had their shining moment on iOS. And I don't think that there's a game that kind of encapsulates this any more than Jetpack Joyride.
Well, yes.
I'm going to tap on the screen anywhere to play. And big explosion, and here is this chap. What's his name? I can't never remember his name. It's like Barry Lamb Chops or something like that, isn't it?
Was what Barry Lamb?
Like the main character's got a name, and it's like Barry Lamb Chops or
It's something like that.
something along those lines. Anyway, so the whole idea is that I have grabbed a how do I describe this? So basically, you start off in this production facility, this kind of scientific research lab, and as you go along, you grab an experimental jetpack, and the jetpack fires bullets. Obviously. So you tap on the screen, and you fire bullets out, and that actually gives you the levitation that you need.
Massive dragon,
obviously. Those kind of power-ups are temporary, and by temporary I mean if you get hit by one, then you lose it. Most of the time you're sort of going around on this jetpack, firing bullets at poor innocent, maybe not innocent actually. I don't really know.
Are scientists ever really innocent? They're always cooking something up, aren't they?
They're always cooking something up.
I've seen those X-Men movies.
When you smack into something, you get to pull the lever. There we are. It's game over on that one. Oh, darn, that's a shame. But we flew 1,138 meters and we collected 207 coins. That's our stash. So if I tap on our stash, I can see that we can get different clothing. We can. Oh, it's Barry. It is Barry, isn't it?
It's Barry Steak Fries.
Yeah, Barry Steak
Fries. That's what it's called.
So
that's a good name.
That is a very good name. So there's different types of clothing. There's different kinds of jetpacks that you can unlock as well. It all costs this currency which you gain through playing the game. There's also vehicle upgrades as well that you can purchase. But what we're really interested in is playing again. Yes, explosion, grab the jetpack, fly along, shoot at the floor. It's pretty simple. But this is really, this is the start, I would say, of the sort of endless action genre, as I call it. Like, this is not an endless runner. This is not Cannibal. This is not Temple Run or anything like that. But it's more of an action game that is kind of has elements. Has elements of that stuff. And I think that this is really the start where developers went, oh yeah, if we make small games that are sort of like fun to play and have a competitive element, then maybe people will download them and play them against their friends. And that was great. Obviously we've had a lot of really good games come out of that. You've seen some really, really, really awesome games. I'm in the Prophet Bird now, and this is a
Prophet Bird. What
Prophet Bird is a little red bird, and I think at the time when it came out, I think that it was a cheeky little swipe at Angry Birds, but now I think
Prophet Bird, very good.
I think now really you kind of associate Prophet Bird with Flappy Bird, but money's flying out the back of the Prophet Bird.
And it is a red bird with a red beak. I see, because this is the guys behind. It's Half Brick. The name of the studio is Half Brick, which is an Australian studio, which is a small studio, probably quite well known for a little game called Fruit Ninja. The guys who knocked that out.
Fairly well known, I think. Yeah, they sort of banged that out and it did all right.
They did that. That was huge, and they did this, and this was equally huge. Yeah, this did astonishing business. It's very, very well presented, to be fair. As far as a Tiny Wing style auto runner thing goes, something about the jetpack mechanic that makes it quite fun. Yeah. So rather than it just being tapped to go up and you're flying up, there is something tactile about the fact that you're pushing it and all these bullets are flying out, and that's what's propelling you up. That for some reason feels nice.
Yeah, definitely.
It's strange, but it does sort of work.
It's got that satisfying. I'm flying with bullets. That's quite good fun. Now you might have seen there that I've got the 750-meter head start for this next race.
Okay.
That is basically a 750-meter head start that just kind of goes through the entire. Goes through 750 meters without having to do anything. And so now we're into the caverns. We don't. It's difficult to kind of pick up coins by doing that, but that's not too much of a problem, especially if you're going for stuff like a high score or something like that. So you want to grab some of those whenever you can. You do get them for free through that one-arm bandit thing. This is the gravity suit. So if I tap the screen, then I change the gravity that I'm on. So and also I can tap it.
We were playing VVV earlier. VVVVVV.
Yes.
All about gravity shifting. I should also point out that codes are being thrown into the chat room. People, codes for Age of Zombies. We've got a bunch of codes from Half Brick Games, the guys who are responsible for this game that they've given us. So get stuck in. You can see a whole list appearing in the chat room. First come, first serve. You redeem it, it is yours.
It is yours. We've got a whole bunch of games from Half Brick. It was really very kind of them to provide a whole bunch of stuff. It was so I flew 1,621 meters. That's not bad. My leaderboard.
Ooh, nice.
Leaderboards. I'm actually number 16th. Now, who am I going up against? Out of my pals?
Is this your friends list?
Yeah, this is my Mighty Jack servers at the top. We've got Benwise Buff, that's Rich Brown, who used to be a Pocket Gamer regular. We've got Uncle Fister, which is a lovely man who gave me a start in games journalism. And we've got British Gaming, Mark Brown. There we are. I need to be able to beat Mark Brown and Chris. Oh, what? Okay, play again. I've got to beat Chris Lipscomb. There's no chance. I can't be having any of that.
It is outrageous. We've also got codes which are going to be turning up for the other Half Brick game, Colossatron World Threat, which is that kind of, it's very interesting, very unique little thing where you're slapping in colours to create this gigantic monolithic snake reptile mechanical creature. So keep your eyes on the chat room for those codes and more throughout the whole course of the afternoon up until 9 PM. Loads more to come, some really good ones.
Indeed. Now, I've got a bit of a confession to make.
What's that?
I sometimes play this game and actively try and kill as many scientists as I can switch.
That's kind of understandable. I forget, do you get points deducted for killing?
No, I don't think you do. I think it's fun. And sometimes I will fire the bullets when I don't need to, just so that I can shoot some horrible... Because they've got to have done something wrong, haven't they? They've got to have done something.
They are obviously meddling with forces beyond their control.
Barry Steak Fries wouldn't go up against them if there was something.
That dragon I love because it reminds me of a game from the Commodore 64 era.
Strider?
No, it's something St. Dragon. It's actually called St. Dragon.
St. Dragon?
Dragon. Yeah. And that is literally your main character is a dragon head like that with this body divided into segments that you can kind of move, and it is awesome. But it's probably not actually, but I remember it as awesome.
Yeah.
I was young and stupid.
Yeah,
and everything was awesome back then.
And talking about misremembering games.
Yeah,
I think it'd be very easy. Like, this game came out a while ago. It's been updated for widescreen iOS devices. It's that sort of age.
Yeah.
And I think it would be very easy. Oh, Little Stomper, yes. I think it'd be very easy to kind of immediately think, this was great, and then come back to it and think, oh, actually, no, this isn't the game that I remember it to be. Like we were talking about, games get better and better and better and better and better, and I think that sometimes you get lulled into a oh no, that game was really good, and then you go back and play it and you're like, this was really good. But genuinely, I think Jetpack Joyride kind of stands the test of time because it is simple. Like, absolutely, it is simple. But there's something appealing about it, and there's something kind of ageless about fun little characters and destruction.
You can't get around the satisfaction that comes from blasting things away. It's kind of the cornerstone of video gaming, which is problematic in its own right, I think, not to get too heavy, but the fact that shooting things becomes this kind of core mechanic of most games, and more, the more realistic the action gets, the more impressive the visuals become, the more problematic that core is.
Yeah.
Not that I'm anti it, because I do think it's actually a good catharsis, and I do think it's a good way to channel that slightly violent, destructive power which the human race does have a little bit. We do like blowing things up, and I say better blowing up weird spacey aliens pretendies than running around and trying to get actual guns.
All these scientists, which I am sort of like effortlessly murdering right now.
Exactly. So that's kind of it's a good place to put it. That's why, boys and girls, sport is such a big thing in this world. It's because we don't do quite so many wars anymore. We still do them, but they're very...
we still do them,
most
but
of us don't participate.
they're quite irregular.
But we don't do hunting anymore. We don't hunt and gather. We hunt and gather at Walmart or Tesco. And that's not quite the same. So we still have this genetic desire to, I want to hunt a thing, I want to throw a thing, I want to shoot a thing, I want to grab it, chase it, kill it, because that's what we needed to do to survive back in the day. We don't have that anymore. So that's why men go mental over football or soccer. And all organised sports, and get driven absolutely, completely mental when they go, it's this war thing.
Funnily enough, it is generally men that go mental over football. Like the ladies that I know in my life that like football are just like, they're idiots. like when they like football, they're like, yeah, no, I like it.
Actually, I've got a couple of friends who are particularly good. There's a friend, someone I know from Ready Up called Loz, the place where I used to work. She's like the biggest Tottenham Hotspur fan I know. Kicks the ass out of all of them. So the love can be universal, but you will often find that the reason men get so incredibly excited about sports games is because it's simulated warfare. That's all it is. We're doing war. We're doing the Roman Colosseum. And in this instance, like, video games, I think, are a fantastic outlet for that desire. It's a great way of having fun and shooty, but no one actually obviously gets hurt. And
it's a great outlet for my desire to shoot people who are very smart with machine guns.
Exactly. Yeah, which does well for your inherent jealousy and bitterness. Shows the superior IQ. I think that's very healthy.
Definitely. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're pouring through this. So this is Jetpack Joyride. It's available on pretty much anything. I'm fairly confident your microwave can play it. And do you know what? I think it has totally earned its place as an iOS classic. It does a lot of really good stuff. Ooh, little teleport. There's a lot of really good stuff. And it sort of works with the touchscreens incredibly well. So so I think what I'll do is I'll exit out of this and then pop up the placeholder, and then that was there we are. Good, we got that one. Where are we at? What other games are we playing? Oh, this one looks good.
You've got your list there. While we're doing that, obviously, our 15-minute obligatory reset. We're doing this for GameBlast charity live stream. We're streaming for 12 hours today. We're halfway through. We're going to be doing it for another 6 hours, and it's all for people who are unable to play games. It's a great charity. Text GBSE99 followed by the pound amount you want to donate. It can be as high or as low as you like, or just hit the donate button underneath if you want to do it online. There's no minimum or maximum for your donation. Whatever you can spare to help other people who couldn't otherwise play games, bring a little bit of joy to their lives. It will make you feel good. It will make you feel about $1 billion. Now let me remove the placeholder text for this. This, I believe, if it's working, or maybe it's not. Oh, that's exciting. I've had one of those already today. Oh. It's like the iPad is collapsing under the sheer volume of games that you're playing.
It's like, you played too many amazing video games. Stop it now.
You get a conflict is what happens. If you have like 10 different games open at the same time, one interferes with the other, and death. That's kind of what happens. So I've already had to do a quick little reset on a couple of them to make it work.
Let's see what happens.
We've got a nice sturdy list. Incidentally, we are going to be playing through till 9 o'clock, but as regular viewers will know, we always do a Pocket Gamer podcast, right? So that usually happens on a Thursday evening, around about 5 o'clock. In the case of yesterday, myself and Danny were actually up at a Monster Hunter event. If you want to know where these lovely little creatures came from, look at him, isn't he phenomenally ugly? They came from the fact that we were up there giving DSs to people and getting them to play Monster Hunter for the very first time, which was really good fun, actually. We were up there doing that, which meant we couldn't do the podcast. So we're going to do it today. We are going to do the podcast at 5 p.m. in the old Greenwich Mean Time. So usual time, we'll switch to podcasting mode, we'll keep going, and then after the podcast we will carry on with the streaming of the normal games.
Well, this one is being a right bugger. So
is it the Vlambeer one?
It is the Vlambeer one. Now I think what I'll do is I've popped the placeholder up there. Let's just quickly find another game on our list. Now there are a whole bunch of other games on here on my lovely iPad, and exit out of that. So I think what we'll play now instead is what's good? Well, all of it's good. That's the whole point, Pete. Come on. Let's go with this one.
Someone's asking, Void Gazer, will you be playing For You or FU, which I assume is For Ultimate or Freedom Unite for iOS? We already have.
Yeah, we already have. You missed it out.
About an hour or so ago, so I'm afraid you missed it. It was only briefly. We did it for about 15 minutes, and we did it. I lost my character, Peter. I had to delete Monster Hunt in order to get the thing.
I saw a little bit of
the
it.
iCloud,
you were running around in your pants.
Nothing. So yeah, it was just me, my pants, and a blunt-looking kitchen knife. It was absolutely rubbish, and I was very bitterly upset.
So we'll come back to the Vlam beer a little bit later when we've downloaded something. I'm going to retry something. So this is Swampy, and it is Swampy is the character in Where's My Water. Now, Disney video games. No, not a great history together, unfortunately.
They've had problems.
They have had problems. For a while there, they got Capcom to make all of their games on the NES, and it was pretty cool.
It's all right.
And they were making great games like DuckTales and so forth. Then there was a period where they just thought, any old garbage will work. And it didn't really play out. They're doing a lot better things now. There's Disney Infinity, which is pretty good. And this, which is Where's My Water, which is a brilliant mobile game.
Which genuinely actually is good. Now, I was put off Where's My Water initially because I saw it and I was like, yeah, it looks like it's a cutesy thing designed for children aged about 6, right? Which is a reasonable sort of assessment of the situation. You go, yeah, well, really, yeah. But actually, it is one of those games that manages to utilize the touchscreen, like we always say, in its best possible way. This is a game which you could control with a mouse, but it wouldn't be as good because you have to have a pointer on the middle of the screen, and you could do it with a controller, but it wouldn't be half as intuitive. But the idea is you're just putting your finger on the screen, dragging through the soil that's there, and allowing the water to fall. Is a brilliant, simple, elegant mechanic. You do it once, you go, oh yeah, I get this. And then it just builds and builds and builds upon that premise, and turns into something that's actually really quite smart.
It's really smart. And fun.
The puzzles are good. Yeah, genuinely fun. I was really properly impressed by it when I first played it. And this one, along with things like Cut the Rope and stuff like that, where you go, actually, this is how you do it. This is actually how you're supposed to do it.
Literally, actually, properly how you do it.
Incidentally, if you don't get that other game working, the lovely Vlambeer one, then I would suggest adding a certain Zeptolab game to the list. Because
yes, quite possibly.
That's a cracker.
That is a cracker.
And I just realised we don't have it on the list. That's awful. That's unforgivable.
That is actually shameful. That is actually properly shameful. I can't believe that we've forgotten that. So I'm whipping through this. And as you can see, as James was saying, you're just digging through dirt. The whole point is that you want to figure out how to dig through that dirt in the most effective manner possible, and pick up these ducks along the way if you can. But the main objective is to get lots and lots of water all over this lovely... Now, is it an alligator? Swampy? Alligators live in swamps.
He's an alligator. It's because it's completely unalliterative, unlike the rest of the characters. I think the female one has got like an alliterative, like Sally or something. I don't know what her name is, but yeah, Swampy the alligator doesn't exactly trip off the tongue.
No, it doesn't.
But that is what he's called. And he's a friendly enough character. It's a decent looking little thing, but it's not just propped up by, it's got some little pretty visuals and whatnot. It actually is kind of a really solid game.
Yeah.
And I avoided it like I avoided Guitar Hero and those rhythm action games in my snobbish way, where I was like, yeah, I play real guitar, I don't need your plastic rubbish. And then I played it, and I was there at 2 in the morning going,
totally get this,
with a plastic guitar.
This one looks like it's going to be a bit of a challenge. We're right at the top. We can dig through. I'm going to try and I've got a little meter on the left-hand side, which I'm sort of moving with my thumb, really. I've already made massive problems for myself, but hopefully that won't be. Oh gosh, I should have started digging first. Okay.
Oh, what have you done? What have you done?
Oh, it's all gone wrong. No, it's fine. It's fine, actually. It's fine. There we are. I think we'll manage to do that. I hope you like all my efforts that I've gone to, Swampy, you jerk. 2 ducks out of 3, not too bad. The more ducks that you get, the better you are at the game. Now the game is introducing some really cool mechanics now. So this is poison. If you add water to poison, you just add more poison. You just have more poison. You don't want more poison. You don't want any of that. So what you want to do is get through it without having any of it. So what I need to do really is drain away this horrible poison first. Go away, poison. No one likes you.
Get rid of that.
No one likes you, poison.
Filter the clean water through. Now, Fasult Viveros has chimed in again saying, aimed at 6-year-olds, more like 6-month-olds. Now, I know you can take that opinion, and like I say, I fell victim to it a little bit myself. But then I felt the same way about Nintendo games when I was younger.
Yep.
Like I kind of shunned the whole Nintendo thing. I was like, oh, little plumber in the sunshine bouncing around. And I was like, no, I'll get a Mega Drive. I want to play Sonic. Sonic's cool. Golden Axe because you've got axes and swords.
Axes are
and
pretty
blood.
good.
Yeah, I'm so hardy. Actually, it's completely the wrong way to look at it. Because Nintendo games are fantastic. The whole SNES library is awesome. And the same thing with the DS library. Yes, it's cartoony and it kind of has that childlike edge to it. I completely agree. And it's easy, especially as a young guy growing up. You want to be seen. You want to be cool. You want to be like, not look like some little doomed person. It's very difficult, for example, for a guy to, I don't know, take up ballet dancing.
Yeah.
doesn't really go down well.
Even
with
though
mates.
I think I'd be quite good pirouetting.
Do you really? Oh yeah, I don't know about that. I've seen you try to stand up after a few drinks. So I don't think that it's very easy for people to go sneer at it and raise a nose and well that's dumb and it's too childish. But you could say it's childish or you could say it's kind of joyous.
I would also.
That's the Nintendo
I would
thing.
warrant that anybody. I don't think that there are any 6-year-olds that could complete the later stages in this thing. They are real brain teasers. Like they are head scratchers. So that is Where's My Water. I think that is a brilliant game that can only really be done on touchscreens. It is just, honestly, it's just wonderful. Like it just works, and it's a really great way to engage with it as well. The touchscreen just works so well. It does actually sort of feel like you're doing a bit of digging, which I quite like. So I popped up the placeholder. As we were saying, this is all for Special Effect. We are raising a whole bunch of money, or as much money as we possibly can anyway, for Special Effect, who make it easier, make it possible for people with disabilities to enjoy video games. And I think that that's a pretty noble cause. So we're helping out by trying to raise some money for them. If you'd like to do that, there is a button on this page, and it says donate on it. Go and donate some money. Now, James, what is the donation level like at the moment? Have we had any recently come on through?
What are we looking at? Let me have a quick look. I do have the little Geiger counter, lower corner. What were we at? We were about 100 before. Let's do a quick refresh. We were just coming up halfway through 100. 269 we're up to.
Oh, that's great British pounds.
That is great British pounds. So £269, so I guess it's up about $400. That's
nice. Very nice indeed. We can do even better than that. I know.
Of course, we're only halfway through. We've only been promoted on the front page for like 2 of those hours. So this has all come out of a lot of that. And some people who were donating even before it started. So firstly, we really, really appreciate it. That's awesome. Keep it coming and keep it rising so we can get some real money to these people and help them out. That would be lovely. Now, what are we moving on to next? What have you got lined up for us?
We were going to stream Ridiculous Fishing, but that all sort of went a little bit haywire. I think that might be simply because we're streaming it through an Elgato. The game itself was running on my device, but it just wasn't having any of it actually through the Elgato, which captures all the information. So we're going to very quickly play a little bit of Super Crate Box. Which is
now we're talking.
Which is a good game as well, also from Vlambeer.
It is.
So left, right, A to jump, B to shoot. It looks
job done.
Job done. Really. There's different weapons that you can use. I'm using a shotgun to blast that massive skull thing in the face. Oh, I am rubbish at Super Crate Box. And in a lovely sort of nod to the past, a notification from Open Faint just came up on the thing.
Oh my god!
Oh, this is an old game.
2009.
Oh, I loved Open Faint.
Super Crate Box is fantastic, not only just for the fact that it's another one of the early Vlambeer games, and they are a pretty kind of badass little group of developers. Ridiculous Fishing and such like excellent games, much cloned games. You'll find they're often at the center of a cloning controversy because whenever they do something, people go, "That's quite good," and they try and do the same.
That's good. We should do that as well.
Exactly. Well, Super Crate Box was actually originally released on a PC. It was kind of a PC. I don't know if it was a Flash game originally, but it was certainly PC based at first. And it fulfills that same kind of single screen bobble style, things fall from the top of the screen style game, which is great. And it's not particularly new. What it added to it was a real sort of frantic sense of excitement and energy, because your little character in the middle of the screen, he's running left and right and trying to defeat things, and when you wander over a weapon, you pick up that weapon immediately. And sometimes, because the crates themselves, these are the crate boxes we're talking about, you don't know what's in them.
Yeah, and now I think that one of the things that people oh my word, I think that one of the things that people forget about the Vlambeer games is that the games themselves tend to be quite simple to play. Like they're not amazingly complex. They're not like a simulation game or anything like that. But it's the extra stuff, it's the extra details that you find in them. Like, for example, eagle-eyed viewers will notice that my hair keeps changing. Like the characters just keep changing throughout the entire thing, and but it's also the mechanical feel of these things. It's how good can you make a game feel like to actually physically play. I am pants at Super Crate Box games.
It's a tough game. You need to get into a flow. You need to get used to actually playing the damn thing properly. I really enjoyed playing it. It was super fun. And I think we had discussions with people beforehand where they were like, a lot of people saying they weren't so sure about it. I think it's actually really entertaining. It works very well both on keyboard stuff, which is simple left and arrow rights, and I think they were hesitant about bringing it to iOS because they were worried about the controls. They've turned it into this kind of arcade system that you see here, and because it's just a simple left, right, A, B, it actually works just fine. It's pretty good setup, and it's one of those things where you have to invest a little bit of time at first just to get into the flow of it and last longer than about 20 seconds.
Yeah,
once you do that,
I'm on a bit of a roll at the moment because I found the machine gun.
Because there's but that's not going to get you anywhere, because the only way you get to the next level is by collecting a certain number of crates.
Right.
That's the level up mechanic, right? So you have to keep collecting. There's an instinct to kind of, I found the gun I like, I'll stick with it. No good. You have to keep collecting crates, and every time you collect a crate, your gun changes apparently randomly. And so it forces you to constantly think on the fly, because you have to grab it, and then within a split second, you have to see what gun you've got and adjust your attack accordingly, then go find the next one. That's how it works. You can see the counter at the top there. You've only got 2 crates. You need 10 to get to the next level. That's where the challenge is.
Hunting down those boxes. I wish I had the machine gun all the time.
But you can't do that. You've got to think on the fly. It keeps you on your toes. That's what's kind of fun about it.
Boom! Rocket launcher. Love that. I am naff at Super Crate Box. I really, really am.
Got up to 5 that time, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, shoot him. Shoot him in the
Hell's Caretaker in the chat room there saying, we need Jeff to guest star on the stream. I hadn't considered bringing Jeff into the mix.
I can imagine, because there's a Twitch app, isn't there? I imagine that, in some ways, he sort of is watching.
I'm sure, actually, I don't know where he is at the moment. I put him down places, right?
Yeah.
And I come back, and he's not there anymore.
Yeah, but you're always doing that with your keys and stuff, aren't you?
This is disconcerting.
All right.
So, I don't know. Someone's saying, Broken Sword saying, James is legit tryharding this. I'm not playing this, Peter is.
Yeah, hey, if you're going to insult somebody's playing at this, then it's me. I am awful. But I think you'll just find that OpenFate just said that I got a new high score, so...
Well, there you go.
So I'm all right. This guy's got brilliant floppy hair. I love how floppy this guy's hair is. Do you know there was a really good time? There was a really great time in the 90s when floppy fringes were in, and I was all about them, but I could never figure out how to actually get a floppy fringe on, and it ruined part of my life, I must admit.
I would have thought the fringe would have done that by itself. But okay.
Did I ever tell you? This is the time to talk about it now, because obviously Super Crate Box thematically, lots of great hair. Did I ever tell you about the time that I had a bowl haircut, literally cut using a bowl?
Oh, what?
It was pretty awesome, I must tell you. It was pretty good. I was basically the hottest guy in school. It must have been, and I imagine so. Anyway, all the ladies were just too scared to kind of come up to me. I was like that kind of level of hotness, and
wow,
yeah, full-on bowl haircut. It was pretty good.
No, it wasn't.
No, well, I don't know.
Sorry,
I thought I looked like Joey, but
you
clearly,
look like a Joey, yeah.
Yeah. Good. So we're unlocking weapons throughout all of this. This is Super Crate Box, taking the place of Ridiculous Fishing, which was is a fantastic game, but unfortunately we can't stream it because it's got some doohickeys. Sometimes we'll play games and they just won't stream properly, which is a bit of a shame, but there we are. So we got how many more games? 2 more games? 1 more game?
I think
one more game.
Something like that. One more?
One more?
Know. 2 more, surely.
2 more. Okay, well, we can do 2 more. Right. Let's go with the one that we were talking about earlier. You were suggesting, maybe we should do that one instead. And you know what?
Oh, yeah.
I'm completely with you. I don't think any brilliant game list in which we're talking about games that could only really be done on iOS is complete without Cut the Rope.
Hey, now we're talking. We're talking.
It is. This is another of those "Where's my water" kind of games where you look at it, and I looked at this and just went, "This is going to be the most cookie cutter, awful piece of rubbish." It is brilliant, and I think I completed every stage. I think I almost got all 3 stars. I think everybody knows what Cut the Rope is now, but to explain, slide your finger to cut the rope, and the candy drops from the string into Om Nom's mouth. Perfect. I'm playing the free version, I should say. Now, what am I going to do? I could cut this one, boom, got that star, and then 3 stars.
This, to me, it survives on the strength of like 2 things. On the one hand, like brilliant aesthetics aside, it is just a very good use of the touchscreen. The puzzling is clever. The idea is simple and easy to understand, but makes an ideal use of the shape and form of the touchscreen. So it's one of those ones that's catered specifically to the device, which I love. And then the second thing is just Om Nom. It's
Om Nom's
just
great.
that character.
Om Nom is great.
Adorable and full of character. Even when you're doing the puzzle, he's sitting there at the bottom of the screen, kind of bobbing up and down, occasionally looking, occasionally waving, doing a little flip or something. And when the candy gets close, he does that kind of where he opens his mouth, and you have to, when he gets it, he munches it down and looks really happy, and you get like a yes, sorted.
Yeah.
And then when it misses, he looks so sad.
He looks really, really unfortunate. He's just like
so sad, Om Nom. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, mate, and I feel bad. And then I have to redo the level once again so I can fix the problem.
Yeah, to fix the
guilty.
problem. I love this game. I think it's a genuine classic, not just of mobile but of games in general. I think that it demonstrates that some of the best ideas in games. Oh, we've got an ad. This is probably not. Well, this is a clear demonstration of mobile gaming right now.
But this is the free version. There's obviously a premium
there's
version.
a paid version where none of this rubbish happens. There's a new game. Oh, it's that new game. It's their new jumping about, stealing things from people.
The King of Thieves, which is a really good game ruined by a free-to-play key-based mechanic, which is totally lame.
It's totally lame.
Such a shame.
It's a great game otherwise.
Because underneath that, there's a really good game, and they fumbled it with that.
Yeah, swing and a miss.
Very disappointing.
But this, seriously, in all games, I think that this is a great example of video games that are. You can have a really simple idea, and as long as you execute upon it really well, and with a great amount of sort of ingenuity and creativity, you can make even the simplest game ideas. Get a candy from point A to point B.
Yeah,
you can make it an amazing thing. And Zepto Lab have. They've been sort of rightfully rewarded. Zepto Lab's a small company. It certainly was a very small company when this game was made. And they've made, I would say, probably all of the money.
Yes, they've done pretty well.
They've done all right out of it. It's a very popular game.
There are people in the chat room talking about a game called AG Drive, which is interesting, right? Because some people, I've seen some people post the gameplay video up, and it's got like hundreds of thousands of views. Oh no, it's got 122. Ha ha ha. Okay, right. It's slightly better now.
Good.
Right. So,
good.
They're saying AG Drive, and it's being pimped at the moment. We covered it. June 20th of last year, right? We were the first people to get a look at it. In fact, it won our big indie pitch. I'm going to put a video for it into the App Spy chat room there, so you go see it on your right-hand side. It's basically a Wipeout clone, but a really, 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 really good one. The only downside of it was that it was free to play.
And that's sort of like weird free to play, where it was like, this doesn't quite work.
Yeah, which was a real kick in the teeth. Apparently it isn't anymore.
Nope.
Apparently it's premium.
It's paid.
No more free-to-play nonsense, which now means I'm really excited about it.
I'm really excited about it as well. I'm actually really tempted to get this for the weekend. But yeah, like AG Drive was in soft launch for ages. It was, and we covered it, and it's great. It's a great game. And it's a shame that it wasn't out before, and the review wasn't out before this stream came along, because I think it's a really, really great game.
Some people have already said they've gone out, they bought it yesterday, and it's been released. It is a really good game, and I was enjoying playing it as a Wipeout fan. And yeah, it's not the most original thing in the world, but man, they've done a really good job of executing it. It plays beautifully, but I was really disappointed by the free-to-play aspect of it. And they've just fixed it. They've clearly just gone, you know what, screw it. And with that single fell swoop, the score goes from like 6 to fucking 9 or something. It's that's amazing. I'm now looking forward to playing it and seeing how the premium progression works. But if it really is the case and it's no free-to-play stuff, that's awesome. I'm chuffed a bit about that. Look at all those bubbles. I like this stuff with all
I like the spider. I like the spider who's like, oh, I'm gonna get myself a treat.
They're kind of, they just go me, like creeping towards you, and they go bah. And when you break the thing and get rid of them, spiders are kind of funny. Everything has personality in this. That's what's lovely. It's really. There he goes.
Come on. I haven't got one of them yet. Right, let's whip it out down it. Flipping heck. I'm on level 2-7 and already I'm a little bit having trouble.
Oh dear.
I know, this is not a good sign, is it?
I played through this game, it was during one of the flights when I was going back to Colombia. I was just actually played through the whole thing pretty much and genuinely enjoyed the time. It wasn't just like, oh, I'm stuck, I've got nothing to do. It's you very easily, and like with these other mobile games where you instantly restart or you push through levels very quickly, you get a sense of momentum. Even though they're individual levels, you can quite easily kind of play it, complete it, and then immediately on to the next one, play it, complete it, and you get kind of sucked in that way. They're very good for that. Mobile games are very, very good because the good ones know that their time is at a premium. Because you don't have a captive audience quite so much in the way that you do with a console game or a PC game. Generally speaking, if you sit down, you fire up your PC, you load up a game, you don't play it for 2 minutes and put it down again. You're there for a bit of time. You've invested, you've closed the door, you've got your comfy seat out, you've fired bloody PC up and put console, power inside of it. If you've got an old PC, you put coal inside of it. You've done whatever you need to do to get up and running. With the phone, it's very much like you just flick it open and it's there, and then you go play it for 20 seconds, go and put it away again like that, like quickly. So they know you've got a limited amount of time in which to make an impression, in which to get people captured. And the ones that understand it and get it right, you end up with these experiences that you wind up not being able to put down, even though you could drop it seconds notice and carry on with what you're doing.
Indeed.
You don't. You keep carrying on because it's well good.
So it's showing you a bit of the rest of the game. It's asking me to get the free, the full version or whatever. And there's 300 plus levels in the full version. Blah 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 blah. It's great. If you haven't got Cut the Rope, you should go and get it. It's very good.
Yeah.
We've got one more game, and this is the game that's going to take a little bit of time actually. Within our, could only be on touchscreen or started off in touchscreens. Part of our 12-hour stream. My goodness me. We are now 6 hours and 43 minutes
Mercy
into this thing.
Deep.
And,
wow.
Now is a good time to play Hitman Go, I think.
Oh, cool. Oh, good.
So Hitman
I was not
Go.
looking at the list to leave it as a surprise. Hitman Go's class.
Now, I think that this. I've not played this myself. This is one of the few of the really big. No, I've never played this one. This is one of the few sort of like award-winning big games that I've never played. So
that's when I thought I couldn't hate you anymore.
I know. I'm sorry. Now it's all based on a board game, isn't it? Sort of, or it's meant to try to be a sort of board game.
So this game received incredibly good press, but I know some consumers were a little bit like, what? When they downloaded it, because presumably, I don't know what they're expecting. They're expecting Hitman 2 or something, the iOS version. Obviously, it's not that, okay? Because it would be a daft thing to try and put onto iOS. A third-person shooter generally suck on there, and especially one that was originally designed for consoles. So... As we said before, Square Enix did something quite smart and redesigned the whole thing and came up with a game that was suitable for mobile, and this is what they landed on. It is essentially kind of a board game version of Hitman, which is unusual and you wouldn't think would work, but it totally does. So as you can see from what Peter's doing right now, he's playing it for the first time. Nice and easy to pick up. You are swiping your little Subbuteo-like Hitman character across a path. You can do it's a turn-based thing, so you swipe once and he leaps forward a kind of a chunk of space. He moves from dot to dot to dot. And at the moment, he is just very simply moving around, trying to avoid people. You can see there's a guy standing there, and he was able to approach him from the side and kind of knock him off, Subbuteo-style. That's basically an assassination.
I got. Did you see that? I got smacked in the. Oh, goodness.
If you approach from the front, obviously you'll get spotted. So the same Hitman rules apply, and that's why this is smart. It doesn't repeat the same gameplay of the Hitman games, but it does capture the essence of the Hitman game, because it is about stealth, it is about planning ahead, it is about either silently sneaking past or executing people without them seeing. Occasionally you have to hide in a bush. That's very Hitman.
As with life.
And yeah, exactly. And often you're trying to reach either your way out or you're trying to reach an assassination target. And even though it's a totally different game, in essence, a different genre, it gives you that Hitman feel. Certainly gave me that Hitman feel of sneaky, planny. Yes, got him. Like what you did just there, cleaned out all those guys, right?
Yeah.
From that list. There's about 8 people there. And it was all about approaching, making sure you aren't in anyone's line of sight. You're taking some from the side and some from behind and zooming past. In some later levels, you have the ability to technically sneak past everybody without being seen, or you can go in and try and kill them all if you really want to. It is entirely up to you. And it is a genuinely excellent little experience. It's so polished. The board game setup looks awesome. Like they've rendered it as
it looks
3D.
so nice. It looks like a board game you'd want to play.
Yeah. And they've done just a splendid job of it. And it's got these little quiet atmospherics, like you can hear people milling around and trees and wind and stuff like that. Little small things that add class. As the game progresses, you start to get more elements added. So you're already starting to do things like throwing rocks. If you throw a rock within a radius, if someone hears it, they will then start approaching that rock, just like in the Hitman games. You can cause distractions and things. Later on, you pick up actual weaponry. So if you get a sniper rifle, you can choose to take out one of the guys from a distance. It is Hitman. I know it's a weird genre, and I know it's not what you're used to, but it is. And it's a Hitman that functions well on iOS, rather than a really bad port, which is, let's face it, what it would be if you tried to put Hitman on iOS. It would suck. It wouldn't work.
It's really interesting because what they're doing with the Hitman is actually more interesting, I feel, than the actual main games at the moment. Like, I think that the games that they're making... Can I move with this? Oh, I can't, can I? The games that they're making for... Oh, I got hit in the face. Oh, this is going to be really tough. The actual mainline Hitman games, I don't feel very excited about. I watch them, the trailers for all of them, and I read the reviews and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, all right. But the mobile stuff like Hitman Sniper, just like Hitman Sniper, for example, right? Like, is superb, and like Hitman Go is. Along that money, right? Like it is absolutely along those lines.
Well, I'd argue that Sniper is kind of like a half a game, because it looks great, and the Sniper control system works very well on touchscreen again, because you're just tracing it around with your finger, and it suits it looking down the barrel of a sniper rifle. That works very well, and it's beautifully rendered. But it's only really one environment, which is kind of lame at the moment, and so it's kind of repetitive. And it's basically a mini game, which is originally what it was in the most recent Hitman game. Was it Absolution, the most recent one?
Yes.
It was the preview content for that game was basically a level where you sniped. So it's kind of that, just a mini game.
Yeah,
which is fine. But this is a complete experience in itself.
Yes, absolutely. Like I like the fact that the company's taking really interesting risks with the franchise. Basically, I like the fact that they're trying out some kind of cool things right now. I think I might have figured out how to get through this stage. Or have I?
You? It's challenging. Some of the first ones, you hit the hurdle, and you're like, right, and then you will eventually work out.
I'm going to use a.
There is a way through. There's always a way through.
Yeah,
and once you've got that sus, you've kind of learnt that mechanic. And then, to be honest, this is a spike. This level, once you clear this level, you just rail through the next 5 levels without too much trouble, really. But this is the first time I was really like, huh.
So what do I need to do? What do I do? Do I grab the...
It's a little bit too late. There is a delay between what I see, viewers, because Peter's hosting this one at the moment.
So from the start, I've got those 2 rocks. Let me see. Okay. This is. I always sort of joke about. Oh, yeah, I'm not very smart at games. It's 100% true. I'm not very smart with the games, and
you're not the biggest like puzzle game fan, are you? That's not what you go to instinctively, is it?
I must admit.
I quite like the puzzle.
I'm so close. I'm so close to doing this now.
There's something about I quite like. I probably spend a chunk of my time as I do. Like people look at me, and it's me holding my phone, looking at the screen with a furrowed brow.
Yeah, like
sort of scratching my beard. Like that's how I spend my time, because I'm playing some puzzle game, going, what do you? Rather than going pew 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 pew. That's probably more how you'll find me.
Yeah.
or like huddled up on a sofa playing a horror game, crying.
Yeah.
Probably. But manly tears, all right.
Yeah, the most manly. Now let's chuck this here. Maybe that'll help.
Juice Hours, or Jushers, I don't know how you would pronounce that, Jushers, is asking, how long have you been playing? 6 hours and 50 minutes.
My eyes
That's
are
how long
starting to
you've
get
been playing.
strained. It's pretty good.
Really, yeah. So 6 hours and 50 minutes we've been playing, and we're going to be playing for another 5 and a bit. This is a 12-hour stream in support of the Game Blast charity, which you can see above. We are playing for 12 hours. We are talking ourselves to death, and neither of us will be able to speak by the end of it. But it's all in aid of a good cause, a charity called Special Effect, which allows us to help people who aren't play games because of physical disabilities play games, and it helps with their recuperation and their rejuvenation, and it's just fun as well. So for God's sake, if you have a chance, if you have the opportunity, if you have the cash, doesn't matter how big or small the donation, hit the donate button directly underneath there. It will take you to a little page. You can contribute whatever you like. Alternatively, you can also do it via text message as well. If you'd rather do that, that's absolutely fine. There are a couple of things you can donate to. Actually, I'm not sure what the text message number is. I'll have to double check that. It's on your little placeholder. But we'll flash it up in just a second, and you can donate via text as well. But honestly, whatever you can, big or small, do give us a little bit of something. It goes straight to them. None of it goes through us, and you are helping someone out in a big, big way. So, thank you. How are you doing? How are you holding up?
There's a really useful thing in here where it's teaching me how to actually play the bloody game.
So you're cheating then, is what you're saying?
Listen. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's what it is. Okay, I'm gonna get through without killing anyone. Haha! I just spent one of my little thingies there. I used a hint.
Yes, so you've got them all together. Now what you need to do is drag them all down there. That's it.
Yeah.
Move forward.
Good.
And you can sneak back round them, and you're sorted.
Absolutely. What I really like about this is that the main sort of hub world is what you would kind of see in the main series, that like you'd be wandering around this tennis court, or you'd be going around the pools and all that sort of stuff.
So you're gradually making your way across a larger level, like segment by segment, which is quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
And that level changes, and you wind up on a different board later. And there are lots of different boards which you can play through, and ultimately you unlock them as you go through. I think there's also the option for bonus boards. They've done more tables.
Ooh.
But it is being supported and updated. I was really impressed when this first came out. It kind of came out of nowhere. Because you hear there's going to be some kind of companion app for a mobile game, and you're like, oh yeah, we've heard this before.
Oh yeah.
Because most of the time it's just like some Halo app which lets you sort of see your weapon loadout, and that's it.
Look how well you're doing in Destiny.
Yeah, can't
It's
play
like,
it. Can't do anything
alright.
with it. It's just like a stat thing. So
It's nice for free, but
ugh. So that's a bit of a shame. So I didn't have particularly high hopes, but we were all really pleasantly surprised when we saw this. It's a clever move on Square Enix's behalf, and it's just a different take of a long-standing franchise, which is really well suited to the device you're making it for. And that's ultimately all that we're asking, a fun game that works on your device. And I know a bunch of people who really took against it. Right, there's your own Hitman! Not
I mean, most of them had moustaches on, didn't they?
They probably managed banks. But I understand that reaction, but obviously they're wrong. But I understand their reaction because people weren't getting the game that they were perhaps expecting. But it really is quite something. Once you get into it, once you get your 5 levels in or something, you're like, yeah, I understand how this works. And suddenly I'm thinking and I'm involved, and it's a little crack, it's a little gem. You can see the video review for it up on AppSpy as well if you want to go and check that out. We reviewed it on Pocket Gamer 2. And I think it got 9s or something, definitely 8s or 9s from whoever reviewed it. And yeah, I just enjoyed bloody hell out of it. See, as it moves through, you've got the hang of it now, right?
I've got the hang of it, but it's so tough.
Yes, because now they start going backwards and forwards, don't they? And that you have to learn the patterns. Again, it's just like Hitman and like Metal Gear Solid, where these guys who are moving around the level, they have patterns of their own, and you have to learn their patterns when they turn around, when they go forward, when they go backward. Then once you've learned it, you can work out how you're the best way to sneak through. And you know, that is a Hitman game. It's just done in a different way.
I managed to kill a guy for playing for tennis. I think that's what they're trying to talk about. That
killing men who play tennis.
Tennis is really evil.
It is, but you found your way through and you didn't kill anybody, so badass.
This is true. This is true. So we've been playing across this part of our stream. We've been playing. We played Where's My Water. We tried to play Ridiculous Fishing, but it didn't work, so we swapped it out for Super Crate Box instead.
We did.
We've played Cut the Rope, Jetpack Joyride, and we're currently playing Hitman Go. We're going to play Hitman Go for another, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes, maybe?
Yep.
And then, I can throw a tennis ball around. Why would I do that? I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway.
We're actually going to push through into the next hour with no need for a refresh or a reset.
Oh, it's going to be
about
so
that
good.
because you've got bundles of games. Well, this is nice because when we get into here are mostly iOS only games. These aren't ports of anything. So as a result, they're a little bit smaller often. Whereas when you get things like XCOM at the very beginning, which you play during the first hour, that's just like 3 gig by itself.
Yeah.
Suddenly my iPad is full and I can't play any more games. But not to worry, this one will run a little bit longer, so we will go on without a reset. And then after that, it's going to be Pocket Gamer Podcast. And then after that, we're still going to carry on playing yet more games till 9. In some ways, the best is still to come. Oh, we've got such a good lineup. They're all the best games you've ever wanted. If you've been watching for the past 7 hours,
They are good,
then
aren't they?
you're probably mental. But thank you for your mentalness. We really appreciate that. And if you haven't seen anything you like, then I don't know what to say to you.
Yeah, we don't know what to say.
Because we've just played all good games. And there's going to be even more good games. So everyone get involved. And it's not just us, incidentally. We are obviously doing this on our channel, but there's an official Game Blast channel themselves where the Special Effect teams are all doing silly, crazy quiz show stuff. You can obviously donate over there. And other people who are playing girls. Obviously stick with us because,
Because you love mobile games, right?
Precisely. That's why you're here. But this is a kind of a group effort from a whole bunch of people who are all contributing towards one golden figure. I think last year they managed to raise something like £70,000 altogether from all the different. There's like 100 and something teams all working independently.
Cool.
And between everybody, they managed to get like about 70 grand together, which was fantastic. I think they're aiming for 100 this year. So if you do have any spare change kicking around, then please just lob it in, hit the donate box under there, or send it to the. What is it? The phone number? It's not a phone number.
I think
the
there's
code.
you'd text a number or something.
You'll see it in a
like that.
second when Peter throws up the placeholder. There's a code there that you can text and you can donate as little as £1. Doesn't matter. That's great. Or more if you want to the cause. And it is worth it. It is kind of cool.
I'm having right troubles with this game. This is.
So you're involved. You see?
I know. I like it. That's the thing. That's
You
the
got
thing.
your head down and your brow furrowed.
Usually I
You're
don't
like,
care. Like, I'm like, yeah, whatever. But this is tough.
It is. But it makes you want to complete because it's taunting you because it can be done. And you're like, I'm not a stupid person. I must be able to do this.
Well, speak for yourself. Level 1, stage 10, complete. And I'm pretty excited about that, I'll be honest with you. I didn't collect the briefcase.
Excellent work.
But I'm all right with that. I really do love the presentation of this thing. It's like little miniature figurines that you're putting together, and it feels like the board game that 47 would play. You know, like the little game of murder that 47 would be like. Yeah, I'm all about that game. I got all the figures. Oh, I'm hidden in a bush.
Yes, hiding in the bush. I was so delighted. That was the moment that my heart leapt in that game. Because I was swiping forward, so hiding in a bush.
Hiding in a bush now.
Game of the year.
Yes.
Hiding in a bush. Ferns of Justice.
So I'm going to throw up our banner placeholder. There we
That's
are.
it. That's the little number there. If you want to contribute to the stream, then just type in that little code you see on the placeholder, followed by the pound amount that you would like to contribute, and it will go straight to the Game Blast Special Effect charity,
Yes.
and you will help people play games.
We take pounds, we take dollars, we take euros, we take
Kugarans.
Chinese dollars, we take rupees if you live in the Legend of Zelda land.
Yeah, it's all good.
What else? All sorts of things. So head on over, click on that banner, basically, and
Donate button at the bottom, or text GBSE 99 plus whatever dollar or whatever amount you want to.
Yes.
And that will sort it out. Do it to 70070.
Yeah. And let me fire up the next set of things that we have got. So, very exciting. There's a game on. There are a couple of big games on here.
See, I'm in some ways bitter because you get to play one of these games.
Yeah.
My iPad isn't playing it at the moment. Every time I boot it up, it crashes. So I'm tempted to just shoot my iPad with a shotgun.
I would shoot the iPad if I were you. It's been bad to you for far too long. We've had donations throughout the streams from Kurt Needs a Ride, James Cam, Delta Gemini, Yellow Toss, Hell's Caretaker, James from Atmos Pug, Otto Ochala, an anonymous donation, Broken John, Another 2 anonymous donations. Chris James, Steel Media. What should we call him? We should probably be careful because he's probably watching. Steel Media Wunderkind, is that right? Something like that. No Many Left Boy, Alex, and Rin Sharika. All of you lovely people have donated, and you can be a lovely person if you donate as well. We're going to be giving away all sorts of presents and prizes throughout the rest of these streams. We've got another 5 hours to go, James, and I'm going into my 4th wind now.
Oh my word. That's badass.
I know. Okay, so we're not restarting the stream or anything like that.
Push on.
So I think to give my eyes a little rest, I think what we'll play, oh dear, is Super Hexagon.
You see, and here my bitterness begins. Because Super Hexagon is one of my favourite games from the past, 5 years. Full stop on any platform. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
It really is. It's the simplest thing in terms of how you control it, but oh my god, the addiction. This is one of the few games, and I don't develop super gaming habits necessarily. I have a few crushes which I really stick with, like Mass Effect I would play for days on end and stuff like that. That's a particular thing that's unique to me and special for me. This one, the day I started playing this, I'm there trying to go to sleep, and I'm like, you know what, I'll just play Super Hexagon again. And it's me sitting there, with headphones in, so as not to disturb the girlfriend sleeping next to me, while I play this for 2 hours, about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oof.
Gonna get that 60 seconds, gotta get that 60 seconds. It's so good.
Oh, it's so good. I think this might have been my first mobile game where I got really, really super into it, just along those lines as well. It is just superb.
The way that the thing evolves over the course of the levels, so the shapes of the cages in which you're stuck, if you like, will change. It'll go from hexagon shapes to squares to triangles and sort of half circles, and you wind up having to constantly adapt on the fly. You have to be aware of the things that are closing in on you from the outside. It switches direction, it switches perspective. Oh, 46 seconds, not bad.
Not bad.
And you have to keep on your toes. It's got the most astonishingly awesome soundtrack.
Oh, yes. Big ups to Chip Zell.
Yeah, it's 3 tracks, I think, from Chip Zell, who's a kind of chiptune style little artist, lassie from, I don't know, she's a UK person. It is so good. I understand people who are either, it's too much for my eyes and I now feel sick and I feel like I want a bad acid trip. I get that.
I get that because we're 7 hours into a stream. Yeah.
But it's actually awesome.
But it is amazing, yeah. It really is great. And it is based on Hexagon, which was Terry Kavanagh. So it's made by Terry Kavanagh. It's part of Distractionware. Terry Kavanagh, I want to say, it works for an educational facility or something like that. Works at one of these big design universities or something along those lines. And Hexagon was a flash game that he made for just as a kind of fun time, and then they made Super Hexagon, which is this full-on proper premium smoothed out version with a lovely soundtrack.
I got
more stuff from Chip Zell. I can't look at the timer. How well am I doing?
Well, I don't know.
I'll be dead by the
20
time
seconds
that you
behind
can see it,
you, so probably doing quite well.
I'm doing all right. Okay, good.
If there's a lag, then you're probably past 60, I'd say.
Probably. I hope so.
Good enough. This is
my
the
eyes.
first level.
I've gone into the. Oh my wordly word! I've gone into the Matrix. What is going on right now? This is too much for my little face. Oh, 72 seconds. A new hyper mode is available.
Nice.
Oh, I can see colours. I can see funny colours.
The thing I did, was I was playing this when I first got it. I had an Android device. I didn't have an iOS device. And so I was playing it on my Android device, and worked really hard. And Kavanagh himself admitted that there was a tiny bit of lag on Android.
Ooh.
So you had to play it in a different way, right? So after that, I kind of put it down for a bit once I kind of, cleared a bunch of the difficulty levels. And then I downloaded it on an iPad. I got a new iPad, so I played it on that. And suddenly, it was kind of taking the training wheels off, and it was just it was so easy in comparison. Because the screen was massive and it was responding slightly quicker. So it felt like I just kind of like leveled up what my thumbs had. And so I just sat down and played it, and you just like got like 70 seconds the first time I played it on iPad. I was like, no way, this is amazing.
This is so cool. This is also one of those games. I've tried to explain this a couple of times on the stream to sort of varying effect. But do you know when you play a game so much and then you go, oh, I can't get past this bit, and then you go to sleep, and then the first time you pick the game up, you can. This is one of those games where I was struggling so much to hit 60. And then I went to sleep, and it just immediately my brain was just like, right, let me just build some of those synapses that you need to do this, yeah, it was amazing, and I think that it's a game that really does take dedication and patience, and it kind of shows you that, again, like, you can take a really simple idea, because this is a very simple idea, don't let the triangle hit the other bits of geometry, but you can make it to the point where a game is so perfectly balanced and well put together and compelling that people put dozens of hours into it. You know? Like, it is absolutely. It really is wonderful.
Alfozzi says the iOS rezzed ? It's quite a nice way of looking at it. It's kind of influenced by the music. The screen kind of pulsates in time with the music, but it's not really a music thing. It's all based purely on reactions and stuff like that. But it is quite wonderful. And I know lots of people in the stream have kind of gone, oh god, my eyes!
This is. I'm glad we did this one first, because honestly.
We'll end up playing the other ones a little bit longer, because someone pointed out, like, imagine doing this for 6 hours. Yeah, you know, you would just be fitting after about two.
I would be
foaming at the mouth.
Absolutely. I think I'm gonna stop playing that one. Super Hexagon. If you haven't been looking at a screen for 7 hours straight, pretty damn good. Pretty damn good anyway. But let's play something that's slightly bringing it down ever so slightly. But this is, I would say. Okay, I think this is a big thing, but I think that this is my favourite game possibly ever.
Oh. Ooh.
I flipping love Peggle.
Okay. Yeah, yes, I will give you that, because who doesn't?
It's amazing, and I think that in terms of this whole idea, this whole philosophy of people, you know, games being for everybody, and games being a sort of great equalizer, and everybody can enjoy games, and all of this sort of stuff. I think that Peggle is the game that is casual enough that I've given this to my mother, and she's gone, oh, this is really good fun. I've given this to people who don't play games, and they're like, yeah, I really like this. This is really good. And then I've given it to, I know people who are the most hardcore gamers that I know, basically. Used to run around with a wonderful crew before I started at Steel Media, at Pocket Gamer and AppSpy and so forth. Used to run around with a crew called Midlife Gamer, and the guys on that are the most hardcore players that you can get, really. They are super into all those things, but all of them believe that there is a formula and a strategy and a winning line to Peggle, and it just appeals to everyone. You know, it's wonderful and it's colourful, and it's a game that tells you, even if you screw up, it's like, oh, don't worry about it. Here's some bonus points. Oh, and by the way, here's how well you did. Oh, you did really brilliantly. And here's a unicorn. He's going to help you out. Like, brilliant.
You can't ask for better than that. And the history of it being essentially a game which is an Eastern game, again, originally called Pachinko, which is a real physical game, and they have full houses. I mean, Danny's mentioned this in the past as well. Like, Pachinko rooms where you cannot hear yourself talk because of the going on, the firing of balls and the bleeping and the sounds. Some of it's just wooden things with pins in it. That's it. It's like an old game that has been executed and recreated brilliantly for computers. And we were talking about, like, it works really well on mobile, because obviously you can just move and point where you want the thing to go. It works perfectly for touchscreens, but it works brilliantly on the consoles as well. It's done astonishingly well on things like the Xbox Live and stuff like that. It just works well pretty much everywhere.
PC, browser, mobile, 3DS. Not 3DS, DS. It's hit pretty much everything, and on everything it works, and it works beautifully, and you get it.
you understand it immediately, and it's constantly reinforced. It does that wonderful PopCap thing that PopCap used to be really amazing at, which was they just reinforced that you were having a lovely time all of the time. So if you if you got it in the hole, it was a bonus, and you've got 1,000 points for doing this thing, and you're like, oh, brilliant. And then when you win, you get this amazing choir of angels who are going. Bah, bah, bah,
Yeah. It's the reinforcing. It's the using the audio, using the visuals to make you feel like a winner.
Yeah.
It's psychological tricks that are being used. Let us not beat around the bush.
Oh,
and that's
no.
how most games work. But the rewards, the audio reward, the sensory reward of like, you've done a good thing, boom, choir of angels, you're like, yes, and it releases a little bit of endorphin and it keeps you going. Someone else has pointed out quite rightly in the chat room. I have to actually find the comment because it's right. It's a game. Godake, I'm going to say is the pronunciation. It's an interesting game in that you can play it completely casually. Like you say, you give it to your mum, she'll play it for you, she'll fire it around, she'll eventually be able to complete levels and you can get satisfactions. Or you can go for the combos and the score and play it dead serious.
It is possible. There is a trophy on the PlayStation 3 version, which I must have put dozens and dozens of hours into as well. I played three different versions of the game. I've played the PC version, I think. I've played the PS3 version, and I've played the iOS version. And they're all brilliant. And one of the achievements, or one of the trophies I should say, on PlayStation, is get rid of all of the orange pegs in a level with one ball. And it's like, if you think that this game is super casual and all down to luck, like,
I'm trying to figure out how that would work.
You totally can. There's one stage, I think it's like 10 or 15 stages deep, that it's easier to do it than on others, but it is possible to do it. And like, so cool. Like, there's so much going on here that is fascinating on so many different levels. Like, in terms of like psychological manipulation, Peggle is king. Like, it is incredible. That's why when it went free to play, when they did a free to play version, I should say, called Peggle Blast, I think I got super worried because I was sort of thinking to myself, I might die because I won't eat because I'll just keep playing Peggle. So the psychological manipulation stuff is fascinating on just a theoretical level. But on top of that, the ball physics of it are brilliant. The color design and all this sort of stuff, the character design and the sort of contrasting colors and how bold everything is, and the fact that these little ball things that you want to get rid of, you want to pick them up, and they're designed in such a lovely way that you just think, I've got to get rid of these things. Everything about it is just absolutely wonderful, and I like I say, I think it's a great game that brings people together and makes them talk about video games and have fun with video games. I think that's really cool. There's also a multiplayer version as well. I don't think it's on the iOS version, but you can play competitively. I did go online once with a console version and got my butt handed to me multiple times. Fierce is the rivalry on Peggle Online. It really is.
They take that stuff seriously.
They take that stuff super seriously. And if you're there's Peggle, there's now Peggle 2, which I'm super excited about playing at some point. It's Peggle Blast, which is free to play. If you have got a PC and you've got Steam and you are so inclined and you like a little bit of Half-Life and a little bit of Portal and so forth, there's also like a Half-Life 10-level special version of Peggle that kind of got forgotten about. But it's like a little promotional thing. You can find that on Steam. You can grab that for free. Really good game.
Right.
Really great
awesome.
game. I cannot praise this thing enough. Actually.
I was really confused by the free-to-play version because there is now a free-to-play Peggle, or Freggle, as we have deemed it.
Down to Freggle.
Which seems like a terrible price proposition because you can buy this, which is the original game. It's Peggle HD, which you can get. The HD versions, I don't know, maybe £1.99 or something like, maybe £2.99.
Yeah,
and you can buy the original game for about £1, £2, which would probably buy you about 10 balls in Freggle, in the free-to-play Peggle. Then you'd have to pay for more again. And it's put together really shonkily. Like, compared to this one, compared to the HD version, like, the visuals and the little world map they've done, it's rubbish. It looks like it's been cobbled together by, like, I don't know if there is such thing as a D team in PopCap, but it's not good at all.
When they went global with it, because obviously we played the soft launch version. When they went global with it, they did sort of tweak the visuals a little bit and make it all a little bit more palatable. But it's still not amazing. This for me is
is it. It is the quintessential.
Compared to something like Plants vs. Zombies 2, for example, which, even if you don't like the free-to-play system, which personally I didn't, the polish on it's amazing.
Oh yeah.
It's so slick. Like, you cannot argue that it doesn't look good or they haven't kind of buffed the corners to a mirror shine. It absolutely looks lovely.
It looks phenomenally good, yeah.
But, you know, you might take issue with the money system, which I would totally understand, because I kind of do too.
I think the other thing with Peggle, specifically in relation to free-to-play, is that sometimes with free-to-play games, if you're playing a game where there's a lot of luck involved, it's very easy to go, now, was that my fault, or was that because you'd like me to spend some money now? And as soon with Peggle, because a lot of it is down to, it's kind of like poker in a way. It's about minimizing your chances of doing badly. Like that's how you get through the game until you're really, really confident. And I think that's a slightly dangerous combination when you're playing with free-to-play, because sometimes you're sort of thinking, well, was that a bad bounce because that was a bad bounce, or was that a bad bounce because I haven't given you any cash yet? So I definitely think that if you've not played a Peggle game before, go find the version with Half-Life stuff on Steam if you are so inclined, or just splash out and spend, I don't know, the price of a Mars bar or other Mars bar. Well, other chocolate bars are available. Other Mars bars aren't available. But the price of one of those, you're getting basically, I think, one of the best games of all time.
Absolutely, it is a classic.
Wonderful, and here's an Extreme Fever. Whoa, Bjorn, you unicorny lovely man.
Should point out that AppSpy, who's Danny in the chat room there, has just thrown a whole bunch of XCOM Enemy Unknown Steam codes into the mix. No less than 5. I imagine some of them have gone, but just check the codes if anyone can get it. You are welcome to it. I think they work pretty much anyway. But yeah, Steam codes of the full XCOM Enemy Unknown game. Yum, 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 yum. You want it because it's really, really good. So go and have a look at it. Hard to compete with Steam sales, says Void Gazer. Well, it's easy to compete when the codes are free.
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
However good the Steam sales are, they're rarely free.
They're rarely free, very rarely. I love a slide. I love an extreme slide, James. I think that is one of the most fun things. When you curve the ball around on a lovely bit of a flat or a curved surface. Oh, love it.
It's good.
That is better than, what is that better than? Careful now. That is better than, or I don't know, a nice relaxing day at the beach. That is. The purple pegs that are popping up here, they give you extra points, and that's kind of useful for, playing against opponents and stuff like that. One of the things that Peggle Blast did that was kind of interesting was that it introduced boss encounters, which which was kind of okay. And Bjorn the Unicorn has a rival. I can't remember his name. I want to say he's called like Harry the Horse or something like that. That was kind of novel and quite neat, and I thought that was quite fun. But this is it. That's
the version you want, and we're all excited for the Peggle 2 stuff. They've done various versions of Peggle, which made people roll their eyes, but you can't get away from it. It is a cracking game.
It is a cracking game.
I've just checked the donation thing, Peter. 335 we're up to now, and 56 pence as well. We just had a sizable donation from a Fate creator. Just chipped in a really, really healthy sum, which is incredibly kind of you. So thank you so much for that. It all goes to the Special Effect charity, which is supposed to raise the quality of life for people with disabilities, help them benefit from the fun and inclusion of video games, give them a way to socialize, but otherwise they couldn't, and they can do it via video games, which they will build technologies, they will find ways to ensure people can actually control the games in whatever situation they happen to be in. So it's a fantastic thing to do. Any money you can, just hit the little link below this stream, hit donate, and whatever you can give is massively appreciated.
Obviously, one of the things that we will be doing, we're streaming until 9 p.m. UK today. We're also streaming until, I'm going to find out the information right now while we're streaming. That's how professional all of this activity is. Yes, so I think we're going from until 1 p.m. or something like that in the Pacific. 9 a.m. UK till 9 p.m. UK. 1 a.m. till 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 a.m. till 4 p.m. Eastern today. So we're doing 12 hours. If you think that 12 hours of mobile video games is worth a couple of dollars from you, or a couple of quid, or a couple of euros, we even accept rupees, all sorts of other currencies. then
It's all
yeah, do chuck that in. And we've also got some brilliant prizes to go on and stuff like that. And we'll talk about this now. We'll probably talk about it a little bit later as well. But we're headed off tomorrow. We're using some of our day, some of our weekend. We're going to head up to London, and we're going to hang out with some of the lovely people from Special Effect, and we're going to be doing a stream with GameBlast directly. We're going to be taking over their channel for an hour. We're going to show them all the cool mobile games. So that's on Saturday, and if you feel like joining us then go ahead. It'd be lovely to see some of you in the chat representing Apps.
Yes, indeed.
Gamer. Right, I'm going to try and get the final couple of orange pegs on this one, then we're going to move on to the next game.
So you're really into it, aren't you?
I'm seriously. I've forgotten how amazing. Like, I knew that I love this game, but I'd forgotten how much I have a huge crush on this thing. It is just wonderful, wonderful.
Be denied. It is a classic, and a reason, I suppose, it's been around for hundreds of years. Even though, obviously, this new digital incarnation is modern, it's something that's fresh to the world. We're talking about a game of a ball and some nails nailed into a piece of wood.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about, and it grew from there. And it's that bizarre mixture of skill and luck.
Get in.
Frankly, mostly luck. But
Ooh,
there
well.
is
Only if you're
enough
bad.
skill in it for you to have an effect. But it's one of those things where, like tipping dominoes, where you flick the thing, you do the original launch, and then you sit back and you watch the drama play out. And there is something super fun about that.
Yeah.
Just watching the carnage that you have caused be wrought on a bunch of coloured pegs.
Indeed. Now, this is another absolute classic. I'm going to be bringing down the placeholder in just a moment. I'm going to quaff some delicious water.
Go on then, scoop it down. I'm doing the same thing here. I've got to the end of my lemon and honey thing to keep my voice working.
My eyes are brilliantly.
Usually, when I go to lunch or something, I sit down, I kind of come back in and I watch, a couple of videos or something that I've been queuing for lunchtime as a break. This time I just went out to lunch, I just sat on the sofa like that.
Yeah.
Looking slightly shell-shocked, going, eating some Ryvita before I came back in again.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's... what did I do? Yeah, I just stared at a wall and just went, please unfocus from about 1.5 foot away, eyes. I'd really like to have not completely screwed you up. Okay, so let's try something else. Let's try this thing. This is from Andreas Illiger, and it is rather lovely. It is Tiny Wings, and Tiny Wings has been updated so much. It's been really, really added to all of the time. There's loads of different mechanics. We're just seeing the start of this now. There's Flight School. What is this? There's Day Trip. There's all sorts of extra game modes and so forth in here. But this really is, you're going to see this. You're going to see this playing, and you're going to be like, "Oh, this is a lot like a lot of other games." No, a lot of other games are a lot like this.
It was kind of the originator. I'm not saying it's the first game to ever do a mechanic like this, but it was the one that popularized it. It's the one that everybody downloaded, and from here on in, every other iOS game that wanted to do a flying mechanic, I'm looking at you, Jetpack Joyride, and all those games where you put your finger on the screen, thing goes up, you release it, thing goes down.
Yep, absolutely.
This is kind of the game that influenced pretty much all
So let me explain to you how the game works, because I'm not doing brilliantly at it. But so what you do is you hold your finger on the screen to sort of, I suppose, add weight to the character.
To descend. You basically do a nosedive.
Yeah, to descend. And then you tap and hold on the screen so you release to fly off. And the idea is that you sort of zip about these hills, trying to get as much air as possible and trying to outrun the sort of oncoming daylight, I think it is, that's coming after you. In some other games, it's like the apocalypse. In some games, it's some beastie monster kind of thing. But in this, I think it's just I think you're just trying to outrun the daylight. And so we're on to Island 3 now. Whoosh. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, that was good. Oh, that feels satisfying.
like the explosions. It looks like you passed the sound barrier or something, and it goes whoopah!
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when you get, I love it so much. When you get, when you actually manage to get a good fling in, oh, it's satisfying. Oh, it's so satisfying.
Very often when you're trying to hit the right moment, because as you can see, the hills are comprised of loads of slopes, what you want to do is aim for the beginning of a valley, and that way you'll kind of swoop down the edge of the valley, you'll fly up the top and you'll get more momentum. What often happens, if you're ham-fisted, is you kind of go, and you face plant into the ground and you slow right down.
And everyone laughs at you.
And everyone laughs at you and calls you those failures as a human being. So when you actually nail it, when you get the right point and it goes wham, and you get the perfect swoop, like with that sort of travel in Peggle where you get the perfect curve.
Oh, love that.
It's the same sort of thing, and then you rock off into the sky and you win the internet. And
you do win the internet. I've won the internet multiple times for doing that. The other thing is that it really has got to be just as you go into the valley. It can't be right on the top, because otherwise it just kills all of your speed. And it's just so satisfying when it works out. And it's, you know, it's we've been talking about games that have simple ideas being executed really well. This again is just an absolutely brilliant example of it, and it kind of has that. It has that old school arcade game feel. Like I went to the arcades. I wasn't, you know, a huge arcade goer or anything like that, and I certainly wasn't in around arcades in more, you know, in the sort of golden era of video game arcades. But I do know a really like mechanically sound, you know, really nice feeling game when I feel one, and that's what the arcades always had to me. Like that's what they always got across, and I always find it really interesting when developers are good enough to do that, to actually get across a game that feels fun to play. The actual game feel is great, and I think Andreas Illiger knocks it out of the park with Tiny Wings. It just feels like you know, this could be an arcade game in terms of the actual quality. It could be a game that is made by, you know, Eugene Jarvis or something like that. It's got that. It just feels so tight and well ordered and meaningful, and everything you do in it, you go, yes, I understand why I screwed up. And that's actually why I kind of hate myself when I play it, because I know I'm screwing up. It's not the game. I can't go, rubbish game, so clearly I do. Like, no, like, I'm bad at this game, right? If I'm bad at this game, then I'm bad at this game, and that's fine.
And that's the thing that encourages you to push forward and try and do better. It's fun, we've got people in the chat room saying, hey, this looks cool, and it looks like this, and, you know, what is it? And because it is one of the older games, it was one of the sort of big successes that broke out from the App Store early on and that everyone downloaded, obviously, in the same kind of camp as a thing like an Angry Birds or
funnily enough,
like
around the same time, so this was just as you and I were starting on the Pocket Game podcast, and funnily enough, like, Angry Birds had come out, and the big question on everyone's lips was, what's the next Angry Birds? Like, that was a big thing at that point. Like, is it possible? And of course, the actual question was, is mobile a fad? That's actually the really huge thing, because mobile had been a fad for so long, because basically, you know, a bunch of companies had tried to make mobile gaming a thing, and then nobody had succeeded, and then it all sort of died on its arse. Tiny Wings was the next one. Like, I distinctly remember people saying, this is it, and only bird games work on mobile phones.
There's something about the avian form that just works on a touch.
And I remember this coming out and everybody being quite excited, like that there was a new game that, this is the thing that's taking everything by storm. And then of course you end up with, you know, different games. You get, you know, Jetpack Joyride, you know, Clash of Clans comes out and does its thing. You know, Candy Crush Saga, all of these games come out and do different stuff and prove that actually no, you know, mobile games aren't going anywhere. They are totally here to stay, and they're going to make a heck of a lot of cash. But I think, you know, Illiger's you know, Tiny Wings is just, it's lovely, and it feels really good.
Which is kind of what you're looking for from these kind of games in the first place. Simple arcade one-touch games which work really well. And people shouldn't be afraid of simplicity.
No.
And it's the same with music, same with films, and I get obsessed with technique about stuff. You know, as soon as I started a band, it was like, right, we're going to do songs and they're all going to be in like 5/4 and they're all going to be in 7/8, weird time signatures because we're so original, because we we didn't know that people had done that before because we were young and stupid. But you try and, strike out and do something really super complicated because it's a bit show-offy. You do the same thing when you write as well. A lot of people tend to do what's called purple prose, where you use all the biggest words you know to prove to people that you're a well-good writer. And actually, all you're doing is writing in a massively overcomplicated way that makes it difficult for people to understand you.
Who don't know the words that you use,
It obfuscates the message.
Oh, there you go.
And my use of that word proves exactly what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
When you can just say, makes it difficult to understand.
Do you know what? When I started out doing this sort of stuff, the biggest and best bit of advice actually that I ever got, and I'll love him forever for this, was from Rob Hearn, and he said, I can't paraphrase him, but it was basically, writing is about communication because that's what language is. And if you're communicating something and somebody doesn't understand what you're trying to communicate because you're overly complicating what's going on, then you basically failed at what you're doing. And like that from that point on, I was just like, oh right, yeah, I'm a rubbish writer. like I should probably try to be better at this. So
everyone does it. Everyone wants to flex a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
And show off. And the same thing applies to games. Often some of the simplest things, if you get that mechanic right, then that can see you through for hours, for days potentially. The super hexagons in this world, I know it's difficult to watch, but it is just move triangle left, move triangle right. That's it. That's all there is.
The reason that
it is beautiful.
The reason that Pac-Man was such a hit is because it has 4 directions. That's it. It is such a hit because everybody can play it and anybody can access it, and that is the beauty, really. I think, and the reason I continue to write about games. I think the reason is it's mobile games and tablet gaming and so forth. It's so accessible, and anybody can take it on, and anybody can enjoy it. And there's so many brilliant games, right? I love a bit of complexity. Like I said earlier, Skate is one of my favourite games. That is if you gave that to my dad, he would look at you like you'd just spat in his face. He'd be like, I don't know what on earth to do with this, but I can tell you right now that he is the biggest Papa Bear Saga player ever.
Really? Is that what he goes for?
He's into. Oh yeah, super into Papa Bear. So I think he's completed it.
Whoa!
Yes. You know a person's serious when they've completed a Kingo. And I think that these complicated games, they totally do have a space. If you're super hardcore into video games, then complicated games like Crusader Kings 2 and Flight Simulator and Call of Duty and multiplayer and stuff like that. They're all fantastic fun if you've got that access and that ability to play those games. But if you don't, or if you just don't care enough, and I think sometimes we forget about that. Some people like books. Some people like books are their thing. That's the thing that they get really excited about and go onto forums and get angry about. Whereas if that's not your thing, then games like this absolutely do appeal to those people as well as the more hardcore players. And I think that's a really wonderful thing. Right? Okay. I'm doing pretty well here now, James, and I'm into that state of flow that people talk about. Oh no, I'm not. I've just face planted.
You cast the ugly spotlight of mention upon it, and now you have broken the spell.
I'm so sorry, and now it's all getting dark, and now it's going to get. Oh, I'm going to fall asleep in a moment. Oh, definitely now. Get away from me, the darkness of night. Oh. Gosh darn it. So it is roughly 4:30 here in the UK, and we have been streaming for how long?
Oh, some hours. God, what is it now? 6.5, 7.5? I don't know now. I'm completely losing track. I knew this would happen. 7.5 hours.
7.5 hours of our 12-hour stream.
Not bad.
I'm feeling fine.
I'm feeling slightly faint.
I'm glad that Super Hexagon's out of the way. Great game, but I think I would have fallen onto the floor in sort of fits at some point after that because I have been. I think when you're, it's really funny. When you're, so I work from home. James, you work from home. We, everybody has a sort of virtual office here at Still Media, pretty much. Right. And when you're sort of vaguely looking at a screen, typing in words and doing what most of us do all day, which is just check out Twitter and bitch about other games journalists. Your eyes can kind of glaze over, and it kind of works out quite well. You know, like, you don't feel the eye strain too much. But when you're playing games, you are really looking at a screen. Like, you are really full on paying attention all of the time.
You can't do it in a half measure, can you?
Yeah. Now, you know, if like you say, you can't do it in a half measure. And really, this is a situation in which, if I was a 6-year-old boy, I would be convinced that I would get what my mother said was square eyes. I
remember that threat.
Have you heard about that? Square eyes?
Yes, it was an idle threat.
Yeah.
But yes, I remember saying people.
If you keep playing Super Mario Brothers on that Nintendo of yours, you'll get square eyes. And I was like, well, if I'm going to get square eyes, then surely, like, my eyes, that's the shape of the eye that I need to play Super Mario Brothers more. So I don't.
That is the natural next step in the evolutionary process that man needs to undergo to fulfill his potential. Give me them square eyes, bolt them onto my face.
If I don't find these 3 warp whistles, I am going to be furious. So of course I'm going to keep playing all of these games. Oh, come on, get up there, you stupid bird. But yeah, so my eyes are really, really going for it right now. But it's all good because it is all in aid of Special Effect, which is a fantastic charity that helps people with disabilities play and enjoy video games. We were talking about it earlier. They've got this really cool eye tracking technology, which when they hook it up to like a what is it? Like, I can't remember what the actual game is. It's like a car driving simulation game. It's like Gran Turismo, but it's not quite Gran Turismo. They hook it up to that, and somebody who can't move their hands to, you know, turn a steering wheel or anything like that, it can read that person's eye movements, right? This is the sort of future tech that they are working on. It can read their eye movements, and then that person can drive a car with their eyes, right?
And then play multiplayer online driving games with people from around the world in a way that they would otherwise never be able to do. So
and I'm like, hold on, like, this is pretty much one of the coolest things that I've ever seen. Like, when I saw that, I was just like, what? And that was a few years ago. So the cool stuff that they've got going on now, it just must be. I dread to think what cool stuff they've got. I'd love to go into their lab and see what they're working on.
It's for a good cause as well. So do hit the donate button just underneath the screen. You can see it right there. Big old 24s next to it. Donate wherever you can. No figure is too big or too small. It is all good.
It is all lovely.
People asking in the chat room what this is. Tiny Wings is what I'm playing right now. One of the early games, and I imagine there are people who've never seen this before. Because it's just comparatively an old game. So when we just started working for the sites and stuff, this game was coming out. So it's all the way back in the day, but it's been updated. It looks dead slick, and it's still sort of simple, but it's fun. It's something that you will probably enjoy and find yourself getting lost in a little bit more than you care to admit.
I'm going to have one more go on this one, then I'm going to move on to the next game.
Right on.
And if you are, if you've been sticking around with us, then you are going to be treated to not only a whole bunch of prizes and amazing stuff that we've already been putting out in the chat, thanks to Danny, who is AppSpy in the chat room, not just lovely chit-chat from James Gilmour and myself. Well, my chit-chat's not that lovely, but James, your chit-chat's been lovely. I saw some of the stream with Danny, and that was pretty good. We've already had a lovely guest. We had Lonnie on earlier. We've had Glen on, thank goodness. He didn't get fired today. That was
debut on the AppSpy stream.
Maybe we'll have him back on another time if he's lucky. Yeah. So, I don't know. He's alright. To be honest, he's a bit too handsome to be on the stream.
He throws shadow on my.
He does
all this right here.
Well, I wouldn't say it, but but also later on. So at 5 o'clock, we are going to do what I think will go down in history as the worst Pocket Gamer podcast.
I know exactly.
In all time.
Usually with the podcast, we've been doing our work all day. I've done a couple of videos or something, maybe, both of us. We've talked for maybe 10 minutes in the whole day. We've been Skyping away. And then the podcast comes at the end and we go, brilliant! Because we can all sit down and we can actually talk to each other for real. And I go, hello and welcome to the podcast. And today it's going to be like, hello, welcome to the podcast. Like, my voice is already going.
Yeah, mine's going as well. I've got some strepsils in waiting, basically. I've got some little lozengy things.
I've used up all my honey water. I'm going to have to be like, hello, welcome to the podcast. And then Gary's going to be like, what are you two doing?
Yeah, it's not
full voice.
He's not going to be happy about that, but that's all right. So do stick around for that, and we will be streaming till 9 p.m. in the UK. all sorts of stuff will go down. We're getting there, aren't we? We're getting there.
We are pushing there. And the total keeps rising, so thank you everyone who's donating, but we always need more. It's going straight to that excellent charity, so please give whatever you can. It'll be greatly appreciated.
Now, here's a stunning question for you that I think kind of indicates the level of comprehension that I'm working at right now. What is your favourite bird in all of video games, James?
Video game birds.
Video game birds.
Now, I have an answer to this, right? But the answer is a spoiler for Monument Valley.
Okay, yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, okay, that's good. So without spoiling Monument Valley, we'll take that as read. I think, do you know what? I think now that you've said that, yes, that might be my favourite one as well.
Isn't the bit, because I replayed it again recently and I was like, that actually is a brilliant reveal.
Actually is great.
That moment is wonderful. But if you know what I'm talking about, if you've played Monument Valley, there are these little black birds that are kind of hanging around the screen, and every time you try and get your character to like walk across and go past them, it won't allow your character past, and they kind of do this, and they all move around, and they're brilliantly animated. They've got tons of personality, but there's one that turns up later on in the game that is really kind of like, oh wow, that's really clever, and I love it.
Really.
So yeah, probably Monument Valley. It's a bit of a winner.
Very good.
In all ways, really.
Well, yeah. Do you know what? I think you've answered that perfectly. So we're on to the last game of this hour, which we are dedicating to arcade action. We've already had. What have we already had? We've already had the. Oh God! Please stop my eyes! Super Hexagon. We were just playing.
What I call it.
We were just playing Tiny Wings from Andreas Elger, which is lovely and fantastic. We've been playing Peggle, which is one of my favourite games of all time. And now we are going to play a game that I think this is a really it was a controversial game when it came out, not because of its quality, but because of the way that it asked people to pay money for it. This is basically the slightly timeless and rather lovely Punch Quest.
Oh yeah. Now this is interesting because this is a great one for highlighting the pitfalls and perils of free to play, not just in terms of buyer beware, you're going to get conned, but also developer beware, you might be too generous.
Yeah, you might be too generous. So this is from Mad Garden, and it's also from Rocket Cat Games.
Rocket Cat Games,
I always get them
right.
confused with another developer. The whole, oh god, oh okay, brilliant. I'm on a dinosaur that is shooting out lasers. I forgot that this happened
Already.
This is brilliant. So basically, the whole idea is that it's an auto runner. But no, stop, no, it is good. You jump you jump and fire with your left by touching to the left-hand side, and you just fire with your right-hand side when you are on a dinosaur. But otherwise, you uppercut with the left button, and on the right hand side you do punches. If you hold both buttons together, then you block, and that's pretty cool as well. And it is all about kind of figuring out how to move forward in the game through violence.
Right, okay.
I think that's heavy. That's a good summation, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. It is about crafting with your fists. So, pulling very much on the 2D side-scrolling action of the arcades in the 80s. Think yourself a bit of Double Dragon, or no, not Double Dragon. Sorry, Golden Axe is what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
when you're charging forward and hacking away.
Oh, what was the one that Maximo was the sequel to? Ghosts and Goblins.
Oh yeah.
Ghosts and Goblins. Like, it's got a lot of that in it as well, and like Castlevania, and good stuff.
No, and this one came out and everyone was like, this is madly playable, as well as flicking all those synapses that gives you nice warm feelings about the games of old. It was a great little, I mean, how are you controlling it? Like, controls are pretty simple.
You tap on the left hand side to do an uppercut, which is also kind of your jump, and on the right hand side, punching. You use those in combination. You can also hold both sides of the screen to do a block, but you combine those to actually move through the world in, like I say, in as violent a way as possible. I'm on level 9 now. Oh, got hit by a little jellyfish thing with electricity all over it.
It happens, man, it happens.
Good stuff. I think we're going to keep playing this for a little bit.
Yes, because it's class.
Because it's class.
You're going to get sucked in. And now what happened here was, it was released as a free-to-play game, right? And the problem was that...
Well, it wasn't a problem.
Well, no, it wasn't a problem for us.
No.
Because basically you could play it through and you didn't really need to buy anything, and it was really, really, really fun.
Yeah.
Which is great. As an end user, fantastic. What the problem was, they found that the game was being downloaded loads, people were giving it amazing reviews, and no one was spending any money. Which is the problem, because
People got to eat.
people got to eat, developers got to eat, and they were making no money for the game. And so this is the other end of the free-to-play spectrum, where you find out you've made a game that's actually too generous, that people don't need to ever consider even buying anything at all. And as a result, that is an equally unsustainable business model, as someone going out and charging £100 for an app, which obviously no one would buy. So for us, it was great, but it was a weird thing, and they all kind of acknowledged the problem. They're like, damn, we have actually not given... There's just not enough reason for anyone to drop any cash on this.
Yeah.
We've made it too fun.
Which, you know, like you're saying, yeah, it's great for us, but you know, if you want great games to continue to get made, then yeah, you have to go down the pay route at some point, you know, or you have to give money to people that are making the nice things for you. Unless of course,
there's no shame in that. Money has to change hands.
Yes, absolutely. Unless of course you're watching this stream, in which case you've had coming up on 8 hours of top quality and totally professional video games action for free, which is not too bad, at all. So if that's worth a couple of dollars, then go and give that to Special Effect. There's a donate button at the bottom of the screen. But yeah, it's great for you know, end users and stuff like that. For players, it's great because it means that you can, you know, have a really great time and not spend any money, and everyone likes a nice thing for free. But like at the same time, you sort of think, well, could probably do with helping out,
paying my rent.
Yeah, paying my rent, and yeah, like if you're an indie and you're going the free-to-play route, it's really hard. Like it is really, really tough. It's just a thing that doesn't really happen much anymore because it's just, you know, you end up with huge companies that just do these big advertising campaigns and can't really compete, right? So
yeah, it makes it very, very difficult.
It's very, very difficult, but not impossible. But very, very
nope. And they did follow this game, Rocket Cat Games followed this game with an absolute stormer, which we'll be dealing with later as well. A really, really high quality one. And we'll be talking about that. And they went, again, another weird route in terms of payment models. A very unusual one to do with updates and price increases.
Ooh, yes.
Very unusual. I thought
later.
But we will be dealing with that after the podcast later on in the evening, in the twilight hours. When things will get a little bit probably quieter, to say it our voices, and probably sexier as I gradually start.
I'm thinking it's probably
going
to get quite sexy. I'm going to put on a smoking jacket in a little bit. I don't smoke. I just have a smoking jacket.
I want purple crushed velvet.
Yes, that's exactly what I want.
That's what I'm after.
And it's gonna look great. I mean, it's really gonna look good. Awesome. Yeah.
Just to flag something up in the chat room at the moment, AppSpy, who is Danny, has dropped a bunch of codes for Age of Zombies on iOS. There are 5 codes there again. First come, first served, and people are obviously going down. They've already been redeemed. Yeah, you have to work kind of quickly. I know.
You gotta go quick. You gotta move quick.
We're doing it throughout the course of the day, and there will be more still to come.
But that is a really good reason to get involved in the chat, to get in there, get talking, hang out, because then also you'll see amazing prizes come through, and you'll be like, oh, well, I'm gonna get in there.
And if nothing else, you are, as well as the charity thing, and hopefully someone will have seen their way clear to throw a donation in there if you're watching it for the day. Just consider it. Don't worry about giving money to us or sponsorship or any of that nonsense. Just give a little bit of money to the charity. That'll do good. Very happy with that. That's our 9 hours. Absolutely sorted. 12 hours rather. God, I keep minimizing it in my head. Because apparently that's what some kind of stress disorder does to someone. I'm just learning to deal with the symptoms now.
Now, one of the things I really love about Punch Quest is I love the humour. But you know, we were talking about, you know, what's satisfying in a video game. The bits that are really, really like, oh, I love it when that happens. Landing an overhead slam, it's called, where you tap to do an uppercut and then you come down on them with another fist, is Do you
That's
know?
always fun.
That is something that it just gets to me. I love it.
It's fun in brawlers as well. Any kind of jumping to the end and whoop-ah,
Yeah,
kind of down slam.
love that
That's
stuff.
really good. Where it's almost like a magnet's on the ground, magnetized to your boots, and you go. Whoop. That's a very satisfying impact. You cannot be denied.
Delicious. It's so lovely when that happens. It's just like,
People asking in the chat room again, it is Punch Quest that we are playing. This is the game. It's free to play in the best possible way, for you and I at least. It's a really, really, really good game. It's incredibly playable, and you don't really have to pay any money for it at all.
it's very good. It's very good.
Unfortunately, more for the developers, but it is cracking.
But then the developers went on to make another game, which, as you were saying, we'll talk about later, which has, as far as I can tell, has done pretty well for them. So I think they sort of learned their lesson with it, this kind of like free-to-play stuff. Which it's a shame that the lesson learned is don't be so generous. But like,
I know, don't make such a good game, or make it good and then hold a little bit back.
Yeah.
Which, I always feel is kind of like, oh, that's that really that. But it's an economics thing.
them's the breaks.
Yeah, that's how they roll. Oh, hang on, the door has gone. I must go and answer.
Go on,
it.
go and answer
There's
it.
something special.
I'm gonna hang out. With the lovely crew. Now,
You do that back in a moment.
Spy Pocket Gamer crew in the chat. Sound off, because honestly, you lot are really, really lovely. If you've been with us from the very beginning, then my word, I have got the absolute feels for you right now. And if you've been donating at all, if you've chucked us even a dollar, then honestly you have a very special place in the Hall of App Spy history for helping us raise money for Special Effect as part of GameBlast15, which earlier, this is a little bit of lovely trivia, earlier we were trending. GamesBlast was trending on Twitter earlier. It's very exciting. We were part of a trend. We went viral. Which I think is pretty neat. And you'll see that I'm flashing my little punch. Look at me. Boom, boom, boom. All of the punches. I've got all of the colours going on here. I'm glad I had a rest from playing Super Hexagon, because I don't think my eyes can handle all of the colours. Oh, get your little filthy dead hands off of me, you horrible, 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 dirty man. Let's go there. Keep doing quests to increase gnome level, says the gnome. Apparently you can increase the gnome's level to godhood, which is quite exciting. Let's have a quick look at this little stat thing. Level ups, you can see how many level ups I went through, and kills and distance and playtime and all this good stuff. Eggs broken, brilliant. Hives busted, bees swatted. Amazing. Idols punched, power hits, brilliant. Look at all of this stuff, it tracks all of it, that's marvellous. Let's tap over here, because this little symbol thing is making me want to do it. Power 1 skill, can we do this? The coins, of course, are called punchos. Not ponchos, punchos. Yellow Toss says, I've been here since hour 1, you're making a great stream for this event. You're the best, Yellow Toss. You're all the best, really. It's really lovely to have you supporting all of this stuff. Really, it's absolutely fantastic, and we really do love you for supporting the stream in this way, and for supporting Special Effect, which, as we keep saying, is such a brilliant, brilliant little charity. It really is fantastic. I say little; they raise tens of thousands of pounds for a very good cause all of the time. So be a part of something awesome and chuck some money down. Punch Quest is really. It's really, I keep forgetting to block, but then I kind of think this is Punch Quest, it's not Block Quest. Do you know what I mean?
That's true, I agree.
I kind of think to myself, you know, like the Batman game, we were talking about Arkham Asylum. Oh god, that was this morning. We were talking about Arkham Asylum this morning, and I really like the combat in that game, but it often does feel like you're playing, like, Batman's a bit of a sort of scaredy cat. He doesn't really take the fight to his enemy or anything like that. He just kind of counters stuff all of the time, which is very effective.
Batman a scaredy cat.
Well, I mean, he's not. But that's the thing. In the game, he's a bit of a scaredy cat. In the comic books, he's like booting people through the jaw and like doing all that sort of stuff. But in the video games, he's just like, I'll just hide up here on this gargoyle for a little bit and just wait out and see what happens.
I assume you're saying that you could do it far better, and had you been orphaned by the premature death of your parents, you'd be a much better Batman than Batman.
Exactly. I just don't get the breaks. I just don't get the breaks that some people
breaks.
get.
I'm sure we can all organise a parental assassination if you really think it would make your life that much better.
Well, all right, okay, fine. Well, we'll sort that out. We'll talk about that. Yes.
Chat the bat.
Alternatively, because assassins are quite expensive, just give it to a nice charity instead.
That's a nice charity the charity go down there. We keep mentioning it. You guys have been here for a while now. We haven't been on the front page for ages, but there's been a little core of about 150 people who've been here throughout, and you're all lovely. Thank you for watching us throughout all this, and those of you who have donated. It's really nice and warming our hearts and helping out other people for real. And we've got some lovely comments in the chat room. Kurt needs a ride saying these have been really entertaining, and Yellow Toss saying he's been there since hour 1.
Yeah.
That's insane. So thank you, and obviously you donated as well. So we really appreciate that. It's awesome. We've been kind of anticipating doing this for a while. We didn't know how much promotion you're going to get and how much we're going to put on the front page. I think we've got the impression it would be quite a lot, and it's been like a little bit now and then, which is still kind of good. It's still worth doing in the end, provided we can raise.
But you're the core.
Anything. Yes, you're the core who've stuck through, and we'll be podcasting in a bit for a little change of scenery, so we'll be showing you news stories and things like that as opposed to playing games directly, and then we'll go back to more gaming, and it's going to be like that all the way through to 9 o'clock.
Now, James, if you had to go on a quest, and it had to be a quest that had a verb attached to it,
let me see.
What kind of quest would you go on? Go on.
I would probably go on Gorge Quest.
Gorge Quest. Now, what happens in Gorge Quest?
Well, what you do is you start off by eating one Kinder Surprise. Yeah. Then it sort of spirals from there. And it's very good. It's a lot more expensive than Punch Quest.
Yeah, it's a lot more expensive than Punch Quest.
And it's more damaging to your waistline.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Now, I think I would go on Sleep Quest.
I'll be going on Sleep Quest after 9 o'clock today.
Nap Quest. Nap Quest. Oh, Nap Quest would be good. You'd feel so refreshed all of the time.
All the time. Wouldn't get much done, but...
Well, you get a lot of napping done. You get that done.
That's true. People in the chat room, if you had to go on any kind of quest,
yes.
What quest would it be?
These are the hard questions that we're asking.
Whatever it is, give us your best quests, and we'll see what you think might be good.
Best quest,
and keep your eyes out. More codes as they appear.
Yes, absolutely. The best. Well, Danny will give a present, a little presenty prize to the best one, to one of the best ones in the thing. We'll sort of randomly give away one of the prizes that's a particularly good verb, so a doing word. So punch quest, kick quest, a gorge quest. What else?
What's your quest? What are you going on apart from nap quest?
That sort of quest. Where do I go? Do I go up or down? I'm going to go up. No, I'm going to go down. No, I've decided down. Down is the way to go.
Danny just went on Loo Quest, which, if you are in America, it's probably Bathroom Quest.
Bathroom Quest, probably
something like that.
Yeah. Good. Always keeping things highbrow there, Danny. Oh, go on, grab the pink thing. Exploding fist. Here we go. I love this. I love the fact that you can make things explode with your fists. I think that's brilliant.
Harry's just popped up into the stream. Harry, who's going to be joining us on the podcast in literally 5 minutes, saying, have we mentioned the time that the Pocket Gamer office stopped working because we were all too busy playing Punch Quest? That literally happened.
That actually did happen once, didn't it?
It came out and we all have to play the new downloaded game, so we know what we're talking about. And there was just kind of silence on Skype for a while. And nothing got done.
That was a good day.
It was a good day.
That was a great day. That was a good day. That's yes. This has got a bit of a special place. This game, Punch Quest, has got a bit of a special place in the hearts of Pocket Gamer and AppSpy. Like most of the games, actually. Well, in fact, like all of the games that we've been playing. Flipping heck, I got murdered. Like all of the games we've been playing today. These are just the absolute very best games that you can play on your mobile telephone or your tablet computing device. They are amazing, and if you follow our sort of if you downloaded these 50-ish games and never played any others, I think you'd be more than happy with the result of what you were playing.
Actually, thinking about it, this would keep you going for quite some time.
It really would.
If you downloaded every game we showed you today, that would be a bevy, a cornucopia, high quality mobile gaming. Someone's actually mentioned it in the chat room. Like, are we going to put the list up?
Yes,
I'll tell you what. Do that.
Yeah, we're going to at the end of probably on Monday or something like that after I've recovered. Because obviously Saturday we're heading up to Yuki, which is the United Kingdom Interactive Entertainment Body, I think. We're going to do some streaming as part of Game Blast up there as well on Saturday. So if you're not sick of us already, then you can tune in on Saturday and hang out with us there. But yes, I think on Monday what I'll do is I'll pop up a list, a big list of thank yous and what we managed to do and what we managed to don't like raise and some name checks and call outs and all that sort of good stuff. And I'll of course put the complete list of video games, what we played in there. So, and I'll tell you what, I've even got a handy set of links to all of the games on iTunes, so I'll pop that into the article as well. So hang out on Pocket Gamer and AppSpy on Monday, and I'm sure you'll see that article go up at some point soon. I'm starting to sweat now. I think we're going to have to wrap this up. Okay, well, let's wrap this thing up. That's a good point.
People, there will be about a 2-minute, 3-minute pause while we all gather for the podcast, and we'll be back for a full hour of gaming, news, information, videos, anything we can throw in your direction, and we'll obviously be recording it for the podcast itself, which will go up on the iTunes. So thank you for sticking with us this far. We've got plenty more to come.
Hey podcast listeners, it's James here. It's Monday morning and I am here with a message of explanation and thanks. Firstly, the podcast is going up a little bit later, as you might have noticed, because Peter and I were quite heavily engaged in Twitch streaming, not only on Friday, but also over the weekend for charity, the Game Blast Special Effect charity. You'll hear it in our voices. We've been speaking for quite a long time by the time we came to do the podcast, so we're a little bit shabby. Hopefully it'll still sound all right, but I'm just explaining why it's coming up a little bit later. Also, a massive thanks to anyone who was a podcast listener who also happened to watch the stream and donate to the cause. We ended up raising hundreds of pounds. We couldn't have done it without you, so thank you, and thank you. Pocket Gamer Podcast. Pocket Gamer Podcast. Hello and welcome to the Pocket Gamer Podcast, the Horse Pocket Gamer Podcast. It's episode number 303. My name's James Gilmour and I've been talking for 8 hours straight. Joining me is Peter Willington.
Hello.
He's also been talking for 8 hours straight. Shall we and Harry Slater's here as well, and he's fine.
I'm fine.
I hate you, Harry Slater. I hate you so much. Right, so, just to explain, if you're listening to the podcast on iTunes, then today is the day, Friday, the day we're doing the podcast, not usually Thursday, so apologies for it being up a little later than usual. We have been doing a charity live stream on Twitch, which we are in fact still doing live on Twitch. Hello, everybody on Twitch. This is for the Game Blast charity, which is part of a movement behind SpecialEffect, which is a charity that helps people who are differently abled or unable to play games. It puts games within their reach, whatever mobility they have, however they're able to control a game. They actually build devices and structures that allow people to play. For example, people stuck in wheelchairs, they convert the controller for the wheelchair, the things that moves them forwards and backwards. They Bluetooth that up to a PS4 so you can use it to control games, which frankly is badass and slightly Bond villain. They do it for loads of people with muscular dystrophy and other disabilities as well, and we are taking donations all throughout the day. So if you're still watching, please go and donate. If you're listening to this podcast and it's technically over, if you're at the weekend, it's probably still going on. We're going to be up in London tomorrow, Peter and I, carrying on with this and hosting a bit of the actual Special Effect live stream itself for Game Blast. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't really matter when you give. It's all good with charities. Doesn't matter which time. So if you can afford anything to give, please do go and donate. Click the link below if you're watching the stream, or just visit the page itself if you're listening on the podcast itself. But what we're going to do is the usual podcast thing. The show might be slightly different and we might sound a bit tired. And it's weird. I don't think I've ever done this for this long before. I don't think I've ever done anything for this long before.
No, I'm absolutely burned out.
It's great. So it might be a bit of a slightly wishy-washy podcast where I suddenly stop mid-sentence and start looking off middle distance and fantasizing about food and not speaking. It's going to become the Harry cast. Harry, are you down with that?
Yeah, I'm full of beans.
Oh, he's got all the beans. Oh, I'd like some beans. That would be lovely.
No, they're my beans.
Oh, fine. All right, I suppose we'll have to make do with some updates then. Hitman Go can be picked up as part of the humble Square Enix bundle for $1, which is pretty good. We've been playing Hitman Go on the stream today. It's been one of our best games during this whole 12-hour stream. That's what we've been doing, playing about 40 or 50 of the best iOS games around, and Hitman Go was among them. There are a bunch of other games you get as well, things like Hitman Absolution, Supreme Commander 2 on PC and stuff, but you'll also be able to get Hitman Go for Android. It's only Android, be warned, but if you pay $1 or more, you'll be able to get hold of it, which is frankly a bargain, because usually it costs £3.99 or $4.99. And you know what? It's bloody splendid.
It's very
I think
good.
everyone yeah, everyone loves this one, don't they? And people picked it up and went, "This isn't Hitman," and got all cross. But no, it isn't, but it sort of is. It turns it into a board game. The production values are through the roof. It's smart, it's clever, and it captures the essence for me. So go and download it. Hitman Go, Android, Square Enix bundle. Frozen Synapse has gone free on iPhone and iPad. Mode 7, the developers behind it, have released a new PC game, and they have decided to celebrate that by putting their iOS version of Frozen Synapse up for noughts on App Store, which is pretty good. Have you guys played Frozen Synapse at all?
Yeah, I played it on the iPad. It's very, 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 very good.
It's very good. It's very complicated as well. You have to sit down and think, because it's kind of this interesting RTS strategy thing where you are, well, I say RTS, it's sort of turn-based, isn't it? Because you plot out your move, you say, right, this turn I want you to move to here, you to move to here, you to move to here. And you do it, and as you do it, the enemy turn plays out as well. And so you suddenly see it all kind of happen in front of your eyes, and you realise all the places where you've gone horribly wrong. So it requires a little bit of forethought and a lot of tactics, but I think it got quite a lot of critical praise when it was originally released on PC. iOS version's cracking as well. Go get it for free. It may not be free for much longer, but do go and pick it up. Frozen Synapse available for free at this very moment. So who likes playing The World Ends With You on iOS?
Me.
Me.
Oh, I'd love to play it. I really want to play it.
Oh, can we do it now?
No, you can't, because it's gone. Yeah, sorry, guys. So it was one of Square Enix's more interesting. I guess it's an RPG, technically, isn't it? Isn't it kind of? Interesting RPG, which was released for iOS to much acclaim. It was originally a DS game, right? DS game?
It was.
Yeah, it was how it started off life.
Yeah.
And it came over to iOS. People were very happy about it. It wasn't too cheap, but they never are with Square Enix games. Then iOS 8 happened. And when iOS 8 happened, it all went a bit wrong, because the app pretty much didn't work after that update. And people were obviously very upset about this, and they were contacting Square Enix and saying, "Hey, when are you going to fix this?" And Square Enix went, "Never!" And everyone was like, oh, that doesn't...
That was slightly later than we were hoping for, if we're honest.
Yeah, I was hoping for next week, and never ain't gonna cut it. So there was a bit of back and forth. They said never, then they went, all right, we'll fix it. And then they went, I would rather eat this cake than fix it.
This cake looks really delicious, and that is a lot of effort to...
There's a lot of effort, and that's a lot of cake.
Yeah,
so we're going to go with the cake. Because, then we get cake.
I mean, we've already got your money now, so
so they said they weren't going to fix it. Then they said they would. Then it vanished from the App Store, and people thought, maybe they're fixing it. And then a new support page that was raised said, no, it's dead. To quote Square Enix, "We value your patronage, and thank you for supporting the iPhone iPad version of The World Ends With You solo remix." And then it goes... because you're not getting it back. So, how can you deal with this? If you've already paid money for the game, right, how can you possibly get it back? So, if you still have the app, firstly, if it's still on your iPad or iPhone, back it up. You can actually do that. We have guides up on Pocket Gamer which tell you how to back up your games to ensure that even if it gets removed from the App Store, you have a hard copy of it lying around. I advise doing that. There are also ways to fix the game if your device is jailbroken. We don't recommend you do that, but if it is already done so, there are ways you can do it. Again, check out the Pocket Gamer page. It's all up there in the news story. Alternatively, you can request a refund from Apple. Whether they will actually give you one... shruggy shoulders, don't know. They do give refunds for games at times. It's not an impossible thing, but
usually only if someone spent like £14,000 on in-app purchases, though.
Yeah.
Are there in-app purchases in Solo Remix?
There can't be. It's a DS game and stuff. Then there can't be. It already costs a bloody fortune. So
I'm
yeah.
gonna say yes, there were.
So if you wanted to download it, if you're planning to do it this week, I'm afraid your luck just ran out. But if you do already have it, there are ways to hold on to it. So be warned. Don't delete it on a whim. You'll never ever get it back.
How long was it broken for?
Well, since iOS 8. So
that's like
months.
half. Yeah. And it was still up for what, 15 quid on the App Store.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Square Enix, you make me sick.
There we go. I think that really is the thing to take away from this. It's it's a company that makes some really cool games and does some really cool things, and then every once in a while you're like, you're better than this. Like, you are way better than this.
Yeah. But apparently they're not. So it's gone. We will mourn its passing. Okay, moving on to something a little bit more cheerful. Let's talk about content that's been added instead of removed. Theatre Rhythm Final Fantasy Curtain Call gets more songs. So this is that Final Fantasy game in which you play all the tunes from all the different songs. And it doesn't end up being just limited to Final Fantasy, does it? Even though it's called Theatre Rhythm Final Fantasy. You get stuff from additional RPGs, such as Chrono Trigger, which is a bit of a classic. Legend of Mana, which I liked. I was more of a Secret of Mana guy myself, but whatever, that's fine. Nier. They're adding tracks from Nier, that Neir weird game.
That was good.
Was it good?
Yeah, that was really good.
He had a man in it, and he had hair, and there was a book.
And there was a bit where it turned into a shmup.
Yeah. It was good.
Good times.
All right, I never played it, but I'll take you for granted. Also, we get new tracks from Final Fantasies 5, 9, and 14. They've got a whole list on the page for which we've done the story on. And for example, if you do a Legends of Mana guy, Echoes of the Spiral, you're going to get. Nier gives you Cain/Salvation. The rest of the ones from Final Fantasy, I frankly don't recognize it. If it's not Aeris's theme, or if it's not I don't know. I can't name it. The tracks themselves cost you 89 pence or 99 euros to download. So this is in the EU. I'm not sure about the American App Store there. We actually really liked it, the game itself. I think, was it one of the ones that, did Danny play this one or review it? Who reviewed this one?
I reviewed the DS version of,
okay.
I don't think I reviewed Curtain Call, but yeah, I reviewed the original 3DS one. And I loved it.
I think this is actually really well. The 3DS version. There is an iOS version too. I don't know whether they also get the updates as well, but at least one of those platforms will get it, and presumably it comes from one to the other at some point. But yeah, it was done in a kind of, like, for example, the character art for the individual characters. They don't recreate them. It's done in their own little unique style, so you get a slightly different version of the, for example, school from Final Fantasy VIII. Looks like all lovely and kind of cheruby with big blue eyes, instead of slightly dour and boring like he actually looked in Final Fantasy VIII. Mm-hmm. Looking boring with a gun which was also a sword is quite
That is the best sword? Is it a sword mostly or a gun?
It's a sword gun, a gun sword, a gun blade,
I know, but
gun sword, sword knife.
Sure, but if you were going to class it as a gun or a sword, because you would have to at some point.
Why?
Because there's an inventory. Right, what are we taking with us? Guns? Swords? Yeah. Now, which one does this go in? It's the gun sword.
It doesn't matter which one it goes in, does it?
I think it's more of a sword than a gun.
You're such a classification Nazi, man.
Yeah.
Let me have a gun swords. I'll put them in wherever I want.
Couldn't you have a gun sword category?
This is madness.
Okay, let's move on to something else. Sticking with the kind of handheld theme. Danganronpa, which is actually a mystery game originally. I think a Vita game. You should know this stuff. You're all over this, Peter, and whatnot. They have got a Vita exclusive called Another Episode, Ultra Despair Girls. Ultra Despair Girls. I just read that. That's Brilliant. Awesome.
Brilliant.
Oh, Japan. So it's turned what was essentially a kind of murder mystery game into a shooter.
Yes.
Which people weren't necessarily expecting. I can understand that. So it's in America, they're bringing another episode, Ultra Despair Girls, to the US and Europe this autumn on PS Vita. So if you happen to have one of those handhelds, you'll be able to get a spin-off game from the Danganronpa series. Apparently, it bridges the gap between Trigger Happy Havoc and Goodbye Despair. But while those two are kind of graphic novel murder mysteries, this is a third-person horror adventure where you play as no less than two heroines, Kamara Negi and Toku Fukawa, as they try to escape from Tower City. I've not played the original graphic novel things. Have you had a go at this, Peter? This seems like your sort of bag.
Yeah, I think I've got one kicking around somewhere. I haven't actually had a chance to play it, but it's from Spike Chunsoft, and they make very well-written
characters. Even though a lot of them tend to be like, I'm a schoolgirl and I've got a weird haircut, and I'm a psychopath that's a bear. They are actually pretty well put together characters, and it's the relationships and the stresses that are put upon those relationships that Spike Chunsoft does really, really, really well.
Okay.
Yes, unfortunately I haven't played this shooter version. I'm sure it's...
You been anywhere near this madness, Harry? Have you? Because you're V'd up, aren't you?
Yeah, probably. I know what it is. I actually legitimately do not know where my PS Vita is since I moved house.
That does happen.
More than 3 months ago.
Can't you call it? Can't wolf whistle and it'll respond from beneath its pile of dust.
I can tell you where both of my Vitas are. Both of them are sat underneath they're sat in my desk, waiting to be played.
I thought they sat underneath your desk, keeping the table straight.
Just let me check.
Accumulating. No, it didn't work. He tried.
The desk. No,
come by.
Not for you.
You got to get your wolf whistles right. I don't have one, so you go gits with your various handheld things. I don't even have a DS. This is awful.
I don't have a DS.
I'm a sham of a mobile games journalist. But I got several iOS devices so everyone could shut up. Yeah, so this one's coming out autumn in the US and Europe. It's a PS Vita exclusive. Be available as both a physical and digital release. If you're a fan of the novels, then that'll be an interesting change of pace, I suppose. Or perhaps if you hate graphic novels, this will be the one to get you involved, because it's got lots of shooting in it. Hey, all right, moving on again. Speaking of shooters, Cave's next iOS and Android shmup. Now, let me try and pronounce this one.
Really?
Mahatome, I'm going to go for. Launches in Japan on April 16th. New Cave shmup, Peter. Brand new one. For those on the stream, he is just sitting there open mouthed like a demented guppy fish.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm
you're all
excited.
about the shmups, aren't you?
Oh, this is going to be good. Okay, what's it about?
Your guess is as good as mine, because Cave shut down its English language website last year and hasn't really released any games in the West for bloody ages.
Yeah.
That is what you call a tease, Peter.
Oh, that's terrible. You're an awful person.
Sorry.
Yeah, Cave has never really done very well in the West. They've always just kind of accepted that the people in the West who like their games will go to them and figure out a way of getting their games imported over. Like, I know people who bought Japanese 360s. I think there are more Japanese 360s outside of Japan than there are in Japan.
That's probably true. They don't do particularly well in the East.
Yeah, and it's simply because there's a whole bunch of shooters on that console that just don't come out, in America or in Europe. And
sure.
It's a bit of a shame they shut down their English language version. But I hope that this gets translated. I really hope it does.
I don't think it will, but it is shmuppy and it looks very cool. You've still got the old ones, your Dodon Patchies and whatnot, which you can still pick up from Cave, and they are great little shmuppy games. And you kind of introduced me a little bit. Did you ever get into shmups, Harry? Have you had a session?
Yeah, I had Ikaruga and turned my TV around to play it.
Yes.
Like a normal Dreamcast owner.
You're my kind of
I
guy.
don't mind a bit of crazy shmups.
That was so fun. I always hark back to Ikaruga because it is just the nuts. So cool. So yeah, this one, you can see a trailer for it up on Pocket Gamer at the moment. Japanese language only, so don't ask us what's going on. But obviously a ship's flying up a screen really fast and there are loads of bullets everywhere. Because it's a shmup.
Ladies.
What do you want from these things, man?
Things. Yeah.
Exactly, that's what happens. So Mahatome, I'm going to call it, if it's called. The official website has a link there, but, it's going to be a schmappy thing. Check out the trailer now. Moving on, the Assassin's Creed app. Lots of news this week, actually. The Unity app is no longer required if you want to unlock blue chests. So what happened was, when Assassin's Creed Unity came out, there was a thing that allowed you to do the accompanying companion app, which you were able to download from iOS, which gave you actually a bunch of mini games and a really nice view of the city. So you've got a lovely view of top-down thing of Paris, and you can find little glyphs around the place and do little mini missions and stuff like that. And by doing that would unlock stuff in the real game. So it was kind of a way of trying to get you to download it, so you had to do a thing, and it was a crossover experience. Now, you pretty much don't have to do that anymore. They've made it so you can just get the blue chests by just playing the game, thereby probably making people not download the app anymore. Really? See, I've played the app, but I haven't played the game. Peter, you've completed Unity, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Completed that ages ago. Oh, really good. Well, not really good. Sort of.
I was going to say, that was a quick backtrack.
Yeah, it was all right. One of the things that really put me off playing
it more and being in that really well realised France, and it is a very well realised Paris, actually, was this companion app stuff. And I thought that the thing I like about companion apps is that they're kind of disposable. You don't have to use them, and they're just kind of like, yeah, all right, fine. They exist. And I'd come up against so many things that were like, oh no, you need to use the companion app to do this. And I just thought, you've not explained this properly. The companion app explains none of it. It's so difficult to figure out how to actually use it, and so on. But it just put me off wanting to go to the next thing. I ended up just thinking, like, well, is that chest going to be locked? Is it not going to be locked? Do I get the red one? What happens then? How do I...
So the one that annoyed me slightly was Mass Effect 3, where you had to download the game, like Mass Effect Infiltrator, if you wanted to get full galactic awareness, or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, I actually downloaded Infiltrator, played it between Mass Effect 2, and I've still got Mass Effect 3 to play. And I played it, and I was like, yes, brilliant, done it, fantastic. Now I can go and play Mass Effect 3. And then, like, I was like, brilliant, I'll just upload all of my information. And the game was like, servers have been taken offline for Infiltrator. And I was like, you suck. Because I've sort of played this so-so cover-based shooter for like 5 hours now and got nothing out of it, effectively. Yeah.
Yeah, well, so you might argue, therefore, that this app has now become useless, the Assassin's Creed Unity app. You can technically still use it for stuff. It still can track players' heat maps, which shows you safe routes through the game. So when other people play the game, it kind of displays the most popular routes on the map, and it's kind of represented by this foggy heat signal. So you can see where people are traveling most throughout Paris, and therefore give you a pretty good idea of the safest areas and routes to travel. You can also use it to track gear and equipment and solve glyph puzzles and level up assassins. So it's not totally useless, but that functionality that it did have for Blue Chest, don't worry about that. Just play the game. Just play the game. It'll be fine. About this week, we're going to start off with something a little bit undead. World Zombie Nation. Which I suppose I want to say Zombie Nation in a sort of dance music kind of way, but I'm going to say Zombie Nation because that's how I want to do it from now. So what is this? I played this yesterday, a couple of days ago, can't remember when, for some stream or another, and it is a top-down, isometric type affair in which you spawn a whole gaggle of zombies, or people, depending on which side you're on. I chose the zombie side, because I'm sick of fighting zombies, I'd rather be a zombie for a bit. And you put your finger down the screen, zombies literally spew from beneath your fingertip, which in itself is actually quite cool as an effect. It's quite satisfying to do that. Then they swarm across towards people, and you can spawn different types of zombies. The idea is to smash down certain buildings. They travel along roads and pathways and have to defeat people who are standing in their way. So it's kind of, if you're playing on the human side, it's almost a bit like tower defense-y, I suppose, because they charge down tracks and you place people there to stop them. Or if you're a zombie, it's tower offensive and you have to try and munch them up. It's free to play. It's quite smartly presented. And I say, the bit where you put your finger on, and literally as you hold your finger down, the zombies emerge from beneath your finger. And that's quite cool. That's a little novel spawning mechanic that I like. Beyond that, is it just another one of these free to play things? I mean, you've played it a bit, Peter.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's got a lot of crowd mechanics. There's a lot of things on screen at any one time, which is quite impressive to see it. I'm probably going to be reviewing it at some point soon, I imagine.
I hope so.
I hope. Well, yeah, you would hope so. You're the guy who set it. It's I don't know. Like, from what I played of the soft launch, and I haven't played any more of it since then. I do like this idea that it's kind of like a bit tower defense-y, a bit figuring out group mechanics, a bit getting your units into the right places, and yeah, the colourful world looks pretty good as well. But
visually, very strong. Yeah, it's got really nice character art. The different types of zombies, which do remind me a little bit of Left 4 Dead. You've got like a dude with a spitter with a tongue, and you're like, But and some really hulking heavies. So it's quite nicely animated. I'm not sure. I wasn't super inspired by the gameplay itself, I'll be honest. But it had quite nice little visual flourishes and stuff. And there's no harm in trying, I guess. It's World Zombie Nation. It's free to play, out on the App Store. Rate the new. Okay, what else have we got? Oh, I'm going to save that one, actually. I'm going to move on. So, Peter, SNK Fighters.
Yeah, I love them.
Have you? I thought you might. So, what are they bringing? Mark of the Wolves. Wolves.
What?
You heard of Garou, Mark
Really?
of the Wolves? For real.
When was this announced?
Today.
It's out.
It's out now. Oh, I knew you were going to make a silly noise like that. See, that means nothing to me, right? But I knew it was going to speak volumes to your ridiculously warped ears.
Oh,
so,
this is the best.
iOS and Android, £2.99, $3.99. Part of the Fatal Fury series. What's this all about, PR?
Garou Mark of the Wolves is it's a reboot of the Fatal Fury series. Fatal Fury is what made SNK big. Then King of Fighters really solidified how impressive SNK was.
Okay.
Fatal Fury kind of went downhill a little bit. They tried stuff with Real Bout when they tried to reboot that sort of brand once. It didn't really work out. It was fine. And then they went, do you know what? Let's throw all of our knowledge about technical knowledge and all of our gameplay knowledge and all of our design, and let's just make this really flipping amazing fighting game that's 2D and looks incredible and is running on at that point I think it was a 12-year-old hardware.
Okay. Wow.
And they made Garou Mark of the Wolves, and it is absolutely it is seen by some as the best fighting game of all time. Like,
really?
Yes, absolutely. Like,
this game that I've never heard of.
This is amongst the fighting game community, you get your people who are, if you sort of relate them to the music community. Most fighting game fans, like super fans, are into the Beatles, and they all talk about the Beatles, and the Beatles are great, and the Beatles are amazing, the Beatles are like all this sort of stuff. And then every once in a while, one of those people will say, I'm into jazz. And Garou is jazz. Like, it is, you have to really appreciate fighting games to get it. But once you do, you just go, this is amazing. Like, this is doing stuff that still isn't being done in other fighting games.
Information that's posted up in the story there. It's a Neo Geo originally, and a Dreamcast game, got released on Dreamcast.
Yes.
You're talking
And
about
PS1.
not just the ability to do counterattacks, but you do counterattacks which will, and you can get back health if you're blocking at the right time. There are tactical offensive positions that give you special attacks. So when your life bar hits the right point.
So imagine, right, you're in this situation where you really are down to the last moments, right?
Yeah.
And you've set this bar that says this is the moment where if you do counters, you're going to get lots of power and lots of health back, right? So if you're right down to the last sliver of health, you can go, right, instead of trying to hold back and block this and just get some chip damage, this attack, I'm going to try and actively counter this thing, and you'll get back health and energy and all of these sorts of things. It makes the game so dynamic and rewarding and exciting that it just puts it on another level. It is really a fantastic game, and the game just looks so good.
So another question for you then.
Yes.
Is any of this going to work on a touchscreen?
No, it's going to work on a touchscreen. I think this is a game that you're going to need a MFI controller for this. I don't know whether or not the what's that? The iCade. I don't know whether or not the iCade works with it, but if the iCade works with this, then that is going to be the way to play it.
Wow.
Really cool. Really, really great game.
Well, it does support controllers for both iOS and Android. You can do one-on-one brawls via Bluetooth locally on Android and online multiplayer over Game Center on iOS. Interesting to see how laggy that will be. But it is available £2.99 or $3.99. Peter's obviously psyched. But I've just had a look at the screenshot, and if I'll put it onto the screen there for the Twitch viewers, that's a lot of buttons. That's a lot of buttons.
It's a lot of buttons, isn't it?
So maybe controllers only, serious people need to apply. But
if
I
you're
guess
serious,
if you're a
you'll have a
fan
controller.
like you, yeah, and you probably know what the hell game it is in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to something I was excited and then disappointed, and now I'm excited again. AG Drive is out.
Ooh.
This is a game which we saw kind of before anybody else did. It turned up at the one of the PG Connect's big indie pitches where people come and pitch their games to us directly, and this was one of them. It was in the early stages of development. It ended up winning one of them. I don't know if it was the first or the second game. The Finnish one, yeah, the Helsinki one. And it is essentially a Wipeout-esque game. It is an anti-gravity racer where you shoot around, loop the loop, do impossible tracks, you're in one of those flying cars in which is affected by speed boosts. You can get weapon power-ups. It looks like Wipeout, so fine. There are a couple of Wipeout type games on iOS. They're generally a bit bobbins. There's like Flash Out 2, for example, which was released last week. They've improved it for the free-to-play version, the handling anyway. Still, this was easily, far and away, the best type of this game we have seen on iPhone ever.
And that was about 8 months ago.
Yeah, it looks incredible. The visuals are genuinely stunning. And we're not just talking about, the tracks look nice and the ship itself has beautiful reflections, which it does, and it runs at a pretty solid, like really high frame rate. I think it might be in the kind of 60 zone. It might be now. I don't know what happened later, but it's not just that, but like the city you're racing through is pretty much real.
Yeah.
Like the whole city, this huge hub of a city. And when you're zooming around the track, you kind of look out the side of the vehicle and you're like, hang on, that's there. That's actually there. And if you go to the menu system, which is kind of, it zooms out, the camera whooshes up way, way, way above the city and you're looking directly down on it. And as you're kind of moving around the menus, you realize that the picture of the city is not just a picture. It's actually sort of there. And you're like, Jesus Christ, it's very, very impressive. So we were all kind of bowled away with it. The downside, when it came into soft launch, was that we realised it was a free-to-play game. And it was going to deal with... I can't remember if there was an energy system or whether it was...
a really harsh coin-based thing where to get the upgrades that you needed, you had to play a lot.
Yeah. And so we went, oh no, because like you can see the power-ups there. Actually, the footage which is playing right now is from that soft launch version. And you can see the 3 currencies in the top right corner, and we went, oh no, so close, guys, so close. So it's come out today, and it's premium. They've changed their minds. They've turned it into a premium game. It costs £2.99, $3.99. No horrible in-app systems and stuff. And I am over the moon, frankly. I haven't played this new premium version yet. Harry, have you had a go with the real version?
The review is up on Pocket Gamer right now. It got 9 out of 10. It's ridiculously good.
Oh, amazing.
It is so good. I was playing it and I was playing through it and I had to write the review this morning. Yeah. I was just playing it and then I was still playing it and then I was still playing it and I was just like, I don't want to stop playing this. It's so good.
They nailed it. Like the guy himself, like the head of the team responsible for it, he was like a very enthusiastic fellow. He was like really serious-minded because we interviewed him and stuff. Like he was obviously taking this very seriously. And he was obviously talking about his love of the Wipeout series, and his thing was just like, I love it. There's no way there's going to be a Wipeout game on iOS because obviously Studio Liverpool has since disbanded. There's not going to be a proper Wipeout game for anyone on any console in the future. And he's like, I just wanted to do one. I wanted to make it, and I wanted to make it the best possible one it could be. And it's like, well, on the one hand, a part of me initially raises my eyebrow and goes, yeah, it's another clone of a pre-existing game, blah, 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 who cares? But actually, when you do it this well, and there's no other alternative, you kind of go, actually, if it's this or no Wipeout game, I will take a bit of a Wipeout game.
Well, I think in addition to that, if this had the Wipeout brand on it, like if this was a Wipeout game, I think they'd be going, this is a great Wipeout game. Like, this is a great entry in the Wipeout series.
You wouldn't bat an eyelid. You wouldn't be like, this is a khaki version of... You'd be like, yeah, this is Wipeout. This is Wipeout. It doesn't have weapons in it. That's the only difference.
Thank God. I hated the weapons.
I don't like weapons either.
I like weapons. I think they're great. But... it has single races, you get time trial challenges, elimination events, cup speed records, duels, more. I think you can pretty much do... I don't know if there's multiplayer. Is there multiplayer, Harry?
I don't think there's multiplayer, no.
Okay.
But that's the only sort of slight niggle.
The only downside. But the single player campaign, I mean, check out the preview video we've got from months ago. It looked awesome even then. I suspect if you've just reviewed it, we should do a video review of it next week with the new system. And it's just absolutely gorgeous. And the controls were great. It handled beautifully. I think you can do it with touch and tilt if you want to, and the tilt
is just tilt now.
Is it just tilt now?
But it's
really good tilt. Yeah. Really, really good. Seriously, guys, it's cracking. The only niggle we had was the free-to-play system, and it's not free-to-play anymore. £2.99, $3.99 may possibly be game of the week, this one. AG Drive, seriously, if you're even halfway interested in racers, go check that stuff out.
Come sit upon my throne of games.
Okay, we'll start with you, Harry, as you teased into it. What do you want to talk about this week?
I want to talk about Alto's Adventure.
Oh, okay, go for it. I've played that.
It's really good.
So this is the sort of ski jumpy sort of thing, right?
It is a snowboarding game,
right.
And you play a llama farmer, which is fun to say, whose llamas escape and you live at the top of a mountain that's infinite, and then you have to snowboard down the mountain, capturing the llamas, doing backflips, grinding on bunting, annoying old Tibetan people.
Oh yeah, I
and
remember that bit.
Generally having the time of your life. And it is one of the nicest looking games I have ever seen. It is ridiculously good looking.
It's proper pretty.
To the point where I was just playing, again, I was reviewing it. The reviews are upon Pocket Gamer now. It's a 9 out of 10.
Bam.
I was reviewing it this afternoon, and it was just like, I don't want to stop playing this. I want to look at this for all the time, forever. Obviously it's just a mountainside, but there are like forests you go through, and villages, and campfires, and chasms you have to leap over. But it's got like a day-night system, and the sun sets and it gets dark, and then you're snowboarding at night time, and there are trees and floating lamps, and it's just everything about it is brilliant. The game itself is quite simple and not super original. You know, we've seen a lot of these sort of one-touch. You're sliding down automatically, and you tap to jump, and when you're jumping in the air, if you push down, it spins you round backflip style. But it gets it all just spot on, perfect, better than any other example I can think of in this sort of mini genre.
I was trying to get my jumps right when I played it. I only played it for like 10-15 minutes, and I was kind of doing it slightly wrong, and then it clicked, and I went, oh no, that's actually quite good. And then it advanced further, and like you say, it's this weather and day-night cycle thing. It's so beautiful. It's very, very minimal, so trees are represented essentially by just triangles, but it's using this really lush, I mean, the colour palette wise, it reminds me in some ways of what they did with Badland, with a lot of sort of dark colours, and then they'll kind of pick a theme. So if it's a bluish grey, or if it's they'll go with a yellow and orange, or a deep purple or something, and it will keep shifting as you progress further down the hill. You'll get places where the trees are fully like believed, if you like, that loads of leaves on them, and then you go down later and it's sparse, and it's like it's suddenly gone to an autumn season. So it goes to thunderstorms, the sky goes purple. It is beautiful,
so good, and just really, and it's got this challenge system, so you get 3 challenges, and then you complete all 3 of them, and then move on to the next challenges. And so there's always like a push to keep going, and you will keep going because it's really good and it's really pretty, and you should play it if you want, and if you don't want, what's wrong with you?
If you like Ski Safari, you'll like it, and obviously people have pointed out like it is very much Ski Safari, in terms of the form
Safari.
of it.
I'm going to say that now, better than it.
Well, there you go then. Yeah, I mean, it's not inventing a genre, sure, but it is clearly doing it really, really well. Go check out the review on Pocket Gamer, and we'll probably do a video on for this as well, I'd imagine.
Probably.
Because it's lovely. It's available for £1.49 or $1.99. Did this come out? Was it this week? This was this week, wasn't it?
This
it's
week,
a brand new release. Yes, spangly. Which just reminds me then, there were other releases, actually, because it's all fallen on my head because we've been doing this live stream stuff. You can go and actually catch up. If you go to the Twitch channel, the AppSpy Twitch channel, twitch.tv/AppSpy, you'll actually be able to find it on the App Store, where we play through 5 of the new releases, among which is this. Both Peter and myself are having a bang through it. So go and have a look at that as well if you want to find out even more new stuff that's out today.
Bang through.
Now, Peter, is there something which you would like to talk about that's maybe different you've been playing this week, or perhaps something we were playing today that you went, oh my god, I remember this.
This is amazing thing that I enjoyed. I would say that instead of those things, I'm going to say, hello, pocketgamer.co.uk/PG Awards 2015. I'm taking things over. I've been asked by the lovely Joao. He's got such kind eyes. He's asked me to say that the Pocket Gamer Awards 2015 are still open and still waiting for your vote. So pocketgamer.co.uk/PG Awards 2015. Go there and make your voice heard. Yes, I have been playing a video game, and it is a game that is not available just yet, but flipping heck, remember when I say to you that Prune is one of the best looking and best playing video games that I've played so far in 2015. It is a wonderful tree surgery sim in some ways, I suppose. It is a puzzle game in which you place a seed at the bottom of a bit of land into some soil, and then you choose the direction in which you want the seed to start growing. The seed starts growing, and you need to get the branches that emanate from the seed into the sunlight, where they will start to bloom flowers, and then the number of flowers that you bloom, you might have to get 10, for example. That kind of dictates whether or not you win. Obviously, when you cut away one of the limbs, the other parts of it grow more rapidly and further out because, ultimately your tree isn't using quite as much energy anymore.
And like real plants, when you cut stuff away, it grows fast, yeah.
Absolutely, like real plants. And to prune and all this sort of stuff, all you need to do is just simply sort of swipe away, a little bit like cut the rope, onto the screen. It is beautiful. It is absolutely stunning.
I'm looking at the video now. It's awesome.
Every moment when you've completed a stage, you just think to yourself, this is amazing. Like this truly does look like a beautiful bit of work. And like I said, the gameplay itself is great. The sound, it's a really zen thing. Like you really feel like chilling out and playing this thing. I sat on my couch with my iPad and I was playing this prune game. I just sat there and I just let time just sort of slip by. Like it's just so peaceful and charming, and the game doesn't really punish you for failing. There are definitely failure states, but it doesn't go now you can't play for 24 hours or whatever it is. It's a premium game. I think it's going to be a premium game. It's an indie game. It's going to have about 80 or 90 levels by the end of all of this sort of stuff. It's just very zen, bonsai-esque, just a wonderful experience. And it's coming out at some point in spring 2015. We're going to cover it big time. We already have with a video. So
yeah, go and see the video. Peter's got his hands on it well early, so you can see that on both AppSpy and Pocket Gamer. It's called Prune, and not the kind of thing you'd expect to see from a guy who used to work on Call of Duty.
Yeah. Weird that, right?
That's an interesting career change, I would say.
Yeah, he was working on I think it was Modern Warfare 3, and then went, sod this for a barrel of laughs. Like, I'm going to go make a game about growing plants, and I'm glad that he has, because honestly, it's pretty darn good.
Too many guns, I guess. Too many guns. Okay, thank you, Peter. I am going to talk about not playing a game, which is an interesting angle for the throne, but bear with me, I will explain. Yesterday, I went up to London as part of an event which we held, which was, there was a competition we did with Nintendo and the guys at Capcom to give away 3 DSs, 3 of the new DSs, I should point out, with the sexy new nub and everything and the extra buttons, and copies of Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Which is very good. We have reviewed it very favourably. Danny played it. He played it for about 70 hours plus and said he was just starting to get the hang of it. That's kind of how that game works. And so we gave those copies, and we basically gave them away to 3 people who'd never really played the game before. And so what we then did was we went up and obviously presented them. We rented out this kind of like area, this gaming bar. We gave the DSs to the people. We had a guy there from Capcom who was kind of familiar with the game. And we sat down, and it was just an opportunity that we were filming and everything, so we make a video out of it. But we just got to see people who'd never played this game before, or some of them hadn't even had a 3DS before, play a game for the first time and play in a group. Now, if you follow us on the Twitch stream, you'll know that we played Monster Hunter for a very, very long time on iOS, Freedom Unite, which we did for the latter half 2014 in multiplayer form. So we've kind of got this connection to Monster Hunter now, where I used to not like it on the PSP, and now I get it. After however many hours, it clicked and you go, oh, actually, this is great. So it was really nice to see people experience that thing for the first time, because they have managed to make it a little bit more accessible with Monster Hunter 4. Danny said this in his review, that technically it's the easiest Monster Hunter game to get a handle on, because frankly, when you try and skip past all the tutorials in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, you wind up getting very confused and you can't unlock the Gathering Hall, and everyone's like, what? Where do we go? No, go talk to the guy by the fire. No, the other fire. What are you doing? And it's a bit like that, which obviously isn't ideal. But the way they've done it here is they give you a very, very brief and very, very clear to understand tutorial, and then they throw you straight into a battle, and they're like, on your way, sir. And you pick it up as you go through. And as a result, it works much better. So they all did their little training. They all got their DSs and opened them up and booted up the Monster Hunter. And within about kind of half an hour, they were all in a Gathering Hall in a group and off doing their first battle.
and it was kind of awesome.
Amazing.
It was a really nice thing to see because, like, you had people from different walks of life. One guy who's kind of, sort of, I guess, in his 20s, like late teens, early 20s or something, and he's all very au fait with games and stuff. And you had this other guy who was a gamer, and you had a lassie who was not really a gamer. Son's massively into gaming. She does it a little bit, and she'd never played it before or anything. And they were all suddenly like head down, going, "No, left a bit, left a bit. You get him with this." And it was funny because I've spent 6 months doing that with you guys, like in the group, going, "No, he's in zone 3, quick, come get again, paintball the bastard." And it was really weird being on the outside watching the group dynamic happen. And especially for 3 people who literally didn't know each other like half an hour before. And it hammers home that thing of the multiplayer gaming being a way to get together with other people, the social dynamic that used to exist when people were in the same room. It's great to do it locally and, over the internet and wirelessly and that sort of thing, but having people actually round a circle in a table, literally, issuing orders to one another like you might do on a headset if you're playing World of Warcraft or something like that, I don't know. It was really heartening to see people who didn't know each other suddenly strike up bonds and friendships. And you go, yeah, actually, this gaming thing is quite good.
This gaming thing's all right.
It's not shut-ins in basements all the time in their own doing the thing. It's everybody gathering together and playing a thing that's kind of wicked. Plus, I will say, those new 3DSs, right, are quite nice.
They are quite nice, actually.
Because you had Matey from Capcom who was playing the game on his 3DS XL, the old model, and then obviously the guys who won the prizes, they had brand new 3DS XLs. So higher contrast on the screen. Having seen it firsthand, screens are higher contrast. 3D effect is far better because this time the camera actually locks onto your eyes. And so if you move your head a little bit, it tracks the 3D accordingly.
That's neat.
Whereas with the old 3DSs, you had to kind of lock your arms in the right position and not move your head or the 3D went completely wrong. So that's kind of a bonus. Also, it had a higher frame rate, which I wasn't necessarily expecting, but the processors are more powerful in this new model, and as a result, the game ran smoother. And I went round, like, I was double checking it because I was noticing it while I was filming, and no, definitely is faster. So buying the new 3DS model, it's not going to be, it's just because it's new and it's got a couple of extra buttons. It's actually a more powerful unit that will make games run better. Mark's done some tests on it because he's got a new one, and games load quicker, and they do actually perform better. So the whole thing is a mighty old big upgrade. It's good notes for the new DS, but mainly good notes for gaming.
Thanks, gaming.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, we've kind of been doing this all day today, and we've been talking about how, because we've been doing this charity stream, as for Special Effect, and we've been doing this for 9 hours now. I think that is the thing that I always come back to with games. It is all people from all walks of life enjoying video games. And that's why we've been doing this streaming stuff. So what I would say is that for the people who are listening to the podcast maybe a little bit later, we have a Just Giving page that's all part of this Special Effect streaming thing that we've been doing. You can always give, even though we're not streaming right now. You go to justgiving.com/AppSpy GameBlast, one word, and donate whatever you can. And leave us a little note in there that's saying that you're a podcast listener, and we will give you the thumbs up and
high fives and
extremely
mentions as well.
Absolutely, we'll be extremely grateful. And if you're in the stream right now, then flipping heck, go on over. You've got the link. It's right there. It's right below. Go and click the link and donate. But yeah. I love games, and this stream has, and this podcast always does.
Harry, games, good or bad?
They're good.
He was going to tell a fib, but then he realised that they were brilliant. Amazing. I like it. Excellent. All right, then. Little bit shorter this week, because now we have to literally shut down, re-prep the stream, and carry on for another 3 hours? 4 hours? Oh, God, I don't know anymore. It's all gone. The walls are closing in, Peter. Peter's vanished from the stream. He's collapsing. God. So thank you for listening. Apologies for it being up a little later, but as you can appreciate, we're in London on Saturday and we're doing this all day, and I'm basically dead now. So this is my last message to the world. Play games, people. It's good fun. Play them with other people and give money to good causes. High fives, everybody. See you all later. Love you lots. Bye 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 bye.
Bye 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 bye.
Bad news for our own best interests. We weren't lying. We are back. Still. Hang on, I'm going to adjust my camera because I'm back in the old frame again. There we go. Beautiful. Hello. back for the final 3 hours. We're in the last quarter of this 12-hour stream, and have we got a game for you? We bloody have, look.
Bloody have, of course we have.
God, we wouldn't be lying. We wouldn't lie to you. Oh, it's The Walking Dead. So, because the stream obviously is all about the best games on iOS, it would kind of be remiss of us not to mention this one. Now, be warned, as I've explained several times in other videos, it can be a bit stuttery, The Walking Dead, when you stream it. And also, for some reason, it always messes with the aspect ratio, which is a bit daft. But we've kind of, in some cases, we've actually tried to steer clear of games which are also available on other platforms. Like the idea with things like Cut the Rope and stuff, they are games that only exist on iOS, they only exist on touchscreen devices, and they are kind of perfectly formulated for that format, you know. And in some cases, it's nice to stick to the true games for iOS, if you like. But there are multi-format games that really cannot be ignored, and of course The Walking Dead is one of them. I don't really have anything to say about it in terms of what it is and what it's all about, because it's been covered so much, you know? Almost everything's been said. It's interesting as a historical document because this episode 1, which we're playing now, this is kind of where it all started. From this success, this single success right here, spawned a colossal amount of both content and cash for Telltale, who had been going for a long time beforehand. Like, they were not a small company. They existed. They did the Back to the Future game. They did Sam and Max. They did a whole bunch of other...
They did Bone.
Yeah, if you say so. They did a lot of other interactive adventures that you could go and play. But nothing made the splash that this did. When this came out, it caught absolutely everyone by surprise, because the gaming press turned around and went, holy crap, this is actually a really well-told story. It's not just a kind of, it's an interactive adventure and it's sort of funny a little bit from time to time, whatever. It really kind of recreated the genre in some ways, because before that, people thought point-and-click adventures were point-and-click adventures. They thought interactive novels were interactive novels. And then there are those terrible CD-ROM style, like that Housebreaker game, whatever it's called, where it's basically a video and you press play. And that was classed as a game. This managed to fuse all elements of that together to make something that was incredibly engaging and you really felt involved with in a big bad way. The character of Lee ended up being a really interesting protagonist to play as, because he was kind of in between, where we start off in this police car, he's been arrested and accused of something, we're not quite sure what or why, and we don't really know at this point whether he's guilty of something. He might be a hardened criminal. The only way we get to learn about Lee is through his actions, which are kind of your actions throughout. So you can play them slightly differently. But what really brought the game to life was ultimately the dynamic with a character we're introduced to a little later in this episode, which was Clementine. And she ends up kind of being the hero of the whole thing, even more so than he is. You may play as Lee, but it's the relationship between Lee and Clementine that really made this game something more than just another point-and-click adventure or another kind of interactive storybook, to the point where Clementine became the protagonist for Series 2. She was the girl, you know? And that was she was the person who you ended up fearing for her life all the way through, you know. It's amazing. Now, I know you're not big into horror games and zombies and all that stuff. Have you still not ever played any of this?
This is totally on my I need to play this pile. I have been working through some of the games that you've been recommending, but yeah, The Walking Dead is a game that is brilliant. It is brutal. It is very clever in some of its story twists, much like the comic book and TV series that it's kind of based on. It's based more on the comic book series, isn't it, this one?
Robert Kirkland, isn't it, I think the guy?
Robert, yeah, something like that. And yeah, it is a really cool game. I really like the iOS version. I think that I would probably play this on maybe a console or something where I can just sit back and go, right, okay, what am I doing here? Rather than something that's a little bit portable. I think it doesn't quite work as a portable game, if you know what I mean. It's not super fast, it's not super intense or anything like that. That being said,
it's good on an iPad, I would say. I wouldn't really want to play it on a phone.
I wouldn't want to play on a phone, no. But on an iPad, yes, absolutely.
Good for that.
Now, what I will say is, we have got an amazing competition.
We really do.
Some amazing prizes for this. We are giving away, and Danny is talking about this in the chat, so get involved if you're a lurker. We are going to be giving away, and Danny's going to be helping out with all of this sort of stuff. He's going to be asking questions. Complete collections of Telltale's entire oeuvre available on Steam and Xbox One. Various codes to do these kinds of things. That is a lot of video games. So we are giving them away.
To clarify that, every game that Telltale has made, they have released the collections recently. You can buy them. They're full-priced games. And we are talking The Walking Dead, The Wolf Among Us, subscriptions to the Game of Thrones games, everything that lies in between, the Telltale Borderlands series, for example, all of it. All of it.
All of it. These are pretty cool prizes. And Danny is giving them away in the chat at the moment, so we'll let him do his cool thing. So as
you can see, horrible car crash has happened.
Horrible car crash. Obviously not a super fun, exciting, jolly game, this one.
Yeah.
We haven't played many sad games on this stream, which is probably a good thing. But I think it's difficult to do other emotions other than fun in mobile games. Like, it's difficult to do stuff that's...
Well, you were singing the praises of that horror Silent Hill style game not a week ago.
I don't think it's impossible. Yeah, absolutely. I was absolutely praising Forgotten Memories, which, yeah, that looks brilliant. But it's more difficult to make someone genuinely scared or genuinely invested in a sort of romantic way or a fear kind of a way or just a friendship, that kind of level of emotion than it is to do just bang, 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 bang. This is really exciting. So yeah, I definitely think games like The Walking Dead deserve credit for doing emotions other than how awesome was that last headshot.
And it manages to do it in a way that I feel is better than the series. I watched the first season of it, and I just wasn't taken with a lot of the characters, so I never really came back. And from what I understand, season 2 takes a dip. Picks up afterwards, but I couldn't really get into it. Whereas this really grabbed me, because that difference between watching a movie or watching a TV series in which you are an observer and you feel like you're kind of part of the group but you're still on the outside, and that supreme difference that the interactive video game brings to you, which is you are not the observer, you are the protagonist. You are the person to whom things are happening and the person that is doing things to other people, and that gives you this supreme sense of agency and involvement that you do not get from literally anything else. That's why video games are so fascinating to me in every possible way. So this, for me, was a far more interesting and complex and exciting experience than, for example, the TV series. The comics are pretty good, actually. I did read the first issue of them, and that was a nice look to it. But it's blown up in a way that I don't think anyone could have predicted, not even Telltale themselves, I presume. So what ended up happening afterwards was suddenly loads of Telltale games appeared based on, quite big franchises. Obviously, the second season came. We then heard they were working on a Borderlands video game, which is now out, the first episode, and is very good and genuinely funny, funnier than Borderlands itself. Very impressive trick. And then they were able to go on and get the Game of Thrones property, which is just huge, because Game of Thrones is like the biggest thing in the universe at the moment. So they were able to go and get a handle on that. And again, it's pretty damn good. Like, they've captured the feel of the universe. They've got the real actors involved. It's an official, fully supported thing. We've got reviews for it up on Pocket Gamer, obviously. And they've done a very good job with it. Like, previous to their stuff, they've done a couple of things I thought were okay, but I didn't think some of the writing was that strong. But they just massively upped their game with this one. And this was the beginning. This was the beginning of the next generation for Telltale, if you like, from which it's just been success after success for them.
Yeah,
So
this was kind of the turning point, I think.
Yeah. So I'm just pulling out my handcuffs, getting the keys out, and releasing myself. I can't help but think something terrible is going to happen. Because this zombie's... Oh, twitching. He's twitching on the floor. That's not good. And now he's advancing towards me. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Oh, God.
I'm looking. I'm doing a lot of looking at the cop. What can I do? Shotgun. Think, man, think. Look around and find the shotgun. Oh, God, it's on the left-hand side, isn't it? Look. There it is. There it is, down the ground.
Come on,
Quick.
deal with it.
Grab it. He's putting the bullet in. Oh, don't fumble it, man. You suck. Grab it, quick. The spent shotgun cartridge. Oh, come on, get it in there, man. Now blow his zombie face off. Kaboom!
Kaboom.
There it is. Shotgun in your zombie skulls. Good grief. AppSpy is announcing the winner of the competition for the Xbox One code for all the Telltale games. randomly chosen answers appearing, and I will announce the winner as soon as Danny puts it in there. But that is a quality prize. That's one of those ones where I go,
I wish I could steal all of this.
I wish I could watch my own streams and enter competitions. That would be sweet.
Indeedly do. And obviously, if if you are somebody who's won, or if you've won one of our previous prizes or anything like that, and you're like, whoa, that was awesome, I got something cool, and I got to watch 9 hours of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 human beings deteriorate themselves so far, I've got to see 9 hours so far, then hey, we have got a lovely little button that says donate next to it. You can give money to via Just Giving, so it all goes through Just Giving, it's all lovely and all above board, to Special Effect, which is a brilliant charity which helps people out with disabilities, and it means that they can have fun with video games, basically.
Which is what we all like doing, because let's face it,
it's what we all do.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
The winner of the Xbox One prize, as you've seen in the chat room already, was Wobbalong. You have got codes for the Xbox One versions of all Telltale games. That is badass, and I am ever so slightly jealous. So nicely done, sir. We'll announce more winners as we go through, but thank you ever so much for tuning in. And if you guys if you have won prizes and you think it was worth it, you got a bunch of stuff for free maybe. If you want to do anything to kind of offset that, just chuck a little money at the charity. Chuck a little money towards Special Effect. That'll clear you karmically with everyone else. So we appreciate you watching it all, and obviously it's lovely if you can any gratefulness or any fun you've had today, if you have had any, pay it forward to them.
Just sort of enjoyed watching people kind of go lose their voices and go slightly insane,
and also their minds over a little bit. So thank you, everybody. We really appreciate your contributions and your time. Look at this massive zombie. Look at him with his massive zombie face. So I glimpsed, as I was grabbing my shotgun, I glimpsed Clementine there, just on the crest of the hill, and he shouted at her. And I think, if I remember playing this through right, she's hiding up a treehouse, maybe? I think that's where she is. Yeah, I think I'm right. This was great. I remember doing this. I did it on the Xbox, incidentally. That's where I played it. And it was really good as an Xbox controller experience. You can obviously do it on Steam, and it has translated well onto mobile. It can be a little hiccupy from time to time, I find. It's not quite as smooth as the other versions, which is to be expected. And again, I wouldn't want to play it on phone, but as an iPad experience, I actually think it's pretty good. It works really well, and it's difficult to complain about the games because they just have been done nicely. There's not a lot. There are some. The only things you can say bad about it, for me, are it gets a bit like glitchy and twitchy. The engine, even after all this time, it's been a couple of years, I still think it's a little bit on the glitchy side. Things will transition and characters will suddenly pop in, and you'll get like transition errors, textures take a while to load, that sort of thing. So it's by no means the end of the world, but occasionally there are some glitches. But it's a little bit harsh to kind of prey upon that, because really the content is very strong. So, in truth, I can't complain a good deal. It's good stuff. I'm just looking around at T-sets now. I've got to find a way to get Clem down from the tree house. Maybe I have to explore a little bit more. So obviously, if you've never played it on iPhone or iPad, you're just dragging your finger around the screen to move the characters, where you would use a joystick or a control stick if you're doing it on the Xbox, and obviously mouse on the keyboard. Oh, hello. We can look at the pool there. So this is a different situation from some of the zombie games. For example, The Last of Us, you see a tiny little bit of the zombie outbreak at the beginning in the introduction to the whole thing, and then afterwards you're basically 20 years into the outbreak. So it's very much the world is post-zombie apocalypse. Whereas this case is you are literally living through the breakout. This is what happens with these games. The zombies have just started to appear. No one knows where they're coming from or what's happening. And you have to deal with the fact that the entire world is dying and then rising again.
Which is a real bummer.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the arse, isn't it? I'm going to try and open the door this time and find my way in. If you're looking at the chat room, we have now got the exact same thing, the Telltale Complete Game Collection, this time for Steam.
Oh my goodness.
He's asked the question already, which was the name of the protagonist in the first episode of the Walking Dead game. I may have already mentioned him. It's the gentleman that you're looking at right now. Yes, that's 1,000 games. It's not really, but it's quite a lot.
It's quite a lot.
So if you have Steam, if you have a PC capable of handling it, then put your answers in there, and then Danny will sort out the winners, and I'll announce them in a moment or two. Oh, I forget how bleak this is. It is pretty bleak.
It is pretty grim.
Stuff.
Like when you wander into the house and like you're choking because something's clearly died inside of it, and you're like, that's not nice.
It's dark, but it's great. There's no other thing you can say. It's very impressive, and it was the birth of a kind of new chapter for Telltale, and created a kind of game genre that we didn't even know we really wanted that much anymore. If you told people that, like, hey, it's kind of an interactive game book movie, we'd go, really? Yeah, I played those ones in the 80s. They were crap. But actually, it's a total winner. So if you haven't played it, you must be one of the few. Obviously, they're all still available. You can pick them up pretty cheap now, or you can obviously win them via our codes on the side, which is kind of helpful too. I think I will leave it there. There's your Walking Dead taste for today. Let me back out of that one.
Is there something a little bit more? Now let's see. How would I describe it?
Let's get actiony.
Upbeat.
Yeah, well, outbeat I'm not sure about, but it's certainly a bit fast-paced. Let's see if you recognise that black and white pixel art castle hovering on this loading screen.
Yes.
Wayward Souls, boys and girls. This is a cracker. So we mentioned Punch Quest earlier. We, in fact, demoed it. Peter was playing it for quite a while and getting all swept up in it. This was a follow-up. So this is a top-down roguelike RPG, basically. So I'm controlling it by moving around the screen with my left thumb and tapping the right side of the screen to attack. Later on, I will actually have to start swiping the right side of the screen to do different moves, which is kind of interesting. I can hack up these little lights. Boom, boom. A knight has just appeared from nowhere. Is anyone there? He says. Don't know. Let me hack through some foliage, Zelda style, see what I can find. This game's got some really nice touches, among them being these little lamps that are hanging from the ceiling. Here's a creepy undead dude. I'm going to slash him up from one zombie game to another one. This isn't a zombie game, actually. This is much more of a fantasy hack and slash. But it's quite a unique structure, and the manner in which the upgrades are handled, and to be fair, the way the action is dished out, makes it very, very, very compelling. It's something that we really like. So now to get past this, I need to do a power attack. So I push my thumb on the screen, I hold it, and I release. He charges up, flashes blue, and then swipes the face off a branch. I'm going to do the same thing here with these zombies. Oops. He charges forward a bit there as well. Smash! Double attack. Killed him in one strike. I like that. So it's a roguelike as well, if you don't know what one of them is. It's a game where things are kind of effectively randomly generated every time. And when you die, you die. That's it. Back to the beginning. No savies, no checkpoints. But
the
beginning.
The thing that kind of works as progression is the death is kind of a teaching mechanic, right?
Yeah, very much so. Which is
like it's trying to get across, like, no, you probably shouldn't have walked down there. You probably should have done this instead.
Yeah, one of the other best roguelikes, which I will be playing in a moment as well, which anyone who's familiar with my tastes will already have predicted what it is. But I got into roguelikes kind of through it because, yeah, on the one hand, you say that to someone, you're like, oh, that sounds like a bit of a ball ache, doesn't it? No saves, right back to the beginning, every time, ugh. But you're absolutely right. Death is not supposed to be a punishment. It is supposed to be a learning tool. It's something where you go, all right, I've just died. Why did I die? What can I do differently next time to succeed? In this case, I've just smashed open a massive door with a fireball. That's pretty sweet.
That is pretty sweet.
And then you dive back into the fray with more information and a better chance of surviving. And every time you might get a little bit further. There's also the added benefit that because it's a roguelike, the levels aren't the same every time. This little introduction bit is the same, but the moment I step into the dungeons, they become randomly generated. So every time you play, it's slightly different.
It is
Some
slightly
cases,
different.
Very different.
And in the chat at the moment, we're giving away all sorts of fantastic prizes. We've been giving away those Telltale things. Kepper from Rocket Cat, the makers of this game, Wayward Souls, is actually in the chat at the moment. So if you've got any questions or anything like that, get them in now. Or any praise for the video game
Outstanding,
we are
yes.
playing right now, then get them in there. Get into that chat and get involved. Wayward Souls.
People,
it is a bit good, isn't it?
Well, people refer to it in the same sentence as Demon Souls, in a kind of like for mobile sort of way, which sounds like kind of, big bold praise. It's comparable, certainly in the cruelty of it. If you think that having to die every time and being sent back, that's certainly a bit Dark Soulsy. Now, here's the upgrade system. So you can forge new weapons by going through and approaching forges which are lurking around different parts of the dungeons themselves. So my blade's a bit screwed, and what I hope to do is I can either upgrade it to Dawn Fury, which gives you a chance for Fiery Sunburst, or I can do the Solar Scepter, which gives you the chance to stun foes. I'm going to go with hardcore damage, and so I want fire bursts every now and then. because that is how I roll. So having done that, that's the sword burst used up. I'm going to, there we go, it happened, amazing. Do some power-ups, let me do some power swipes. Oh, that was good, and I got the fiery burst as well. It's working out. It's all coming up well for me.
It's all coming up all right for you, isn't it?
Slash him up, slash him up. Later on, I'm just tapping the screen right now, later on you introduce different types of attacks. So if I were to swipe up the screen or swipe to the left or something like that, it would give me a different style. So rather than different buttons, they've gone with gestures, which is an interesting turn. Takes a little while to practice that because initially you're very used to just maybe pressing a new button. Here you go, right thumb, offensive ability, swipe up, and I can shoot. There you go, I just shot the guard that's over the way there. So thumb swipe like this, whoop, launches it. So you have to get used to going tap, tap, swipe, and sort of adding that to your little melee arsenal. No ammo now, I've run out of ammo. I forgot there was a limit. I forgot. Oops, daisy. Ba-bam! I haven't played it for a little while. But we were very fond of this one. Let's see if we can get this door open. Is there anything I've missed? Let's go around here. I imagine... There we go. There's a little crate up here which we can unlock. Now, this had an interesting system in terms of how... Oh, wait. Oh, defensive ability swipe down. There you go. I was doing the wrong thing. They released the game at a price, right? Oh, crap. That was way too close for him. Let me swipe down. Boom. And then what happened was, they said with every update we add to the game, we're actually going to increase the price. Which is usually the opposite. People release a game and they put it on sale for a while. Oh, I'm being borne down by these shield guys. They didn't go that way. That was a very, very different technique. And so I don't know what the price actually is at the moment on the App Store, but they are updating it on kind of a bi-monthly basis or something. And every time they did that, they bumped the price up by £1.
Good.
So it became
good.
more
stuff.
expensive.
More cool stuff in there.
I know. But it was technically true because you're getting more content. It was an interesting system. We were like, really? Fine. Let's see how that works out. I'd be curious to see whether there was a drop-off or how fans reacted to it, for example. But it was certainly an interesting take on it, especially in what is usually a race-to-the-bottom kind of culture, which we've got going on the App Store now. Oh, someone slumbers in the bed, eh? Can I wake them up with a sword swipe to the face?
Yeah!
No, I can't. Oh, well, never mind. Oh. Luckily, I've got one of those defensive whapam attacks I can use at some point. Oh, little chests. Chests still get me very excited. Yum, 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 yum. I've got some weapons there, delicious. Let's go over here and get some more.
You're doing all right. You're doing okay,
Still
man.
fun, no matter how many times you go through games and gather a bunch of loot. Never gets old.
No. Gathering loot is one of the most fun things I think that you can do in a game because it is so pointless. Like loot in and of itself is completely pointless because it's digital. It doesn't have a real effect on you or anything like that. But it makes you feel so good when you get hold of that sword that you've been coveting for so long. You just go, yes, this was totally worth the
crap.
3 hours of play.
I just got attacked by some dudes. So I need to get past these guys just to get into the actual dungeon proper, because this is just kind of the intro stuff at the moment. Oh, a couple of attacks there, nice. So I'm trying to throw some range stuff at them because I've got the abilities. Well, bam. That's an upward swipe. I'm going to do a down swipe for defensive. Boom. Oh, annihilated them in a single down swipe. Oh, crap, there's loads more. That I wasn't expecting. Down swipe, boom, upward swipe, wha-pa. There we go, I'm going to charge forward. I'll try to get behind them, get some attacks in, normal attacks. Don't need the sword behind, it's still good, wha-boom. There we go, taking one of them down, very exciting. Get out of the way of this guy. Oh, he's got a massive morning star that's got quite a reach on it. I don't want to get backed into a corner. Let's see if I can choose my flamey power-ups. Bam! Yeah, that was good. I had to go into another menu to do that, but it was totally worth it. Wait for his Morningstar attack. Now, die, die, die. Yes, one swipe and he's dead. That's what I'm talking about. Is that enough, or am I going to get attacked again? Oh, you miserable bastard. It's all right. I had my defensive attack left. I've got one more still to go. I'm going to use it now. Get out of the way, and I'm probably going to use my next flame attack as well, and maybe hope that this is the last wave. It might not be, but let's find out. Sun flare in the face. Only one man left standing. Oh no, two. Crap. Get out of the way, because I am running low on health. Yikes. Those sunburst attacks are coming in handy now, actually, so that was definitely the right choice of upgrade at the forge. He's dead. Please let that be the last one. Oh dear. See, it may not even make it through the first bit, because this game, as we said, oh, I'm right in the middle of them. Oh god, I'm screwed. I'm dead. And that's it. Like, really, you can now change your hero. There are different types of heroes you can play as, and they unlock as you go through. So, for example, you start off as a warrior. You can also be a mage, rogue, and then other ones, adventurer, spell, sword, and cultist, can all be unlocked. Because I screwed up, I totally died. Let me be the mage for a bit. Continue. You also are able to level up those people individually. So as you play the game more, you're able to spend money, invest cash in that particular character. What happens though, if you then decide to stop playing as him and you move over to the rogue, for example, they're back at square one, so you need to also spend more money to upgrade them. So here we're starting out in a proper dungeon now this time. This is like the bulk of the game itself. So you appear in these dungeons and you have to rise through the different levels of the dungeon as you play through. And that is how you kind of get to the top. You wind up taking out bosses as well, which are impressive, some of them, and a bit scary. There's a particular guy who looks like a massive vampire butler almost at the end of the first levels. That's how he kind of looks. And it's tough, like you have to fight a long way and get a bunch of restarts just to reach that first boss sometimes. And then the boss completely creams you on your first go. And you go back to the beginning again. So like I say, it throws you right into the melee. Here we are already, I'm getting my ass kicked. Got to remember how to play this damn game. Ooh, good ranged attack there, I like that, that's cool. Now this guy's, lots of different enemies are available. You've got these weird creatures, someone's lobbing sticks of dynamite, this kind of angry miner dude who's clearly got a beef with me.
Yeah, why has he got a beef with you though? That's the question. What have you done to him?
I'm already nearly dead for my incompetence. However, like I say, once you've earned some cash and gathered some loot, you can then spend that money on upgrading your character, and then she'll have a bit more health and she'll be able to last a bit longer and stuff. So it does reward you for investing time into it. The thing that made it really so good was not just the difficulty. Some mobile games obviously err to the side of easy just to keep people from, being alienated at an early stage.
From churning, I believe it's called.
Whatever. That's clearly not what this is about at all. This is, I've just been creamed there again. That is not what this game is interested in. It's a tough game. It's going to punish you. It's going to force you to keep trying again and again. But it does reward you in the long run. It becomes very satisfying. You push through a little bit further every time. I was able to get to the third dungeon, I think, was as far as I got when I played it originally. Now I've forgotten and I am clearly crap at it. But as you can see, the dungeon is now different. I'm taking off to the left this time. So every time you play, it's a slightly different game. And that gives it kind of a freshness. And it's one of the big benefits of the roguelike genre in general. You're able to kind of, once you've created the procedural stuff, once you've created the software that allows you to generate it, the code that builds the levels, you've kind of got infinite levels for this single piece of code. And that's why the roguelike genre is kind of popular, especially for indie games. People like indie games developers will often kind of come out with roguelikes because it's a way to get loads of content without having to physically build 200 levels, which takes an awful lot of time. Instead, build the code that generates the levels and then let the code do the work for you. You've got to get the code right, of course. It's not an easy way out or anything.
I couldn't do it.
But it is kind of cool. One of the guys who was actually one of the developers of the game, who's in the chat right now, Kepa Rocket Cat, the name is, because the developer is Rocket Cat Games, said that the mage is very divisive. I can understand why. I will always lead with mages if I'm given the chance. I am a total magic guy.
Really?
Oh, totally. I'm all about the mages. Whether it's in fantasy role-playing, whether I'm playing like Dungeons & Dragons, whether I'm playing Middle-earth role-playing, if I'm playing games, if I'm playing Mass Effect, Biotics all the way. I am all about the magic. For me, the hack and slash stuff, the swords and sorcery, I mean, it's cool. And yeah, guns, fun, and swords, fine. There's just something about magic that, I absolutely adore it. If there was any such thing, I would be Magi. That's what I would do. I would devote my life to learning magic. Hell yes. No, seriously.
I'd be a ranger.
Would you? Would you be a ranger?
I'd be a ranger and have a bow, and I'd run through the trees and do cool things like that.
You're not taking this seriously. This is a serious business, Peter.
It's true. Well, yeah, I know it is serious business, but that is what I would do.
I don't know what this power does. Is it the down swipe power? Oh, okay. So it's like a gust of wind almost that propels them backwards. Yeah, it worked. Whatever. I'm not complaining. Like a force push, yes, exactly. Jedi style. I'm quite enjoying her. She's good. Obviously, she's a bit more of a ranged fighter. There's one of the powers which requires you to be up close. This guy warps in and out of existence, which is just cheating, frankly.
That is cheating. That is cheating. I'm not having that. That's not
it's disgraceful.
That guy, there's a couple of characters that look a little bit like Kyoku Tsunagi from King of Fighters, which is pretty cool. Got a little headband kind of a thing going on. I love the art in this. I think it looks great.
Yeah, it's a lovely looking one. It nails the 16-bit aesthetic very, very well. It's got a lot of character and it's got a lot of replay value. Go and check out our review. It got a cracking score, 9 or 10, I think. Harry reviews it really took to it. Hey, I've got a forge. I can go and upgrade my character. So I can either Fulgurite Rod, which gives a power attack and a forked lightning bolt, nice, or a bonus to critical strikes. I'm going to go with the forked lightning, obviously. And then as I push forward, I can occasionally, when attacking, there you go, look at that, look at the sizzle on that.
Oh, look at the sizzle on that.
See, this is, if you need any explanation of why I am a mage, look at that. Come on, that's the coolest thing ever. Whoopah. That beats your sword any day of the week. Right. I'm going to have to stop playing now because we need to push on to other games.
Okay.
But this is a cracker. If you've not encountered it before, it is well good. Wayward Souls. You can download it right now for a price which I am not sure, but maybe more than when it started.
I think it was mentioned something like it's got up to $7. No price increase at the moment because they've sort of stopped with the updates a little bit. But there will be a few more updates soon.
Okay.
According to the developer that's in there, and maybe the price will go up at that point again. But
Understood.
Exciting times. There's also codes in the chat, so get those. And if you do grab one of those, and if you've had one of our amazing prizes, and if you've enjoyed hanging out with us for what now feels like an eternity, do make sure that you head on over to our donation page. We've got a little donate button there. Give whatever you can afford to give us, because it all goes straight through to Special Effect via Just Giving as part of the GameBlast thing, and it is such a brilliant charity. It basically just means that people who have physical disabilities can go ahead and play amazing video games through sort of developing technology and that kind of thing, and it's a great little charity, so definitely wanted to support that, and we want you to support it as well, so go ahead and chuck some cash their direction. Right.
Okay, I'm going to go for this one. Now, this is a bit of a compromise because I suddenly realised we didn't have it on the joint account. I didn't have the ability to buy it at last minute.
Ooh.
So, we're going to play one... It's kind of the wrong way to do it because we're showing you something that is... And we're going to... Shall we run it? I guess we'll do the tutorial. Might as well. So, what we were going to play, because we're talking about games which are either adventure-y and a bit role-play, or in the case of The Walking Dead, kind of story-based adventures. So we were going to do Broken Sword. Like Broken Sword, which is basically Editor Mark's favourite game in the entire bloody world, right? He has done like lengthy conversations I've had with him about this game, and he's a huge fan of it himself. Well, if it's your favourite and you're really into games, it's going to be for a pretty good reason. So I'm just going to go with a new game and not do the tutorial, start a new game. Okay. This is actually Broken Sword... Hang on, if I get a new game, there we go.
Serpent's Curse?
Yeah, the 5th game in the series, which actually, technically, hasn't met with brilliant reviews.
Yes.
Right? So it didn't actually turn out brilliantly. But it was the one we had on the App Store, and it's more about demonstrating what it is and what the game is all about. So if you've never played it before, you take control of a character called Nico Bellic, who is a... Oh, no, actually, is it Nico Bellic? No, that's the character from GTA 4. What am I saying?
Nico Bellic. Oh, you... Seriously,
I'm a mad person. George Stoppard, his name is. That's what I'm talking about. He was a journalist whom you're taking control of, and you have to walk around environments, much like these ones here. Point-and-click adventure style. We played some Monkey Island earlier, so you know what the score is. And in doing so, you have to open up dialogue options, uncover secrets. So there's a guy lying kind of dead on the floor here at the moment.
Yep.
So I best do some investigating. George, that's Henry's body.
That's the investigation. He is dead.
No, there's got to be more to it than that. So the priest was giving last rites to the gallery owner, apparently. What did he say? Go and investigate, man. Oh, he looks a bit put out. Poor chap. I think we can either look at the priest is administering last rites. He's telling this in the past tense, so I think he's relaying the story. And as you can see in the background, Paris in the fall. Actually, I think we're in the summer now. Because that was the famous line from the first one, which was Paris in the fall.
So that is really, I feel like, where a lot of the criticisms for this particular game came in. Because I think the Broken Sword and Broken Sword 2, fantastic. Broken Sword is one of my favourite games. Love that adventure. I think Broken Sword 2 was really great as well. Broken Sword Serpent's Curse feels a lot like... It feels a lot like the right band. It feels like Pink Floyd coming back and playing all of their old hits again, but 30 years later, and it's just not quite the same. And it feels like they're kind of going over the same ground a lot. Like there's a lot to do with there's a lot to do with sort of art and mysteries and kind of like shadowy cover-ups and people who run away from the scene of the crime too early, and then George is always there, and then Nico turns up. So it does feel a little bit like that, and there's constant references to the other Broken Sword game, the really famous, really super well polished.
You said that.
Games.
That's right.
But I mean, this is a It was a Kickstarter project, actually, I think.
It was one of the ones after like Double Fine Adventure got funded, which was eventually turned into Broken Age. It was one of the ones that got kind of high profile because Charles Cecil, the guy behind the series, did the Kickstarter, and everyone was like, "Yes, please, more Broken Sword if you don't mind."
He was a nice man.
He was a nice man whom you've talked to, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, he was a nice man.
Yeah, so he's a bit of a luminary from the industry, and we were obviously very excited for it. And it turned out that this was actually a little bit of an anticlimax. So we're like, oh. But the reason we're playing this, just to show you, it's on the account. The original games, specifically the first one, is kind of a sort of landmark point-and-click action adventure. Not action adventure, just full-on point-and-click adventure, rather. And the characters are interesting. The female character is actually very, very strong.
Well realised. Really
who he meets up with. She's fantastic. And you wind up with a really engaging mystery and some quite odd little puzzles. Some of them are very smart. The problem with this game, from what I understand, you've played it more than me, is that like some of the puzzles don't just work, and they actually end up being a bit sort of dumb. Like that was one of Mark's criticisms, of like this doesn't really work.
And this are just a little bit like. I think the appeal of Broken Sword really is not the puzzles that are actually in them. It's the appeal is George Stobart, his relationship with Nico, and how he's not really a typical hero. He's just a guy who gets caught up into things and was having a nice time in Paris when he got caught up in a bit of an adventure.
Yeah.
It's going to nice locales. It's meeting lots of fun characters. It's a very... Whenever I play the first one, I revisit it every 5 or 10 years. Whenever I play it, I'm always reminded of Oscar Wilde and that era of playwriting in which it's got a very British eccentricity to all of it, but there's some quite serious stuff underneath this superficially quite fun, colourful adventure. There's some interesting themes going on here, and there are some moments of quite sturdy violence as well.
There's murder, and it's sort of treated quite seriously in the first one. And it's got these undertones, rather, of cults and like secret Illuminatis and stuff like that kicking around in the first one. So I can talk to him about different subjects which are represented by images here. So let's talk about the gecko. What do you know about Le Lizard Bleu?
Le Lizard Bleu.
But I think doesn't this pick up exactly where it leaves off in the fourth one? Is that what happens? I haven't played the fourth one, but I think I understood that.
I
think up where it left
so.
off.
I think so. The fourth one's kind of... The third one is definitely accepted as canon. The fourth one is just kind of left behind. It's not really a game that's really talked about in terms of like the Broken Sword mythology a lot, which is a shame because it's okay. But yes,
it wasn't up to the high water.
It wasn't quite. No, definitely not.
Thanks for having Kepper in the chat room there. I think he's about to head off, but Kepper from Rocket Cat.
Thank you very much, Kepper, for turning up.
Good questions from everybody. Nice to have. Occasionally it happens. Developers pop in to chat about the game. It's just one of the benefits of watching the stream if you do. But it's always lovely to have them here.
Yes. Now in the chat, Danny is talking about giving away some brilliant prizes. We've got the Broken Sword trilogy and Broken Sword 5 codes for Steam.
Really? Badass.
Oh yeah.
Some of these, I know we've got lots of codes and lots of people. I don't know all of them, so it's quite a nice surprise.
Yeah, we've got some really cool.
That's awesome.
And yes, this is all we're giving. Like we're talking with all of these cool developers and publishers, and we're going, "Hey, have you got any cool stuff?" And they're like, "Yeah, here's some cool stuff," and we're like, "That's cool." And then we're giving it to you, and then the return is hopefully. Some of you will go, have I got a little bit of change in my pocket? Boom, yes I have, chuck it in our direction for Special Effects.
Charity.
And if you want to donate, there is a button on this page that you are viewing it. You can see the donate thing. You jump in there, donate some money, and you will feel so good. You know that feeling where if you win a prize, like say for example, if you've won a prize on this thing, you get that little feeling of, that feels so good. That's so good. Donating money to a great cause where you actually help other people also enjoy video games, that makes you feel even better. So give it a go, and you can try that for $2 or $3. You know, it's as low as that if you want to donate and give it a go.
Yes,
so
I've just got some information, extracted some info out of the waiter. I think I might head back in here and see if I can use that with my
waiter.
Yeah, well, no, he was standing outside not doing much, so I had a chat with him. Best thing to do.
Okay.
So now let's have a word. Oh, you, dude. Let's have a chat, shall we? What's he got to say for himself? Father? Say something?
Go on.
Full voice acting this time, which is quite
Go on,
nice as well.
jump in.
Yes, my son. I can ask him about the dead guy on the floor, about the paintings on the wall, or there's just a picture of the devil. As he's a priest, might as well pick his bones about his chosen topic, his mastermind topic of choice.
Yeah, sure.
So Henri is dead on the floor. Did he say anything before he died? He said, stop the car. Oh, actually, he said, stop the car. I want to get in. What does that mean? Says George. Priest? No idea. We may never know. Let's ask about the paintings. What brought you to the exhibition, father? The painting. He doesn't add Z. That's me.
The painting.
I'm assuming he should have a French accent. Everyone here should. Painting was stolen. Oh my god, I had to confront the evil! I'm adding
So evil.
a bit to his acting there. That's very, very special. Tell me about the stolen painting. And so it continues. So this one we don't think is as strong, but seriously, if you've got the codes that are going up in the chat room right now, codes for the games, go download them.
Flipping now.
Because the first game and the second game are absolutely brilliant, landmark adventure games. They look a little bit more old school than this, but the plotting, the puzzles, absolutely timeless. A real quality experience that you want to participate in.
Very good series. Some great characters. Some really great characters. And I think the thing that Broken Sword doesn't get the dues for, which is a real shame, is that in a time in sort of like the mid-90s, which was rife with sexism, there are some really very well written lady characters in this that are just a complete breath of fresh air in comparison to anything else that was around at the same sort of time. This is the era of Duke Nukem, right? Like where Duke Nukem was, I mean, and not even a sort of like, ha ha ha, this is fun, isn't this, isn't this ironic fun? That was like, no, this is a fun thing. This is how you should do it. But Nico is one of the best written ladies in sort of video game fiction.
That's why I said Nico Bellic earlier. I was getting my masculine heroine and my feminine, my heroine and my hero.
Like maybe Stobar could like take Nico Bellic out for like bowling or whatever, and like
anything
they go on an
to
adventure.
cheer him up. Nico's a miserable
he's
ass
a
protagonist.
miserable. Oh, I was in a war. Oh, I lost all my friends. Oh, now I'm.
I can call her. No, it wasn't the best time to call Nico. All right, fine. In which case, I'm leaving. I wanted to talk to her. That's it for Broken Sword. That was the 5th episode, but first and second is what we really wanted to talk about. And I couldn't play it. You can. Code's in the stream right now. You lucky, lucky people. All right. Finally, for this kind of, I guess it's kind of a dark adventure thing. Mm-hmm. And we were talking about roguelikes being good earlier with Wayward Souls. We're about to fire into. Actually, I'm gonna turn some of these games off, take them out of my list, because I bet you my iPad's about to explode after all of this. So we're about to fire into one of my favourite games on any device that's turned up in the past few years. You know what it's going to be. Everyone knows. So
put on the captain's hat.
Oh look, it's FTL. Who'd have thunk it? I can continue. Oh crap. Oh no. I hate doing this. Oh shit. So the problem is, right, I've already energized myself. Starting new games is great, and then I carry on, and you do quite well, and then you forget about it, and you leave it, and you come back, and I'm midway through a battle. Where am I? What sector am I in?
What's your ship like?
I'm in Sector 3, the Mantis homeworld. I'm actually hovering around the exit, about to leap to the next sector. And the Alliance squad are hard on my tail. I am running one of the NG ships, which is the little alien dudes, where the ship has a benefit. It's a very weird-looking shape, but it's got a fantastic line in medical bays and drones. It gives you access to drones, which you wouldn't otherwise have, which is pretty sweet.
Pretty neat.
Let's jump to the next sector. Okay.
Jump out now. Zerosona Kitsune is saying we need FTL2. You're darn right we do need an FTL2. Heliostar seems pretty excited about FTL as well.
You should be. Look how many crew members I've got. I've got 5 crew members. This is from a while back.
Doing all right.
So what's my loadout? I've got heavy lasers and ion blasters. I've also got one of the halberd beams, which lets you draw an arc across the ship. That's pretty sweet. But I also have the drone systems. Now, drones are absolutely brilliant for using. I've got a couple of anti-personnel drones, i.e. robots that roll around inside the ship itself. I've also got combat drones, which will fly around the outside of it. They're absolutely brilliant. I find it really useful in the NG build. They do require, every time you use a drone, they require one of these little drone power things. So I've got 12 at the moment. They will expire over time. So as in every time you use them. So it comes at a cost. You can't just keep spaffing them out no matter what. Let's have a look at the ship. Where can I jump to? I'm going to jump here. How am I doing for fuel? Ooh, only 7. That's not great.
Now, I played this for the first time a few weeks ago.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah,
how did you find it?
Off the back of, and I played it live. Like I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to jump straight into it and give it a go. Like amazing.
You liked it, did you?
Yeah, really great. Like I really got a lot from it.
Yeah, it's something else. Like, I didn't. Again, it's a game that I didn't even know I really wanted. It's lovely when these things creep up on you like that, because it's a game that conveys what space is all about. You get a tremendous sense, despite the fact that you're constantly getting attacked, like this prick over here.
Yeah.
You get a real sense of like loneliness and isolation, and the desperation of the fact that you are a ship's captain trying to look after a crew, which I'm about to try and do, of all their various specialities. Guys, go to your saved places, return to your stations, and you're kind of all of them. You're like Kirk and Spock and McCoy and Scotty at the same time, trying to balance your ship. So I'm about to be attacked by these fellas over here. What I want to do is start laying into them. So I'm going to dispatch, first of all, my combat drone. If you've never ever played it before, you can drag power in and out of your weapon systems by sliding things up and down in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. So I'm going to push my shields up to full. I'm going to put 2 in to the drone system so I can power up my combat drone. I'm also going to pump 4 into my weapon systems, giving me access to both a heavy laser and an ion blast, so I can attack on 3 fronts, which is pretty badass. I need to have my shields more powered up, probably than they are. They can take a couple of hits. This guy's got a decent hull integrity and 2 shields as well. He's also got a drone. What a dick. Let's see how this plays out. I'm going to unpause. Actually, no, first thing, I'm going to target my ion blast. I'm going to aim for his weapon systems. And same thing with the heavy laser. Ideally, I can dismantle his weapons, which will mean he'll have to fix them, and hopefully he won't be able to shoot me. Let battle commence. So here we go. You can see them moving around inside. Okay, so first thing, Intruder's Detective. I've been boarded. They have boarded my ship. There's an alien getting stuck in the drone room down here, so I need to send some people to sort him out. Unfortunately, by doing that, if I send you there, and I'll leave you in the control area. Actually, no, I want to leave them in weapons. I'll take you out of shields. Everybody pick on this guy. Unpause, do damage. So now these 2 guys are going over to kick 7 Sage of shite out of this weird mantis creature. If I can do that, more power to me. I have successfully taken their weapons out, which is an awesome start, so that's good. I have to keep firing upon them, and my drone is currently wearing away at its shields. I need to keep an eye on, my guys, who's suffering? My little mantis dude is taking a hit. Maybe I need to get him. Where is he? Where is she? Oh, actually, no, they're all kicking ass, to be fair. And I've also got an anti-personnel drone, which is sitting there doing some damage. Actually, getting his ass kicked, I'm not sure. There we are, beautiful. Sorted. Problem solved. Right, let me direct my guys back to their posts, which is a little button I can use. Open this up. Here, stations. Oh no, I accidentally saved the station. I didn't mean to do that. So Grimace, what does he do? He's a character in the top corner. He's my engine guy. Let's get him over there. Fester.
Isn't he like a McDonald's person? Isn't he the little purple thing from McDonald's? I thought he was.
What's your point?
Well,
right, I'm going to get this lassie Alison back into shields. Alison.
Come on, Alison.
To the station. Unpause. Brilliant. We're there. Right, now I'm going to keep blasting. So I've taken a good shot at their control system, their flight deck rather, which means they cannot currently escape, which is pretty sweet. I'm going to keep heavy blasting their weapons. If I can just pierce their shields, that would be amazing. I need to get the right timing for the ion blast and the heavy laser as well. They can't penetrate my shields at the moment, which is kind of sweet. That's working out nicely.
Sweet.
Let's try and ion blast their shields and see if we can get... quick. Charge, man, charge! Shields, go, get him. Immobilize, fire. Yes! Outstanding.
Nice.
That has deactivated their shield temporarily, which means I can now use the heavy laser and attack them, and there's pretty much jack squat they can do about it, which is well satisfying. I'm gonna keep keep the shields down. Amazing work there. Beautiful work, son. Intruders, actually, I've been paying far too much attention to this, and now one of my guys is having his ass handed to him.
Oh, no.
And my O2 system has been punished, so you can see the O2 system's gone
red there. I'm going to lead my NG guy out and into the medical bay. They automatically heal everywhere on this ship. It's another one of the bonuses of the NG craft, which is really kind of useful. So I'm actually going to send this new guy up, and he's going to start picking on the praying mantis prick instead. So you get up there. You get over here. Unpause. Right, so he's going to go into the room and heal. But the ship has exploded, leaving behind a substantial collection of useful scrap material. I've got another drone thing, got another missile, and I got 40 scrap to add to my already quite substantial collection of scrap.
Now, one of the things I'm seeing at the moment, and obviously I played the game a little bit on the stream. I got maybe a couple of hours in or whatever, but there's so much UI going on at the moment. And it looks like the game is quite cluttered and that sort of thing, but actually it all works together in quite a nice way, doesn't it? It all works. You're pulling up, you're moving your finger up, and you're sort of like adding power to phasers or whatever it is. It all works nicely.
It feels super tactile. It worked well on the PC upon which it was originally launched. It did really, really well on PC, and rightly so. So it's great, and you can use hotkeys and weapon loadouts. This is lovely because you're playing it in a way that is, my O2 system is actually taking a kicking. She's repairing, but she's not repairing fast enough. I'm going to send someone else in to help repair the O2. As you can see, the crew is going, or the craft rather, you're getting this red tinge, and that means we're running low on oxygen, which is obviously bad. We've now fixed that, and oxygen will be now distributing back through the system. I'm going to take my man Griff, send him back to his weapons. Whoever is operating in whichever room, if they stay there, and for example, if you leave one guy in the weapons room for a long time, they become a specialist in that area, and that means that they'll be able to give you a better boost. So when, for example, weapons are charging up, you'll be able to fire weapons more frequently if the guy in the room is a weapons specialist. So it really pays to keep people in the right places where they belong. You're right in so much as, yes, it can look a little bit intimidating, and there's a lot going on it. It takes a little while to get the feeling of it, but we were talking about before with the Wayward Souls that dying is the learning experience, and then by your 8th run, you're really making sense of what's happening and how the game works. And that's when things get really exciting, because you start to think about, well, tactics. How am I going to take out guys, and how am I going to do it properly? Now here, I'm in serious, serious trouble. I've got no less than 4 drones on my ship. That's kind of alarming. So I'm going to turn on, firstly, instead of my combat drone, I'm going to turn on my anti-personnel drone, who will pick up, and he will start attacking the people in there. I'm also going to have to send my own dudes out to take them out. In the meantime, I will continue to fire on these pricks, but things aren't looking good. No. It's funny with this game because it can turn on a penny. You really suddenly find yourself screwed at a moment's notice, which is kind of good in a way. It's certainly fun, keeps things interesting, but it can be painful when all of a sudden it all goes wrong.
When it all goes wrong and you've lost hours of work, you just think to yourself,
I know, but that's part of the fun of it, and like I say, death is all part of the game, and frankly, I love it, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, great, okay, Grimace is taking real hits here, so Grimace, get into that medical bay pronto. You are getting your butt whopped. Can he even get through the room? Oh, let's find out.
Come on, Grimace, stop eating those fries, get in there.
He is. Oh, and I've got a massive missile strike. That hurt. You sons of bitches. Alright, I'm going to fire my weapons upon these guys. Weapon attack here, weapon attack here. It's taken out all my drones. My drones have fallen inactive. That is really bad. This is basically what happens when you restart a game halfway through and you essentially lose flow. It's much better to kind of just start off first, back from the beginning again, to be quite honest with you. But I've taken out 2 of the intruders. I am going to survive this, goddammit. If that's the best they got, then I spit in their general direction. Though those missiles are quite big and intimidating. Right, I have cleared the place of intruders. Everybody, back to your stations, and let's take this thing home. Grimace, get back in the... where do you belong? The engine room. The engine room for you, sir. Charlie, you're actually in the engine room. I should put you there. Griff, weapons, stay where you are. Allison, you should probably heal, because you're a bit knackered. Everyone will heal automatically as we go through. They're fixing the drones. That's a good sign. My shields are holding. Right. I have to wait for the drone to power up, unfortunately. In the meantime, let's start lobbing stuff at their faces.
Get lobbing. Now, who have we got in the chat? We've got all sorts of lovely people. We have got... who's watching this? We've got Farley2K, we've got James Rooney, we've got Nathan J. Fish, we've got Top Trops, we've got Puff Puff Games. There's a young man called Daniel in there as well. Good to see you, Daniel. We got Rudicar. Rudicar says this roguelike game is awesome.
It really
those
is.
Those little arrow things where he's like, yeah, it's like he's got a little like nice face going on. Official Llama. All sorts of lovely people. Alex Gull. Bam! That is me high-fiving you across the ocean. You've been here all sorts of time, and in fact, we've got a fair few people who've been with us since we started this crazy activity at 9 o'clock in the morning today, 9 a.m. UK, I should say. We've now been doing this for 10 hours.
Is that what it is? I've brought my mic a little bit closer, so I'm speaking a little bit softer. That's my technique so far. These rockets are just absolutely killing me. I'm going to have to power up the rockets again. I'm going to try the halberd beam. Turn them both off. Halberd beam. Maybe you can save me because I am just getting my ass handed to me. Such a shame, but that's the way it goes. All right, you, halberd beam. I'm going to try and get this across as many doors as possible. There we go. Unpause, power up, and for the love of Christ, save my ship because I am suffering badly. It's charging. It takes a while to charge, unfortunately. Even with 2 people in the weapons room, it takes a while to charge. Do not hit my weapons. Yes, it didn't hit my weapons. It hit my engine, that's fine. Beam. It did absolutely jack to that. It didn't even touch the shields. Okay. I think we need to maybe get rid of the shields before that will even work. So let's power these up again. I don't have any missiles on me. I don't have a missile launcher, which is a bit of a shame. So let us get stuck in and maybe try and take out, I don't know, the shields. Let's aim for the shields. I need my probes up and running, which have been repaired. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. My drones are back up and in business. So
it's always good when a man's got his probes in order and sorted out.
I know, right? So I'm going to focus attention on the shields. Keep battering them away. Yes! Shields taken down for just a moment. I didn't quite get there in time. My O2 departments have been blasted right in the face. He just missed me there. What a prick. Let us send someone in to repair the shields there. Bam, 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 bam. I think my engine girl just totes leveled up, which is awesome. The shields have been deactivated. Get stuck in, boys. I keep missing, unfortunately, with my heavy laser, which is frankly really disappointing. Target the weapons this time, for the Christ's sake.
Come on now.
Get another ion blast on the shields. Go on, son. They've obviously got good power in the weapons. They've got good power in their maneuverability, because if you have a very high-classed guy in the engine room, that increases your ability to dodge and makes you quite a sort of a difficult ship to hit. However, now the tables have turned. Though, my hull is 1 dot away from death.
Yeah.
I may not survive this. Good grief. All right, it's gonna come down to the wire. I may die. I may die horribly. I just have to keep shooting their weapons so that they cannot launch an attack on me, because if they get a single shot in, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Oh, the shields are back up again. Come on, man. Take it down. Yes, that was a good shot. Another shot on the weapon system there. Only 1 dot on their hull. All I need is another single attack. And he's down!
Oh,
come on!
Lovely little victory there.
That's how you do it, boys. That's how you do it. See, now that's a game right there. This, seriously. And I'm probably going to die in the next term unless there's a shop there. And I have loads of cash to spend as well, but I don't have a shop nearby. But, you see? That's gaming.
See how good it is?
That's what I'm talking about.
You absolutely do belong on this list. There are 4 more games in the next hour.
There are.
Be well worth your time.
We're going to do a switcheroo. We're going to bring it home, Peter. Last 2 hours.
We're going to do the old switcheroony. We've got me to switch over now, and then you're going to do 1 hour as well. Is that right?
That is correct. And then
oh, my
that'll
goodness.
Be it.
All right. We will be back in 30 seconds. Oh, goodness me. This is all very exciting.
I'm feeling surprisingly all right now.
Yeah, I'm
considering literally been doing this.
Yeah,
8th wind at this point. But no, I am. Yeah, it took its toll a little bit, but this has been an interesting little experiment. I think. It's been fun to have you guys here who've stuck with us throughout, and we really, really appreciate that. We got the impression that there was going to be this kind of like push that went to the front page, and we were there for a little bit, but not for as long as we thought. So we were hoping for like more viewers and potentially more donations and stuff like that. As it's turned out, it's wound up being kind of like a hardcore crew of people who've stuck with us, which has kind of been awesome in its own way.
Which has kind of been cool, because it's kind of shown like these are the people that are hanging out with us, getting amazing prizes, and also donating whatever they can afford to
this great cause, and it's fantastic. Like the fact that
it's also dramatically increased your chances of getting codes as well.
Yes, absolutely, which is probably good for you. Really let's have a quick look here. Right, this set of games we've kind of themed every hour. Last hour was kind of like this idea of like a lack of hope or sort of story-driven stuff with a bit of a dark edge. We've called this, you've called this one, I quite like the title for this, Lo-Fi Fitties.
Yes, we like games that are perhaps a little bit more into that 8-bit or 16-bit territory that absolutely work a treat. And make the iPhone or iPad sing to high heavens.
Absolutely. Now, Rogue Dark Jedi, you can tell that I've been doing this for 10 hours now.
I know, Rogue Dark Jedi. Let's say it together.
About the donations, do they go directly to charity? Yes. So they go to Just Giving. That's like a little portal that you can give money to, basically. And then through that goes to Special Effect. That's basically, it's just like I don't know. It's just like a little. It's like a gate, I suppose, that has to go through. It's just a little service that they use that Special Effect has chosen to use to bring your money in. So yes, it all goes to them. It's not coming to us or anything.
No, 100% goes to the Special Effect charity, and it just works to modify equipment and allow people who are differently abled to play computer games and socialize with people in that way in which they otherwise wouldn't be able to. The best way to explain it is just imagine, we're all here, we like playing games. Imagine if you got into an accident tomorrow and you were unable to ever play games, walk, write, that sort of thing again.
I'd be upset.
Yeah, exactly. It would be kind of awful and horrifying. And so this is a way that we can help people to get not only just back into gaming in a way that's kind of fun, but also that therefore connects you to an entire world of people with you can interact with socially in a way that you maybe can't do anymore. So it's a really, really good cause. 100% of all donations go straight to them. So anything you can give is hugely appreciated. Donate button right below there. Just hit it. Give whatever you can.
Yep. Absolutely. Right, let's crack on. I think what I'm going to start off with right now is probably a game that won't take a huge amount of time, but is one of my favourites.
Okay.
I absolutely love this one, so I'll fire this one up right now. This game, man. This is Soccer Physics, and it is an absolute delight.
They were in the stream earlier, the Soccer Physics guys, saying, hey, maybe you should play this. And little did they know we were actually preparing to do so.
Naughty. Yes, basically, let me explain to you how this works. Push the button to somehow control your team is the description. So basically, you tap the button and you jump and kick at the same time. Boom, I've got a goal. Look at that, straight in. That's all you need to know. That's how the game works. The goal is to essentially, it's to get a goal, isn't it, really? But it's to do it in whatever way you can possibly, goodness me, in whatever way you can possibly do it. The characters, acrobatic times, back into the back of the net. So one of the other fun things is that the game, goodness me, the game switches things up. So, for example, this is a slippery map. I'm on ice, and it sort of like smacks me about. Basically, it means that these are tiny little goals. So that would have, I reckon that probably would have been a goal if that had been a normal size goal. But so right, here we go. First to 5 wins. So. Boom, off the back. Come on, goalkeeper. This is terrible stuff. And what happens, and this is kind of a fun thing that, the game is made by Otto Okiala. I hope I'm pronouncing that last name right.
It was in the stream right now. He's in the chat.
Hello. Well,
if you've got mad questions to ask,
pronounce his name right or wrong.
Then by all means ask them. This is, you're playing it in a single player mode right now.
Yes, playing it in single player right now. This thing absolutely shines in 2-player on the same device.
Yes, single screen.
Really cool thing. And it's
one button on one side, one on the other, and you just press it.
Just press it and see what happens. And sometimes you'll get like a really cool thing where you'll have managed to do a bicycle kick somehow, and it's got the most amazing goal you've ever seen. And then sometimes you jump over a ball that's coming towards you. Sometimes all the players take their tops off. That's fine. This is the kind of game that next time that you've got a family gathering, what you do is you go and grab this, and you go, here, Nan, get yourself some soccer physics on. You play this, I'll play this. We'll play on both sides of the thing, and we'll have a fun time. And your Nan will go, oh, no, I don't like those video games that you play. But because they got all murder and stuff. And but instead you go, no, it's about football and that. And she'll go, all right then. And she'll love it. And
This is a blow-by-blow of Sunday dinner.
this is basically recounting what happened last weekend. Yeah, I booted the ball off the screen. That has gone miles. Sometimes the ball turns into a beach ball.
It happens, guys. Just deal with it.
You have to deal with it.
In fact, Courtney Zoraida has chimed in saying his wife and he play the game in bed all the time, which just winds up being hilarious. It is
brilliant.
funny because it's one of these things where it gives you no control, but kind of all the control.
All
so
of the
instead of
control,
having the ability to move forward and kick and volley and stuff, it's just that one button, which just sort of propels you somewhere, and your arms and legs flail a bit. And if you kind of time it right, because the character maybe starts to lean forward perhaps, and if you wait till he's leaned forward a bit and then press it, he'll probably leap forward. And maybe he'll land on his ass or upside down, and then you can press it and he'll do a backflip.
Oh no, it's going to slowly go in.
It's kind of random, but it's also, there is some agency involved.
Oh, yeah.
And mostly it's just kind of funny.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a game that, you know, it's a game that is chaotic, but in a great way. It's not chaotic in a this is broken and terrible and awful. It's deliberately trying to be like, you know, in that way. I think it's sort of a little bit along those lines of something like a Goat Simulator. Like the fact that, you know, with Goat Simulator, you know, they left in a bunch of bugs because they were fun. Well, this is chaos for the sake of fun, and I think that works really well. Oh god, the opposing team's not doing well out of that. Oh, lovely. But there are a couple of other games from Otto Chiala that could easily have gone into this. I particularly like Wrestle Jump. I think that's really fantastic. There's Tank of Tanks as well, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I think this and Wrestle Jump are definitely the two ones. And I just love this one. I think, oh, what? How do you...
there you go, the rage. From the beginning when we first played this for previews and stuff like that, like, you can watch the video on AppSpy, actually. It is immediate, just kind of like, oh, this is fun. It's daft, it's silly.
It's daft,
silly
fun.
It is hella fun, and it's good working two-player. Rogue Dark Jedi, which I was able to pronounce first time, Peter, take note, has donated.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you
Every
so much.
little helps, however much it was.
Indeed,
Fantastic.
Madam, you are a star. We really, really appreciate your support, and I'm sure that the Special Effect charity does as well. Thank you so much for that.
Get it!
The frustration is now is I kind of want to play it with you.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
watching, I'm like, where's the red button for me to press?
That's the problem, isn't it? Like with these sort of single screen games, we do like single screen games. I think that there's a lot of people who like, oh my word, I don't know what's going on there, but anyway.
Rogue Dark Jedi actually mentioned in the stream that they're saying, did they make Disco Zoo game? It looks sort of kind of similar.
It looks a little bit like it, but
it's
no.
Slo-fi, but no. Disco Zoo is made by Nimblebit, the guys behind your Pocket Trains and all that kind of crap. I think all the rest of them are, but Tiny Tower, very famously, that's one that they made.
Like a bit of Tiny Tower,
yeah.
Difficult to stream that game because it's not super exciting to watch, unfortunately. Good game. Boot it straight in. Right, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win this. If I don't win this, I'm gonna be super upset, and all will have been for naught.
Well, you're 2-0 down at the moment.
No,
so.
3-2. Oh, right. Obviously, you've got.
2-1. Yeah. I've got
Here we go. You watch. Oh, that's good. Come on.
It is good.
Oh, that was rough. That was playing rough. I'm not happy. They've lost their heads. All the characters have lost their heads now. And that is 2-4. Slippery and huge goals. Here we go. Let's see if we can get another win. This will be the first and only win. Yes! Take that. See, there is skill in this, totally. That is basically the best victory of my entire life. That is soccer physics. Definitely belongs on this huge list that we've had. We're streaming for 12 hours, and we decided what we're going to do is we're going to play all of the amazing video games that you have to play, and Soccer Physics 100% belongs on that list. So, fantastic. Let's go to a classic now, I think.
All right, from the new to the old, I'm going to bring in my little dragon again, because I like him. There he is.
Little dragon. Hello, dragon. How you doing, dragon?
Keeping me company throughout this. I'm occasionally talking to him.
Yeah.
You've keep myself sane, because that's how you stay sane, by talking to inanimate plastic objects that look like dragons.
I don't actually know if that is the case. But yes, so this is Cannabolt.
Hey! Oh, wow. Yeah, reaching deep,
we are going back
deep
a little bit.
into the past. here, which is essentially what some people will cite as almost the birth, at least the popularization of the auto runner.
And what a lovely little auto runner it is. It's so beautiful looking, great, all grayscale kind of stuff. The idea is that you're running away from, I guess, like an alien invasion.
Is that what it is? Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah, you can see them marching around in the background. That's true.
And you're sort of running away. It's a one-tap game, and you're so you tap on the screen and you jump, and the idea is to run as far as you possibly can without dying. Obviously, you don't want to hit any of the crates or anything like that, because that slows you down, and that obviously is not a thing you want to do if you're out running some aliens, because aliens can run pretty fast because they've got 6 legs. Sometimes it depends what kind of alien they are, I suppose. But,
does that help speed you up, or does it like slow you down in a centipede sort of fashion? They got a lot of legs, but they ain't the fastest.
Yeah, no, that's true. Actually, by that logic, like centipedes would be the fastest animals on Earth, wouldn't they? Really? So, but they're not. Okay, all right. Well, yes. So I'm sort of running along, and I want to stay as fast as I possibly can. Now we've talked. Oh, I've hit the side of a wall, and now
I'll interrupt you briefly to say, if you enjoyed the soccer physics game that we were just playing, Danny's just chucked a load of codes in the window.
Oh,
loads of codes for soccer physics. You can download it for free right now. Great for 2-player silliness. It genuinely is quite fun. So I suggest you get on that. And they've both stepped out of the stream. Both him, Official Jama, which is the guy responsible for that game, and also Kepper Rocket is taking time out now to head off and do other things. But thanks both for turning up. It's nice to have the developers of the games we're playing.
It's really, really awesome.
Drop by and chat to the community. Very cool indeed.
Go and grab that, and grab a friend as well to play it with you, because it is absolutely super. This is Cannibal, and this is from I want to say Adam Atomic. Is that right?
I couldn't actually remember
his name. But it is.
It was a brief sensation. Like, it was one of the things that, again, in the early days of mobile gaming, it popularized the auto runner because it made very good use, again, of the touchscreen thing. It's as simple as it gets. Blokey runs along, you tap the screen to jump. That is it. That's all you got to worry about. What they managed to get right was the style. Very stylishly done, I think. Are you playing with the slightly 3D graphics, or is this the older graphics? There's a way to switch between the two.
Oh, is there? Let me go.
I can't quite see. I'm going to maximize the screen. I haven't done that yet. I think you're playing on the old school, because there is a version where the buildings that you're running across in the foreground, there's a slight 3D kind of depth to them. So there've been a couple of tweaks to bring it into the a little bit of an update anyway. But it's really, really nicely, just nicely executed. The very small protagonist compared to all the other games, usually auto runners in a temple run mold. You're trolling along behind this guy who's running ever forward, and it's kind of a big chappy, and it's 3D, and this is like teeny tiny little guy in a business suit, like with a suit and tie, charging away from what is presumably, like you say, the apocalypse, smashing through windows, which is a nice thing, because the windows are only yay high, and therefore you have to time your jump just right so you fly through the window and not just splat onto the window ledge either side or above, which is quite easy to do, to be honest.
I don't know if you're like me, but whenever I see a window in a video game, I immediately think I'm going to totally shoot a bullet and use it to smash this window. Like, in the same way that, I'll try and interact with absolutely everything in a game. I love destroying windows in video games, especially shooters and stuff like that. Like, flipping love it. I don't know why that is. I've never smashed a window in real life. Maybe that's it. It's sort of like Freudian, Do you ever smash a window? Do you ever boot a ball into a window?
I have smashed a window. I didn't boot a ball, I threw a ball. It was accidental. I was at infant school. Can't believe I remember this. And there was a time when there were like bouncy balls that were quite kind of, the size of your hand. But they were quite heavy.
Right.
They were like really, really bouncy, but they were quite heavy. And we were winging them around. I still remember playing that game, and I wung it onto the roof. It was kind of a 2-tiered roof on one of the school blocks, and there were windows. Like, there was the roof, and then there were windows coming up from it, leading up to the second roof. And yeah, that ball went through that window.
Did you get caught for it?
Well, yeah, we got told off. It was obviously not. We weren't trying to smash a window. We were just playing the ball around, bounced it too high, and went bam, bam, smash. Come on, I'm not a crazy vandal. So yeah, that happened. I felt really bad and I got told off for it. But it wasn't on purpose, honestly. hand on the art, I swear. Wasn't trying to smash windows, but it happens.
It does.
All right, more codes are going to appear now. They're just coming thick and fast towards the end of the screen. Codes for 1 billion. Now, it's not 1 billion iOS codes, but...
Is it 1 billion?
Codes. I think so. Let's have a look.
Zeros are in there.
So we have got Telltale Collections for Xbox One owners. We've got another one to go through. We gave away some earlier in the day. This is the entire Telltale game collection. You guys who stuck with us through all of this deserve all the codes. So it's quite nice. Originally we were planning to throw them out and it was going to be a huge Scrabble with potentially like thousands of people on the front page, because that was the idea. As it turns out, they're pretty much all going to you. So I hope you managed to walk away with something today, having stuck with us through all of it. So huge thumbs up. Codes are going live. They're in the app. They're in the chat room already. Go and grab them. They are all good game.
Now, so let's talk about the auto runner just briefly now.
Yeah, let's do the genre, shall we?
It's a funny one because whenever I play them, I'm always like, yeah, this is fun. Like, I get this. It's a game of memory and repetition, and it's a skill-based thing in which success is determined on figuring out visual clues and then putting in the right inputs into a game, and that's fine and great. And every single time I play them, I'm like, yeah, this is brilliant. Like, these are really good. But it plays exactly the same as, and then it's always either Cannabolt or Temple Run, and I don't know. Or sometimes Subway Surfers. I don't know. I don't. Is the auto runner gone? Like, is it dead now? Like,
I don't know. It's a genre in and of itself, and it's the difference between saying, like, if you play Call of Duty, you go, well, this is just Wolfenstein. That's an issue, because, like, there's a point where a game gets cloned or gets copied. The format gets copied so many times that it sort of establishes itself as a genre. So it's no longer. So now we have the Endless Runner. We don't just say, oh, it's a Cannibal clone. And that has happened, or indeed a Temple Run clone. Problem is, the format itself is somewhat limiting.
Yeah.
It's all sort of in the title. You just keep running, and you either dodge or you jump. There's only so many different permutations of that you can do. So, and what happens is, especially for mobile, is that whenever there's a movie release or people are cashing in on a particular craze or something, the easiest thing to do is just reskin an auto runner. And we'll do that. And as a result, that has kind of engendered some apathy and not ill will, but just a complete lack of excitement towards the whole thing. So, especially us, where we end up playing these games every day, we play mobile games, and
I must play at least 3 auto runners every week. Like, yeah, no joke.
And it's just like, and and that's not including the auto runners that we ignore, because we look at it and go, well, that's a shit auto runner. I'm not even playing it. So there are so many around that you just go, and it's very difficult to maintain any level of excitement when you kind of know exactly what you're going to get.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like, so we do these big indie pitch things where at Still Media we'll have a whole bunch of developers come along and go, hey, look at our cool game and stuff like that. And sometimes we'll play a game and it will be AG Drive, and we'll be like, this is amazing, like, this is incredible. And we'll be really excited and all that sort of stuff. And we always usually, we'll pretty much find like 3 or 4 games where we're like, this is super, like, this is really great. And then sometimes, at least one person who comes to these indie pitch things, there'll be one company that's going, so we've made a match 3 puzzler, and you're like, why? Why? Like,
well, because they want that Candy Crush money. Unfortunately, it's almost guaranteed they're not going to get it, because precisely Candy Crush has that money, but they all kind of want a slice of it, and so they think, oh, we'll just emulate the popular thing, which is, yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but understandable, especially if you're a little indie and you're trying to break big. I get it, but it doesn't help us. For example, like, if you, for example, are looking for, I don't know, coverage, or if you're looking for journalists to talk about your work, or you're looking for people to get really excited, don't make a match 3 puzzler. There's nothing more of a turn-off than being handed. It might be good. It might be a perfectly good match 3 puzzler, right? But you know what? There are 1 billion of perfectly good match 3 puzzlers out there, and just don't care anymore. That ship has somewhat sailed.
Which is a bit of a shame, but yeah.
It might be great, and but we can only get excited about so many things. What we like to see is new stuff. Obviously, we speak from the point of view of people who are gamers, we're not talking about what is necessarily financially solvent.
Oh yeah, we don't care about any of that stuff.
I want to find a game that's exciting and cool, and that it gets me interested and I want to play. It's not necessarily going to make any money, because it might be a very specific and quirky thing with a limited appeal, but it will make me happy. So, from my perspective, like, that's exciting for me. You see something a little bit new and different. Ooh.
But it's interesting, isn't it? And I think that I hope that history, and I think Cannonbolt has its place in history, and I think it will be kind of, I think it will enter the pantheon, as it were, at some point. But I kind of hope that it's not seen as forgotten and sort of written off as just another of these auto runners, because really it is the auto runner progenitor.
Certainly the one. There may have been more that came before it, but it's the one that brought it to the public consciousness. You see what I mean? It's the one that turned it up. A few questions. DJ Suicidal Tendencies has appeared again. Good to see you, sir. Regular YouTuber as well. Is AG Drive as good as it looks? Yeah. We thought it was going to be not so good because it looked amazing, it played great. We played it really early last year. We got our hands on it very early, and we were excited until we found out it was free to play, and it had a kind of horrible, really slow, grindy upgrade tree. We were like, oh, so close, you ruined it. We said, don't do it, and they didn't do it. They've released it this week, and it's premium, so you pay up front. There is no horrible grind, fill your boots. It's brilliant. Harry's reviewed it, 9 out of 10. It's a stunner. You can see images of it running, footage of it running on AppSpy. We'll have a video review up as well, but if you like Wipeout, hell yes. It's really, really, really good.
Now, this level, so I've been picking and playing different levels that are sort of based, they've added to the main kind of game by
different characters,
having themed stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm playing a stage called Defenestration, which is brilliant. And if you're a fan of words, then you'll know that that's to be thrown out of a window. So basically what it's doing is adding just loads of panes of glass to the...
okay.
So this is clearly now my favourite mode, because I love smashing glass in video games. Look at all that. God, I love it. I love smashing glass in games. It's so good.
I think you've got a thing going on there.
I've got a thing
you've got
for
a little
destruction
fetish.
in games. It's great.
If I ever hear, you should listen to a Kate Bush song called "Mother Stands for Comfort," because part of the actual beat pattern is panes of smashing glass.
Oh, I'm all about that. Oh, I am all about that.
Little samples of smashing glass. You'll love it.
All right, I'll get on that. Right, that was Cannabolt. I've put up the little placeholder now. Cannabolt Auto Runner, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Auto runner, and certainly one that deserves its place in history. We've played that. We've played Otto Ochiala's Soccer Physics, which is ace as well. We've got 2 more games for this hour. And what should we play? You
can choose first. And we are running into what's going to be the final 90 minutes of this stream. We are running till 9 o'clock UK time. Not quite sure what that is other places around the world, but basically an hour and a half we have left to go, and then we're done. Can't believe we've been doing this all day. However, it's yielded good results, both for the charity. We've got some more donations in, which is brilliant. Let me just have a quick look. What did we get to? We're about to 200 and something. It just got to 355.15. That's lovely. Considering the number of people who've been watching, that's a very healthy amount. Let's see if we can get it up a little bit higher. I'd love to hit 400 by the end of the day. That would be amazing. That'd be lovely. But thank you all for the donations that you've made so far, both anonymously and with names attached. And I hopefully you've been able to grab one of the codes that we've been throwing into the stream. I think a big winner, Wobblelong, has been currently downloading 6 games and a season pass for 4 more. So he says thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you for watching. Thank you for donating, which you did. And I'm glad that you've been able to take something from it. There are even more codes been thrown to the stream now. Danny's been throwing them in. Steam codes for God knows what. But grab them. Well, they're there.
Curtis Ride is listening to all of this at a photo shoot. The day has been crazy. You're darn right it's been crazy.
Photo shoot?
Yeah.
Wow.
Curtis Ride's an artist, yeah.
Oh,
pretty
sweet.
cool artist as well, as far as I can tell. Right.
Actually, that makes sense, because your avatar on YouTube and Twitter and stuff is sweet. So that would make sense.
Yeah. Right, so I'm going to drop down the placeholder, and do make sure that you head on over and give as much money as you possibly can to GameBlast15. We've got the little link there. Drop the placeholder. This is New Star Soccer.
Ah, right. Okay. So this one, which I'm not so familiar with, I have played it for a bit, but...
This was voted so high. We asked all of the Pocket Gamer, all of the 148 apps, and the rest of the AppSpy team we asked them, what are your favourite games? What are the games that we should put together for this huge, like, 50-odd game collection? Yeah. And New Star Soccer was just ranked so high. And yet James and I have basically no idea about it. Touch the ball, drag to aim, then release. So that's...
in my defense, I have actually played this for a bit.
Okay.
So I kind of do know how it works. It's a bizarre mashup of what I suppose would be a almost Subbuteo-esque football playing mechanic, mixed with the managerial side of it, where you watch the game play out via text. Oh. It's incredibly lo-fi. Like, it's super simple. But it became a massive obsession for so many people. It was absolutely huge, to the point where this game, which, you know, is, to be fair, and we've put it in the lo-fi fitty section, it's a very simple looking thing. It won a BAFTA.
Yep.
It beat FIFA and Pro Evo and all the other sports games to win a BAFTA.
Yeah.
Like, that's impressive.
That is pretty impressive.
For a game that looks like that.
Yeah. And, like, let's make no qualms about it. It looks like garbage. Like, it looks like a game that, if you saw that on the App Store, you'd probably go, no. It is supposedly, and I've played a little bit of it. I played a little bit of it yesterday, really. It is pretty cool, actually. Let's.
It's an interesting mix. So you don't play through a whole football match or anything. You start a match, and then what will happen is it'll play out almost like notes from the commentators. Like, this person did this, and he crossed to here, and 5 minutes in, this happened, and then it'll suddenly cut, and you'll be able to play a shot or two. So it'll say, right, so-and-so's got a pass to this guy, and you have to make the pass, and you do it by pulling back to kind of gauge power, I think it is, and then you touch an area on the ball to determine what kind of spin you want to put on it. So if you want it to curl, if you want to put a top spin or back spin or whatever. And then the shot plays out, and if you succeed, fantastic. It then cuts to the little scroll again, and the match carries on. And then once that goes on, you get back into managing your team and everything afterwards, and that's how it plays through. It works, or at least the reason I think it became as big as it did and became so popular, because it suits itself very, very well to the mobile form. Not just the touchscreen thing, but the pick it up, play a little bit, put it down, carry on. Something you can do where you don't have to sit down and set aside 10 or 15 minutes to actually play a football match. But you can feel like you're involved in an ongoing, not just a football match, but an ongoing season with a team. And you're kind of, you feel like you've got a hand in the game itself when you take these shots when you need to. That's like, and gives you a feeling like, yes, I actually took a shot and I scored. But also at the same time, you're on the bench and you're managing the team from the sidelines and looking after them in terms of the decisions they make and stuff like that, and what you do with your players. So it fuses the two kind of things, the arcade soccer game mixed with the football manager, boils them both down to a very kind of simplistic level, and smushes them together.
Yeah.
And that it killed BAFTAs. It became an astonishingly downloaded game. It's a free-to-play game. You can download it for free, I believe. I think it is, anyway.
Yes, it is, yeah. It's free to download.
And our download figures through the roof. And it's basically one guy. One guy made
with a lot of money now.
Who now has a hell of a lot of money and an expanded studio, who was working on updates and probably the sequel. He basically made the whole thing himself. And I would just love to see the BAFTA acceptance thing, where he goes up, walking past the EA table, and Konami going,
take that!
Yeah, so kudos to it. It's not really for me. I completely hold my hands up because I'm not super into football, so it doesn't really, I'm not that fussed by it. But good grief, like, it's hit huge. And if you have any passing interest in football, frankly, you're probably already playing it.
Yeah, you are. But if you aren't, then absolutely go and grab it. It really does feel. I think that thing with Subbuteo, I think that definitely is a thing. Like, it feels like it is a Subbuteo-esque game,
Awesome. I think someone may have dropped into the stream. I don't know if it is actually him himself, but Mark Newstar has dropped into the game saying, happy to answer any questions.
Hello, Mark Newstar.
On New Star Soccer. Perhaps you are the very man we've been talking about, the creator of the game. If so, you are the BAFTA award-winning.
That was a bad
Mark
pass.
Newstar.
Oh, that was
badass.
a bad miss.
Oh. So throw questions at him. This is a unique opportunity because this is a very, very, very big and successful game. And like I say, while I haven't played it a lot, and I hands up to being I have a tone-deaf ear for soccer commentary, I can purport to lots and lots of people around who go mad for it. And frankly, the figures speak for themselves. This just caught on in a big, bad way. So he's actually answering questions, people asking for programming. Alex Gold, Unity, self-made, apparently uses the Monkey programming language, so says Mark Newstar.
Monkey?
Community manager. All right then, so there you go.
I see.
That's how big the game is now. I'm going to imagine that back when it was originally created, probably wasn't like as a huge a community. I imagine that's a post that needed to exist because of the game. I'm guessing maybe it existed beforehand, but from what I understood from reading about it, the studio expanded after the success of this, the huge success of the game. So that's fantastic. Chuck any questions at Mark and he will answer your New Star issues and inquiries. 10 million downloads so far.
Jeez.
Goddamn. That's astonishing. Yeah. For something that some dude has knocked up essentially by himself, that's quite something.
And it's not bad, right? Like we were saying, like, it doesn't look great. And I think that when the next game comes out, I think it's going to hit a really, like, even bigger audience, you know? Like, it's going to be, I mean, you know, it's done okay so far. But I think that when the next one comes out and it looks maybe even better than this, you know, I think that's going to be a big deal. I think it's going to be a really big deal. Do you know, I've really been liking this. I don't usually like football games, as I constantly say. But Apps by Rules, that was my name. That was the name I put in, James. I put in Apps by Rules.
Well done, you.
That was my name. Impressed the Hayes fans after putting in a good performance on his debut. They'll certainly be hoping he can perform like that every week, says NSG Sport.
No
that's
doubt.
good.
So you got like Footy News newspapers. Impressed the Hayes fans. Well done, you.
Yeah.
I'm getting the 20 seconds behind feature. But yeah, this is what I'm saying about the managerial stuff. It mixes together elements of, I guess it's the whole football experience, I suppose, both from a player, a manager, and a fan perspective almost. Because like you say, you not only play the games, you deal with the weekly updates, you can see your earnings, which you can tweak and adjust accordingly. You see the newspaper clippings from the next day to see how you've been mentioned, so you see the feedback from the press as it goes, and you can deal with the agents themselves. It's like every aspect of it, but done in a very accessible and simple and easy to manage way.
Absolutely.
And
like we were saying, this game is free, so you will have just seen an ad for, well, it's called Game of War, but it's really just an excuse to see that model lady walking around with a top that's not really suitable for battle, whatever the name is.
Agreed.
Yes. Yes, it is, but you can also remove the ads if you so desire. And that's obviously part of the thing of how the game makes its money.
Of course,
I am
pay to get rid of the whole thing.
Yeah, I am kicking butt at this. Like, I don't want to be like I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but I'm really good at this game. So,
just
Jack,
saying,
I've just
guys,
kicked it in completely the wrong way. Really, oh goodness. So I'm gonna kick that over there, I think. Oh.
Nice info about the developer himself. You're playing, so you won't have noticed this, Peter. But apparently, he's very grounded. Still drives a family car.
Brilliant.
In spite of his BAFTA. That's not bad. And apparently it took him 10 years to make it, like 10 years to perfect it. So there's a fair amount of work. It wasn't one of these Flappy Bird make it in an evening sort of affairs. And to be honest, like, even though, like I say, it looks very sort of simplistic, I can believe that, because to have this much stuff going on in it, to be dealing with not just a bit of play, actual ball spin like you were doing just a minute ago, and then have the managerial mechanic, and then deal with everything else. There's a lot going on under the surface.
Are you impressed with my ball spin?
Always, Peter. I get out of bed for less than a quick spin on the balls.
Yeah, it's true.
How I do.
It's true. We are now 9.5. No, is it 9? No, 10.5 hours into a stream, which is playing with our brains somewhat. I'm skipping things forward a little bit. There we go. Good. Do I want to give them energy? No, I don't want to give my teammates energy.
Screw them. No oranges for them.
Get lost, teammates. That's nice football from Hayes.
He did a good football.
He did a great football.
Well done, Hayes.
This is great. I'm totally convinced. Like, this is one of the few games really that we decided to put onto the stream that we didn't know a huge amount about. James and I, a huge amount, because it's just not our cup of tea usually. But this is No,
it was one of those things where I played it and it's like, right, I get how this is huge.
Yeah.
I'm not a football guy, so it doesn't, flick quite the same switches in my brain. But you play through and this is an interesting mixture of mechanics, and then you talk to people whom I know and respect, who are perhaps football fans, and they will explain in great detail why it's absolutely amazing, and you go, yeah, actually, just because it's not necessarily my thing, you can appreciate a good thing when you see it. So there is really something here. If you guys are football dudes, anybody here watching, if you're fans of the sport and you haven't already done it, do give it a try, because like I say, it will probably be your poison if you're into it. The special one, AppSty Rules puts in a Starman performance.
We've got a dilemma, James.
Oh yeah, go on then, dilemma.
Or boss?
Ooh, fans.
Let's go fans.
Give it to the fans.
Fans, always go for the fans. Apparently, at some point, we're going to get girlfriend and sponsors. That's pretty good. So we have home, we have lifestyle, we have a casino. Let's go to the casino. Let's play blackjack. And play 6 ace. Hold on, is there a full game of blackjack?
There's a gambling mechanic in it as well. Good, my God.
Oh my goodness, hits.
That's some invested stuff.
17, hit me again. Oh, bust.
Oh, well,
bust. Do I get to play any more? No, I lost. Oh, can I play again? Yeah, I'm going to pay some more money. 16, hit me. 26, bust again. This is why I don't go to
playing blackjack now. It's just blackjack's in.
Yeah, blackjack's pretty good. So let's energy -3. Yes, so definitely all sorts of aspects in here. Definitely mirroring the life of a footballer. Well, mostly. There's not a button to sort of have a sort of self-importance, a sort of overinflated sense of self-importance. But apart from that, pretty good. There's a lifestyle. Oh, games console. Let's get games console. I'm going to buy a games console.
Buy a PS4.
Amazing. So we're going to get all that. Good stuff. And then we go home, and then we can go out again, and we can do more playing and stuff like that. We can buy new boots, I think.
Dude, I'm loading up the games for the last hour, and it's a pretty picture.
It's a pretty
My iPad is bursting with awesome right now.
It is pretty good. It's pretty good. We've got one more game as part of this hour, and we'll get involved in that in just a moment. I'm gonna try and take Hayes even higher. We're 1-0 up already. And
it's doing well.
So let me see. Oh, we're playing with a red ball. All right. Pass and goal! An assist goal! Oh,
there it is. There it is, boys and girls.
Right in. So now, can we... I'm a star striker here, really. And that's an assist. Oh, a chance missed. Shame. But not too much of a bother, really. I like Hayes' top. I think it's quite nice. It's like this red and white stripy dealio that's quite good.
Okay.
I like that you're playing as like a single player, effectively, and that you're making chances for other people. It's quite inclusive. Quite like that.
Yeah. Top Trops in the chat room saying downloading the game right now, so that's 10,000,001.
Yeah, 10,000,001. There we go.
Bump up them figures.
Oh, look at that. That was a heck of a goal. Oh, do you know what? This is one of those goals that I think I might actually have to keep this on the device, because I think this is really good fun. I'm not a football fan at all. I couldn't tell you who's playing for England or for Brazil or whoever it is that's good at football.
It's just Eric Cantona. He plays for all of them.
Is it Eric Cantona?
Yeah,
he's good at kicking, isn't he? Very good at kicking.
Yeah, he's good. He's good at the balls, and occasionally he does goals with his feet.
It's 5-0 to us. I am a demon at this thing.
Get down! You found your calling.
I might have found my calling here.
Football shunning. Apparently, you're bloody messy. So well done.
I am a messy. Well, no, this is actually quite tidy play, mate.
This is the kind of top-level banter you guys have tuned in for. So, someone pointing out to me that Hell's Caretaker saying James is looking rough now. I'm looking down because I am typing in things. I'm uploading games from internet.
6-0! 6-0!
But yeah, I probably am looking more rough than I would be. But don't worry, I'll be hugely energised for the final hour because it's full of stuff that I bloody love.
6-0, my word. Now, I've done brilliantly at that. I've done all sorts of good stuff. I'm going to totally keep that on the iPad. That is fantastic. I really enjoyed that.
You're hanging on to that one.
That was a suggestion from the Pocket Gamer 148 and the rest of the AppSpy team. So might not have just been from James and I, but yes, definitely a really good suggestion from them for as part of our top 50 best iOS games ever. I'm going to throw up the placeholder. Boom! That is how you get involved with GameBlast15. You can donate. We've been doing this for 10 hours and 43 minutes. If you've enjoyed any of it, that has got to be worth $1, $2, $3, $1,000. It's got to be worth something. So do hit that donate button and help Special Effect. Help Special Effect. Help other people play video games. Honestly, if you've won one of our prizes, or if you've enjoyed it, if you've been hanging out with us, or if you're a regular, or if you've just got $1, if you've literally walked by this stream and you're like, oh, what's that? And you're like leaning over somebody else who's watching it, get your wallet out and put $1 in, because it really does help. You're not going to miss $1. But you know, the people who Special Effect help, you know, they will really appreciate the fact that there's a whole bunch of cool people giving money to help them enjoy video games. So the last game of this hour of our 12-hour stream, I'm going to start it up now. This is another particular favourite of mine. I powered through this.
Did you?
I powered through this while I was playing the equally brilliant. Oh god, what's that font game that's really good?
Typeface.
Typewriter.
Typewriter. There you go.
Typewriter.
Hold on.
Powered through Typewriter, and then I was like, oh, I need something else to play. And I was in an airport at a just coming back from like a big event, and I thought, there's some Wi-Fi here. I'm going to grab another game, and what I grabbed was Space Invaders Infinity Gene, which is
right on.
So good.
Some stuff never gets old, right?
Oh, it never gets old. Space Invaders Infinity Gene is from Taito. Then what made Space Invaders?
Yes, you might have heard of it.
You might have heard of them. And at the bottom, you see, so I've got my finger on the screen, and I'm moving left and right, and I'm shooting things, and things kind of advance. And so it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. It's a quote from Charles Darwin, and it is in this game.
That's how good this game is.
The King of Games strikes back. The game throws up onto the screen. The thing I really love about Space Invaders Infinity Gene, I'm playing the free version, by the way, just in case you're seeing any adverts or anything like that. The thing I love about Space Invaders Infinity Gene is that you can see the developers, the people who actually worked on this. And I'm not talking about the publishers, I'm not talking about Taito, I'm not talking about the people who are sort of doing licensing so that you can be bought that horrible mug that you don't really like that's got Space Invaders all over it by the relation that doesn't really know you but knows that you like video games. You know, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people who the one
who buys you the Angry Birds collection on PS3.
Yeah, and goes, "You like video games?
You're like, oh yeah, great.
Thanks for that, Auntie." Not talking about them. What we're talking about is the people who actually make the games themselves. And what I mean by that is, Space Invaders Infinity Gene strikes out and effectively is kind of criticising Taito and their use of the Space Invaders license, which up until Infinity Gene had been, I'll say it, piss poor. Like, basically there had been a whole bunch of really half-assed attempts at making Space Invaders relevant again to a whole new sort of audience. And what they did with that was they made a 3D version of Space Invaders for the PS2 in which you walk left and right in corridors and aliens very slowly walk towards you. It was the weirdest thing. Like really, really naff. They did a whole bunch of re-releases of Space Invaders, the actual main game that everybody loves. And they I can move there, fantastic. They did all of this stuff. And it was just like the minimum amount of effort that they could do to keep Space Invaders, in the public eye. They did a load of Java mobile ports of Space Invaders, like you could get it for your 3310 or whatever. Like, just stuff that you just thought, oh come on. And in this, you see the developers going, actually no, you know what? Space Invaders is awesome. Space Invaders was always awesome. Let's make Space Invaders awesome again. And how they did that was they made it into a shmup, a full-on cave-esque shmup that is inspired by Space Invaders and takes on a lot of the ideas of Space Invaders, but makes it so much fresher and more interesting to play than than whatever it is that those guys were doing with it originally. You know,
I mean, you've upgraded in some ways because you still got those little classic alien beasties falling from the sky like the original game. But for a start, you can fully move your craft around the screen, whereas previously it was like anchored to the bottom in the original one. And the stuff where it's falling from the like a foreground almost into the background, that's really nice. It has much more of a frantic schmuppy quality to the, because if you go back and play the original Space Invaders now, it feels like a very kind of sedate shooter.
It's very sedate.
Left and right and up and down, and it's still great. And the pressure still starts to build towards the end of it, but it's not exactly a shmup. You see what I mean? Whereas this is much more like that.
Walk through the. So now that I've talked about that, we'll walk through the intro sequence again.
Okay.
So you can see the developer in this. Like this is the kind of Space Invaders that you would just get from Taito before Infinity Gene came along. The left, right, things are moving down. What, and then this statement by Charles Darwin: it is the most adaptable species that survive. And Space Invaders up to this point just wasn't doing brilliantly. It was just no one cared anymore. And this is it. And these people have this passion. The King of Games strikes back. You're right. Like this is a game which supposedly caused. It might be a little bit of sort of urban legend, but this supposedly caused a money shortage in Japan. There were not enough 100 yen coins made to cope with the amount of demand for playing Space Invaders in the arcades.
Wow. That's awesome.
Like
that's cracking fact.
That is the King of Games, right? And for a company to come along and treat the license in such a terrible way, you just think, why would you do this? So this is the evolution of it. This is the full-on evolution of how these games should work. As you progress through the game, you get these evolutions that allow you to freely move around the stage. To access new stages, to kind of throw out bombs that will destroy absolutely everything. You started off with the very simple Space Invaders look of, hey, here are a bunch of Space Invaders walking toward, sort of like towards you. And then, as things move on, we end up with massive craft. We end up with really cool looking sort of wireframe 3D models zipping along here, and different kind of backgrounds and so forth. And the game is really neat in that the score chasing element of it, which is what shmups kind of are all about, actually. Getting as many high scores as you possibly can, like how much, getting 1 billion points and then showing off to your mates. That stuff doesn't actually really start until you've entirely completed the game, because by the time that you've finished everything, you get the final evolutions. You get all of your weapons. You get all of the access to all of the abilities, which are going to help you change scores. So you've got to complete the game before you can even start to think about getting high scores that are going to come anywhere near the best players. It is an absolutely beautiful video game, and if you're a shmup fan like I certainly am, then I think that you'll get a lot from it.
I'd like to take a run at this. Are you playing the premium version or the free one?
So this is the light version, and that's also one of the reasons that I wanted to kind of whip round. The game kind of goes, oh, thank you for playing, and please buy the full version because we would really, really appreciate that. And there is a full-on version. Things kind of. So is it like a demo? It's not ad supported? No, it's not ad supported or anything like that.
That's fair enough. That's good. I quite like the little taster games, which then say now you can actually, do some cash, and that would be good.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that is Space Invaders Infinity Gene. We've got another 8 minutes of this hour, or we could kick off the next part of the hour slightly early. What do you want to do, James?
Ooh, I think we'll probably reset for the next hour. I think that's what I'm going to do. I will make out a point, actually, that we've had some donations, a bunch of donations, actually, in the last few minutes.
Who's donating?
Giving lots and lots of very, very nice messages and saying it's for a good cause, it's good podcast and stuff. They like the podcast. DJ Suicidal Tendencies has chipped in with some cash, which is fantastic. Thank you so much. And as well as Chibi Marcus, who's a regular, as always, has given a very, very generous donation. So we've got up to about 370, 380 nearly approaching now. Oh, if we could hit 400, we'd be very happy bunnies.
If we could
by
get
the
about
end of the day.
$500 in total, I think I would be
yeah,
super,
that's $500 in it. So it translates as like 376 pounds.
Yes.
We are in the Britain here. But yeah, we're so grateful for what you've done so far, and we're going to the last hour now, which I genuinely will be excited about, because these are all games I love so much. And if you know me, you'll probably by like process of deduction be like, well, they haven't played this and this and this yet.
Played this one. So are there any guesses as to what these games might be? I mean, there's. I'm looking at these last games. That is a good list of amazing games. So, chat, what do you think would be the last few games that we're going to be playing? Would be amazing to get some chat from you and figure out.
We should also point out that, like, when we did this list, there are games that didn't get on it. Lots of games. This wasn't one of these things where we had to root around and go, oh God, we need another 10. Like, we had this huge list that was then pared down to a smaller list, then subdivided into a smaller list. And there are games that you perhaps love and you think should be on it that aren't. So that's not because it's crap. It's just because that maybe if it was a 24-hour stream, it would all be there. So I understand people going, but like, don't feel shortchanged if your game isn't in the list. It's not that it's not good. It's just that we could really fairly only do 4 games an hour. Because if we did more than that, it would become a bit ridiculous. You'd load it up and go, quick, right, on to the next one. We do that with Eye on the App Store, where we very quickly show you a bunch of new games. But with the games that we're playing here, some of them take a little while to get into, so it would kind of be an unfair sort of thing. Some good suggestions in the room for potential games. Rainbow Six, people keep saying. I thought that was interesting.
There is a Rainbow Six game called something like Silent Knife or like Rogue something. Silent Knife, Rogue something. And it is meant to be brilliant. Like it's meant, and it's made by Gameloft, based on obviously the Ubisoft IP, and it's meant to be brilliant. And in fact, there's a multiplayer mode in it. And I've been thinking about grabbing it just for my own personal amusement, to see it and see if it's any good, because I love Rainbow Six Vegas.
I remember you being quite vocal about that. I think it was cool. We got some suggestions from people on the stream. Mark Newstar saying at XCOM 80 Days. We actually did both of those.
Done those
earlier on. Tick them off the list. They are absolutely brilliant. And yes, we're totally there with you. But anyone fancy Fruit Ninja for iOS, says Danny in the chat room. Well, technically, it would sort of deserve a place in some ways. We're not doing it, but for the impact it made, it could be churlish of us to say, oh no, it's not a proper game.
There are so many games that we actually had to cut from this list, and like, so don't worry. It got pretty heated. I nearly had a fist fight with Glenn at one point.
Okay, right. So what we'll do in that case is we will do a very quick reset to start off for the final hour of this 12-hour stream. It's been quite a journey, but we're bringing it home in style, let me tell you. If you haven't got any or all of these games that we're going to play in the next hour, then you're bonkers. You owe it to yourself to grab them. Maybe we even have codes for some of them, I don't know, but there are going to be more codes coming as well, so stick around for more giveaways and more games and the end of this epic saga.
It is an epic saga. I'm gonna have a pizza ordered in. I'm gonna order in a pizza.
Are you really?
I really am, because
it's quite a good idea, actually. I might be tempted to do that. I cannot be asked to cook a single thing at this point.
I'm not doing anything like that. Okay, right, brilliant. What we'll do is we'll be back in 2 minutes.
2 minutes or so, we will return to you. If you're bored in the meantime, hit the donate button. Why not? Why not do it?
Great way to alleviate
to kill 60 seconds. But we'll see you soon. Endings of Return of the King. We are back again and again and once again and again. Yeah. But this is the last time we come back for this.
I'm going to punch an orc in a minute.
I'm going to punch an orc and I'm going to hug a hobbit and I'm going to call Gandalf old and beardy. And then we're going to finish. This is the final hour of the 12-hour charity stream between us, AppSpy, Pocket Gamer, the Game Blast charity event, which is a 24-hour charity event, which is also going across this weekend, which will be participating again tomorrow. You may see us on the front page of Twitch doing a bit of hosting in the afternoon when we take over their stream, all in aid of Special Effect. You guys, probably the same guys who've been watching for the past few hours, so you know all this already. I got to say it in case someone new turns up. So we've got 4 more games, and we've got a lot of suggestions for what games might be featured in amongst the list. Some of you are right. And, you know, it probably isn't too hard to guess if you're me. One of them hasn't been mentioned, and it's difficult to stream, but god damn it, I'm streaming it anyway.
Damn it, we're going to try.
Frickin' fabulous. And if this day's been about anything, if we've achieved anything, it's the fact that Top Drops is going to call his firstborn AppSpy. So there you go.
Yeah, fantastic. So James Rooney said, hello again, Peter and James. Hi. Hello again to you, James Rooney. We really do appreciate you coming along, and we appreciate everybody
who comes along 5 p.m. UK, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern every Monday through to Friday. If this is the first time that you're with us and you've stuck with us all this time, hit that follow button and we'll entertain you Monday through to Friday every week with iOS, Android, 3DS, Vita. We'll do all of that good stuff.
We'll do the lot. Otto Jala is about to leave us, one of the developers in the previous games, but says thanks for streaming and supporting the great crawls. We really appreciate you guys tuning in, any and all of you. So thank you. Hell's Caretaker giving us a wave. Hi, wave goodbye, wave goodbyes, and hellos to everyone who is returning and sticking with us. So here it is. Final games. What am I going to start off? Oh, they're all so sexy and good. Okay, so I'm going to go with this one first. Now, again, I know that you people, and to be fair, with a lot of the games we've streamed, we've probably streamed them before, or we've seen videos of them before, so a lot of them may not be new to you, but we're doing a best games list, and god damn it, this is one of the best games I've played. These games are on there,
come on.
So let's pull up the screens. In the old days, man tried to catch a glimpse of the future in the strangest of ways. They locked themselves in dark rooms, not partaking of food and drink. At the stroke of midnight, they ventured out into the night, through the dark woods, where strange creatures roamed. To see if they would be wealthy, to see if they would be happy, to see if they would live. The room, says Xander. No, it's not the room. Good guess, diving in. Should have waited for the buzzer to go there. They've got a dark tint, these final games. We've seen a lot of cuddly stuff, cartoony stuff, fluffy stuff. Because a lot of these end up being my favourites, they lean towards the darker side. If you recognise that image right there, I hope you do, we have this house loitering in the snow falling all around. I can put my finger on the screen and I can skip left and right. We can pan across this idyllic scene. I'm going to touch the house. Can't get into it. Oh dear. I'm going to swipe down on the screen. There's an arrow here and I'm being pushed into the background, essentially. The planes are shifting forward in a parallax scrolling kind of way. Look at this wonderful art. Look at this atmosphere. It's Year Walk. This is the second game. I think it's the second one in their trilogy, from the guys at Samogo. No, I tell a lie. This is kind of the first one. So there was a trilogy of games which they put together, of which this one featured quite prominently. It is a kind of adventure game in which you sneak around these woods in a quite unique fashion. It's not a first-person game in the sense that you can turn the camera around like that, but it is played from a first-person perspective. You slide from the background into the foreground by dragging down on the screen like I just did there. I can scan left and right, and that will show me different paths I can take. You see that white arrow that appears at the top of the screen? It means I can move forward. So I drag down on the screen and I step forward. Trees literally climb out of the ground and emerge as you shift into the next layer of the parallax scroll, which always gives me these kind of lovely warm tinglies because it reminds me of old-fashioned games with parallax scrolling, which I think was a lovely, lovely thing. I'm shifting down and I'm currently just searching around the area. You can see footprints in the snow, occasional signs of activity. It's all a bit weird, a little bit mysterious, don't quite know what's going on. And that's the idea. You're literally dropped into this game. Now, I've told you the game is called Year Walk. The game hasn't told you yet, though. The titles haven't flashed up. It's properly trying to go, what is this? Where are we? What's going on? It hasn't given you any instructions on how to control it. You just start prodding the screen and you see what happens. I love that kind of stuff. I live for that kind of stuff.
This is... So we're sort of generally calling this last hour, well, we've sort of put quotes around it, a maze.
I ran out of titles by the end, all right?
Yeah, we ran out of titles. But these final four are some of the most accomplished games available on iOS. They are incredible. I will say that the Year Walk is also available on Steam. You can go and grab it on PC if you want to.
It got ported over to Steam after a little while.
I played it on computer instead of on touchscreen.
Computer?
On a computer. And I played this after basically what happened, just to kind of reveal a little bit to you of how AppSpy works. James basically kept sending me every day a sort of a fingertip of another human being. And inside of that letter that he sent was just, if you don't play Year Walk, more people will get hurt.
83 pedestrians, Peter. Before it took you to just pick up the game, it was so easy. That's all you needed to do.
And by the time that I'd got 3 fingers and a thumb, I thought, yeah, I should probably do that. And I played Year Walk, and I was a little bit skeptical because I don't like scary games, I don't like jump scares, I don't like any of that sort of stuff. But it generally avoids all of that stuff.
It does.
And it is very atmospheric, super creepy, and lingers with you. I actually finished playing this at about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, excellent.
And had to go to bed and was like, oh, well, now I feel all sad. And, so the Year Walk itself is a real thing, isn't it? It's an actual folk thing from, is it Sweden?
They're Nordic developers, these guys. So yeah, they've pulled it from Sweden, and it's an actual thing that the lassie who was in the windmill just there was explaining. It's a thing where it's like a rite of passage. You often see scenes in movies where they refer to the kind of Navajo Indians or something, and you have to smoke the pipe, and you go on a kind of drug trip, and then you wander into the forest, and you kind of find yourself, and it's something that makes you a man, kind of. This is a similar thing. You're supposed to go out into the woods, into the freezing cold, and you wander around and you have visions and you discover who you are and what you are. And that's what this is. And as we're about to find out, I'm tapping on the screen here, and that's what's bringing up these lines, these twigs, these bits of discarded paraphernalia. We've got feathers, we've got kind of broken wood wheels, pillars. It is, as you can see, assembling the title of the game. This is Year Walk, and it's bloody brilliant. Now, it's not the longest game in the world. A lot of the Simogo experiences can be played quite quickly. They make very, very short, incredibly polished, and usually quite smart games. If you're expecting lots of running around and shooting, you're not going to get it.
Nope.
So, there's plenty of games you can play to get that. Try that. The old Space Invaders there we just played.
Yes,
but
exactly.
This isn't that. This is about sort of an experience that's something quite different. Now, as I've just stepped out here, I've seen this tree with what looks like basically a fetus on the side of it, which, isn't the most comforting.
It's not how I decorate my garden.
No, it's a bit on the weird side. I'm going to push forward here. I'm exploring an area of the woods I haven't explored before. The sky's a lot darker than it was earlier as well. I love this art style. If I stop for a second, right, and don't touch anything, there's so much going on in this frame over there, right? And I'm into the geeky art side of it. But look, not only do you have the individual layers, so you've got the trees and you've got the ground there, and you've got snow falling, layers of snow falling in parallax. The whole frame is actually moving and jittering around ever so slightly. With flickers. You've got a thing where the contrast and the brightness of the screen is like slightly fading. It's getting brighter, lighter, darker, light to jet back and forth like a kind of old camera. Just sitting here and watching this, it is beautiful. I'm so into this style. And then to actually change the way you play it in such a way, this idea of pushing through layer after layer after layer, that's awesome. I'm like to the point where why has no one done that before? That's really, really smart. So here I'm going to fall upon a cabin, and this is where things get a bit weird, because here's this doll, okay? If I put my finger on the doll's head, I can sort of twist it a little bit. If I twist it the other way, I can spin it right round. So if I spin it a few times here and let go, it does a little dance where arms twitch out. That's not at all creepy. I can't remember whether I'm supposed to... spoiler. This kind of stuff, if you're watching it, and if things are happening, interactions are playing out, this is the kind of game where you need to take notes. Now watch her eyes. She head keeps twisting around, which all seems fair enough. A little song plays, you can hear it tinkling away in the background. And
Don't like it. Don't like it.
Scratched out bloody eyes, everybody.
Don't like it.
So yeah, that's cheerful. Right, so I don't entirely know what to do. I can't remember. I don't know if I have to tap the little characters either side of this. You've played this more recently than me. I can't remember. But
it's not. It's somewhere else.
Something else, yeah. So you have to go and do it. But the pattern, the kind of left, right, that's important for later. Play this game with a pen and paper next to you. It's one of those games. I've got it somewhere. I've got the page of all the glyphs that I was noting down through the course of it. And that's fun. That's like back in the olden days where you used to play through adventure games and you have to draw your own maps to remember where you were, because back in the day they didn't used to actually spell it all out for you in the way that they did. I've just found a new place.
It's like when people say, it's part of me really hates it when people say, oh, games are too easy these days. And part of me really hates that because it's just like, no, games are more completable nowadays because games developers don't just go, actually, you can only see it if you can do a sort of psychological profile as to how you think I think that you should play this game. If anybody is kind of doubting that things have got easier, simpler, more, kind of better spelled out, play this. Play a game like this. This is definitely in that old school style. It even feels a little bit like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text adventure, which is renowned for being brutally tough.
Yeah, that was really, really hard.
It's one of those things, and yes, there is something quite nice about sitting down with a pad of paper and a pen and figuring out, right, okay, no, I need to go here and then go here. And then go.
It's like 2 swipes left and then once right, and especially with this game, to try and track what the hell it is you're doing and where you're going, because it can be easy to get spun about because you have to pay attention to the markers. Oh, here's a little log crossing the river here. That's quite lovely. The river becomes important later. There's a quite good reveal in the river of a character and a creature, which I like very much.
Yes, absolutely, and all that stuff is just. Oh,
this is the woman who kind of showed us the key earlier. She's kind of like a nymph, and she's floating around. So I'm gonna track her as she flies across the screen. There's lovely music playing in the background. She's leaving these vapor trails. I don't know if you can see that behind her, but there's kind of like mirror images of her face, little imprints left in the air. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's
absolutely beautiful.
Lovely and creepy and horrible. Bam Bam Ricky says this looks like an old film.
It does. It has an old film stock grain attachment to it. That's kind of what it is doing. She's now drifted off into the distance. I'm going to try and follow her. Oh God, here she is. Hello. She's standing right next to this, what looks like a gravestone with 2 fingerprints upon it. That seems relevant somehow. I'm going to keep scrolling. I'm going to keep following her. She's drifted over here. And I imagine she's going to fade. Yeah, she's fading into the background. We'd better follow her. She has a purpose, people.
Yep.
Let's push forward. Here she is again. Where is she going to go? Oh, creepy. This is... And you know how games now say, this game is better enjoyed with headphones. Like, this game is...
This game actually is better enjoyed with headphones. As opposed to, we'd really like it if you listened to our really nice soundtrack because my mum made it and it was great.
Oh, she's now floated off into the distance and she left kind of like a trail of a few flowers in her wake. Oh, and here we go. We're at the room. And I remember this now. I know how this works.
Yeah, I don't like this bit.
Well, I have to go round. I have to now go back and grab the spinning head girl again. But this is the kind of... As I'm touching the owls, they are doing a lovely little hoot. Oh, look.
As they are wont to do.
Yeah, that's pretty much how they roll, these owls. So let me just flip back. I'm going to go and try and see if I can find my way back to the place that I need to be in order to complete this puzzle. There we go. It's not too far away. Very, very sensible. I'm going to actually do this, guys. I'm going to pull out a pen. And I've got a little pad here and everything. I'm going to make a note. We're going to twist this girl's head up and you're going to see how you play an adventure game. For reals, y'all. Yeah. So, let me make notes. Her arm is pointing to the L. I remember how I wrote this down as well. I had a code. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do this, alright? You'll have to work it out for yourselves. Because it's a short game, I don't want to spoil all of it. And I'm certainly not going to do a lot of this. But just to give you an idea of the nature of game that we're talking about here. And... by completing puzzles and doing them correctly, the kind of rewards that you can yield, what the game is actually offering in terms of an experience, it's really quite something. And I like these games where they've been incredibly short. Not incredibly short, but they are not long games,
It's a couple of hours, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a couple of hours, basically, you'll complete it in. Which some people go, couple of hours? Order 1866? It's better than probably that, I suspect. Okay, I am now going to solve this puzzle. I'll leave it up to you to work out how I've done it. So...
Come on. You're on it. He's on it.
He's on it. First time. The tree opens. We're pushing inside.
Doing well.
I can't remember it. I can't remember what happens in the tree.
No, it's, yeah. It's good fun.
I do slightly remember it. I need to be able to hear this, don't I? There's an audio element to this.
So, yeah, I think so.
I'm just going to crank the volume for a moment, guys.
Go on.
So, oh, wow, yeah. Okay, so I'm in this kind of weird cave. Ah, I do remember this. Okay, so I have several openings.
That's what I've heard.
You disgust me. So they all have different tones.
Yep.
And I have to find the right combination, the right order in which to approach, I believe. I can't remember if it's low to high or high to low. Let's try this. Whoa. Oh, hang on. No. I've got to find one that's harmonious with the background, I think. Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yes! Yes! Now, that Year Walk is the kind of game that actually does get that level of, I have done it!
Yeah, because
I've finally figured it out!
the puzzles are, and I'll use the word because it's true, esoteric. They are unusual. And they use all forms of things. It's visual puzzles, it's auditory puzzles, it's quite a lot of different things. So, like this one stumped me for a while. I had to really sit down and think about it, like, that's not right, let's try this one. You have to have a certain degree of, like, a musical ear of some kind, or some definition of understanding of pitch to actually get it right. So that's wrong. That's wrong. That's weird. Now we're talking. We've got a lower one here. Ooh. That might be the one.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I think definitely that one. Ooh, wow. All the different tones. There it is. And there she is! We have done it. We've pushed through. And the lady is floating in front of us, who held the key earlier. And now... Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, we'll leave it there. That's enough for you guys. I'm not going to spoil any more of it. It's a very unique game. They don't make enough games like this, guys. And you really need to support them for it. They've done 3 games which are kind of very interesting. The last one, actually, I wasn't so fond of. It wasn't as strong. I didn't think it was not enough game, frankly. But the other ones are really, really good. They deserve your time. They're called Samogo. And in fact, someone has suggested it in this chat room, sorry, and they obviously know me too well because I am going to dive straight into one of the other ones.
Oh, what?
Device 6, y'all.
Oh.
So, this is difficult to stream. We've tried to do it before. I'm bloody doing it again because there is no way on God's earth I'm going to stream something for 12 hours and not stream this. That's absolutely ridiculous. So... this is like fourth wall breaking stuff. This is great. This game is only playable with sound switched on. Before playing, please read the software license agreement and the device form manual for important information about electromagnetic waves. This is what you're greeted with on turning it on. So you're like, okay. So, identification. Please hold the device about 6 feet from your face. Keep the device steady during scan for more precise identification. Is this okay? So you're like, right. So, okay, here we go. Holding up the iPad, press OK.
Slap it. Go on.
And now, I'm being scanned into the game. Amazing what they can do with technology now, isn't it?
Yep. Well, Jeff is pretty much...
Now, it's gone sideways, so this is going to happen a bunch. I won't stream it for too long, because I know it gives people a headache trying to adjust to it. When we're talking about games which utilize their form factor to the benefit of the design and the game itself... top contender right here. So you've got a device, an iPad or an iPhone, which you can hold in any orientation. Portrait, landscape, upside down, back to front, wherever you want. This is the game that takes advantage. So now, as you can see, because it's like streaming up the screen, I should be holding this in landscape mode. So as I am here, and I can hold it up to the stream right now. If I angle it over to you, you can see, there it is. It's running forward, left to right, as it should be. I know it's streaming sideways. Don't tell me I know it's there.
Don't panic. Don't panic.
There you go. That's what it looks like when you hold it. Over the course of the game itself, a core mechanic is the need to take it and turn so that you can read and understand what's going on, which is badass. Difficult to communicate via pictures, but honestly, it's something else. As you can see from the intro sequence, it's playing with this kind of dun 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 60s intro like for a TV series for something like
stuff.
A Man from U.N.C.L.E. or The Prisoner
Yeah.
or something like that. If you know your 80s TV, then sort of 60s, 70s spy TV, then you know what we're talking about. And it does it very well. Right, we're back to being in portrait orientation here. Chapter 1, Awakening. So, again, you've got no palms. I tap the screen, something happens. There we go. There's no prompts for you to do anything. There's no tutorial. And again, like with the Simoga game previously, this is from the same developer, and it is just get on with it, people. Do your thing, and that's very, very exciting.
Now, in the chat, Danny, who's the Apps by account, is asking a brilliant question for a Telltale game collection.
We'll go on then.
Tell us the 6 people who have been on our stream today. So you will have had to totally be on it.
Yeah, you'll have to pay attention. 6 people have featured on the stream today. Who are they? Name them all, and you are stand a chance of winning. So, as I scroll down, now have a look at the way that this works. I scroll, the police swipe kind of retracts into the little kind of gold sphere thing. There's an image of a radio in the background, perhaps. You can see it drifting. Again, there's kind of stuff fluttering and flickering in the air, and then we get to some text. The Northwest Guest Room. She'd never played with dolls. Yeah, it was the first thing on Anna's mind when she came to. A rather unpleasant doll, too. A strange thing to have on one's mind. She got to her feet slowly. Thousands of nails seemed to pierce her head, and her right ear itched terribly. Then we have this soft text, this grey thing, saying, where in the world am I? You'll learn that this is kind of Anna's inner dialogue. She's like talking to herself when she's doing this. This was certainly not the room she rented from Mrs. Muscat. For one thing, this room was cylindrical. A tower? I don't know of any people living in towers, nor do I care to, Anna mumbled to herself and gritted her teeth. Through a small window she could tell that she was rather high up. As she tried to focus, she could make out a lighthouse in the distance. Anna wasn't in the city, that much was clear. And then again, soft text, I need a smoke. And you can see that there's kind of this gap, this cutaway in the page, which looks like a window. And as I scroll up and down, there's a window viewing out onto a little more with a lighthouse, the lighthouse she was talking about. This right here, this is brilliant, okay? So the way that they are styling everything, the way that you have this kind of action going on behind the text, which you occasionally catch a glimpse of, very mysterious, very unusual. And it starts to describe what's going on. Obviously, I won't read the whole thing, but importantly, the formatting of the text starts to change. So, Anna shook her head. As she opened the only door in the room, she saw a steep and narrow staircase. And then we begin. Carefully, she began to descend it. Her balance seemed to be slightly distorted. The steps appeared to be floating. Anna tried hard to remember. The doll flashed before her eyes again. As she got to the bottom of the stairs, a door blocked her way. She peeked through the keyhole. A long corridor. There was nobody there. You can see that block of text is kind of angling down the screen like that, much like the staircase that she's talking about. As we pull down the screen, suddenly you heard a door opening in the distance there. Everything's gone a bit sideways. So now, as you look at the screen there, you're probably a kind of whiteout, unfortunately. But if I tilt it that way, you can't really see. Too much contrast. I now have to hold the screen in a landscape way.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And as I start turning, we're in a long corridor with an expensive-looking carpet that stretched out as far as she could see. So the text is starting to reflect the environment that she's in. If you think of the text itself like a floor plan, a map of the place that she's in, it starts to give you an idea of how the game works. You can see the way that these letters kind of flit and travel behind the square blocks that count as cutaways through the text. They come kind of in handy later. She decided against it and instead announced her presence with a hello, but her words echoed emptily through the corridor. Now, we're in the 3rd floor nursery, a child's room. We've got back to another square block of text, much like a room itself. Anna peeked inside the room to the right. Didn't appear to be anyone in there. She could make out the ocean and a castle and a bridge connecting to it. Perhaps the building she was in? Majestic view. She felt slightly offended by it. She hadn't asked for it. She was looking around the room. Something was wrong. The toys were in a mess on the floor, but not a real mess. An arranged mess. And again, you can see some of the clutter behind. And as I sort of track left and right, you can see there's this 3rd dimension in the scrolling. It's really, really, really nice. As I pan around here, I think apparently I've tapped my mic and now I've gone a little bit quiet. So if I go and
there we go. Look
if I whisper to it,
that's nice right there.
It should get a little bit louder now if I back up. Hopefully that'll help it. Thumb Athlete saying, wow, this game isn't stream friendly. I know.
I wish there was a way that we could show this better.
Unfortunately, there's no way that you can like tilt it and make it actually work or not. Someone saying the suspense is killing me. I know, right? I'm going to keep scrolling down here. You can start to see text drifting off to the side. This way I'm not giving you any real spoilers because you can't read it. But what the important thing is, here we go. Now we've got to a point, we've got to almost like a fork in the road. If I start scrolling this way, we're off in a different corridor. Now, we're in the right orientation, but we're upside down. And as I go through here, Anna heard voices coming from what she instantly felt would be the dining hall. Here's the dining hall, and again, we've flipped completely 180, and we're now scrolling up the screen, and then we have to scroll right again. This is how this game plays out. You have to follow the story, deal with the puzzles, listen to the music that's going on, there are clues in the audio, and be constantly flipping and rotating and twisting a screen. And there is a real story here, and it's quite an unusual and not an especially cheery one, I'll admit. Here you go, we're on the 3rd floor, and now you hear this.
In the room of the Renaissance man, a simple math problem is the key.
A slightly creepy old voice dictating a simple maths problem is the key. All this stuff is important. So it works on quite a lot of levels. It's an adventure game book, if you like, if you want to read it straight up. It is kind of a maze game in which you're trying to find your way through a collection of corridors made of text. It's a puzzle game because all of these little things here, if I press this, I can change the channel on the TV screen. And that's important because there might be information on there, for example. And you have to find your way out of this. It is phenomenally good. It's basically one of my games of, I think it was last year or the year before, I can't remember which, but it's so interesting, it's so clever, it's unique, no one's done anything quite like it. It uses the iPhone and the iPad in a way that other games don't. The fact, if you played this game on a normal PC, for example, you can't pick your monitor up and turn it around. It doesn't work.
No.
So this is a game that could only exist on this device, on a touchscreen, tablet, portable thing. And that, to me, that's what being a good portable game was all about. So Device 6, I really, really suggest you take a look at it. It's a bit weird. It's a bit of a leap of faith. Go and look at the video review that I did for it a while back, because in that I actually do twist the video around to give you the idea of what it looks like when you're playing. So check it out, Device 6. It is the bomb.
It is the bombest. I loved playing it. That was one of the other games that you forced me to play, and I was like, this is good.
And you did it, and it's just a very unique experience, and that is, who could ask for more? All right, final half an hour, people. This is it. Last 2 games of the stream. People will probably have some idea of what's coming, but it's not a bad thing, because this has all been, apart from the charity drive, please do donate if you haven't yet. By all means, throw anything you can at us. This has been about the best games you can get, and sometimes the best games aren't surprises. They're the best because we all know they're the best.
Oh, yeah.
Presenting The Room 2.
Oh, hello, Room 2.
Now, this could have been either game, The Room or The Room 2. They are both phenomenal. We fell in love with these games in such a big, bad way. Everyone on the staff thought they were amazing. We've talked to Barry Mead, who's the guy at Fireproof Games, kind of behind them all. In terms of, well, everything you could want, really. Production values are through the roof. Like, just look at how beautiful it is.
Now, that's apparently because Fireproof Studios came from... They used to do contract work creating environments for people for AAA games.
Oh, right, okay. This is what that would explain some of the beauty that we are dealing with here. So this is all part of a simple tutorial. A letter saying, if my calculations are correct, then this is where you'll emerge. Welcome, friend. We have much to share. Now... you are blind, but I have left you provision to see that your passage might be shorter than mine. I am forced to conceal it somewhere in this room and trust in your wits to uncover it. I am not the only ghost in this place.
What?
So I click on the eyepiece in the inventory. If you've played the first Room game, you know what this eyepiece does. I tap on it right now, and this gives me the option to see things in a different way. Unfortunately, one of the lenses is broken. This is not good. I must exit the inventory. I pinch the screen and we zoom back out again. And it lets us see the rest of the room. If we pinch again, and this is one of the big changes between the Room 1 and the Room 2, we are presented with a different platform. There's a different section
it really
of
adds to it, doesn't it? It's
yeah.
a really big add from just the one thing that you can kind of look at.
Absolutely. So if I double tap on the round box, like it's giving me the instruction to do so, here is what the game is all about. If you've played the Room 1 or the Room 2, you'll know this, but it's about secret boxes, taking them, uncovering them, locating keys, buttons, things you can push like I just did there. Tap the screen, the bottom flies open. Put my finger on the top of the lid and I literally pull it open. This is what touchscreen gaming's about. Because if you had to do this on a controller, you'd be pressing A. Press A to open. Press A to close. Press A again for something else. So it's not what it is.
Press A to pay respects.
Exactly. Now, this again, I'm presented with a puzzle right here. Obviously, put my finger on the screen, I can start to drag this stuff around. As if literally the object were in front of me and I were to put my finger on it and move it. That is what this is. And it's just so good. I'm going to twist these little things around. I'm going to try and make it fit the objects that are on the screen. So the aim of the game here, as you can probably work out, is match up the shapes with the objects beneath them. So I'm going to slide this one down. Bam, that's the right one there. I'm going to slide this one over here. Bam, that locks up. And then final one, final slot. Get a better view on it. Bam. That's twisted something at the top, and a little catch has opened underneath. This is also part of the tutorial, guys. I'm going to put my finger on, I'm sliding the drawer out, I'm physically grabbing the handle, I'm sliding it out. Tap on the lens, this is the lens that we needed to find. A peculiar looking lens, it says. It looks like it would fit the eyepiece. I think you're right there. Bam.
I think you're right.
We slotted it in. The eyepiece is something you discover in the first game, so sort of spoiler, but not really with its effects. So you tap to wear the eyepiece. I've now put it on and it's occasionally kind of given me a second sight, basically. I can look around the screen. I can tap on this fingerprint right here, because clearly that's a way to do it. And I can pick up the object that lies therein, a small piece of shaped metal. We should try and find out where the piece should be used. Now, I'll tap the eyepiece and I can get rid of it. We're back into asking to explore the room again. So I can just swipe around to tilt the camera, or what I'm going to do now is pinch to zoom out. So let's keep exploring, shall we? We've got some glyphs here. We've got... Ooh, another note on the table. If I tap on that note, let's grab it. And it's giving me a little bit of information. Something of enormous value and great power. We won't read it now because time is precious. However, I found another piece of shaped metal attached to the side of the table. All of this is useful. I've currently got 2 of them. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more to come.
Absolutely. Now, there's a couple of things going on at the moment. First of all, we've got Chibi Marcus saying, once again, this is a game I haven't played. Do I need to play these?
Really?
You absolutely do.
Amazing. I thought everyone would be like, yeah, I've played this, whatever.
Like,
you really need to play this.
This is the Room 2. Go play the Room 1. It's not a better game. I think they're equal sort of level pegging, I would say. But go play the Room 1.
Yes.
And then come to the Room 2, and you'll love it. You'll genuinely love it.
It's a treat.
It's great. It's moody. It's not like when I first saw the Room, I thought this is going to be like Myst, and I didn't like Myst.
Yeah.
And then I played it and I was like, this is nothing like Myst because it's really great. And yeah, very good, very tactile, a really quality game. And there's also some chat going on talking about getting us over a certain £400 threshold.
Oh wow!
Oh my word! We've had lovely donations from so many fantastic people. If that's one of you, you have my eternal gratitude, and I'm sure you have the gratitude of the people at Special Effect who are doing amazing work for people who have disabilities to get them to play video games and to figure out ways to help them play video games. Yeah, this is the final half an hour push.
We're down to the end here. Oh, look at this! This is so good.
Oh, look at this!
So look, I've just dropped those 2 things I found into those slots. It's opened up another area. I can twist this stuff around. Oh, I can open up to create a bigger slot. And now, risen from the slot is a kind of gold sphere.
Ooh!
I'm going to tap it, and I found it. A strange brass sphere, it says. Correct terminology. Well done. It looks like it belongs somewhere. Probably does. Let me pinch to zoom out. Oh. I reckon. Well, let's see. Let's see if it fits in the middle of this. Actually, I better zoom in first. Let's drop it in. See what happens. Kabam! Oh God! It opens up and it's almost like a kind of metal eye in it. Ooh, weird and creepy.
And that's one of the other things I really love about this game. The universe is weird and creepy.
Yeah.
There's when you play this, and I'm sure you will. I'm sure you absolutely will go and grab this if you haven't played this before. But put some headphones on, some decent quality headphones, and crank the sound up if you can. And you can hear just like people whispering and like things falling.
in the dark, and there's no massive, there's not really any massive jump scares or anything like that. Nothing like blah, 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 like hitting the screen, you know, anything like that. But there are definitely some scares and some just a pervading sense of unease. That's one of the other things that the game gets across so well.
Delicious unease.
Delicious unease.
Now I'm looking for a code that I can get from somewhere in the room. I'm having a look at this and say, Devil must need to drive. I'm just scanning this piece of paper to see if there's anything here. Artifact is of enormous value. Instrument of great power. Fine, alright. Nothing there really. Let's try the eyeglass. Let's pop the eyeglass on and see if I can get a different alternative view. Because what it does is it reveals things which you may not have seen before. That's the purpose of the eyeglass. Let me back up and just double check on this table, because we haven't really used it here. Pop on the eyeglass. Oh my word! Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Check that out, boys and girls. I'm going to double tap on the thing. That wasn't there before, was it?
That.
Let me remove the eyeglass. There you go. That's without. And that's with. So once again, I go to my trusty notepad, which I used for Year Walk. That's this kind of game. So we got an S, we got an E, we got an S, we got a W, we got an N.
Now, Fasol Vavasos says, question for the boys. Which upcoming games are you most looking forward to this spring?
Ooh, actually.
That's a good question.
What do they have in development? There's been a couple of things I've been keeping my eye on. I forget what is where. Hang on a minute, let me input this code.
All gone. Pop the code in. I think for me, I'm most looking forward to the two games, two completely different sides of the spectrum. So there's Prune, which we were talking about on the podcast. Really beautiful looking tree surgery game, I suppose you'd say, from an indie developer. Used to work on Call of Duty, then decided, I don't want to do that, and making a really cool game. Prune, it's great. There's a video up on YouTube, on our App Spies YouTube channel. The other side of the spectrum, free-to-play strategy management game called Dominations. It's currently in soft launch. Again, we've got another video. We've got a video going on at the moment up on the YouTube channel. But I would say that it is not the strategy management game. It's not just a Clash of Clans clone. It's a really, really flipping cool kind of blend of a little bit of Clash, but mostly kind of Civilization and that kind of thing. I really love those kind of games.
I got you. Right, so I have found a medallion which I was able to pull, pinch, and twist out, and it transformed into something else of an entirely different shape. I've only played through this game once, and I deliberately left it because I didn't want to play it again until I'd forgotten a bit of it. And I totally have forgotten bits of it, and it's great! I love this game so much. The whole concept of it is just so lovely. These kind of abandoned mechanisms that you have to try and manipulate. And like you said, that with the creepiness aspect, there is this sense of isolation, and you are solitary. You're alone in this room, trying to find out what the hell is going on and where the hell you are. Just turn on this, see if we can find... Oh God, look, again, look. Put on the eyeglass, and suddenly you can see things. There's one glyph. Oh my God, and the whole room's moving, look.
Oh, look at that go.
A spider glyph, and it's caused the whole room to twist and turn around. I best try and find another. There it is. It goes red. There's elements of, if you're a H.P. Lovecraft fan, there's a bit of Cthulhu in this.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
There's a couple of scenes, a couple of shots, very small, very brief, and you're like, this is a bit full-on, like, horror Cthulhu stuff. Which I love. So I love horror games, and it's not anything like you say goes bleh or anything. There is just this underlying sense of unease, and
it lingers with you. Like that's the great thing about it. It really does linger with you.
Okay, as you can tell by the fact that this is all the tutorial, by the way, guys. This isn't. The game hasn't really started, but it's what a tutorial. Am I right?
Yeah.
So
pretty strong. Really.
I'm going to twist this box round. It's opened up, cylinder at the top, and it's found a gem, and now we're looking through the eyeglass to see something weird opening at the top. Ooh! It's a series of lines collected in the air, and it's 3D as well. So, if I twist this round a little bit, you can see an icon in the lower right-hand side of the screen, whoa, which is flashing and spazzing out a little bit. If I angle this just right... Oh, there we go. It matches up with the glyph on the wall, and here we go. Check it out. You got a flash of something. Ooh,
That's cool.
It's not necessarily friendly. Chapter complete. You've emerged from the crypt. That's it. Job done. So that's chapter 1, and that was basically the tutorial. This stuff is sick. So yeah, play the first one first. Peter's absolutely right. But do them. Someone's asking if there's going to be is there going to be a room 3? You bet your ass balls there's going to be a room 3. And Harry's already had a look at it and given it a play. It is shaping up to be great, as they all are. They don't deviate much from what it is they do. They've found a thing. They found a hook, the idea of there being these boxes. In fact, in the first game, in the room 1, there is one box. And the whole game is one box that you are gradually pulling apart and unlocking and discovering secrets and hidden mechanisms and things you didn't know were there. That is just, and it's so ingenious. It keeps your brain thinking. It doesn't. You can do it in one session, but it took me a few because it was a case of going back and like thinking about it, and because sometimes you got stuck a little bit. It was so worth it. It is so satisfying. So here's a little notice with foremast, crow's nest, and cannons. I'm thinking there's something going on there. So if I were to, for example, look at the foremast of this thing, I've got a nice. There we go. Here's a foremast. Oh, let's give this a bit of a spin. Oh, hello. That's the lower layer. Here's the bottom layer. Bam! I've twisted and I've unlocked, and I can tap and grab a small gold key. And that's really what this is all about. We're unlocking, we're discovering, and it's so tactile. It really, you can imagine how I'm controlling this. I've sort of already demonstrated, but you're literally grabbing things. You're taking things, you're pulling things, you're twisting, you're sliding. Everything that you see me do on screen, I'm really doing with my fingers. Mm-hmm. You can't do that on with a controller for a PS4. You couldn't do it with a mouse even. This is the best way to play this, and this is something that only a portable device, a touchscreen device, can deliver. And that's why you should play this stuff. This is the stuff that needs to be supported. If you hate Clash of Clans, if you hate freemium games that you believe to be carbon copies of things that are really low quality, for goodness sake, play this. This is what you need to be doing. This is the stuff
games
that we demand. Okay, I'm gonna put crematorium on that, a moratorium on that rather, not crematorium. And just say, go get the room and the room 2 if you walk away from this. So, final game, guys.
What's the final game?
God, it's been real. Let me tell you.
Real. Now,
it's been quite a day.
Before we go to the next game.
Oh my God!
Oh,
no, this is delight. This is a squee of delight. You guys have pushed us over £400. You're all the very best. Oh, it's so good. And it's from... wow. You're all lovely. Have some money. The wheel demands the money, says Chibi Marcus.
Oh, my words,
He's thrown them in as well. Oh, God. That's so good of you guys. And I know a lot of you are regulars and you come here all the time and are here even whether there's 2,000 people from the front page or just 50 people in the chat. Like, you're here regardless. And it means the world to us, and we really, really, really appreciate it. And that's fantastic because that's a nice number that we can take in. So thank you ever so much, and I know the people from the charity will hugely appreciate it.
Yes.
Which brings us to the final game, I suppose. It's it, last one, and what a game to end with. And I imagine you folks have already worked it out. It's got to be something beautiful, and trust me, it is something very, very beautiful. It was on a lot of people's Game of the Year list, whether they were enjoying mobile games, whether they were console journalists, doesn't matter. Everyone was involved, everyone loved it. It was our Game of the Year in our video, in it is Monument Valley. This is from a developer who I wasn't even that excited or interested in at first, because the game that I saw them did first was this kind of endless flyer thing called Whale Trail. And I was like, frankly, was not that impressed. But this is on another level. So it plays with perspective, it plays with puzzle mechanics. Again, it's a perfect fit for a touchscreen in terms of the way you move. Tap the path to move Ida. So Ida is the little girl in the hat here. So you're moving it around. Hold and rotate. So you put your finger on the screen and I can twist this element and I can move it around. Now as you look here, it creates kind of a square where Anna's standing on the ground floor and this element here is on the top. As I twist, it moves it up and then down, and suddenly I've created a bridge that shouldn't be there. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
That's technically impossible, geometrically speaking. So that's what this game is. That's basically your tutorial. It's showing you how the thing works, and you're playing with perspective, you're playing with depth, and reality, essentially, because these things cannot possibly exist. It's that little visual trick, that mind puzzle. It's that staircase image that you know from Escher, with all those impossible staircases that couldn't possibly match up. But it's that in puzzle game form.
Now, let's give you some of the things that some of the people in the chat are talking about. Xander says that they finally broke down and bought it because of the harping on from Apps by Pocket Gamer about Monument Valley. Good, we're glad. It's a great game. This is a mind-boggling game and you'll love it, says Ricky Bam Bam. Boss stage, says Alex Gull. Top Drop says, and I think this is a brilliant thing, and honestly, you should probably email us too with this quote. This is the baby Jesus of iOS gaming. It is a really fantastic game, Monument Valley, and we are going to spend the next 15 minutes, the final 15 minutes of this 12-hour mammoth stream, talking about why Monument Valley really is brilliant.
Let's see how far I can get in this actually in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how far I can push it.
Whip through it.
I've obviously played this through before. It bowled me over when I first saw it. I was excited about this from the screenshot stage. Like I saw screenshots like, well, that's pretty. I want that. And it's like very excited to see it. And then when we saw it in motion, it was like, wow. And then there's always the chance to be disappointed, and maybe it's it's not all that. But it's all that, guys. It's got a lot more content than it originally had. There was a snafu about this game that kind of overshadowed it recently, where people were talking about the fact that they released another level pack that you paid for. Obviously, it's a premium game. You pay about £2-3 for it. And they released a level pack of another 10 levels, essentially doubling the length of the game. And it was about £1.50. Which is obviously cheaper than the 10 levels you originally paid for. And people were all like, how dare you charge for a game? How dare you charge for additional content that you spent months designing? It was a really surreal situation, because these are the same people who get cross about free-to-play games and are like, we don't want free games are rubbish, I'd rather pay for a game. And they go, all right, pay for it. They go, no, I want it for free, shut up. And you're like, you guys
I want
are
a paid game but for free.
You're very, very confused about what you want. This is what you want. Some people are saying it's a shame they didn't make much profit on the game. It did make money, but it also cost money. It wasn't a cheap game to develop. It was kind of in the middle, budget-wise. They spent a bunch of money developing it, and obviously there was a development team at work. And also, the figures, as were demonstrated in a video we did, and also in, I think, the first episode of the Jeff, What's the Jeff series. Please do go watch it. I need people to watch it if I'm going to make more. Then he, as they pointed out, the statistics for downloads were quite staggering. So about 40% of the people who played it on iOS bought it. 5% of the people who played it on Android paid money. 95% of Android players either pirated the game or downloaded it for free on a Steam sale, on a flash sale, which is obviously fine. Fair play to them.
Yeah,
but the rest of them, that's all just theft.
Yeah.
And then you've spent a lot of money making a game. They're talking about saying things like, just to make the DLC cost like $500,000, So game budgets are expensive. Like, it's not Destiny expensive, where they're talking about $500 million for Destiny. That was the budget. So this is very small in comparison, but it costs a lot of money. So when 95% of your customer base steals the game, that leaves you a bit screwed, and it makes people go, all right, then we'll go free to play, and we'll scalp people for in-app purchases, because that's apparently the only way to make money nowadays.
Yeah. Like, it's a real shame, and it did kind of put a bit of a bitter taste on the whole thing, because really, there's two types of games, and as we've been talking about today, and as we've been talking about since for the entire year that we've been doing streaming, out here on Twitch, and whenever we talk about it on YouTube and on the on appspy.com and pocketgamer.co.uk, and same with 148 apps, really. Yeah. Like, video games are brilliant, and it doesn't matter. What kind of video games you're into. It's just great that you're into them, and they could be free to play because there's some great free to play games. They could be paid because there's some great paid games.
Yes.
And there are bad games on either side as well. Some would argue that free to play's got a few more bad ones. I would probably agree with them. But free to play, paid, whatever you want to do is absolutely fantastic, and it's brilliant. But the thing I think the thing that some people forget is that there are people that make these things, and we as journalists hold them to task, and we sort of say, this is terrible, you shouldn't do this. Like, we'll have a go at Square Enix when they do something stupid like not support a game that they asked you 15 quid for.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we'll champion them and go, this is a brilliant game, and you should totally go and play this with Hitman Go. People need to eat, ultimately, and the fact that Monument Valley gets made and everyone's like, yes, fantastic, paid games, brilliant, but I'm gonna pirate it. Like, it really does make me feel a little bit sad, and I'm glad that, because mobile games aren't the most expensive things in the world, and I know
they are comparatively cheap. And as people point out daily, you'd pay that on an awful burger. As someone pointed out in the chat, you pay on a cup of coffee from Starbucks, man. Yeah. And like you drink that in 5 minutes, and you move on to your next thing. This is an experience that you play for a couple of hours. I mean, you can speed run through it once you know the thing quite quickly, but it's glorious. For God's sake, look at it. It's beautiful. And
it is.
As I said in the end of the year review thing that I did, it's like this game has more wow moments, moments where I was like, oh, that's awesome. Oh, I can't believe, than all of the turgid, mottled grey shooters of the whole of last year put together.
Yeah.
It is something else.
So if you want more Monument Valleys and less contract killers, then, I think that's probably something that you should support and you should do, and you should. I think that it is quite a cynical thing to think, but it is true. I think money talks, and when people go, yes, this is an awesome thing, let's support it, let's do this really cool thing, get in there and actually, say to these people, yeah, we want you to do more of these things. I think that's really great. On a related note, it is still possible to give us lots of cash as part of our Special Effect charity stream. There's a little button, it says donate, yellow button with black, it's got 24 around it. You've probably missed it. It's it's difficult to see, but if you click that button, you'll go through and you'll be able to give money to Special Effect, which is a fantastic charity, and we've been talking about that for the entire 12 hours that we've been doing this. So go and support them, go and show your support to them and say, you know what, video games are for everyone, video games are awesome. And this is AppSpy, this is Pocket Gamer. We are mobile gamers, and we want to support other people playing video games.
We do. And when they're as good as this, you really, really can't complain. I don't care how long it is. And the last few games, in fact, all of these ones that I've played here, they're not like games that last for 12 hours. They are short, contained experiences, and I am very, very happy about that. Like, not that I don't like long games, I do, and I've been enjoying the hell out of Monster Hunter and playing it for like 70 hours with you guys, but I like the short, focused, contained experiences that channel an astonishing amount of quality into a very small space. Yeah. And I'm quite happy for that. Look at it. I'm now walking on the side. I still remember doing the original preview video I did for this, where I was literally kind of going, whoa, during the course of it, because it all, caught me off guard, and I thought, that's incredible. So now I've moved around. I'm on the back side of this tower, so I can't see it, but a lower gantry has been shafted lower below, and I now have pink places, and I can twist the entire thing around, and oh my god, there's a waterfall. It's so beautiful. I love it. It's so cool. And I'm going to walk down this curve. Look how she does this. That's this boss. That's amazing. And now she's there. Like, I've got this passage to move. I can't move anywhere. How can I possibly do it? Twist, play with the environment, and all shall be revealed. If I twist around here, then, oh, look, these two platforms impossibly join up. I scoop her over, and I twist it back. And clearly, as you can see, they're not even joined together. How did that work? It's madness! Madness, I tell you! If I play this game for the first time, I'd think it was 12-hour gaming sickness. But it's not. It's real. This is what's actually happening.
This is actually brilliant. What is happening, yes.
Yeah. Astonishingly good work. So I'm just going to move around here. I'm going to tap the top of that. And there she will. She'll appear. Incidentally, I did see people in the chat room. The cries for Jeff.
Oh,
Jeff. We got some kind of mid-announcement, like, my captain, your captain thing for Jeff. He hears you loud and clear, and he loves you for it, and he'll probably put you to the, if you're lucky, you'll probably go near the bottom of his kill list. So if that makes you feel any better, then, can't say fairer than that. Yeah. Frankly, that's about as good as you're going to get from him, I think, at this point. But thank you. Like, anyone who has watched it, it's great. It takes me a little while to do it, and I do a bunch of it in my own time because I want to do it. You're supposed to be doing sensible journalism things, but I wanted to do something with a series that was different, and that is kind of it. And it's been lovely because the people who see it, are very positive about it and sound excited, which is lovely. I need that thing. We need it to break through. We need it to someone to retweet it too big, or it to catch on somewhere and get a whole bunch of views, and then I can go, aha! And then the people upstairs will go, yes, you should carry on doing this.
Throw some money at him.
Otherwise, I'll have to bring it to an end, and I'll have to try something different, and so it will be a short-lived project. But I'd love to do more, of course. But it's kind of up to who sees the thing in the end. Yep. So I'm at the mercy of other people. But those of you who did see it, I really appreciate the support. I'm glad you like it and stuff. It's been a fun little experiment for me to do. Right, let's twist this around and find an opening. Let's go in here. Fantastic. She's made it into the door. Like I say, if you haven't played this yet, then really do go and get it. Not just because it's fantastic, and if you're worried about the fact that it's a very short game, there's not much to it. The levels get much trickier later on. It takes a little bit longer to do it. The last level is really quite challenging. And what's more, there are 10 more levels, actually 11 more levels, because they did a new one for the charity stream at the end, so there's an extra level right at the end of it. So that's actually 21 levels now instead of the original 10. I still need to play through the additional levels, incidentally. I haven't been back and done it. So I'm super psyched to go and do that. There's a whole new world yet to explore, but this has just been, look at it all move, it's so satisfying. It gives you that tremendous sense of wonder.
Yes, absolutely.
That games should be all about.
Danny has been teasing all of the people who are in the chat, giving away one of the final amazing Telltale codes that we've got. Cruel, Danny, cruel, but brilliant at the same time. And if you're gonna tease people all about a fantastic code or something like that, then you have got to have the hair to back it up. And Danny does have that hair, thankfully.
Okay, so Suno Kitsune saying, Jeff won the giveaway. He snuck in
Jeff
there.
wins every giveaway. That's the problem.
That's how he do. Well, you can check out obviously the latest episode of that this week. There'll be more next week. I will do it. I think I've said to myself I'm going to do it for at least 6. There's going to be at least 6 episodes.
Yep.
I think, and then after that we have to reappraise it. And if it's still got not very many views, then I will have to shift something else. If something blows up in the meantime, then awesome. But it's not that I don't think it's good or I don't think it's fun. It's just that it needs to get a sensible amount of views. So if you know people you think you might be into it, and you'd like to see more, then do a solid, give it a bit of a retweet or something like that. That would be amazing. That
really would be.
Mean the world. I mean, I can carry on doing it because it's really fun. I like doing it from a selfish point of view. It's an enjoyable thing to do. Shut up, bird. I'm sneaking past birds now and tilting other areas of the screen.
Look at these birds getting in your way and hanging out and doing all sorts of terrible things.
So this is kind of it. This is kind of the swan song. Those 100 of you who have stuck with us through pretty much the whole thing, cannot thank you enough for bearing with us through this, because it's been sort of exhausting but also awesome. I don't think I've ever done anything, like I say, for this long before.
No, I've not done a single thing for this long. Usually I have a nap in between anything. Really.
Yeah. This thing's squawking at me. Go away, squawky bird. I need to get back up there because I need to do that, and then I need to sneak down. I need to twist. Do a bit of a twisty. Oh, the bird's going to shout at me now. Hang on. Stay there. Look at it. It gets all pissed off. I love these birds. They've got loads and loads of characters. There are a few leftover codes going in the stream. Don't vanish quite yet if you are into any kind of games, because we've been giving out all sorts. PC, mobile, whatever it might be. We've got some more codes going, so stick around, grab some codes while the final ones are there. I'm going to twist this again, and I'm going to assume... Oh, yes. That changes that staircase. Stop screaming at me, bird. You douchebag.
Stupid bird.
Oh, luckily it can walk along walls, so it's going out of my way. That's convenient for it. Let's go up here. And I'm going to sneak up while it walks down this wall, and I'm going to jump onto this button. There we go.
Right, so with only a couple of minutes left, this is the time. If you've been thinking, oh, maybe I should go and chuck $1 there. I've got $1. I've got $2. I can maybe throw some of that money their way. Maybe that would make me feel really great. Maybe that would be an awesome thing to do. I am here to tell you. My name is Peter Willington, and I'm here to tell you that you will feel amazing if you give Special Effect a couple of dollars through our donate link. Click that button. Go and donate whatever it is that you can afford. You are going to feel amazing. You're going to wake up. If you're just about to go to bed and or whatever it is, or you're just starting off your day, it's going to make you feel incredible in the next couple of hours. I promise you. You get good luck. If you're a Buddhist, you get karma.
Yeah, absolutely. You won't come back as a cockroach. That's good.
And if you're not Buddhist, you can just get a nice
feeling of self-satisfaction.
Look at this. Look at this. This is one of my favourite bits.
Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay.
It's just the whole thing shifting around with these huge cogs emerging from the top. We're only a little way through the game, so we're not spoiling everything, and it's so much more fun when you actually play it. There are just so many beautiful movements. As an appreciator of art design and stuff like that, if you're into it in any way, there are so many bits I'm like, oh, that's gorgeous. I wish I'd designed that. That's so sweet. You clever bastards.
Now,
absolutely love it. Oh my god, us two from Ken has just popped up into the stream. Lead designer of Monument Valley. Thank you for joining us at the end of this stream. We've been obviously waxing lyrical about it for the past few minutes or so.
We've been talking absolute rubbish. Well, we hate it. We've just
I mean, come on, at least try. If you're gonna make a game, bother. Guys. Jesus, for you people. No, obviously it's beautiful, wonderful. You know, it gave our Game of the Year over on AppSpy, and I'm sure you've seen similar things. Hang on, let me get this one. I remember this guy. I've got to get him to walk over it and then trap him. Loads and loads of outlets. We're not the only ones to say that this is one of our favourite games of the year, and it just worked for us on an astonishing number of levels. So congratulations, all success is deserved, and all awards are deserved. If anyone quickly wants to ask a question or two, throw them at them in the chat room, throw them at the gentleman who's there. Us too, Ken, his name is. We're about to tie this thing up. We're a minute away from the end of 12 hours. Oh, Peter, it's been emotional. I love you, man.
It's been emotional. I'm about to cry. I think after all of this, I'm genuinely so happy with the amount of love that we've been feeling from the chat. Oh God, getting all
misty-eyed.
I genuinely do feel like the people who come and watch us every day, you know how much we love you. You are awesome. You know who you are as well. You make AppSpy, you make Pocket Gamer, you make 148 Apps, you make all of those things what they are. You're wonderful. For the new people that have come along and joining us and have kind of been hanging out in the chat and talking about mobile games and stuff, you are always more than welcome on our stream. The donations have been amazing. We'll chuck all of that money towards Special Effect. They'll do some amazing things, and you're going to make people's lives even better. You know, you're going to make some people with some pretty terrible disabilities even better. If you still haven't donated, go on through. There's a donate button now. Click on it. Give whatever you can afford, and it really will be awesome. And I just want to thank all of the people that we've had on. We've had Danny has been manning the chat and has been absolutely brilliant. He's the best community manager I have ever worked with. He's a wonderful person. Glenn has been on. He's had he's had the first ever time that he's been on our Twitch channel, and he knocked it out of the park with his wonderful facial hair and loving smile.
And his Bond villain scenario background.
Yes, absolutely.
Amazing.
How many chairs has he got? Harry Slater, come on. Everyone loves Harry Slater. Dependable podcast person. Wonderful human being, and one of the smartest people that I know. We had Lonnie on as well. Hey, Lonnie.
Yeah, that was the first one. Who usually is very short, sweet videos of him shooting. We got the mellow Lonnie, possibly the real
mellow Lonnie,
which
was probably the fact that he started at 8 o'clock in the morning for us, which is pretty good.
That's a good effort.
And obviously, I've been amazing. But thanks.
Peter, you've been beautiful. It's been something pretty special.
The tech stuff.
We've just finished the level. Oh my god, he threw this all together. It couldn't be perfect. We love you guys. Thank you ever so much for joining us. Someone asking any chance of another Special Effects stream. Oh my god. Actually, we're doing one tomorrow with the Special Effects guys. We're going to be on their main channel. We'll give more details of it, so we'll probably tweet about it. We will feature at some point tomorrow, both Peter and I, doing some more mobile game stuff. Probably with games you've seen already, but we're introducing it to the normal crowd, not you mobile savvy lot. So I guess it's bye from all of us. Bye from B. Bye from Peter. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're all absolute heroes. Keep chatting in the chat room if you want. Go and talk to the guy about this game. Monument Valley. It's an absolute winner. It's our game for the year. Bye from me. Bye from Peter. And bye from Jeff. Jeff.